Angelo 111. He then lifted one leg and gathered a mana into his leg and kicked the door to the throne room open. Earthquake kick. The doors didn't just open, they were blown off their hinges as each flew across the throne room and into the side walls. Percy then walked into the throne room of Hades with a smile on his face. The throne room was dark like the rest of the castle, except Persephone's room. Torches hanged off the side, giving little light to the dim place. The entire place was black as a few marble pillars lined the walls. In the middle of the room was a red carpet rolled out, and at the very end of the carpet were steps that lead to a giant throne, and on that throne was Hades. Hades was paled skin with back hair and black eyes, like Percy expected. But instead of wearing robes, he wore a leather jacket with a black shirt and jeans. He honestly kind of looked like a rock star, a douchebag rock star. Right now, Hades was looking at a long roll of paper, muttering something under his breath. He was so focused on his paperwork, he didn't even notice Percy standing there, or his awesome entrance. And that kind of pissed Percy off. "Yo, shithead," Percy yelled out, finally getting Hades' attention. "Who the Jackson?" Hades yelled out as he quickly threw away the paperwork. "So you have finally come, have you? Are you ready to return what you have stolen?" "How many times must I tell you, asshole? I didn't steal the bloody lightning bolt or your helmet." "Well then, who did?" Hades asked as he then stepped off his throne and shrank to human size. Luke Castellan, son of Hermes. He stole it with the help of Ares in order to start a war among the gods. "Why?" "He felt they took advantage of us demigods and wanted to make them hurt," Percy replied and then sighed. "Look, I don't have your helmet, okay? Luke or Ares probably have it. I just managed to get Zeus's lightning bolt, and after this I have to probably go to Mount Olympus to give it to him. So please, let my mom go and I will leave with her." Hades looked at Percy and then frowned. "I don't believe you, boy." "I swear I am telling you the truth. Luke is the lightning thief." "Swear it on the sticks," Hades said, stroking his goatee. Percy sighed and then spoke up in a monotone voice. "I swear on the sticks that Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, is the lightning thief." Thunder roared, signifying the oath was accepted, and since the fact that Percy was still alive, it meant he was telling the truth. Hades looked at Percy, and then after a long pause spoke up. "Show me the lightning bolt." "What?" "You said you recently retrieved it. Show me the lightning bolt." Percy looked at Hades, uneased at his request. He was going to make a grab for the master bolt. Percy could feel it in his guts. Percy looked in the corner of the room, and there standing in the shadows was Alectos, who nodded when she made eye contact with Percy. "Okay then," Percy said as he took off his bag. He opened his inventory inside the bag, and to Hades it looked like Percy was pulling out Zeus's lightning bolt from in between a pair of running tracks. Percy then carefully held the weapon up as Hades slowly moved to get it. Percy saw his chance. He turned the weapon at the god and thought, "Fire." Lightning shot out of the bolt, and Hades was light up like Christmas tree. Percy smiled. Maybe he didn't need the chains after all. But as the light died down, the form of Hades could be clearly seen. There was not a scratch on him. "How?" Percy asked in shock. "This thing had an attack of 9 million. How much HP goes a god even have?" "Zeus's thunderbolts were stronger," Hades said as he grabbed the bolt out of Percy's hands, and with his other hand he threw the young demigod away. He then lifted the bolt into the air and smiled. "Finally, it is mine. Revenge is mine." Percy quickly recovered and looked at Hades holding the bot. "Hades, you have what you want. Let me and my mom go." The god of the underworld looked at Percy and frowned. "You just tried to kill me, actually expect me to let you live." Percy sighed. "Well, it certainly looks like I'm in a bind now." Hearing the key word being said, Ikto took to the air, and before Hades even noticed her, threw the chains around the god. She then spun around him and pulled, sending Hades to his knees. "What is going on?" Hades shouted as he tried to escape these chains, only to find he couldn't use his godly powers at all. The chain was blocking it. Percy quickly grabbed the master bolt from Hades' now captured form and put it into his inventory. He then looked at Alecto and nodded. "Good job, Alecto. Now go get Persephone, please. She wanted to see this." Alecto nodded and soon took off to search for the queen of the underworld. "What is going on here? Why is Alectos obeying you? What did my wife want to see? Answer me." Percy then turned to the tied-up god and walked up to him. "Where is my mother?" Hades growled, "No, you answer me, now tell me." Earthquake fist. Percy's fist flew into Hades' face, breaking his nose and losing a few teeth. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Earthquake control, LV3 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 600. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1/4. Fuck, Hades screamed out as he tried to block out the pain, but his godly powers were bound. Percy grabbed Hades' neck and pulled him closer. "Where is my mother?" The god of the underworld looked at Percy and grumbled. "She is there." He gestured at a sphere floating near the ceiling in the throne room wall. "How do I get her down?" "You can't, only I can," Hades replied, smirking. "Him or his wife?" A voice called out, and Percy turned to see Alectos scoring Persephone in. The queen of the underworld looked at Hades and smiled. "Hello, husband." "Persephone, what are you doing here?" Hades asked, just a little bit nervous. Percy smiled at that and quickly walked back, letting the married couples talk it out. "Well, you see, when I meet Percy over here, he told me about his plan to trap you, and well, I just couldn't resist helping the boy." Persephone then snapped her fingers and summoned a whip. Wait, was that a razor whip? It looked like the one Percy got as loot before Marchosias tore it to shreds. Capitulo 112. "Is that a razor whip?" Percy asked Persephone. "Yes, I am surprised you know about it, Percy. Quite the kinky little boy, aren't you?" Persephone said, smiling at Percy's blushing face. She then turned to Hades. "This is for not taking out the trash." "When didn't I take out the trash?" 230 years ago. Persephone then went to town on Hades, whipping him again and again, while Percy just waited in the corner with Alecto scared out of his mind. Bitches be crazy. After a few moments, Percy decided to step in. "Ah, guys," he said, making both husband and wife turn to him. "Can you guys do this later? I really need to go." "Oh, right." Persephone then snapped her fingers, causing the sphere his mom was in to slowly calm down to ground level, and then disintegrate, revealing Sally Jackson. "Mom," Percy shouted as he ran into her, pulling her into a big hug. "I thought I lost you." Tears flew down his face. Gamer's mind could do nothing to stop his emotions of happiness from jumping out. "Percy," Sally called out as she looked at her son. "Percy, are you okay?" "Me? You're the one who has been stuck in the underworld for the past few days. Are you all right?" Percy then began checking his mother for any injuries despite her protest. "Percy, I'm fine. The last thing I remember was the Minotaur and, well, I think that was it," Sally replied. "It's okay. I'm just glad you're safe, Mom," Percy said, giving her another hug. "Ah," Persephone called out to the scene, "see how loving they are." She then turned to Hades. "If you cared for me like Percy cares for his mother, we may have lived as a happy couple." She then whipped him across his face. "But you don't, do you? You asshole." "Sweetheart, stop," Hades cried out, but the queen of the underworld didn't. She continued whipping the god again and again, while Percy and his mom looked on. "They have issues," Sally said, looking at the scene before them. "They are Greek. They all have issues." Percy then watched them for a bit longer before he decided it was time to go. He lifted his gauntlet up and summoned Alecto and Cerberus, who was still outside destroying things. He then turned to his mom and handed her a pearl. "Here, crush this underneath your foot and think of home." His mother took the pearl and looked at it strangely. But at Percy's insistence, she did just the and slowly evaporated into smoke and flew up and away from the underworld. Percy smiled at that and he looked to Persephone. "I'll be going now." The goddess stopped her whipping and turned to Percy with a smile. "Okay then, good luck with the lightning bolt and all. Oh, and before you go," she walked over to him and pulled out a green and black key. "This is a space key. You use this on any door and it will automatically transport you to wherever the key is linked to. This one is linked to my bedroom." Percy took the key and observed. "Space key. Location, Underworld, Hades' place, Persephone's room." Persephone then pulled him closer as she whispered in his ear, "Come visit me when you're a little bit older." Percy blushed as he put the key into his pocket. "Thanks for that, and everything," Percy said as he tried to look her in the eyes. "Believe me, Percy, it's my pleasure." Persephone then grabbed Percy and kissed him one more time before turning back to her husband with her whip in hand. "Holy shit, that woman is a good kisser," Percy said to himself. He then put the pearl down and broke it while thinking, "Take me to where my mother is." His body transformed into smoke. The feeling was similar to his smoke form. Suddenly, he was flying out as everything went by in a blur. Soon the world stopped spinning as Percy found himself back in a familiar spot, Montauk. The lighthouse stood tall in the night sky, and the sky was clear of all clouds. Percy looked to the sea, and there standing on the cliff was his mother. Percy smiled and walked up to her. "So this is home, huh?" She smiled. "For me it is, Percy." She then turned to Percy and hugged him, and slowly everything just melted away. All the pain of Beret, the struggles he went through, the pain he suffered, all of it just went away. Percy didn't need Gamer's mind for this. His mother was enough to make him feel better, to feel happier. "Well, isn't this sweet?" came a rough voice. Percy's eyes shot up as suddenly the air was filled with a scene of danger. He broke the hug and turned to see Ares near the bottom of the cliff with a grin on his face and a sword in hand. Percy stepped forward, Ares, the god who turned. He sneered at the god as he took out Riptide. "So you managed to go to the underworld and bring back Mommy dearest. Isn't that nice?" Ares then twirled his sword. "Luke told me what you did to him, pretty savage kid. Didn't think sea scum like you had the balls." Percy looked at his mom. "Mom, go inside the lighthouse and stay in there. I'll take care of this." "Percy, he is a god. You can't beat him." Percy smiled. "It's okay. I'm your son, aren't I? I'll be fine, I promise." Sally Jackson looked conflicted but nodded. "Okay, fine. But I swear to God, if you die you are so grounded." Needless to say, Percy got his sense of humor from his mom. Percy saluted his mom. "Righto." She then went inside and quickly locked the door behind her. "Has anyone ever told you how hot your mom is?" Ares asked as he watched her leave. Percy restrained himself from going into a fit of rage. If he did that, Labita would activate, and the last thing he needed right now is for Mom to be in any danger, least of all from him. "What do you want, Ares?" Percy asked. "Simple, kid, I want you dead." "Why? Is it because chicks think I'm hotter than you? Trying to weed out the competition?" Ares glared. "No, you disrespectful brat. I want to kill you because you piss me off." "There is just one thing that I don't get, Ares. Why? What do you gain from all of this?" Ares threw his arms up. "War, kid. A war between the god is the best kind. I haven't seen a decent battle since World War II. Yeah, that's cool and all, but I still don't get one thing. Why give me the lightning bolt? Why not keep it for yourself? War would have happened even if Hades didn't get his hands on the lightning bolt. So why not keep it for yourself?" Capitulo 113. Ares' eyes widened behind those glass. "Yeah, why not?" But just then his face changed, "Because I didn't want the trouble." Percy frowned at this. Something was wrong. Ares was being very bipolar. Chalking it up to a god of war thing, Percy readied his blade. "Look, Ares, I frankly don't care much about you, okay? Can we just forget this ever happened? Like, let me and my mom live a normal life from now on and you go, do what a god of war does." Ares frowned. "Hell no. I am going to kick you ass right here, right now." Ares then snapped his fingers, transforming his biker's uniform into a big scary gray armor with spikes all over, and a very scary-looking helmet covering his face, revealing nothing but those red eyes he had. "Is that supposed to scare me?" Percy asked, smirking at Ares's new get-up. "No." Ares then summoned a spear that crackled with electricity, much like Clara's own, and he drew back his hand. "This is." He then threw the spear with all his strength, and the spear flew at Percy. "Idiot," Percy said as he opened his inventory and enlarged it to cover his whole body. The spear flew at Percy, and in front of Ares's own eyes disappeared into nothing. "What the hell?" Ares roared. "What did you do to my spear?" Percy smiled and closed the inventory box. "I'm not telling you. What am I? A super villain that explains each and every power he has." Ares gritted his teeth, or at least it sounded like that since his face was covered with shadows, and clicked his finger trying to summon it back. "Hey, why isn't this working?" Percy shrugged. "Are you sure you're doing it right?" "How else can you do it?" Ares shouted as he slowly started to panic. "Give me back my symbol of power, brat." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Really? That was your symbol of power? Lame." Ares's hand then glowed red in anger as he growled out, "It is not lame." Percy nodded, "Right. Okay, then let's make a deal. You have Hades's helmet, right?" Ares's hand stopped glowing as he nodded. "Yeah." He then snapped his finger, summoning the helmet. It was bronze and had a skull covering the front, while the rest of it looked like what a normal Greek helmet would. "All right, how about this? We fight, winner gets all." "Deal?" Percy asked, hiding a smirk. Ares looked at Percy, and then the helmet. Slowly Percy could see a row of white teeth behind the shadow of the helmet. "Deal." "Swear it on the sticks." Ares sighed. "I Ares swear on the sticks to give Percy Jackson the helmet of Hades if I lose in this battle." Thunder cracked and Ares turned to Percy, happy. Percy nodded. "All right, the first person to hit the enemy wins." "Okay." Ares nodded as he summoned his blade. "Bring it, brat." Ping. Quest alert. Defeat Ares. Reward: Hades's helmet. 50,000 exp. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and readied Riptide, motioning for Ares to come at him. The god of war yelled and began charging at Percy. Quickly, the son of Poseidon moved and opened his inventory box. He took out the master bolt and fired it at Ares's crotch. The bolt of lightning flew, and before Ares could use his godly speed to move aside, it hit him dead, on sending the god flying back and into the ground. Ping. Critical attack, 400% of 9 million attack, equals 36 million attack. Percy whistled at that. It wasn't enough to kill Ares, that's for sure, but it must have hurt like a motherfucker. Percy put the master bolt away and walked to Ares' down form, which was now holding onto high Burt crotch. Oddly enough, the smell of bacon was in the air, Well, his sacred animal was a boar. "Looks like I win," Percy as he squatted down with a wide grin on his face. "You fucker," Ares shouted, "you cheated." "Not really. You used the lightning bolt." "I never said I wouldn't." "You bastard," Ares roared as he tried to move, but the moment he moved his hands, the cold air hit his dick, causing a lot of pain. Fuck. Percy grinned as he took out a tin can of ambrosia. "Here, even if I hate your guts, I can feel pity." Ares didn't say anything. He grabbed the ambrosia squares with one hand and stuffed them down his throat. Slowly, Percy could see him getting better. He then snapped his fingers, changing into his Boker uniform. "I am going to kill you," Ares roared as he tried to jump onto Percy, only to stop midway. His face turned to one of pain as his hands went back to his crotch. He then kneeled on his knees in front of Percy. "What happened?" Percy asked with a devil-like grin, still sensitive down there. Ares looked up through as sweat covered his face. "You bastard." Percy grinned. "Doesn't matter. I win fair and square, not give me the helmet." Ares grumbled, "Bite me." Percy frowned. "You promised on the sticks." "Yeah, well, didn't anyone ever tell you? We gods can break the promise without the threat of death." Percy frowned at that. He then took out the master bolt again. "Is that so?" He then got up and moved behind Ares and pressed one end of the weapon up Ares's ass and whispered in a deadly tone, "Give me the helmet or I'll sodomize you by sending a bolt of lightning up you ass." Ares looked at Percy. "You wouldn't dare." "Try me." Percy pressed the bolt harder. Okay. Ares then clicked his finger and the helmet appeared in front of Percy, which the son of Poseidon grabbed. "Thanks for that," he said as he put the helmet away in his inventory. "You bastard," Ares growled out, "all you demigods are all the same. No, and that boy Luke, no respect for the gods." Yeah, whatever," Percy replied, waving Ares off. "Now get lost." Percy then caught fire. Ares was then launched upwards into the night sky with a trail of smoke coming out of his ass. "Jackson!" Ares shouted as he eventually landed in the middle of the sea. Ping. Critical attack, 400% of 9 million attack, equals 36 million attack. "Idiot," Percy said, putting the lightning bolt away. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat Ares. Reward: Hades's helmet. 50,000 exp. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 1 500/1 500 plus 1,000 equals 2,500. Mana 975/975 plus 1000 equals 1850. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 15 exp 7771, 55000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 34, plus 5 equals 39. Dex 31, plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 30. Point 17. Money 66, $597/280.60. Percy smiled at that. Maybe it was time he spent some of these points. He put 6 in VIT, raising it to 40 so that next time he leveled up, he would get an extra plus 50 HP. Then with 11 points remaining, he put 10 in luck, because he couldn't level that up any other way, and 1 point he saved. SDR 32. VIT 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 40. Points 1. With that, he quickly closed the box. He then turned to the lighthouse, inside which he could see his mom smiling and waving at him. Percy smiled back and moved to the lighthouse, but just then a rainbow appeared in front of him, causing Percy to stop. The rainbow transformed into a window, and there in front of him was Chiron. Only he wasn't looking normal. He was bleeding from a cut above his eyebrow, and behind him Percy could see a window which showed the rest of the camp filled with monsters. "Percy," Chiron shouted in relief, "thank the gods you are all right." Capitulo 114. "Chiron, what the hell happened?" Percy shouted as he heard screams coming from the iris message. "We don't know. One moment the night was quiet, then the next a large amount of monster appeared in camp and started to destroy everything. Are you and Grover safe?" Percy scratched his head. "Kind of a long story. I managed to go inside Hades and get my mom back, though." "Good, that's good. All right, Percy, stay there. Do not come here, do you understand?" Percy nodded as Chiron then closed the iris message. "All right then, let's go to camp." Sally opened the lighthouse door and walked out. "Percy, what was that all about?" Percy looked at her. "The camp needs me." Sally nodded. "All right then, how are you going to get there?" Percy smiled as he pulled out his gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Alecto. With style. A few minutes later, Percy found himself flying across the night sky being carried by Alecto. "Am I just a traveling tool for you? Like seriously, every time you summon me it's, kill that or carry me here. Sometimes I feel like you don't appreciate me, master." Percy sighed. "Alecto, no offense, but right now really isn't the time." The Fury grumbled, Yeah. They reached the camp borders in 5 minutes. Alecto dropped Percy off where he fought the Minotaur and then vanished into smoke. Percy then hiked up the hill and quickly passed Thalia's tree. "Wait, the barrier is still up. How did the monsters get in?" he thought, but the moment he came onto the entrance of the camp, his mind went blank. The view he got from the iris message was a small slice what truly happened to camp. In short, everything was destroyed. The cabins were crushed and on fire. The amphitheater was completely overrun by monster that were destroying it stone by stone. Percy could see gold dust everywhere, but underneath that was the bodies of several campers. Percy's eyes watered as he recognized some of them. A few unclaimed laid directly in front of him, with a daughter of Hermes propped up against a tree with a ghostly smile on her face. Percy knew them, he spoke to them, he laughed with them. And then he remembered the prophecy. "And you shall fail to SS save, what matters most in the end." Anger built up inside of him. He looked up to the cloudless sky and shouted, "I'll kill you all." Percy could feel the Labita curse try and take over, but he couldn't risk it. If there were any survivors there, he would kill them too. Percy pushed his anger down and took out Riptide with Zeus's lightning bolt in the other. He charged forward into camp with a look of vengeance. He reached the big house first and saw several campers in there with Chiron. Most of the monster attacking them were either hellhounds or cyclops. They were so focused on trying to get into the big house, they didn't even notice Percy walk up behind them. Percy narrowed his eyes and points the lightning bolt at their backs. "Hey, fucktards." The monster turned immediately, and just then a flash of lightning blinded half of them while turning the rest into dust. Ops, Percy said with a savage look on his face. He couldn't shoot the remaining monsters, they were too close to the building. So Percy put the bolt away and then charged the remaining monster and began slicing them all up. In a matter of few seconds, the monsters turned into dust as Percy stood over the golden sands victorious. Ping! Total exp gained equals 10,349. Percy closed the box and then turned to Big House. The campers inside cheered for Percy and ran out with Chiron, who came out with a bow on hand and a quiver strapped to his back. Percy, what are you doing here? I came to help, Percy replied. I told you to stay away. As if, my friends are dying, Chiron, what would you have me do? Plus I have this. Percy then pretended to reach into his inventory and pulled out the master bolt. You found it, Chiron asked in surprise. Wait, where did you pull the bolt from? Percy then realized his mistake. Well, too late now, long story. Either way with this, he pointed at the bolt, we have a fighting chance. Chiron looked at Percy's determined, unwavering eye and then sighed. Stubborn as your father. Percy grinned. Now what's the situation like? Are all the campers in the big house? Chiron shook his head. No, I managed to get the Demeter cabin, the Hermes cabin and the Aphrodite cabin in here when the monsters attacked. Percy nodded. All right, where are his Dionysus? Isn't he supposed to be guarding the camp? Chiron's face took a dark look. He is not here, he was summoned to Olympus. Percy's eyes winded at that, but can't he split his essence? I have seen Ares do it. Chiron looked at Percy strangely. Ares? Sigh, never mind. Yes, he can do that, but Dionysus wishes to spend no more time here than required. So he used this as an excuse, Percy said, as his respect for the god went to the same level as Ares. He then turned to the campers that were gathered around him. The Aphrodite campers were useless in a fight, and the Demeter kids can probably be support like Grover. Percy then turned to the Hermes kids. Most were in their night clothes and were unarmed. Where are the rest of the campers? Percy asked, turning back to Chiron. Most I think have go to the arena, the best place to defend an attacking force against. Percy took that information into account and nodded. All right, let's go save the rest of camp. But we don't have any weapons, said one of the campers. Percy grinned as he opened his inventory and pulled out 50 golden blades, all of which was loot from Hephaestus' forge. No a problem. The campers looked at the weapons with slacked jaws. Chiron's mouth, however, was the widest. How? Long story. The campers rushed at the weapons as they quickly warmed themselves. Percy also threw out all the shield he got from looting the skeletons at Nancy Academy and even some helmets. Soon the campers were armed and ready. All right, here is the plan. Aphrodite cabin, stay here and protect the big house. We will send the injured here pretty soon. You will need to defend them when they reach here in case a monster is lurking around for a quick and easy meal. The usually lazy children of Aphrodite nodded enthusiastically. They wanted vengeance on the monsters just like everyone else. Demeter cabin, Percy turned to the few children of Demeter there. Can you guys control nature like satyrs? They nodded. Good, then you will be our support. When the main fighting force is attacking, you guys use the plants to make sure we don't get stabbed in the back by making a wall of plants around us, understand? They nodded again. Percy then turned to the largest cabin there, Hermes. He looked around and saw the Stool brothers there. They were still alive. Thank the gods. No, wait. Fuck the gods. Hermes cabin, we are the main attacking force. We go in there and reinforce the people stuck in the arena, got it? The Hermes shouted all at once, got it. Percy nodded as he turned to Chiron. Chiron, contact the useless wine god and make sure he gets his ass over here. Chiron nodded, will do, Percy. Percy nodded, and just then. Ping! You have unlocked a title. Leader allows the user to control his troops, easily giving a +10 to all stats for all subordinates. Percy immediately attached the title onto his status, and immediately all of the campers he was leading felt a boost of power. Capitulo 115. Percy then turned to the camp and drew Riptide up into the air. Charge! Ah! The campers yelled as everyone moved towards the arena. The small group of demigods quickly reached the arena and saw that the demigods inside was quickly losing ground and the monster were almost in. Percy smiled, just in time. Percy dashed forward and cleaved a cyclops in half as the thing disappeared into dust. He then took out the lightning bolt and started zapping hordes of monsters at once. Soon the rest of Percy's small army joined the fight. The Hermes campers were vicious in their attacks. Each were quick and deadly, striking one monster, luring it away, and then ganging up on it with a 5-on-1 tactics. The Demeter campers were no slouch either. They quickly used the grass to trip most of the monster, which then was slain by Percy or a Hermes cabin member. They also began to create several giant monster plants that attacked the monster, with vines crushing them into golden dust. Percy eventually tore through the monster ranks and reached the entrance of the area, which was now barricaded with wooden board stone statues. "Are you guys all right in there?" Percy asked, as he turned around with his back facing the barricade as he killed every monster that came near him. "Percy," came Annabeth's voice from behind the barricade. "Hey, wise girl," Percy yelled as he ducked under one Cyclops' sword swing and then quickly punched its stomach. Earthquake fist. The Cyclop flew back and crushed several monsters under its weight. "What are you doing here?" Annabeth asked. "Ah, saving you life," Percy replied as he attacked a giant snake with bronze scales. "Goddamn, does everything have bronze in the Greek world?" "What about your mom?" "Already saved her." Percy cut into the snake's open mouth and then used his blood control and used the snake's own blood to stand into its brain. "Already?" Annabeth asked. "Yeah," Percy replied as he then cut down a hellhound pack by sending a blast from Zeus's lightning bolt at them. "That's amazing, Percy." "Annabeth, as much as I love to hear how amazing I am." He then stabbed a giant bull with red eyes, sending it into Tartarus. "I am kind of bust right now." Ping. Skill has leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV 14, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 70% more damage when using swords. Not now. Percy closed the box and then turned to the large amount of monster left. He needed something that would end this all quickly. Something. Got it. Percy put away his sword and the master bolt and quickly gathered his mana. The monster could sense he was trying something, but they didn't dare move to attack him. Percy then snapped his eyes open. Heaven's rain. Percy felt his mana sour into the sky and mix with the atmosphere above him. Suddenly, the sky became cloudy as rain started to pour over the battlefield. Percy could feel a connection with each drop of water, and he used this connection to combine the water droplets into several big bobs of water. Percy then turned each blob of water into a spear and sent them all at the monsters. The demigod were spared, thanks to Percy's control, but the monster were all killed instantly as the spears tore into them, tearing apart their bodies. It ended 5 seconds later. Percy stopped the attack and fell down to his knees. Percy Jackson MP01850. Percy was drained of all mana. He used everything in that last attack, just then. Total exp gained, 37,232 exp. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 1, 750/1, 750, plus 1,000 equals 2,750. Mana 1, 100/1, 100, plus 1,000 equals 2,100. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 16 exp 352, 59000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 40, plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31, plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 40. Point 6. Money 66, $597/280/60. Or maybe not. Percy closed the box, and quickly all the campers got to the barricade. "Are they gone?" Percy heard Clarice say from behind the barrier. "Yeah, they are gone," Percy replied as slowly the wooden planks and marble statues came apart, allowing the campers to walk into the arena. Percy saw the rest of Camo was here. Annabeth, Clarice, Malcolm, Peter, Michael, and everyone else. However, a lot of them were missing, maybe dead. Percy, however, chose to focus on the living for now. There would be time to grieve later. Annabeth then jumped at Percy and hugged him tightly. Thank the gods you're all right, Percy. Percy smiled as he hugged the girl back. How is everyone? Most of us are injured, Annabeth repelled as she broke the hug. When the monster attacked most of us didn't make it. Lucky Aries' cabin managed to fight them off long enough for the rest of us to make it to the weapons shack and grab something to protect ourselves, Michael said as he walked up to Percy. That good, Percy replied as he hugged Michael. I'm glad you're safe, man. You too, Percy, Michael replied. How many injured? 30 to 40 campers. Most are just cuts and bruises, but Nina? Michael trailed off as he moved back, showing the daughter of Hephaestus lying in the center of the arena with her chest covered with blood-soaked bandages. Percy rushed to the girl's side. Nina, are you awake? The girl opened her eyes and smiled. Hazy head. Percy smiled and looked at her injuries. You got pretty banged up, huh? Nina grumbled. They got in a lucky shot. Your armor saved me, though. And at that, Percy replied that Nina was wearing his armor, the one he gave to be fixed before the quest. Sorry, I kind of used it. Percy smiled. It's okay. Capitulo 116. Nina, you need to rest. Michael walked up. The more you talk, the more blood you lose. It's okay, Mikey. I'm not going to last long anyway, Nina said with a smile. Percy frowned at this. Oh, hell no, you are not dying on me. Percy, we don't have any ambrosia on hand, and by the time we get some from the big house. Michella trailed off in the end. Percy cursed at himself for giving the remaining of his ambrosia to Ares. He should have never done that. But there must be something in his inventory that could be of use. Percy then opened his inventory and quickly found what he was looking for. Potion, low level X5. Restores 45% of HP. Restores 30% of MP. Staff of Healing, high level. Restore subject's health by a rate of 10% a minute. Percy's grin grew wider as he quickly pulled out the potions and staff. He threw the staff at Michael, who caught it. What is this? A healing staff, Percy replied as he opened one of the potions, channeled some magic into it, and presto, instant healing. Michella eyes winded. Holy shit. He then used the staff on Nina while Percy feed the girl the potion. Here, Nina, drink this. It's a healing potion, Percy said as he put it to her mouth. Don't worry, it tastes like strawberries. Nina smiled and quickly downed the entire bottle, and quickly the color returned to her skin as he bleeding stopped. Percy then realized they now had a crowd around them, all staring at Nina's healing body. Give us room, guys. Immediately they all stepped back as Percy then turned to Nina. How are you feeling? Nina blinked. I feel incredible, she shouted as she slowly stood up and moved her arms. This is amazing. Percy grinned. Yeah, I know I am. Actually, Percy, I think she meant the potion, Michael said with a snarky tone. Shut up, Michael. I'm amazing and that's that. Hey, it's not my fault. I'm a child of Apollo. I have to call bullshit when I see it. It's just in my nature. The camper bursted in laughter, and for one moment they forgot about the battle and do what kids their age were supposed to do, laugh and have fun. Percy then distributed the rest of the potions to be used on campers in critical condition, as Michael used the staff to heal the others. Percy then gathered with the heads of the cabins. So what happened here exactly? How did these things just show up? Well, we aren't sure, Annabeth said. All we remember before the attack was a loud voice shouting out, Beast summon. Luke, Percy realized. Okay, then I think I know who did this. Clarice immediately stepped up. Who? Tell me so I can rip that person in half. Percy looked at the daughter of Ares and then sighed. Luke. Luke summoned those monsters. Everyone stopped. Annabeth spoke up. What? Luke summoned the monsters here. He is the lightning thief. I don't know why he wanted to attack camp, but... No, Annabeth shouted. That can't be true. Annabeth, he summoned the chimera to attack me when I found out. It's him. There is no way that's true, Annabeth shouted out. Why would Luke? It's true, called out a familiar voice. Percy's eyes shot up as he turned around and saw Luke. You bastard! Percy drew Riptide and charged at Luke, only for the strikes to pass right through him. It's a hologram, Percy, Luke said, turning to him. I'm not stupid enough to show my face to you directly. Luke, did you do it? Clarice asked as she gripped her spear. Did you actually summon those things? Luke looked at her, then the rest of them, and sighed. Yes, I did it. Why? Michael shouted. Percy then noticed the rest of the camp was now paying attention to the hologram. Everyone was waiting for an explanation. Because of the gods. Oh, here we go again, Percy said, rolling his eyes. Tell me I'm wrong, Percy, Luke said in a daring tone. Where is Dionysos right now? His duty was to protect this camp, and he ignored his duty just like the rest of them. We are used and then thrown aside like trash. Before Percy came, the unclaimed would have gone their whole life without knowing who their parents were. The Olympians are to blame. All of them, Zeus, Poseidon, Ares, and even Hermes. So what do you want to do about it? Asked Annabeth as her logical side took over. Start a bloody war. Luke looked at all the camper before nodding. Yes. Then you will lose, Percy replied. Maybe not, Percy. The gods may treat us like trash, but we are their children. And like Kronos did to his father and Zeus did to his, we can fight and will against the gods. But only if you join me. Luke then looked the campers with the eyes of a leader. Join me and fight. Don't just be a puppet to them anymore. Join me and take control over your own destinies. You first attack us, killing nearly half of us, and then you expect us to join you, cried out Travis Stoll. You have lost it, Luke, Connor shouted. Capitulo 117. I had to do that, Luke said with regret. The person who wishes to fight the gods wanted to kill all of you. He said that you were too great a threat to him and his plans, but I begged him. I begged him to spare you lives, and he gave me a choice. Watch as you all die or do it myself and recruit the ones who lived. You are working for a madman, Percy shouted. Maybe, but he has the power to defeat the gods. And that justifies this attack, Clarices asked. If you were to choose between saving a few people by killing of some or watch as they all died in front of your eyes, what would you pick, Clarice? Luke shot back. The daughter of Ares looked at him and then lowered her head defeated. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you want to kill me. All I care about is you accepting my offer to join me so that I don't have to watch you die. Percy looked around as the campers. Some looked conflicted, other downright angry. Luke would even ask them to do that. Just as it looked like some of the unclaimed were about to step up, Percy walked forward. The entire camp went dead quiet as Percy walked to Luke's holographic form. Thank you, Percy, Luke said with a smile. Don't get me wrong, Luke. I'm not here to join your bloody crusade. I just wanted to be closer so that you can see me clearly when I do this. Percy then lifted both hand up and flipped like the bird. Fuck you and your stupid crusade. Yeah, the gods hate us, but we aren't selfish enough to destroy the whole world just to get attention from people who will never love us. Luke looked Percy and then to rest of the camp. All their faces were set, all the ones who were doubtful before made their choice. All of the unclaimed looked to Percy as their hero, and he was telling the truth. Luke looked heartbroken at this. Are you sure, all of you? Percy and the rest of the camp nodded. Then I can't stop who is to come. All I can do right now is warn you. Luke's entire demeanor changed to one of desperation as he shouted, Run away. Leave camp right now and run. Run before he gets there and kill you all. Then suddenly, a hand wrapped around Luke's neck and pulled him aside as the hologram disappeared. Percy looked at the other. We should move right now. You don't actually believe him, do you? Michael asked. He tried to freaking kill us. Either way, he looked dead serious, Percy said as he helped Nina fix her armor. We need to go now. Ah, guys, a son of Athena called out. What's that? He pointed at the night sky, and there flying across it was a ball of fire. Warning, Titan incoming. Percy's eyes widened at that warning screen. Everybody run. The campers moved to get out of the arena, but before they could, the ball of fire landed on the middle of the arena, throwing all of them off their feet. Percy recovered the fastest and looked up to see a 7-foot-tall man with bronze skin, eyes like mini suns, and golden armor. At his side was a golden blade which was covered in flames, but the scariest thing was, so was he. Percy looked at this fire man as he light up the arena with his presence alone. Percy quickly observed him. Hyperion, Chronos Light. LV. HP. MP. Race Titan. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. The third most powerful Titan of all creation, Hyperion if ferociously loyal to Kronos, who helped free him from his prison in Tartarus. Hyperion is known to be cruel and sadistic in his battles, as he liked to torture his enemies before killing them. He is a master at controlling fire. He wants to kill PERCY. He is excited to kill a lot of demigods. PERCY looked at this monster, no, this titan in horror. PERCY fought Ares just now, but the god was nothing in fear factor alone when compared to the thing standing before him. PERCY got up and took the gauntlet of Kefka out. He then walked up to the titan, "Hey, Flamehead." The titan turned to PERCY, "You talking to me?" "Who else am I talking to?" PERCY said as he took out Riptide and the shield of Ares as well. "Insolent brat." Hyperion then lifted his hand and sent a blast of energy right at PERCY. Thinking on his feet, the son of Poseidon lifted his shield up quickly and batted the blast away, sending it to the side of the arena. "PERCY," Annabeth cried out. "I'm fine," PERCY called out, "get everyone out of here." "But what about?" "I'll be fine, now go," PERCY yelled as he then summoned all his servants at once, including Cerberus, who took up most of the room. Each looked ready to fight, but the moment they saw Hyperion, they turned at PERCY with a blank face. Capitulo 118. "Why do you keep pissing everyone off, boss?" Zed asked. "Like I was saying, the only reason you call us is to fight," Alecto said as she crossed her arms. "I don't mind," Marchosias said, thankfully now in her wolf form. "I love a challenge." "What sorcery is this?" Hyperion asked as he looked at the new enemies. "My kind of sorcery," PERCY yelled out. "Zed, Craig, and Cerberus keep the Titan busy. Alecto and Marchosias get all of the demigods out of here." "Right, boss," they yelled as they all jumped to do their jobs. Quickly, the campers began to kyle out one by one as Marchosias carried the ones who can't walk on her back, while Alecto had 3 children hanging off her neck. "I hate children," she mumbled, but now one was listening to her. All eyes were on the battle. Hyperion managed to just doge Cerberus's heads before Zed appeared at his side and smashed him into the wall of the arena. PERCY then took out the Master Bolt and pointed it at Hyperion and sent a lightning bolt at him. Boom! The impact was loud as hell as Hyperion was sent out of the arena through the wall. PERCY and his servants quickly followed through the hole, while Cerberus just kind of jumped over the arena. Hyperion was inside a crater on the ground he formed on impact. He got up and drew his sword. "You fools, do you know who I am?" "The Lollipop Man," PERCY asked. "Good one, boss," snickered Zed as Cerberus also barked in approval. "What?" Hyperion asked, stunned. "Joke," PERCY replied as he and Craig began attacking Hyperion. Their duel pushed the Titan back and managed to push him to the stream cutting through camp. The moment he touched the water, his body started to smoke as he slowly began to move slower. "Weakness to water, huh? I can work with that." PERCY then moved back, letting Craig and Zed fight the Titan. He then gathered his mana and sent it into the sky, causing the clouds to darken once again. "Heaven's rain?" Slowly it began to rain, and PERCY reached out to the water. He turned them into spears and then sent them all right into Hyperion. Zed and Craig moved back and watched as the Titan became impaled with water spears. Slowly steam began to gather around him as Hyperion tried to burn out the water. Eventually, he pulled out the spears, and PERCY watched as the holes the spears made started to close up on their own. The Titan then stood up and roared, "Enough of this! I am Hyperion, Titan of the West. I will." Boom! PERCY had sent another lightning bolt right into Hyperion's face in the middle of his speech. The son of Poseidon promptly fell down to his knees and started to pant. He used up most of his mana in that last attack. If Hyperion wasn't down for the count now, he honestly didn't know what else he can do. And just when he thought about him, the Titan rose up from the smoking crater he made, his eyes furious. Heat wave. Out of his hands, a blast of fire rocketed out and through Cerberus. PERCY watched as his most powerful monster turned back into smoke. Shit! PERCY took the Master Bolt and shot another lightning bolt, but Hyperion dodged it at the last second and then charged towards PERCY. Craig and Zed intercepted him, and they began their battle. Hyperion blocked both Zed and Craig's blades with his own, and then pushed them back with raw strength. He then charged at PERCY, who just managed to pull up Riptide on time as they clashed blades. This heat coming off the Titan felt like it was going to burn PERCY. But the son of Poseidon focused and quickly disengaged the Titan and ran back as he blocked every move the Titan made. "Stay still and fight like a man, boy," Hyperion yelled out as Percy bucked under one of his swings and sent a kick that hit Hyperion on the jaw. "No thanks, I would rather live." Percy's foot was now on fire. He jumped into the stream and quickly put the fire out, great so he can't touch the guy without burning up. Hyperion rubbed his jaw and quickly charged after Percy. He put on foot into the stream, and steam began to flow out. Percy quickly moved back to avoid most of the Titan's attacks, but just as it looked like Hyperion was going to cut off Percy's head, Zed jumped in and helped Percy out. "You're in the way, boy," Hyperion shouted as he grabbed Zed by the throat and squeezed, turning Zed into smoke. Percy glared at Hyperion. The fucker was strong. He then commanded the water up and made to attack Hyperion in the form of a snake. The Titan, however, was too fast as he transformed into pure fire and flew away from the stream towards Percy. Craig then jumped in and pushed Percy aside as his body was torn apart by Hyperion's fire tackle. Percy moved back. He didn't know what to do. He needed a plan to fight these things, and so far he only had one idea, Labite. Percy knew it was the only choice, and so he released all of his anger. His gamer's mind tried to keep up and suppress his emotions, but they were far too strong. All the death he saw, the betrayals he felt, it all crashed in, and Percy let it all wash through him with a lowered head. Seeing Percy's lowered head, Hyperion smirked. "Finally realized who your superiors are, have. Good, now die." Percy then raised her head up, stopping Hyperion's in his tracks. Those eyes, the same color as his brother's. He remembered clearly, they were green, sea green, but now they were a golden yellow. Percy then dashed forward with a speed that surprised Hyperion. The Titan didn't move away in time, and Percy slashed Riptide across the man's right arm. Hyperion jumped back and held his stump of an arm as he roared in pain, "Ah, you bastard." But Percy wasn't listening. There was only one thing on his mind, kill. Percy charged after Hyperion, who managed to block each of Percy's fast strikes with his left hand. Hyperion then transformed into fire as he tried to run away. Percy, however, wasn't done with the Titan as he lifted one arm and drew forth the moisture in the air around Hyperion. He then encased the Titan in a water ball as he squeaked, an action similar to what he did to the Chimera. Hyperion, weakened because of the water, transformed back into his Titan form and flew up into the air so fast the water was stripped away from him. "Enough, I'll end you now, boy." Hyperion then raised his remaining arm to the sky and gathered a ball of fire, Heaven's ARROWS. Capitulo 119. Out of the fireball, big flaming arrows were shot out, each aimed at Percy. Using Labite's improved speed, Percy managed to dodge most of them. Each arrow flew, but Percy simply moved away before it could attack him. Hyperion then poured more energy into the attacking, causing him to become dim, but the ball of fire grew bigger as double the amount of arrows started to fly out. Percy, seeing this, moved all over camp. He passed by the cabins, the mess hall, and finally ended up near the arena again, where he tripped and fell down. Percy then got up and saw an arrow flying right at him. He wouldn't be able to make it. It was too fast. Closing his eyes, Percy challenged his remaining mana into his marble skin ability and closed his eyes, waiting for the impact. Only it never came. Percy opened his eyes, and there in front of him was the fire arrow inches from his face. But it wasn't moving, it lost all its thrust. And standing in front of Percy with the arrow sticking out of her chest was Annabeth. Percy's eyes slowly began to turn green. Annabeth." The girl smiled as her blood dripped out of the large, gaping wound in her chest. She then collapsed on the ground, and Percy immediately went to her side. "Annabeth." "It's okay, Percy," she said, thought-pacing breath. "I'm not afraid to die. Just hold on, I'll get Michael and the healing staff. We can fix this." Annabeth chuckled a dry laugh. "Don't be silly, Percy. It's okay, just tears flowed out. Just stay by my side, okay?" Percy nodded as tears filled his eyes. "Okay." He then held Annabeth's in his arms as the girl took her last breaths. Percy then looked up at Hyperion, and slowly his eyes glowed in anger. The Titan felt something, a chill in his spine. He looked at the boy, and suddenly he remembered how his brother Kronos used to behave when he got angry. It scared Hyperion, even now how powerful Kronos got whenever he was angry. Seeing the same look in PERCY, Hyperion decided to call it a day. After all, he did what was asked of him. He killed enough demigods for today. Hyperion then transformed into a fireball and flew away, leaving the campers to slowly gather around Annabeth's body. "She's dead," Malcolm stated, and just by doing so it became even more real. "Did anyone else get hurt?" PERCY asked without looking up from Annabeth. "Yes," Clara said, her voice straining to be audible. "That last attack he used caused a lot of damage. Some demigods got accidentally hit by an arrow or two. Travis is dead, PERCY. And you shall fail to assess save what matters most in the end." PERCY nodded slowly. The pain was too much. His friends were gone and it was his fault. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't good enough. The pain became too much to bear, the guilt, the anger. Slowly, PERCY allowed Gamer's mind to take over as it pushed all the emotions down. He knew he was a coward for doing it, for rejecting the pain, but he didn't care. He just wanted the pain to stop. "We should burn them," Clara spoke up, and she put a hand on PERCY's shoulder. "Something tells me that was the last attack for now." PERCY looked at Annabeth. She looked so peace, almost like she was alive. She looked like she could get up right now and start lecturing PERCY like she used to. And just then Gamer's mind pushed an idea into his head. An idea so bizarre and impossible even he didn't think it would work, but he had to try. "No," PERCY stated as slowly a little life came into his voice. "What?" Clarice asked. "PERCY, we can't just leave them here. We can't just leave Annabeth here," Michael shouted. "I said no," PERCY said as he laid Annabeth's body on the ground carefully. He then got up and turned to the rest of the camper. On his face wasn't the look of sorrow. It wasn't the look of loss. It was the look of pure determination. "If we burn their bodies, they won't have a vessel to come back to." "What?" everyone shouted. "What the hell are you talking about, PERCY?" Malcolm asked. "I'm going to bring them back, each and every one of them." "And how the hell do you plan on doing that?" Michael asked, still not believing what PERCY was saying. "Simple, by going to hell," PERCY replied as he walked away to his cabin. "Don't burn them," he shouted back as he went out of view. "What should we do?" asked one of the Demeter kids. Clarice looked at Annabeth and then to the sky. "You heard the man. Don't burn them. If PERCY can actually pull this off, then great. For now, let's gather all the dead and put them in the med bay." "And if PERCY can't bring them all back?" asked Malcolm. "Don't worry," Nina said, drawing everyone's attention to her. "He will." "And why is that?" "Because he is PERCY Jackson, the miracle maker." Capitulo 120. PERCY walked to the Poseidon cabin under the light of the moon and quickly took out the space key Persephone gave him. If what she said was true, then, if he used this on any door, it should bring his to Persephone's place. PERCY put the key into the lock and turned. He pushed the door in, and instead of the inside of Poseidon's cabin, it was Persephone's room. PERCY entered and took out the key from the door. He then closed the door, and when he opened it again, it was the inside of Hades's palace instead of camp. PERCY ran out of the room and headed to the throne room. He walked into the throne room, and inside he saw Persephone sitting in the throne with Hades as her footrest. She looked up in genuine surprise. "PERCY, you're back soon. I know I said to visit when you can, but I thought you might take a few years." PERCY smiled. "I wish, but I'm not here for that. I'm here for Hades." Hades looked up and slowly stood up. But Persephone then pulled his chain and forced him into his knees. "Oh, hell no. You can talk, but you do it on your knees." Hades whimpered but nodded. He then turned to PERCY and spoke in a defeated tone. "So what do you want, kid?" PERCY reached into his inventory and pulled out the helmet of darkness. "I want to make you an offer you can't refuse." Hades's eyes widened at the sight of the helmet and jumped to his feet to try and get it, but Persephone still had the chain, and so she pulled him back to his feet. But Hades didn't look bothered by that and simply looked at PERCY. "Okay, what do you want?" PERCY smirked on the inside but kept a neutral face with the help of Gamer's mind. "All the demigods that died today, I want them back." Hades's eyes widened. "What? Oh hell no, no deal." "Why not? You let Orpheus do it. He just walked in here, played a flute, and you allowed him to take his lover back. Why not let me do the same? Hell, I'll raise you one better. I'm giving you back your freaking symbol of power." It would have been fine if it was one person, maybe even 3. but there is no way I can let you take 36 people back with you out of this place without getting into trouble with the Olympians. Percy was surprised at the number of people that died, but he didn't let that deter him. Well then, let me just take all of them. I'll figure something out. Maybe I can bribe Zeus with his master bolt or something. Persephone then spoke up. Let him do it, Hades. The god then turned to his wife to argue, but one look from her, and he shut up. Persephone smiled at that and turned to Percy. You realize if you do this, they will come after you. The moment you take the souls out of the DOA, they will be on you like hellhounds on meat. They might just send an Olympian to take you down, probably Ares. Percy smiled. I don't think Ares is going to do any moving around for some time. But that's not the point. I am willing to take that risk. Just give me a chance to save them, that's all I ask. Do that and I'm willing to give back the helmet to you and loan you Cerberus. Persephone smiled at that. Loan? I didn't realize he was yours now. Percy shrugged. He took a liking to me, something about it being too depressing in the underworld. Lie succeeded. Ping. A skill has leveled up. Lying LV9, 12%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 45% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Persephone nodded at that and then turned to Hades. What do you think of that, husband? Hades started to sweat. Anything you say, dear. The goddess then turned to Percy and snapped her fingers. In front of the demigod appeared a brown clay pot with a leather strap around it. Container of souls. Allows the containment of souls inside of it. That will allow you to carry the souls of your friends from out of this place, Persephone explained. Once you reach near their bodies, only then release them. If not, your friends' souls will not know where to go and be forced to roam the world as ghosts. And what about their wounds? Like one of them had a big-ass fire arrow pierced through her, Percy asked. Persephone waved the question away. Not a problem. The moment the souls enter the body, all mortal wounds will automatically heal. Percy nodded as he put the pot into his inventory. He then picked up the helmet and gave to Hades, who accepted it gratefully. Thanks, maybe you're not that bad, for a son of Poseidon, Hades said as he clicked his fingers, causing the helmet to vanish in a swirl of shadows. Percy nodded. Thanks, and you aren't that bad of a guy, even though you kidnapped my mom and held her for ransom. In fact, you probably are my favorite uncle that I have met. Well, it's either me or Zeus, and you haven't even met him, Hades replied with a really? Look. Percy smiled and scratched his head at that. Caught me there. Percy then quickly ran out of the throne room. See you guys. I'll send Cerberus back to the underworld after he recovers from his fight. I'll borrow him though from time to time. Persephone nodded. Sounds fair. I'm sure he would love the chance to go out and play in the sun. Oh, and before you go. Persephone snapped her fingers and a green marble appeared in Percy's hand. Capitulo 121. Percy pocketed the marble and smiled. Thanks. He then continued to walk out, closing the door behind him. Bye, Percy, Persephone said, waving the demigods away. She then turned to her husband and then pulled on his chain. So what's for dinner? Why are you asking me that? Hades crossed his arms definitely. Persephone then glared at him with the look of death until he gave in. Okay then, I'll make something. Is pizza okay? Persephone's glare turned into a smile as she bounced on the throne. Yup. Percy quickly ran out of the palace and ran through the underworld. Eventually, he reached the entrance of the underworld and looked around for Karen, who wasn't here. Great, just great. Knowing that asshole, he is probably buying some new suits with the money Percy used to bribe him. The sad part was Alecto was halfway across the country right now with the demigods. Even if he could command her to come here, it would take a long time and Percy didn't want to risk it. After all, if what Persephone said was true, souls could get lost along the way, and the last thing he needed right now was one of his servants haunting an ice cream shop or something. Ice cream. Percy sighed. Now that he had some time to kill, he pulled up his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 1, 750/1, 750, plus 1,000 equals 2,750. Mana 1, 100/1, 100, plus 1,000 equals 2,100. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 16 exp 352, 59000. Race demigod. SDR 32. VIT 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 40. Point 6. Money 66, $597/28060. Right now, his stats were pretty good, very well balanced. But if what Persephone said is true, then he would be facing an Olympian soon, and not the kind that could be tricked like Ares. Percy wondered why anyone ever takes that guy seriously. Sure, he never actually fought him fair and square, but still the guy is an idiot. Percy then dismissed the stats and looked up just in time to see Karen approach the banks of the Styx. Percy smiled as he drew out the master bolt, time to threaten the ferryman. The moment the boat docked, all the spirits got down, and after making sure none of them were demigods from camp, Percy walked to Karen, who immediately noticed him. "Percy, oh hey man, I'm surprised you're alive. Did you get what you came for? Hey, is that the..." Percy cut the man off as he stuck the bolt into the man's face. He channeled some bloodlust into his voice. "Take me back to the other side, or I will blast half your face off." The ferryman gulped. "Ah, sure, no problem, man." Percy then held onto the helm of the boat as Karen took him back to the mortal realm. They passed the river Styx again, and when the boat turned into an elevator, Percy kept his eyes peeled, in case Karen did something. The elevator then opened up, showing the lobby of the DOA. Percy got out and turned to Karen. "Thanks." Percy put away the bolt and flicked Karen a coin, which the ferryman caught easily. Percy then took out the clay pot Persephone gave him and walked around the lobby looking for the spirits of his friends. Since they were new and just killed, they should all be near the entrance, and the moment Percy thought that he located them. The first person he saw was Travis Stoll. The boy was smiling and in the middle of a joke, probably trying to keep everyone's spirits up. Percy smiled at that and quite snuck up behind the group. "So I said, Connor dude, that's a tampon. And believe me, he lost his shit." Travis laughed as he heeled onto his stomach, causing a ripple of laughter to spread all over the little group. "That's hilarious, Travis," Percy said, cutting in. Slowly, all the demigods turned around and noticed him standing there. Percy then smiled. "Hey guys, fancy seeing you all here." "Percy," Travis quinones in a loud voice as he jumped onto Percy, pulling him into a huge. "It's so good to see you." "Percy," came a familiar voice from his left. Percy broke the hug and turned to see Annabeth standing there whole. She didn't have a huge cauterized hole in the middle of her chest. In fact, she looked normal. "What are you doing here? Did you die?" Percy shook his head. "No, Annabeth, I didn't. I came back for you, all of you." Percy then pulled the clay pot Persephone gave him. "With this, I will be able to send you guys back." But Percy, you can't do that. The dead cannot come back to life." Annabeth shouted, while the rest of the demigods looked uneasy about that. "It's okay, I talked to Hades. We worked out a deal like Orpheus did. I gave him his helmet, and in return he allowed me to take you guys out of here," Percy said, smiling at them all. Slowly, the air around them changed. While before they were laughing, the thought of death still hung around their heads. But now there was hope in their eyes. "Well then, what are you waiting for?" Travis said, breaking the silence that fell. "Let's do this." "Percy, are you sure you won't get into any trouble with Olympus because of this?" Annabeth asked with concern in her eyes. But below that, Percy could see hope, just like everyone else. "Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine," Percy said. "Lie success." Annabeth nodded slowly as Percy turned to the group and held the pot up. "Now how do this thing work?" Capitulo 122. "Well, we are supposed to go in it," Travis said, examining the thing. "Maybe we should touch it." Percy nodded his head as Travis moved to do just that. The moment his finger touched the pot, Travis disappeared in a ball of light and went into the pot. "Okay then, who wants to go next?" Percy asked, motioning to the pot. One by one, the demigods touched the pot, and one by one they all went into it. Soon the last one there was Annabeth, as she looked at Percy with a concerned look. "Percy, who are you going to get us across the country before our bodies rode away?" Percy smiled as he held up Persephone's pearl, a gift from Persephone. Instant transportation. Annabeth nodded. "All right then." She then neared the pot. "Good luck, Percy," and touched the pot. In a flash of light, she disappeared, leaving Percy all alone. Percy then put the pot inside his inventory and quickly walked out of the DOA. The street outside was empty, very empty. He felt like someone or something emptied this place out. Maybe he was just being paranoid, though. Maybe he was already seeing shadows where there wasn't any. The night, however, was not dark. It was very bright. Percy looked up and saw the moon big and bright as it started him down. Percy felt more and more uneasy the longer he looked at it. It was almost like he was being warned about something. Percy shook his head. Yeah, okay, he really was getting delusional. He then put the marble underneath his foot and crushed it. Bring me to camp. The familiar feeling of being transformed into a cloud seeped in as Percy then drifted away into the sky. Soon the world went by as a blur, and just then everything stopped. Percy found himself in the bottom of the hill leading to camp, the same place he fought the Minotaur. He got to his feet and moved. He needed to find their bodies fast. If he was to guess, the campers must have put them all in one place, the big house. But just as Percy entered the tree line, a blast of white light illuminated the entire forest as something appeared right in front of him. Great, they found me, Percy thought as he looked up slowly to see who Zeus had sent. There, standing in Percy's way, was a teenage girl around his age with auburn hair and silver eyes. She wore a silver parka with a quiver strapped onto her back and a bow in hand. Percy used observe on her, though he kind of had a clue who she was. Artemis, goddess of the hunt. LV. HP. MT. Race Olympian. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. The daughter of Zeus and the goddess of the hunt, Artemis is known for her hatred of men, which has been extremely exaggerated. She is the patron of all maidens and considers it her duty to protect them all. She leads the hunt. She sees Percy as her target for her mission. She is eager to complete her mission and get back to her hunt. Well, I'm screwed, Percy thought to himself as he started to push Gamer's mind to his limits. He needed a plan, and until he came up with one, he needed to distract the goddess. Hello there, lovely day for a stroll in the forest, isn't it? Percy said, putting on a lazy smile. Artemis crossed her arms. It is the middle of the night. So not much of a talker, huh? Percy, however, didn't stop smiling. Oh, that it is, I never even noticed. Ah, can I help you with anything? Artemis raised an eyebrow. Yes, you can. Are you Percy Jackson? Percy shook his head quickly. No, I'm Peter Johnson. Lie failed. You are a horrible liar, boy, Artemis replied as she walked up to him. But then again, so are most boys. Oh, hey, now you are sounding just a little bit sexist there, Percy replied as he walked backwards away from the forest. It's not sexism if it's true, Artemis rebutted. No, that's sexist. No, it isn't. Totally is. It isn't. Define sexism. Discriminating or the subjugation of women by men. Percy looked at her in disbelief. Even you definition is kind of sexist. That is its literal definition you get when Googling for sexism. You males are just that universally annoying. Well, not all of us annoying. Me for sure, Percy admitted. He knew he had a very irritating persona when dealing with important people. And definitely not your dad. Come on, you can't even try to defend him, Artemis nodded. But there are plenty of guys out there who are just nice people. Artemis crossed her arms. Name one. Ah, Percy then began to think. Edward, hell no. Michael, Nee, kind of a dick. Travis and Connor, nope, far too mischievous. Jet, nope. John, nope. Chiron. Artemis looked at Percy, then blinked. Ah, he is he. Olympus, damn this, he doesn't count. Why not? His father is Kronos, a vile man who mistreated women. Isn't your dad Zeus? Percy countered back. He's a centaur. Now you're being racist and sexist. Artemis started to ground her teeth in anger. Shut up, you annoying boy. She then drew an arrow and launched it at Percy. The son of Poseidon turned into his smoke form just as the arrow passed right through him. Percy then booked it as he flew into the forest and to Thalia's tree. He looked back in his smoke form, and sure enough, Artemis was right on his tail. Get back here, Artemis cried out as she sent a blast of sliver energy at Percy, forcing the boy to dodge it. There was no telling whether godly energy could harm him or not in this form, and right now he rather not risk it. Percy weaved through the trees as he flew up and down, avoiding all of the goddess's attacks. But just as Percy reached the camp barrier, his time limit for his smoke form was up as he turned solid again. "You really have anger issues," Percy called back as he crossed the barrier into the camp. He jumped back as another arrow came flying for his head. "Stay still so I can shoot you." "How about no?" Percy called back as he transformed back into smoke and flew into camp. He quickly reached the big house and turned back into his solid. Standing at the door was Michael, who looked at Percy with side eyes. "Percy? Since when can you do that?" "Not now, Michael," Percy replied. "Is everyone in there?" The son of Apollo nodded. "Yeah, we got all their bodies in there. Did you do it?" Percy nodded and took out the pot, showing it to Michael. But before he could open it, Artemis grabbed him by his collar and threw him towards the amphitheater. Percy looked back and saw the solid stone monument coming close, marble skin. Percy put around 100 MP into the skill, turning his body dense. He then crashed into the stone stands and slid across, destroying it. Capitulo 123. Ping. Skill leveled up. Physical endurance, LV 18, 20%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 42% less damage from physical attacks. Percy got out of the ruble and looked around for the pot. But before he could search for it, Artemis appeared in a flash of light and stood in the middle of the amphitheater with an arrow locked onto Percy. "Don't move, boy," the goddess warned as she narrowed her eyes at him. "My name is Percy Jackson, not boy." "Oh, really? I thought it was Peter Johnson," Artemis replied with a smirk. Percy smiled. "Well, what do you know? You do have a sense of humor." "I assure you, Perseus, I am very funny. Like there was this one time where I shoot this son of Poseidon, who had a very loud mouth and a stupid-looking grin right between the eyes. Think that's funny?" Percy shrugged. "Well, maybe not haha funny." "You have guts, boy." Percy interrupted. Artemis narrowed her eyes and repeated, "Boy. And as I was saying, you have guts, and your ability is very unique, something I have never seen a son of Poseidon achieve. But you have had fun, you will return the souls you stole back to the underworld and come with me to Olympus. And if I don't, well then, I'm going to get some good target practice." Percy started to sweat. This was a little above his pay grade. He could use the Master Bolt, but something told him that she is a lot faster than Ares ever was. Just then, Percy noticed something between the stone stands and the amphitheater stage, the clay pot. Quickly, Percy thought up a plan. First step, distract Artemis. "Do you even know why you were sent to go after me?" "You stole souls from Hades's domain. We don't know how, but we know Hades must have assisted you in some way." "Okay, good, she doesn't know how I transported the souls," meaning to her, the pot is just an ordinary clay pot. "Do you know whose souls I have taken?" Percy then put his hands up as he slowly walked towards the goddess. "It doesn't matter whose souls it was. The laws of Olympus are final, and you have broken one without the permission of the gods." Percy raised an eyebrow as he slowly stepped off the last step of the stone steps onto the main theater floor. The pot was just a few feet away from him now. "Really? It doesn't matter who. Not even if the 36 souls belong to their dead children." Artemis's eyes widened the moment Percy said that. What? Percy nodded. "Yup. I'm not just bringing back any normal back to life, I'm bringing back their kids, and they still want to stop me." "We weren't aware that any demigods died," Artemis said with confusion in her voice as she lowered her bow and arrow. You didn't notice when the freaking Titan of the Sun came and started impale campers like shish kebabs." "That can't be true," Artemis replied in a low voice. "How is this possible?" "Look around," Percy gestured with his hands. "The proof is all around us." Artemis turned and saw the camp destroyed. The arena was surrounded by golden dust while the cabins were broken down into pieces. The climbing wall was covered with scorch marks that broke down, pieces of it littering the grounds with stone. Percy took a few steps to the clay pot while Artemis was distracted, but before he could reach it, she turned back to him. "Helios is back. That's impossible." "Ah no, Hyperion." "Hyperion, if the Titan of the fire and light. Get your Greek mythology right." "Right. Anyway, what the hell were you guys doing when all of this was going on?" We were having a meeting. Oh, so you guys had a meeting while your children were being slaughtered by monsters. That's nice. The meeting was about Hyperion. Artemis snapped back. He had recently escaped Tartarus, and we were trying to locate him before he did any damage. Looks like you all were a little too late, Percy replied back as he stepped right beside the pot. I don't need to be told that by you, boy, Artemis called out as she aimed the arrow back at Percy. Be whatever your intentions may be, you still are attempting to bring back the dead, which is illegal. Stop right now, or I will be forced to kill you. Percy sighed as he nodded. Okay, you caught me. He then took a step forward and brought down a foot over the clap pot, shattering it into little pieces. What did you do? Artemis cried out as balls of light rushed past her, out of the pot and to the big house. Oops, Percy said, shrugging with a smile on his face. I didn't see where I was going. Honest mistake. Lie failed. Artemis then looked at Percy. Oh, I am going to make you hurt for that one boy. She then threw her bow away and took out 2 hunting knives as she slowly walked up to him. Percy grinned. With the souls all safe, he could now cut loss. Now this is more my style. He then took out Riptide and uncapped it, forming his sword. Bring it, Girl Scout. Artemis roared as she charged him. Ah! Percy blocked her first swing and stepped aside to avoid her second. He jumped to the amphitheater grounds and turned just in time to parry another of Artemis's blows. You're good, boy. Artemis kicked Percy, sending him rolling across the ground, but not good enough. Percy groaned, picking himself up. Tell me about it. The demigod then raised his blade. You may be faster, stronger, and smarter than me, but at least I am better at one thing than you. Artemis raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what is that? I can do this, earthquake fist. Percy then smashed his fist into the ground, breaking the stone in half, forcing Artemis to move away from the crumbling platform and the random flying stones. Percy smiled and jumped back, heading to the lake. If he was going to fight off a god, he would need all the bonuses he could get. But before he could take more than a few steps forward, a blur of silver appeared in front of him, causing Percy to stop. Artemis was not happy. Her clothes were dirty, her face had a permanent frown, and her hair a mess. You are a slippery one, but you're the only one who can break the earth. She then lifted a fist and smashed it into the ground. Boom! A web of cracks appeared below his fist, breaking huge chunks of the earth, throwing Percy off his feet. The son of Poseidon struggled to get up, but when he looked up, Artemis was there with a knife held under his neck. Move and you're dead. How did you do that? Percy asked. Godly strength. That's it, just pure strength. Artemis nodded, yes. Percy looked at the goddess with amazement in his eyes. Amazing. Artemis looked shocked as his comment caused her lose focus for 1 second, and that was all Percy needed. He brought Riptide up and knocked the knife away from his neck and out of her hand. Smoke from? His body transformed into smoke as he flew away from her to the lake. Get back here, Artemis roared as she snapped her fingers, and Percy felt something overcoming his body and pushing past his mind and soul, piercing his very being. Ping! Artemis's will has concurred yours, resulting in a forced transformation. Percy's eyes winded at that. What? Just then his body started to compress back into his normal body, and then in flash of light everything changed. Percy collapsed onto the ground, and the moment his hands hit the ground he heard it. Clack, clack. Percy's eyes winded at the sound and looked down to see his arms were now covered with fur, with his hands transformed into, are these hooves? Capitulo 124. Percy's then realized something else. Everything was in black and white. He looked up. Everything was now bigger, or maybe Percy was shorter. His head felt heavy as if it had something on it weighing him down, and he found himself on all fours. Am I a deer? He asked. About out of his mouth just came, ARGH. Artemis grinned. Yes, you are. Or more specifically, you are a red deer, or properly called a stag. You transformed me into a fucking deer? Percy asked as his deer eyes widened in shock. Yup. Why? You were irritating me. That's what I do to people who bug me. Percy couldn't believe it. He looked at his black hooves and then at her, shouting, You're fucking crazy. Percy cried out, and the moment he did he knew it was a mistake. Really, I am? Artemis said as a dark shadow covered her eyes. Suddenly Percy felt a cold wind bowing across his spine. Ping! Warning, bloodlust from in front of you. Origin, Artemis, fucking run. Percy looked at that, then at Artemis. She lifted her face and Percy swore her calm silver eyes had red in them. Ah, I'm sorry. Artemis didn't respond. She then vanished in a blur as reappeared in front of Percy, bringing her blade down on him. Percy tried moving away, but with his new body being on all fours and not on twos, he tripped and fell down. Luxy Artemis's knife got caught in Percy's harns, saving the boy from further harm. Stay still so I can kill you. Hell no. Percy then got up, pushed Artemis away with his horns as he ran away from the angry goddess. Okay, I need to think right now. I can freak out later. Percy then let Gamer's mind take over as he analyzed the situation. He looked at himself. He was a deer, okay, that's obvious, but he still had his gaming abilities due to the detect bloodlust skill. Right now, I need to focus on one thing, fighting back. If my guess is correct, I still have most my powers, so now I need to get my sword back. Percy then looked for Riptide only to find it near Artemis. Of course it's over there, I don't exactly have any pant for the sword to return to. He then looked around and quickly spotted Artemis's fallen blade to the side, the one he blocked before. He rushed to the blade and quickly grabbed the handle with his mouth and gripped it tightly as he spun around to face Artemis, who was quickly catching up. Once she saw him, she raised an eyebrow. Really? You intend to fight me in that form using my own blade? Percy couldn't really speak with a blade in his mouth, so he just nodded, to which Artemis smirked. Well, I will give you this. You have the strongest will I have seen on a male in some time. Most would be too afraid of this new transformation to even move. Percy growled as he readied himself to fight the goddess. She readied her blade, and then two jumped towards each other, clashing their blades. Percy had to stretch his neck out really far, but with his new form, it was easy to do so. The attack sent Percy back, but the demigod didn't give up. He continued blocking Artemis's attack with the blade in his mouth as he slowly got pushed back towards the big house. Percy then channeled his water control and gathered the lake water, sending blasts of water right at Artemis. The goddess of the hunt jumped all over the place, avoiding his attacks, and then quickly charged at the demigod, swinging her knife so fast one could only see a sliver flash. Percy got several cuts across his face, but managed to block most of Artemis's strikes. He then drew back his face, and then Artemis lunged forwards. He smashed into her stomach, pushing the goddess back. The goddess quickly jumped back into the fight with a scowl on her face as she kicked Percy in his nose, causing him to close his eyes in pain. And just as Artemis was about to land a blow on his face, an arrow knocked the knife out of her hand. The goddess turned in fury at who shot the arrow, and there, standing shaking in his boots, was Michael with his bow out. Ah, I come in peace. A son of Apollo, Artemis narrowed her eyes, just as annoying as your father. Michael gulped. I'm sorry, my lady, but I couldn't let you hurt him. And why is that? Because he saved them, Michael replied as slowly out of the building every single camper came out. Leading them all was Annabeth and Clarice, the former now healed with a giant arrow-sized hole in her shirt. Mitchell, where is Percy? Annabeth asked. Ah, there. Michael pointed to Percy's deer form, which was slowly getting up. She kind of turned him to a deer. Everyone turned to Artemis and glared at the goddess. Clarice spoke up in a low growl. Did you do that? Artemis looked at them all. Their combined bloodlust wasn't enough to scare her, but she was impressed nonetheless. And if I did? At her words, all the demigods in camp moved out of the big house and towards Percy, guarding him with drawn swords and raised shields. Peter then spoke up. Then we are going to kick your ass. Artemis smiled. Really? I am a god and Olympian. You do realize if you fight with me you will die. Annabeth shrugged as she held up her dagger. Been there, done that. Percy looked up at all his friend. No, his family and his heart was filled with happiness. They were willing to die for him. Percy got on his feet, or limbs in this case, and walked in front of the group with Artemis's blade still between his teeth. Artemis looked at this and then started Percy and the rest down. The demigods readied themselves and waited for the goddess to attack, only it never came. Artemis sighed. You all are stubborn as you parents. Percy smirked. Yeah, we know. is what he said, but it came out as unrecognizable gibberish for the others, but Artemis understood. I suggest you come with me, Perseus, Artemis said, as she slowly moved her knife, causing the demigods to ready themselves for an attack. Relax, I'm not going to hurt him. She comforted them as she slowly sheathed her knife. There is no point now that the dead are back. So what are you going to do now? Nina asked as she slowly lowered her blade. Well, that all depends on Perseus, Artemis said as all eyes turned to the boy deer, the deer. Zeus wanted me to stop you from bringing back the dead, I failed. But since you're all alive right now, he could order me to kill the dead to ensure balance is maintained, something which I do not want to do. If you come with me right now, Perseus, I can assure you that no harm will come to your friends. If not, well, I can't say for sure. That's bullshit, Clarus cried out. Yeah, Connor shouted, our parents won't just do that. It's hard to imagine Athena signing off on Annabeth's death. Those are the rules, and not just any rules, the ancient rules, Artemis replied. I swear this is the truth. Percy looked at Artemis with narrowed eyes. Swear it on the sticks. Capitulo 125. I swear on the sticks that if you come with me right now, none of the revived demigods will be hurt in any way. At least not by me, Artemis swore. And just then the sky rumbled with lightning, signaling the promise being made. Percy nodded as he slowly walked away from the group to Artemis. He gave her back her blade, which was now covered in drool, and then turned to his friends. I'll be back soon, you guys, I promise. What? Annabeth asked with a confused look. Oh right, almost forgot. Artemis then snapped her fingers, turning PERCY back into his human form. Ping! You have transformed back into a human. I said I'll be back soon, Percy repeated to them, but then he noticed that none of them were looking at his face and most of them were all red. What? Something on my face? I don't still have antlers, do I? Ah, Percy, Nina said as she looked away blushing, you're kind of naked. Percy looked down and saw that he was not wearing a single fiber of clothing on his body. What the fuck? His hands moved to cover his privates as she turned to Artemis, who was also looking away. Give me back my clothes. Sorry, I'm not used to turning males back into humans. Artemis then snapped her fingers, and Percy felt the comforting weight of his clothed return covering his entire body. Percy patted himself and then sighed in relief. Thank the gods. He then looked up at the campers. Not one word, to which they nodded quickly. Now that that's done, it's time to go to Olympus. Zeus is waiting, Artemis said as she put a hand on Percy's shoulder. Wait, Percy, you can't be serious, right? Nina called out. You're seriously going with her? Percy nodded. Yeah, there really isn't any other way, Nina. But Nina began to reply only for Annabeth to put a hand up, silencing her. Everyone looked at the daughter of Athena, who simply asked, You will come back, right? Percy nodded. Yeah, I will. Annabeth nodded. Good. And you better, or else I swear me and the rest of camp are coming after you, even if the gods try and stop us. Hell yeah, Connor shouted, joined by cheers from the rest of camp. Percy smirked. All right then, he smiled at the campers. I'll see you guys at breakfast. Save me a plate, will ya? The campers nodded, and Artemis snapped her fingers, transporting Percy away in a flash of light. What now? Clarus asked. Now we wait, Annabeth replied as all the campers looked to the night sky. Ah guys, is it just me, or is anyone else here still freaked about the whole Percy flashing us thing? Travis asked, and everyone else nodded their heads as a response. Good, so it's not just me. Percy felt himself being flung across the sky, similar to the Pearl's way of traveling, expect as a human, not as smoke. He blinked and suddenly found himself in front of two giant golden doors standing on a marble floor. Percy then turned and saw that he was standing on top of a mountain, and below him were buildings carved into the mountain. The buildings were Greek, and all over the place were statues of gods and heroes. Percy's ADHD acted up as he tried to look at everything at once, causing him to get a slight headache. Come, Perseus, the gods await, Artemis called out, distracting Percy from the sights. Well, at least you stopped calling me boy. I suppose that's an improvement. Artemis nodded. Yes, I have. The way the demigods stood up for you impressed me, and anyone who can go toe-to-toe against a goddess while in the form of a deer is deserving of a little recognition. Percy smiled. Well, thanks, I guess. Although I am still pissed you flashed me in front of the entire camp, I am never going to hear the end of this one. Artemis smiled. Well, think of it this way, at least now you have nothing to fear about showing your body to other people. Yes, thank you for traumatizing me so badly that I might become a nudist someday. Really needed that along with the hundreds of psychological issues I already have. Artemis laughed, but didn't respond. Instead, she pushed the doors open and motioned Percy in. The inside was just as grand as the outside, with gold lining everything from the pillars to the ceiling. The room was huge. One could fit 3 buildings the size of the big house in here and have room to spare. And inside the room were 12 giant thrones, each occupied by 11 giant people. They were big, bigger than Hyperion was. Each had an aura about them, and Percy didn't need his powers to know who each one was. In the throne directly in front of him sat Zeus with her at his right and Poseidon to his left. Percy looked at the man, his father, and a feeling of anger and loathing filled his heart. Artemis walked in front of Percy and addressed Zeus. I have brought him, father. The king of the gods wore a very good-looking suit, which only enforced his role as a leader. The man had a huge gray beard and electric blue eyes. He nodded. Good daughter. Although I must say you took much longer than I thought you would. Artemis nodded and replied in a neutral tone. He was a difficult person to bring down. Yeah, I know, came a grumbling voice from the throne on Percy's left, and there sitting on a giant pink donut pillow was a very pissed-off Ares. Hey, Ares, Percy said, waving, still sore. The god of war exploded in anger. Shut up, you useless brat. What did you do to him? Artemis asked in a whisper tone. I may have shot him in the dick with the master bolt, Percy replied back with a smirk. Artemis looked at Percy in shock before grinding. Very good. I have been wanting to do that for some time now. Hey, are you ignoring me? Ares shouted out. You are, aren't you? I swear to Zeus going to rip you into little. You'll do nothing to my son, cried out Poseidon as he got up from his throne and walked to Percy. Whatever fights you had with him, end it now, Ares, or else you will face my wrath. Percy looked at his dad as the god slowly shrunk down to human size and approached Percy. He looked a lot like Percy. Well, maybe Percy looked a lot like him. Their hair and eyes were the same, the only difference was their choice in clothing. Poseidon wore a blue Hawaiian shirt with white flowers on it, and a pair of shorts with a smile showing his laid-back attitude, while Percy was frowning and very serious. It's been so long since I have seen you face to face, Percy, Poseidon said as he approached the boy. So you're my dad, huh? Percy said in a calm tone. The man smiled. Yeah, I am. Percy stepped forward and Poseidon welcomed Percy into a hug, but before they even touched, Percy drew back a fist and launched it right at Poseidon's face. Earthquake fist! Percy roared out, sending Poseidon flying across the throne room and rolling along the floor. PERCY then watched as Poseidon got back up holding his bleeding nose. Okay, yeah, I deserve that, Poseidon replied, and he pulled himself up with his trident. Damn, you can punch. Yeah, kind of had to learn how to do that myself, you know, since I didn't have a dad to teach me. Hey, my dad ate me, you don't hear me complaining. You chopped him up into little pieces and then threw him into Taurus along with his brothers. I think you got your issues sorted out there, Percy replied with a smile which Poseidon mimicked. Capitulo 126. Enough of this, Zeus cut in. You are here because of crimes against Olympus, son of Poseidon. Percy raised an eyebrow. Really, what are the charges? You are charged with stealing the lightning bolt, the helmet of darkness, and the brining 36 souls from the underworld back to life. Percy nodded. Well, first off, I didn't steal the lightning bolt of the helmet. Ares and Luke did that. Hey, Ares shouted out, I didn't steal it. Yeah, but you allowed Luke to steal it. Yeah, but... And another thing, how come Ares isn't being punished as well? Percy asked, crossing his arms. He helped Luke start a war against Olympus. Ares will be dealt with, Zeus replied, shooting a glare at Ares. In the meantime, we still have your crimes to address. Well, honestly speaking, the only thing I am guilty of is the bringing back the dead thing. So you do not deny it. You took 36 souls from Hades and brought them back to life. Percy nodded. Yeah, but tell me something, do you even know who the 36 souls are? The Olympians looked at each other before Zeus replied. No, we were just told the number, nothing else about them. Percy turned to Artemis, care to explain who they are. The goddess of the moon sighed and stepped forward. When I tracked him down, he nearly reached camp. As I engaged him in battle, he proved to have unique abilities and managed to free the souls, who were all demigods. All the gods looked shocked while Zeus spoke up. What? Is there proof of this? Yes, father, I have seen the destroyed camp myself. There was scorch marks everywhere, which also served as proof for who attacked the camp, Hyperion. It seems these souls were all killed by the Titan. Perseus here revived the ones that died in that battle. The gods all turned to Percy, who then spoke up. I went there not for selfish reasons. Well, no, that's not true. I went because of selfish reasons. I went there to save my friends, you children, and I did. So if you are going to punish me for that, fine. The gods all looked at Zeus, who looked pissed. How did Hyperion even know where camp was? Luke told him, Percy replied back with cold eyes. What? A god called out. He wore a red tracksuit with winged sneakers. Immediately Percy realized who this was, Hermes. Yeah, it's true. Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, declared war on Olympus, and tonight was just his first attack. I find it hard to believe a demigod could command do all that you said, Hera spoke up. It's true, a demigod can't, but Luke isn't in this alone. He is working for somebody powerful. Hyperion doesn't really seem like the commanding type, Hera countered. It's because he isn't, someone else is calling the shots. Someone stronger than both of them. Zeus turned to Dionysus. Go to camp right now and find out what happened. And when you return, you and I are going to have a talk about you ignoring your duties. The wine god looked scared as he immediately vanished in a flash of purple, leaving behind the scent of grapes to fill the air. Zeus then turned to Percy. If you are telling the truth, son of Poseidon. Please call me Percy. Zeus narrowed his eyes at Percy and electricity passed through them, but Percy didn't lose face. Percy, Zeus finally repeated, if what you said is true, then you have done a great service for Olympus this night. But the laws cannot be broken, the dead should stay dead, and as such I must punish someone. I wish I could send the souls back to the underworld as punishment, but something tell me that that would not be a good choice. The rest of the Olympians were all eyeballing Zeus at the present moment. So the only option I see before myself is this, punishing you. Brother, Poseidon shouted out, drawing everyone's attention, you will do no such thing. He saved 36 demigods today. He should be rewarded, not punished. That may be, but the laws are clear. Zeus shouted back, there has to be balance. I swear to the fates, Zeus, if you harm my son. What will you do, brother? Ah, guys, Percy asked, but was ignored by the two gods. I will hunt down every single mistress you have, and I will drown them in their own bathtubs. You wouldn't dare. If you do that, I will rain lightning down on your ocean, continually shocking every fish in that blasted thing. Guys, I think I might. Percy tried to talk, was again snubbed. You do that, and I will create an earthquake, so big it will destroy Mount Everest, you favorite vacation spot. You wouldn't. Try me, brother. Guys, Percy shouted, causing the two to stop and look at Percy. I have a solution for that problem. Really? Zeus asked as he settled back into his throne, shooting Poseidon a dirty look. You guys can't just forgive me, I get it, okay. But I know that you can if I offer something good in return, right? Like a divine bribe. Zeus scratched his beard. Well, not in those exact words, but yes, if you mean to say an offering to us that is allowed. Percy nodded. Then how about this? I give to you the lightning bolt and Ares' spear. The god of war perked up hearing that, in exchange for you guys looking the other way. Wait, you took Ares' symbol of power? Hephaestus asked, who kind of looked like a deformed muscle man. This questions caught everyone's attention as all eyes were on Percy. Yeah, I did. What was I supposed to do? He threw the damn thing at me. You know what, kid, I think I like you, the forge god replied as he smirked at a furious Ares. The gods looked at each other and then slowly began to think about the suggestion offered to them. That is a brilliant idea, surprising since you are a son of Coral Head over here. Athena, who looked like a brunette version of Annabeth, said, pointing at Poseidon. Hey, Percy's dad called back, I am smart. Whatever, Athena said, rolling her eyes as she looked at Percy with interest. Either way, young Perseus, you plan does have merit. Very promising. What do you think, father? Zeus still looked like there was thinking before he spoke up. Very well, that seems like a fair deal. Percy then smiled as he went to his bag and opened his inventory. He pretended to look from the weapons before he took out the Master Bolt and Ares's spear and tossed them to their respective gods. Ares immediately grabbed his spear and started to hold the thing like a newborn baby. Excellent, Zeus replied as he held the Master Bolt in hand. It feels good to have my weapon back in hand. But how did you fit Ares and Tyr's spear in that bag? Percy looked nervous. Ah. Poseidon then stepped up. It was a gift from me, a bag which can hold a lot more items and is bigger on the inside. Percy looked at Poseidon, who gave him a wink. Percy smiled and turned to Zeus. So is it over? Zeus looked at Percy. It is over. Ping. Quest completed. Summer quest. Find the lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find the real thief and fry his ass. Capitulo 127. Don't die. Reward. 100,000 exp. Plus 50 stat points. Lightning shadow control. Please choose which power you wish. Lightning control. Where the user can control and mold lightning. You can manipulating lightning from outside sources. Cost, MP. Shadow control. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 100 MP. Percy looked at the two options and knew what he should pick. Sure, controlling lightning would be cool, but he was already getting used to using shadows as his secondary element, and the armband of Cerberus would give him plus 10 levels in all skills that involved shadows. Hence Percy picked shadows control. Ping. You have obtained shadow control. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 2000/2000 plus 1000 equals 3000. Mana 1 225/1 225 plus 1000 equals 2225. The Gamer. Title Leader. Level 17 exp 40 8640 862000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. Vit 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 40. Point 61. Money 66, $597/280/60. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status demigod, giving Percy plus 5 VIT, plus 5 dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy smiled at all the stat points he got and then quickly closed the box and looked at the gods. So, can I leave? Zeus nodded. It is, may I leave, not can I leave, and yes, you may. Percy rolled his eyes. Sesh, you are worse than my English teacher. But before you leave, I must ask this. Athena spoke up, drawing Percy's attention. Did Hyperion say who is behind all of this? Did he give any indication of who is targeting Olympus? Percy looked at Athena with a surprised look. Really? I mean, isn't it kind of obvious? There is only one person who Hyperion would obey, Kronos. The air turned cold the moment the Titan was mentioned. Zeus narrowed his eyes at Percy. Are you sure, or are you guessing? Percy shrugged. I'm guessing. But I doubt that I am wrong. Who else could free Hyperion? Who else could seduce Luke to betray us? The Titan is back, or will be back. The gods looked to each other before Zeus spoke up. Artemis, send Percy back to camp and come back here fast. We have much to discuss. The goddess nodded and snapped her fingers, transporting them both back to the hill, leading to camp. Percy looked around and saw the sky was breaking into the dawn. Orange light filled the sky as the sun slowly rose. Percy turned to Artemis. Thanks for this. The goddess nodded. You are very much welcome, Perseus. It's Percy, come on, say it with me. PERCY, Percy. Artemis smiled and chuckled. Sure, Perseus? Percy frowned at that. Now I suggest you go back to your friends before they charge Olympus in search of you." Percy laughed. "Haha, yeah, knowing those guys they just might." Percy smiled at Artemis and extended a closed fist. The goddess looked at this confused, but then quickly caught on. She then gave Percy a fist bump as the two smiled at each other. "See you around, Perseus," Artemis said as she walked away. "For the last time, it's PERCY." Percy shouted back at her as the goddess flashed away in a bright light. Percy then turned around and walked up the hill towards camp. This had been the longest night of his life. He had fought Luke, went to the underworld twice, kicked Ares's ass, and somehow didn't die when Artemis came around. He even got turned into a freaking deer. But all his worries and problems simply melted away the moment Percy arrived at camp. Sure, it was burst down in some places and was destroyed, but it was still the next best thing to home he had. Percy quickly walked across the deserted camp and to the mess hall where he found everyone waiting for him. They were all in their own seats, quite patient, and not a plate of food was seen, except for one in the Poseidon table. As PERCY approached the mess hall, the campers caught sight of him, and slowly all of them got up from their seats. "Percy!" Nina cried out as she charged at Percy, wrapping him up in the biggest hug she could. Broke the silence among the campers as everyone charged ahead and rushed Percy, swallowing him up whole. Then they threw him up as they began chanting his name, PERCY, PERCY, PERCY. The demigod in question smiled at this, and soon they took him into the mess hall and put him in Poseidon's bench in front of the plate of food. Percy grabbed the plate and ate the bread. "Well, what's everyone waiting for? Let's eat." The campers yelled in agreement as everyone started to stuff their faces full of food and drinks as a camp-wide party started that lasted for the rest of the day. The day went by in a blur as everyone wanted to talk to Percy, making the boy very busy. Nina thanked him again for saving her life, while Annabeth hit him in the head for doing so stupid as to bring her back from the dead, and then thanked him for saving her life. Michael and wanted to borrow the staff of healing for a longer time, which Percy agreed to, and Clarice and Peter were itching was a spar, which Percy politely declined for a later date. By the end of the day, Percy found himself standing on the shore of the beach looking at the sea. His head was spinning, he had so many questions and honestly no clue where to start. But just then somebody sat down beside him. Percy turned to his dad there with his trident in the form of a fishing rod. "Hello, Percy," Poseidon said, smiling. "Mind if join you?" "Not at all, Pops," Percy said as the two green-eyed father and son duo turned to admire the sea. Capitulo 128. After what felt like an eternity of awkward silence, Poseidon spoke up. "I saw your mother today. Meet her at Montauk." Percy nodded. "Is she safe now?" Poseidon nodded. "Yes, she is safe now. You caused quite a stir on Olympus, Percy. You have now become the poster child for the demigods in this war. You have become their leader." Percy nodded. "Yeah, I know. It's one of things that has been bothering me a lot." "And what are the things you have been thinking about? If you want, maybe I can give you some fatherly advice." Percy chuckled. "A little too late for that, isn't it?" Poseidon sighed and lowered his head. "Look, Percy, I know I haven't. I have never been there for you, but I still care for you. You're my son. I still look out for you, you know? Just because you don't see me doesn't mean I'm not there." Percy looked at Poseidon with a questioning look. "Really? Like when?" "All the time. I can feel your aura, Percy. It's like a lighthouse for me, something which connects all of my children, a power unique to only children of the sea." Percy then looked at Poseidon shocked. So that's how you knew that my powers were changed by the fates?" "Yes, that is how I know," Poseidon replied. "I don't know what the fates did to you, and I don't want to know. That's for you to tell me. But I know one thing, Percy, it's powerful and very addicting." "And what makes you think that?" "Because day by day you become less and less the son of Poseidon, and more the tool of fate. I can feel it happen." Percy grumbled. "Yeah, well, at least they gave me the power to protect myself, unlike you who did jack shit." "They point still remains, Percy. They are trying to control you, to make you into a tool of fates, and if you let them." "You don't think I know that? I have had their gift for a long time, Dad, and I have spent plenty of time thinking about why they would do such a thing. I know they are using me, but I don't care. They gave me a chance to survive, which is more than you ever did." "Percy, I couldn't intervene. I am a god. I can't just leave my duties." Then why have me at all? Percy shouted as he stood up in anger. Why curse Mom with this life? Huh. Is she had never meet you and never had me, she would be living a happy life right now. She would have never lived with Gabe, who hurt her or look over her shoulders for monsters every time she took me out somewhere. We ruined her life. She was sent to the underworld because of me. Poseidon just started at his son as slowly tears rolled down his face. The sea god slowly got up and brought Percy into a hug. His son had done many amazing things in life, but in the end he was still a child. I'm sorry, Percy. I am so sorry. You should have been there. You should have protected her, Percy said in a muffled tone. I'm a god, yeah, I know, but I'm your son, Percy said as he pulled out of the hug and let Gamer's mind run its course, blocking out his emotions as clarity came back to him. He sighed, I'm sorry I'm being so emotional. It's just been a long day for me. Poseidon nodded. It's okay. Everyone is allowed to be a little emotional now and again. And if you can't talk to your parents about your problems, who can you? Percy smiled at that. Thanks, Dad. Poseidon smiled back. So any plans for the future? Percy nodded. I'm going after Luke tomorrow. He is amassing an army, and I have an idea where he will go first to get some men. Ping. Quest alert. Find Luke and his army. Reward. 40,000 exp. 20,000. Failure. You will only find Luke next year. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and turned to Poseidon, who asked, Need any help? I thought gods couldn't just help demigods. They can't, but something tells me the fates won't mind me helping you out, Poseidon replied with a smirk which Percy copied. Well, first of I think I do with a teacher to help me out with my water powers. I'm good, but I can get better. Poseidon nodded. I'll get you a tutor, someone to teach you later in the summer. And a place for Mom to stay. Our last house sucks. I want her to get a new house and enough money to live a comfortable life. Poseidon looked at Percy before signing and nodded. Okay, it'll be difficult, but okay. Percy nodded. Good. Percy then started to think about what he could get that could be useful for his next quest. Maybe I should bring someone along with him, like Luke and Grover, except, well, maybe not Luke, but more useful that Grover was in a fight. Wait, am I forgetting someone? Percy's eyes shot up. Grover. Percy begged his dad to bring Grover here, and the moment he did, the satyr jumped at Percy and began to hit him across the face with his reeds, screaming, You left me there, you son of a bitch. I nearly got forced into becoming a gigolo to pay the motel bills. After Percy managed to calm the satyr down, he brought him back to camp after saying bye to his dad, who had a smirk on his face that pissed Percy off for some reason. The next day, Percy found himself inside the war room in the big house with the head of every cabin member there, along with Chiron as their stand-in for their camp counselor. Dionysus was still being scolded by Zeus, something Percy relished hearing. So what have you called this meeting, seaweed brain? Clarice asked as she cleaned her fingernails with her dagger. Yeah, I thought we might just get a few days off before we had to start planning for war, Travis complained as his brother Connor nodded in agreement. The two were now the heads of the Hermes cabin, replacing Luke. I wish we could, but something has come up. When Grove, Luke, and I went on our quest, we came across a society of mercenaries, deadly, powerful mercenaries. I want to move on this group before Luke does and get them on our side of the battle, because the last thing we need is them on the enemy team. This group of people, Chiron asked, what are they called? Percy narrowed his eyes. The Abyss. Chiron's eyes shot open in shock. Luke has found a way into the Abyss. Where did you all go during your quest? Boston, Percy shrugged. Anyway, this is bad news and we have to stop it at all costs. Anyone with me? I am Percy, Annabeth said as she stood up. I am too, Charles replied. And so are we, Travis replied as he and his brother stood up. And so am I, Clara said as she stood up ready for a new mission. Well, that's good, nice of you all to stand up for you friends, but we need everyone here, Chiron said. We need to make sure nothing like this happened ever again. I would recommend Percy go in this quest with the traditional 3 members per quest arrangement. Capitulo 129. Hey, that's not fair, replied the Hermes twins. We should all go, Chiron. The more the better chance we have of catching Luke. Annabeth cried out in protest. It's okay, guys, Percy cried out, settling down everyone there. Chiron is right. Camp is defenseless, and we need someone to make sure shit doesn't hit the fan while we are away. And besides, 3 people should be more than enough to get to Luke. After all, this is more of a reconnaissance mission than a quest. The demigods grumbled under their breath, but just then Charles spoke up in a loud, neutral tone, silencing them all. Whatever you say, Percy. Percy nodded. Okay then, for this quest I'll be taking Clarisse and Annabeth. You sure? Annabeth asked. I don't really know what help I can be in a fight here, Percy. It's your brains I need. Leave the fighting to Clarisse and I, that is. He turned to the daughter of Ares, if you're in. The demigoddess smirked. Of course I'm in. When do we start? In 2 days' time, Percy replied. Pack up and be ready by then. Is there anything else anyone would like to discuss? Travis and Connor then raised their hands. Yeah, we want to know something. We want to know how the hell you managed to lose Grover in LA. Seriously, we saw that guy's yesterday, and he was pissed off, going on and on about how unfair life is and how he was going to shove a hoff down your throat. Percy gulped. Maybe I should stay away from Grover for a few days. That is a long story, Percy replied back, as the meeting then ended, sending each person to do their own thing. Most went to spend time talking with friends in the amphitheater or doing something in the art department, making out, while Percy, on the other hand, had some training to do. Hyperion killed his friends. He brought them back, sure, but he could never do that again, unless he wants to get in deep dodo with the gods. He needed to get stronger, much more stronger, and for that he needed to train. Percy snuck into the forest and put a hand up. I'd create empty. The blue afternoon sky turned red as all the noise got cancelled out. Percy then went to the Fist of Zeus and sat down on top of the rock formation as he pulled up his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 2,000/2,000, plus 1,000 equals 3,000. Mana 1, 225/1, 225, plus 1,000 equals 2,225. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 17 Exp 40, 8,640, 862000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. Vit 40, plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31, plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 40. Point 61. Percy has put back his Son of Poseidon title after coming back to camp. He didn't really the leader title at the moment. But the thing that interested him right now was the 61 stat points he had, something which he fully intends to use. So right now there was a decision to be made, what to spend it on. I needed more mana, sure, but all that stats just for INT? Yeah, fat chance. Being smart, I'll admit, is cool and all, but I am more of a jump first, ask questions later kind of guy regardless of how smart I am. So maybe Luke. Percy had done some research about characters and video games, considering his life in one. But there was one thing that really got to him, the appreciation of the Luke stat. Come on, it's literally giving you the chance to improve your own luck. How awesome is that? This would not leave anything to chance. After all, if you could guarantee a coin flip will always work to your favor, is that really chance anymore? Or are you influencing the world to do your bidding? Percy nodded to himself and quickly put 10 stat points into luck, raising it to 50, and just as he did that, ping! You have achieved 50 stat points in Luke. You have gained a new perk. Luck Day. On this special day, you will have plus 25 stats in luck, lasting for 24 hours. On your birthday, you will gain plus 50 in Luke stats. Please select your lucky day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Percy blinked once, then twice, and then a wide grin broke out on his face. This is awesome! Percy looked at the days and finally picked Friday, because come on, it's Friday, everything is awesome on Fridays. Capitulo 130. Percy then looked at his new stats. SDR 32. Vit 40, plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31, plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 50. Points 51. If the pattern follows that of luck, Every time he raises a stat to 50 stats, he will gain a perk relating to that stat. Meaning he could increase all of the stats right now and get several new skills. Percy yelled out in happiness, but just then he realized something. He needed to save his points. Yeah, okay, he could still totally gain 3 new perks right now, but that would mean it would become impossible to train the stats and raise them on his own. Maybe he should train himself so that each stat is at a minimum of 40 before he dumps points in them. Percy then looked at the one thing he could raise right now, his VIT. Percy put 5 stat points into VIT and waited, but sadly nothing happened. Percy was stumped. Was his theory wrong? Was the new perk thing just a Luke special? VIT 45 plus 5 equals 50. As he was looking at his stats, a thought entered his head. Wait, is it my base stats that are supposed to be 50? Percy then hit himself up the head for making such a stupid mistake and then dumped 5 more points into stat. VIT 50 plus 5 equals 55. And ping. Yes. You have achieved 50 stat points in VIT. You have gained a new perk. Please choose one of these 2 new perks. Iron Body allows your body to become as tough as iron on command. This skill can be improving on. The more you use it, the tougher it will be. Speed Demon allows user to travel at unbelievable speeds at the cost of 200 HP per minute. Can be improved on with training. At present speed is 62 miles an hour, 100 km. Percy looked at the perks and was surprised at his choices and very, very sad. Both of these looked amazing, really. Both had so much potential. He could charge in with Iron Body and start wailing around without a care in the world, wouldn't even need a shield anymore as he got it to a high enough level. And the speed would make him unstoppable in a battle. You can't hit what you can't see. And the cost is nothing to be worried about. After all, his regeneration rate is 25% and his HP is 2,000, meaning he gained 500 HP every minute, which more than made up for the speed cost. Percy sighed. He really couldn't decide. Many he should leave it to fate. Percy took out a drachma and readied it for a flip. Heads for Iron Body, tails for Speed Demon, Percy told himself as he flipped the coin into the air. Percy caught the coin as it came down and carefully looked at it. He opened his hands, and there was the drachma, the tail side up. Percy smiled and pressed Speed Demon, selecting the perk for his bonus. Ping! Congratulations, you have gained the perk, Speed Demon. Percy closed his stats and then opened up his inventory and pulled out 3 skill books. Fireball, which he got from the Chimera, and Death Touch, which he got from destroying Cerberus, and Mist Illusions, which he got from kicking the Knockin's ass. Percy first picked up Fireball and ping! You have acquired the skill book, Fireball. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and immediately the book vanished as knowledge came flowing to his head. Ping! You have acquired a new skill. Fireball LV1, 0%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost 10 MP. Attack 10 damage. Percy frowned at that and sighed. Well, it wasn't much, but it was something. Plus Percy's element was water, the opposite of fire, so it would stand to reason that he would not be very good at the skill. But either way, it would be helpful if Percy wanted to distract someone or start a fire or something. Maybe with more training he could make it stronger. Percy out those thoughts aside for later, as he pulled up his next skill book. You have acquired the skill book, Death Touch. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the book disappeared in a flash as dangerous knowledge began to fill Percy's head. You have acquired a new skill. Death Touch LV Max. Allows user to kill one being a day with a simple touch. Will only work on beings weaker than the user and 30 levels above user. Capitulo 131. Percy looked at this and simple wondered all the damage he could do. He allowed Gamer's mind to take over as it helped him calculate whether this would make him more powerful or more inhuman. He could kill anyone with just a touch. Maybe he should start wearing gloves. He then took out the last skill book, Mist Illusions, and ping! You have acquired the skill book, Mist Illusion. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the book disappeared. You have acquired a new technique for your mist control. Mist Control, LV1, 23%. The user can control the mist to create illusions. Can be used on mortals. Range 20 meters. Mist illusions. You can create illusions that take on the form of that which the affected most loves. Percy frowned. This new power of his was far too similar to the knock-ins for his liking, but it would be useful. The demigod then pushed the skill aside. He didn't need it right now. Maybe it should be his trump card, a worst-case scenario, along with Death Touch. With that in mind, Percy decided to move one. There were still things he had to look into. Percy got up and began stretching his legs. It was time to test his new perk. He got into a runner's pose and dashed across the forest grounds. Speed Demon. Suddenly, Percy felt himself becoming faster and faster as the forest blurred by. His legs started to strain, but Percy couldn't feel the pain over the pure adrenaline coursing through his body. He loved this feeling. It was the same rush he got when he fought Craig with the Deadman title. Soon, however, Percy reached the edge of the forest and was forced to stop. He nearly tripped into a tree, but luckily Percy had high enough dex stats to maintain his balance. He looked up and smiled. If his calculations were right, and they were, then he just crossed the entire forest in 20 seconds, give or take. That means he traveled around 400 meters, and he knew that wasn't his maximum speed. In fact, if he was to guess, he was going around 72 km right then. So one can only imagine what he could do when traveling at full speed. Percy then pulled up his HP bar. Percy Jackson HP, 1,822,000. He smiled. His regeneration was already healing him, meaning he could afford to use Speed Demon a lot more now. Percy walked back to the Fist of Zeus and sat down, pulling out the skill disc he got from Cerberus and observed the small golden object. Skill disc. A disc, when used, will automatically level up one particular skill of your choosing. The number of levels that will be improved in written on the disc. LV10. This thing would improve the skill level of any skill he chose. The only question was, which skill? He should use it on his weakest skill, but that would mean it would be harder to level up with pure training. If he used on his strongest skill, that would make it even more difficult to level that up. If he used it on something like archery, it would help, but not by much. And Smoke from would be pretty strong if he leveled it up, but again it would be impossible to train on it. Percy looked across his skills, and finally made up his mind on one skill in particular. Critical Strike, LV3, 20%. A precise strike that can cause 400% damage to the target. Chance of success Luke plus Dex. Yes, okay, sure, it wasn't a fancy skill, and it wasn't something that he could profit from all the time, but it was very useful. Percy had a lot of luck, a lot of it, and he tended to get more critical shots than most normal people because of that. Heck, example number 1 is Ares. So logically speaking, the best shot he has to bring down really powerful enemies is with critical strikes. And the only way he can train critical strikes in by doing them. And most of the time he does that, the enemy tends to die off quickly before he can grind the skill up. Percy then took the skill disc and pressed the number 10 written on top of as the disc glowed. State which skill you wish to level up. Percy spoke aloud, critical strike, and slowly the disc in his hand disappeared as Percy felt energy flow into himself. Ping. A skill have leveled up 10 times. Critical strike, LV13, 0%. A precise strike that can cause 1000% damage to the target. Chance of success Luke plus Dex. Percy smiled at this and closed the boxes and looked at what he should train first. Maybe some strength building? The last time he got a boost in those stats were ages ago, when he still wore the weights Nina made for him. He took them off before the quest, didn't want anything weighing him down in case he needed all the strength he had, but maybe it was time to use it again. Percy took out the weighted sweatbands and put them on, setting the weights at 50 pounds per limb. He then got off the Fist of Zeus and began to walk around to get used to the extra weight before deciding to break 2 eggs with 1 stone and level up a few skills of his, mainly something he got very recently, his shadow control. Percy approached a tree and began pouring his mana out into the shade of the tree, a similar process like his water control. The moment his mana touched the shadow, Percy felt a pull, and he pulled back with all his will. Slowly the shadows under the tree moved according to his desire. It moved up like a tendril as it slowly stood up in front of Percy. The demigod reached out and began to touch the shadows, and he was surprised to feel that the shadow was actually very much solid. Maybe my mana turned it into a solid form, Percy wondered as her commanded the shadows to step out of the shade and into the light and watched as it only proceeded to get stronger and darker the moment it touched the light. So anything that makes a shadow more solid makes my shadow control stronger? This is something I need to remember. Capitulo 132. Just then, ping! A skill has leveled up. Shadow Control LV2 plus 10 equals LV12, 30%. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 95 MP, minus 50 MP equals 45 MP. Is it really that easy? Percy asked himself as he recalled how he tried to control his water powers back in Yancey Academy, where he got exhausted every time he used his powers. Maybe it was because he had a lot more mana now that it seemed easier for him. Percy smiled at that and decided to continue to use shadow control until his mana ran out. Which didn't happen. With a regeneration rate of 500 MP per minute, he didn't have any issues with his mana becoming too low. So Percy decided to train two things at once, and started to create and launch fireballs from his hands. He first started with one fireball, and then increased the number to one in each hand, and then doubled that and pushed further and further as he now had 10 fireballs, each on the tips of one of his fingers. But he didn't stop there. He started to experiment with his skills. He created constructs with his shadows, which were easier to control into complex form than water, since shadows don't have a real form to give resistance. He then began to control the shadows formed underneath his shirt and pulled them out, making them move freely out from under his shirt like blades of grass on a meadow. Percy also managed to increase the amount of MP and damage that his fireballs could do, which was really a big accomplishment in his book. At around 2 o'clock, Percy stopped his training and pulled up his two skills, which had leveled up by a lot. Shadow Control LV10 plus 10 equals LV20, 20%. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 55 MP, minus 50 MP equals 5 MP. Fireball LV13, 23%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost 100 MP. Attack 1000 damage. Percy nodded in approval and then began to train his earthquake control skill. And since he is in his ID pocket dimension, he wouldn't have to worry about destroying anything. Percy drew back a fist and poured mana into it and smashed it into the ground, crying out, "Earthquake Fist!" The fist landed into the ground, shattering it and causing a 9-inch fissure to form. Percy grinned and drew back his other hand and smashed it down, as well as slowly he began to attack the ground again and again. Soon the ground broke apart into dust, as Percy found himself in a crater of his own making with a blue box in front of him. Skill leveled up. Earthquake Control, LV4, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 650. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1/6. Percy sighed and closed the box. He had caused too much damage to the surrounding area to have leveled up just once, and the more he trains, the more damage he is going to cause. Maybe it would be better to train in this later, when he finds a place which is tougher than the forest grounds. Percy then escaped out of his pocket dimension as slowly all the damage he created in his earthquake control training disappeared. Percy then began to walk back to camp, but as Percy was doing that he noticed something inside the rock formation of the Fist of Zeus. A blue delta symbol, and the moment Percy used Observe on it, he knew what it was. Ping! You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth, Dungeon LV20. Do you wish to enter? Yes, no. Or, do you wish to fast travel to another known labyrinth location? Yes, no. Percy blinked at the two options given to him, and he quickly realized what was going on. This was what is known as a fast travel option, meaning he could use this entrance to travel to all the other ones he knew, meaning he could theoretically use this to travel to Yancey Academy and back. Percy smiled as he pressed the yes button for the fast travel option. Just then another box appeared. Please choose the location to travel to. Yancey Academy. Percy pressed the only option available for him and then waited for the fast travel option to activate, and waited, and waited. Is thing broken or something? Percy asked himself as he looked again at the entrance. Maybe I should actually enter for it to work. Percy then climbed into the small tunnel inside the Fist of Zeus and landed into a large tunnel that led deeper into the earth. Percy clicked his fingers and summoned a fireball in the palm of his hand and used the flames as a guide. Already his training was paying off. Percy held his hand up high and slowly walked deeper into the cave, as slowly things got darker and darker with less and less light coming from the outside. However, the moment Percy took his 20th step, or so, the rocky tunnel transformed into a well-defined corridor that leveled out horizontally before turning into a set of stairs that went up. Percy walked up the stair, but as he did he realized he recognized them. These were the very same staircase he climbed down on the very first dungeon raid he went on. Percy felt a little bit of nostalgia sink in. Strangely, this was only a few weeks ago, and yet it felt like a lifetime. Eventually the stair ended, and there in the top was an opening leading to the courtyard of Yancey Academy. Percy stepped out, and immediately the opening closed behind him with a groan. The son of Poseidon then turned to the courtyard in front of him and smiled. Well, this proves it. Fast travel is very much possible. Percy loved the fact that he found this little trick out. It would help him a lot knowing he could just pop into camp during school hours if he wanted to. He wasn't stupid. Not with an int level of 30 and wise of 32, he knew he was going to come back to Yancey Academy, considering that he didn't get kicked out or flunked, which was a record in itself. The grounds of the school was empty and very quiet, nothing stirred, and for that PERCY was glad. Imagine if someone caught him here, it would take a lot of lying to get out of that one. He then looked up and saw that the sun was in the same position in the sky from 5 minutes ago, meaning fast travel was truly instant and would not take like an hour or so to do, which he was grateful for. Turning back to the entrance of the labyrinth in Yancey Academy, Percy pressed on the blue symbol and selected the option of fast travel showed up. He picked Camp Half-Blood, and the wall opened up allowing Percy entrance. Soon after a minute of walking, Percy found himself back in camp near the Fist of Zeus. He then quickly went back to camp for lunch, promising himself to one day go and explore the labyrinth for its dungeon, probably when he was stronger. Last time he jumped into a dungeon without any forethought, he nearly died. This time he would be ready. After a quick lunch and spending time with the rest of his friends from camp, Percy returned to his private training spot and then took out the gauntlet of Kefka. He then summoned Cerberus, who appeared out of smoke, nearly trampling the trees around as it bowed to Percy. Cerberus, I need you to go back into the underworld, Percy said, looking into at the dog's middle head. Once there, return to your duty as guardian to the underworld. However, if I never require your assistance, I will call you, and you better come, got it? The giant dog nodded and slowly sunk into its own shadow as it slowly disappears, leaving Percy all alone. Shadow traveling, didn't know he could do that. Though it does make sense, seeing Chimera's blood did give me the same power after defeating him. Percy put the gauntlet away and sat down on the Fist of Zeus again. It felt a little weird knowing there was a tunnel right under him, but something told him that he wasn't going to collapse down into it or anything. Percy then pulled up his skill list and slowly began to scroll through it, looking for something new to train in. Eventually, something caught his eye. I'd create LV10 81%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. Monster dungeon, goblin camp. ID escape, LV10, 21%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy hadn't gone into a ID dungeon in a long time, well, one that had monsters in it anyway. The last time he had, it was when he fought Craig. After that incident, Percy had put of training in there for some time, but now, maybe it would good to return, plus there was something he really wanted to try out. Percy raised his hand up into the air. ID create. Zombies. Immediately the sky turned red, and the noise died out, notifying Percy about the change in worlds. The demigod got off the rock formation he was sitting on and took out Riptide and attached his Apprentice Zombie Killer title. Apprentice Zombie Killer, 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. +5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. Percy closed his status box and got ready for his battle. He didn't just want to attack the zombies like he used to before, though. No, this time he wanted to experiment with something. He wanted to see just how far he could go using the Labite perk. He closed his eyes and slowly began to focus himself, pushing the effects gamer's mind to the back of his mind. He then began to focus on his memories, particularly the sad ones. The ones that broke his heart, the ones that made him feel helpless. He remembered holding Annabeth in his arms as she died. He remembered the anger he felt when he found out Gabe hurt his mom. He remembered the uselessness he felt when Hyperion attacked. And through these memories, his anger grew. Ping! Perk Labite has been activated. You gain +50 to all stats. Percy's eyes turned from his clam sea green to a golden yellow as he growled in fury. He let the anger take over him. He let the curse guide him as he dashed out of the forest and towards camp where most of the Greek zombies would be. Capitulo 133. The first one he saw didn't even realize it was dead before it exploded into dust. The second one managed to spot him before it died, and the third didn't even manage to do that. One by one, the zombies fell to Percy's blade as messages started to explode out at Percy. Ping, 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 ping. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. Percy, however, ignored them all as his vision became tunneled, allowing him to focus on only one thing: killing the monsters in front of him. The Greek zombies only managed to rally together after the 10th or so zombie Percy downed, but even then, they were no match for Percy's ferocity and raising powers level. More and more anger filled him as more and more power flowed through him. Percy crashed into the army of Greek zombies with an earthquake fist breaking the front lines. He then hacked and slashed his way through them all, smiling as blood and dust began to cover his face and body. Eventually, Percy stopped, panting as he stood on top of a mountain of corpses. Total exp gained: 2625 exp. He had killed at least 35 Greek zombies and now waited with excitement for the Legion zombie, which was now forming in front of him in the middle of the cabins. Percy, however, didn't wait for his Emmy to get ready. He charged ahead and ripped into the Legion zombie's head. He plunged his blade into its eye sockets and started to stab into its brine. Critical strike: 1000% of 325 attack equals 3250 attack. Critical strike: 1000% of 325 attack equals 3250 attack. Critical strike: 1000% of 325 attack equals 3250 attack. Critical strike: 1000% of 325 attack equals 3250 attack. Legion zombie HP 22015200. Percy, however, didn't stop. He never stopped. He brought his fist up into the air and smashed it into the Legion zombie's face, shattering its skull and breaking its head open like a balloon. Earthquake fist. Critical strike: 1000% of 650 attack equals 6500 attack. You have killed while under the effects of Labite. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. Golden dust rained over Percy as slowly the incomplete Legion zombie disappeared into nothing. The battle, however, wasn't over. An army of Greek zombies appeared at that moment and charged Percy with their spears lowered. Percy simply stood up from the golden dust that was a Legion zombie and began attacking the army without hesitation or doubt. The cries of the zombies rang out into the red sky as soon everything was silent yet again. Total exp gained. 2625 exp. Soon another Legion zombie rose only to fall yet again to Percy's vicious attack. Ping! You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 2 300/2 300 plus 1000 equals 3300. Mana 1 350/1 350 plus 1000 equals 2350. The Gamer. Title Zombie Killer. Level 18 exp 1898-65000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. Vit 50 plus 5 equals 55. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 50. Points 46. Money 66, $597/280/60. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 5 VIT, plus 5 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. And soon. Warning, high-level monster forming above you. Percy looked up and his yellow eyes spotted the demon forming above him. Soon the figure took form in the shape of a Knight of the Damned, almost an exact carbon copy of Craig. Percy, however, didn't care that the enemy looked like his servant, he just wanted someone to kill. Percy dove at the Knight with Riptide in hand and began pummeling the Knight back. His curse gave him a plus 194 to all stats, and Percy was using every single stat boost he had. He smashed Riptide into the Knight's helmet, releasing the shadows inside it. He then poured his mana into the shadow and gained control over the Knight's body. He then closed his hand into a fist, and the shadow inside the suit exploded outwards, breaking the armor into pieces. Ping! A new skill has been created by your action. Shadow Control LV10 plus 10 equals LV20, 20%. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 55 MP, 50 MP equals 5 MP. Shadow Explosion 1000 damage, plus 500 damage, cost 1500 MP, minus 500 MP. Critical Strike. 1000% of 1500 equals 15,000 damage. Percy, however, pushed the boxes away. He didn't read any of them. All he cared about was the fact that the Knight was still not dead. Knight HP, 15,30000. Percy knew he couldn't afford to use more mana. If he was normal right now, he would be on his knees panting. But the curse of Labita pushed him forward to ignore all his limits, to break them, to go beyond them. Percy Jackson lifted, Riptide up since stood waiting for his mana to regenerate, and as he did, the Knight of the Damned regenerated itself, as well forming new armor out of its shadows. Soon the Knight was whole again, but Percy was not ready, but the demigod knew there was more than one way to kill a monster. Despite the curse clouding his judgment, Percy was a born warrior. Fighting was in his blood. He took out a sword from his inventory and charged the Knight. He raised both swords at once and began his attack, Stardust Wave. 1, 3, 6, 12, 18, 21, 30, 37, 42, 43, 49, 53, 55, 60, 69. Stardust Wave. 69 strikes x 249, Vit equals 17,181, plus 230 Dex equals 17,411%. 17,411% of 325 attack equals 56,585 attack. 69 strikes landed on the Knight from Percy's hands, and the moment Percy stopped, the Knight exploded into golden dust, leaving nothing but some loot behind. You have gained 20,000 exp. The demigod turned and waited for the next enemy, but none came. With nothing else to fight, the curse slowly disappeared, turning Percy's yellow eyes back to green. Capitulo 134. Perk Labita has been deactivated. Your stats have changed back to normal. Ping! Your title Apprentice Zombie Killer has evolved into Zombie Hunter. Zombie Hunter 40% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. Plus 10 to all stats when dealing with the undead. The son of Poseidon looked around him, taking it all in, what he had done. But before he took a step forward, or even had a thought, his body collapsed into the ground as he fainted from the strain on his body. Percy blinked away as he slowly regained control over himself. He pushed himself up and groaned at his stiff body. You have slept on a very uncomfortable surface. HP and MP have been restored 50% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy pushed the box away and slowly got back up, stretching his muscles loose. He blinked the world into focus yet again and found himself still in an ID. Only this time there was nothing chasing him. Percy saw there was money, drachma, and various other loot items all around him, meaning he was still in the zombie dungeon, but seeing as there was no zombies, that meant he must have killed the all. Percy got to his feet and pulled out a bottle of water, emptying it with one swing. He then wiped the trail of water coming out of his mouth and recalled what happened when he activated the curse. The curse was too much. It was like trying to control a force of nature. The more he killed, the more powerful and out of control it got. Percy was hoping to use this curse as a way to fight off the really strong opponents, but he now knew the only way that would ever work is if he and the boss were the only ones there, with nobody to interfere. When Hyperion attacked, Percy was lucky he didn't accidentally kill one of his friends. He was too busy fighting Hyperion. But if he had somehow defeated the Titan that he would then attack? No, it was too much to even think it. Percy put the curse under the list, never use unless you are about to die, which is also where Percy listed the Death Touch skill, the Mist Illusions skill, and the Deadman title. Sighing to himself, Percy took out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned all his servants. Zed, Craig, Alecto, and Marchoses appeared out of smoke and bowed to Percy, who then sent him to gather all the loot spread throughout the dungeon. Soon they had collected 16,000, 30D, 8 health potions, low, LV2 skill disc, healing shrubs, 20 Greek-style swords, 12 Greek spears, essence of shadow, crafting essence 2, pot of chance. Percy put everything away except for the pot of chance, and used observe on it. Pot of chance. Test your luck by sticking your hand into this pot. If you are lucky, you might something useful. If not, well, let's just hope you can masturbate with your other hand as well. Percy sighed at the pot's description. The pit itself was very plain looking. It was brown and black, like ancient Greek pots, except these had big question marks drawn on their surface instead of Greek heroes. Percy looked at his Luke stats. Sure, it was 50, but maybe he should put off using the pot until Friday when his lucky day perk would activate. Percy nodded to himself and put the pot away and turned to his servants, who were all looking at him curiously. What? Is it something on my face? Zed shook his head. No, not really. It's just you look different, that's all. Really? Like how? Percy asked, crossing his hands. Like you seem stronger somehow, Alecto replied. More. What's the word? Feral, Marchoses said with a feral grin that spread across its wolf face. I see that you are using the curse of Labite freely. Something tells me, however, you are not the type to endanger others' lives, which begs the question, how did you use the power of uncontrollable anger, but still not get anyone hurt? Percy narrowed his eyes. He had forgotten how perceptive the demon-winged wolf was. It was a mistake to bring it out here, or maybe it was an opportunity. Percy dismissed the other servants and soon sat in the middle of the empty monster dungeon with the demon wolf. So, alone at last, the wolf said with a smirk before it jumped up and exploded into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke then melding together, taking on the form of a naked woman with large perky breasts and a wide firm ass. Her beautiful face was covered with long curly hair, dark as the night. Her skin was dark, like roasted almond, and her eyes were the color of polished cobalt. She smiled at Percy as she slowly walked, swaying her wide hips seductively. Hello, master. The last words came out as low growl as the demon crawled on top of Percy, pushing him down on the grass. I have missed you. It took all of Percy's willpower, and the gamer's mind abilities for him to not immediately become putty in her hands. He stayed stronger and spoke in a calm tone. I need you ask you something, Marchosias. The demon smiled as she grabbed his hand in her and pressed her chest into his. Go ahead and ask, master. Percy was now sweating. She was a little too close for comfort. I need you to tell me everything you know about the Labite curse you put on me. The demon raised an eyebrow. Everything, or only what I know. Is there a difference? Very much so, she whispered as she pulled herself upwards, grinding on Percy. What I know I can give you for free, but if you wish for everything, well, then that's going to cost you. I see, Percy said. This was going nowhere fast, he needed to up to ante. Percy then rolled to the side, putting the demon on the bottom while he was now above her. So what do you know? Capitulo 135. The demon smiled at the change in position. I know only the few basics. The curse was made by God himself as a punishment to be given out to co-deemed souls in hell. The worst of the worst. Which souls were cursed with this? The demon lifted her head and whispered in Percy's ear, serial killers. Percy looked shocked. The fact that his curse, so the same used in hell for touring serial killers, kind of rattled him, but just then his mind started to work and a question popped up. But why? Why give the people who enjoy killing the power to kill more? Isn't that like giving meth to a druggie? Yes, it is, the demon said, smiling. The souls cursed with this will kill everything in their path, and soon it will take over their very beings. Blood will be all they know, but eventually they will lose the feeling of excitement. After one point, the pleasure they get from killing will stop. They will become numb to it, but they won't be able to stop killing. They will lead a hollow existence from then till the end of time, never being able to stop, never being able to feel. A shell of what they are. After all, too much of anything is bad. Percy looked at the demon under him, and only one thought came into his head. I am so fucked. How do I get rid of it? Percy asked. There must be a way to reverse the curse, there always is. I don't know that, master. All I know is what I have told you. I'm not even sure it can be removed. Percy gritted his teeth in anger. How do you not know anything about it? You are the one who cursed me, and you are supposed to know everything. The demon under him chuckled. I may not know everything, but I can. Explain, Percy said through narrowed eyes, as he tightened his grip on its hands. Every demon can access unlimited knowledge, stored in hell, for a limited amount of time. They just need the power of a human soul to do so, hence why I said before that the only way to tell you what you wanted to know, I would need a soul. So you're not the only one who can do so, others can as well. She shook her head. No. The place where we get our knowledge is called the Great Stream, and while others can travel the stream, I have conquered it. I am the librarian while others just visit. Then how can you not know? Because I never had to find out how to remove curses, only put them. Percy looked into her cobalt blue eyes and could see she was not lying. He could feel it. Ping! A new skill has been developed. Lie detection, LV1, 12%. You can detect lies said to you, 10% chance of success. Percy sighed. Okay, I believe you. He then got off her and stood up. Percy saw her lying on the ground and offered his hand. Such a gentleman, Marchosias said as she took it, pulling herself up. I try, Percy said, as he brought the gauntlet up to send the demon back inside. Wait, she said, causing Percy to stop. Can I just stay out here for a little longer? I don't like being at the stupid gauntlet of Kefka. Percy's eyes winded. You know about the gauntlet? How? She shrugged, causing her breasts to bounce, but Percy was far too distracted to pay attention. Everyone knows about that gauntlet. After all, the guy who made it was half demon and managed to steal one of God's tears. What? Yup, you see, Kefka was half demon, and because of that he was teased a lot. Well, not teased, more like abused. Anyway, one day he went and complained to God, and the big guy, hearing his story, started to cry. Kefka harvested his tears and made the gauntlet out of it. Percy looked at his gauntlet, and now suddenly the thing felt very heavy. No wonder it's so powerful. It's literally a godly weapon. The demon shrugged. Yeah, but considering you're a demigod, that's not really saying much. Wait, God can cry? Percy asked with a strange look, like he has a body and can cry. Like cry. The demon nodded. Yup. Don't tell anyone, but he's kind of a big softie, always going on and on about love and shit like that. Percy stared at the demon in front of him with a look of confusion. You sound like you know him. She shrugged again. Yeah, we all know him. He always shows up during Sundays for lunch. He shows up in hell, for lunch. It's complicated. Percy looked at the demon for a few seconds before sighing. Okay, I'm just going to forget everything you said for the last 5 minutes and just send you back. He lifted the gauntlet, but again Marchosias interrupted him. Wait, can I have a goodbye kiss before I go? The demon asked, throwing Percy off his game. What? Percy asked, stammering. Well, it's just I'm been so helpful. I think I deserve a reward, don't you? Before Percy could even respond, she jumped on him and grabbed his lips in hers. She ran her fingers through his hair as she stuck her tongue into his mouth. Was the only thing Percy could say as his mouth was currently being overtaken by the demon's tongue. Percy tried to push her off him, but Marchosias grabbed his wrists and put them to the ground. She then grabbed the gauntlet and pulled it of his left and threw the magical armor piece away. The demon then broke the kiss and stared at Percy with a hungry look. When you get older, master, I'm going to ride you like a train. Percy looked at her shocked, but again, before he could speak, she kissed him again. This time, she grabbed his head with both hands and pushed her tongue deeper into his mouth. Ping! Skill leveled up. Kissing, LV9, 5%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are, and remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing, leave the person feeling happy for the 2 hours. Percy blinked at that, but couldn't get himself to do anything about the beautiful naked woman sitting on top of him. He tried to move, but his body just didn't want to. Just then the demon broke the kiss and looked at Percy with the same hungry look. See you later, master. She then disappeared into smoke, traveling to the gauntlet, leaving PERCY alone in the ID with a red face and a need for a long cold shower. Capitulo 136. Percy spent the extra free day he had mostly studying in the Athena cabin. He needed to know more things, he knew that, so he had asked Annabeth to help him out. During the day, he was put through the ringer as he learned more and more, stuffing himself with knowledge. By the evening, he had leveled up his English language twice and increased his int level by 4 points. Language, Modern English, LV 22, 90%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia. But with hard work, you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus. Plus 50% reading speed. INT 34. Here's a tip: if you ever want help in your studies, do not ask a child of Athena, just don't. Percy swore there was something downright scary about the way the Athena cabin members learnt, something unholy. It was scarier than fighting a demon, which he has actually done before. After dinner, Percy managed to sneak away to the forest and to the Fist of Zeus, where he put up an ID. Empty, and started to train his other skills. First was Fireball, where Percy tried to make it more powerful by putting more mana in it, but keeping the size small. The result of his flames turning blue and him gaining a variation on his ability. Fireball, LV 13, 23%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost 100 MP. Attack 1000 damage. Blue flames cost 200 MP, 1540 damage. The extra cost was nothing when compared to the boost of power he got, making this one of Percy's most reliable attacks, but there was a drawback. The more powerful it got, the bigger it got, and the more it grew, the slower it became, meaning at full strength the fireball was as slow as a tortoise. Percy had also used his level 2 skill disc on his mist control, increasing it to level 3. Mist control, LV 3, 0%. The user can control the mist to create illusions. Can be used on mortals. Range 30 meters. Mist illusions. You can create illusions that take on the form of that which the affected most loves. Percy then began to train his earthquake control, increasing it to level 6, his smoke form, increasing it to level 4, and finally he spawned his ID create and escape skill, increasing it to level 11. Earthquake control, LV 6, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 700. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1/8. Smoke from LV4, 21%. Turns the user's body into smoke, color depends on person. Cost 225 MP. Duration 50 seconds. I'd create LV11, 15%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon zombies. Monster dungeon goblin camp. ID escape, LV11, 15%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. After he did all this, his use of the weighted bands finally paid off, giving PERCY +2 is SDR. Something which he found stanger as it took so long for it to happen. If PERCY had to guess, it would be because he was already used to the weight he was wearing right now, meaning he would have to increase the weight again if he wanted to level up more strength. By the time the sun came up, PERCY was dead tired as he left his training grounds for camp. After a quick bite to eat, he was right as rain, and now PERCY was in his cabin, packing his stuff for his quest reconnaissance mission, when a knock came on his door. "Come in," PERCY called out behind him as the door was pushed open, revealing Nina in her working uniform. "Nina," PERCY asked with a polite smile, "what can I do for you?" The daughter of Hephaestus smiled. "Nothing much, really. I just came to give you this," she said as she swung the backpack she was carrying down. She opened it, revealing a set of Greek armor with silver plates on it which looked vaguely familiar. PERCY scratched his head before realizing what it was. "My armor." Nina smiled. "Yup. I fixed it up, and this time I got it ready before your quest. Hopefully this will help you out on your journey," Nina said as PERCY inspected the armor closely. "You sure you don't want it? It did save your life when the monsters attacked," PERCY asked. "No, I made my own armor," Nina said with a grin. "I'm never going to let a monster to get the drop on me ever again. So yeah, you keep it, it is yours anyway." PERCY nodded as he took the armor and put it on his bed next to his backpack. "Thanks, Nina. I'm sure this will help out a lot." Nina nodded and smiled back at PERCY. The two then started at each other as an air of awkwardness fell upon them. Seconds passed as slowly a blush creeped on Nina's face, prompting PERCY to speak up first. "Nina, can I help you with something?" "Well, it's just Nina stammered as she gathered her courage and finally spoke up. "I just wanted to thank you, for saving my life. I thought I was done for, and well, you saved me. You just came in there with that stupid smile of yours and saved my life." PERCY nodded. "Relax, Nina, it was nothing." "No, it wasn't. You saved my life, PERCY, and I just wanted to thank you properly. Maybe like after you come back from your quest, I could show you around my cabin or something. Show you some cool stuff." "But Nina, it isn't really a big deal. You don't have to do anything like that for me. I would have done the same for any of my friends," PERCY mentioned casually as slowly a look of silent anger took over Nina's face. "Really, is that what I am to you? Your friend?" Nina asked with her eyes narrowed. PERCY started to sweat a little as he looked at Nina's face. "Warning, bloodlust in front of you. Origin, NINA." "Yeah, thanks, I know," PERCY though as he dismissed the box. He didn't know what was going on. Maybe he should tell the truth and hope she forgives him for whatever he has done. He gulped and spoke. "Why, yeah." Capitulo 137. Nina looked at PERCY with narrowed eyes before drawing back a hand and slapping him across the face. PERCY was so surprised he couldn't move in time to dodge or block the strike. "Slap." "You idiot," Nina cried out, as she then charged out of PERCY's cabin, leaving behind a confused son of Poseidon with a red handprint on his cheek. What the hell just happened? PERCY asked himself as he watched Nina's retreating form. Later, Clarice and Annabeth stood on top of the hill with travel bags by their side waiting for PERCY. Next to them was Chiron, who was back in his wheelchair, and Grover, who had a similar bag on his back. "He's late," Clara said, grunting. "It's his quest, how can he be late?" "I am sure PERCY has his reasons," Chiron said, quieting Clarice down. "Yeah, PERCY might forget something now and then, but he is reliable," Grover said, nodding, before adding in a low grumble. "Though you can't rely on him to remember about you when you're halfway across the country in Los Angeles. No times like that, it's best to be on your own." "Oh, stop whining, Grover," Annabeth said. "PERCY already feels guilty enough as it is. Give him a break." "Oh, I'm not angry at him, Annabeth," Grover clarified. I understand why he did what he did. Finding out Luke was a traitor must have hit him pretty hard. I don't hate him for that, I just want him to squirm a little before I decide to forgive him, that's all. Chiron smiled, and here I was thinking you didn't have a bad bone in your body. Grover smirked. Oh please. I have been meaning to prank him since the time he embarrassed us back at Yancey Academy. I see need some help, Chiron asked with mischief in his eyes. Yes please, Grover said with the same look in his eyes. Okay, you two do your pranking later, Annabeth replied. For now we need Percy focused. Do whatever you want him when we get back, not now. But Annabeth, Grover whined. No buts. It's all right, Grover, Chiron replied. We'll get him soon enough. But then I'll only be able to prank him once I get back. If you get, Clarice clarified, but before Grover could rebuttal, the figure of Percy could be seen coming up the hill. He stopped in front of the group and put his backpack on the ground. Hey guys, you ready? Percy asked to Annabeth and Clarice. Ready, Annabeth said while Clarice just nodded. Good, Percy turned and noticed Grover. Grover, are you coming with us? I thought you wanted this to be a three-man team, Chiron. Percy asked his wheelchair-bound teacher. No, Grover is not going to be traveling with you three, Chiron replied. He is starting his own quest. Percy turned to Grover, who explained, I've told you about my dream, right? About finding Pan. Percy nodded. Yeah, but you have also told me people die in the process of doing so. Grover shrugged. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Pan is our god, Percy. It's the same with you for your mom. How far did you go to save her? Percy nodded. He understood where Grover was coming from, but he still didn't like it. Yeah, okay, just be careful, all right. Grover smiled. Yeah, I will. So, where are you going first? Percy asked. Honestly, I'm not sure. Tradition dictates that I go to a large forest first and then travel wherever my instincts tell me to. That is so specific, Percy mumbles, causing Grover to chuckle. Yeah, it is, Grover said as he extended a fist to Percy. Until next time, Percy. Percy bumped his fist. Until next time, Grover. The satyr smiled and turned to Chiron. I'll be going now, sir. Chiron nodded. Take care, brave satyr, and don't forget our plan. Grover nodded and waved to Annabeth and Clarice as he walked away from the group into the surrounding forest, disappearing from sight in a few seconds. I already missed that goat, Percy said as he turned to the rest of his questmates. Yeah, Annabeth mumbled. All right, time to get down to business. Right, Percy said as they all picked up their respective bags. Basically, the plan is this. We go to Boston, find out all we can from my contact, grab a slice of pizza or something, and get back here in time for the next capture the flag. Any questions? Nope, Clarice and Annabeth said as the three then turned to Chiron. All right then, questers, I wish you the very best of luck, Chiron said as he began rolling away, and remember to call if anything bad happens. The demigods all knowed and watched Chiron roll back to camp. Percy turned to the others. Why was he in his wheelchair again? Annabeth shrugged. Not sure. Something about a date later this evening and him wanting to get used to being in a wheelchair again. Percy looked at Annabeth funny before he sighed. We have a fucked up family. Yup, Annabeth said before turning to Percy. Percy, why do you have a red hand-shaped mark on your check? Percy's eyes widened as he quickly turned away from Annabeth and began to run for the main road. Let's go, you guys. Time's a wastin'. Percy Jackson, get back here and answer my questions. Annabeth cried out, chasing after him. What's that, Annabeth? We have lovely weather today. Well, you can't be more right. Come on, let's make the most of it. Capitulo 138. Annabeth chased him all the way to the main road, where Argus was waiting for them with his white van. Something which increasingly creeped Percy out due to its kidnapper look, which has been previously stated several times by many demigods. The three got in, and soon they were all being taken to New York City. Annabeth had dropped her line of questioning and had began talking to Clarice about plans to create something akin to a war machine, by the sounds of which was going to be big, loud, and awesome. Percy smiled at this and remained mostly silent as the van drove onwards. Soon the questers reached the train station and promptly got off, waving Argus goodbye, who didn't wave back, asshole. Percy turned to his friends. Okay then, you guys wait here and I'll get tickets for the train ride. Didn't you guys take the bus last time? Clarice asked. Why aren't we going on a bus? 1, because the last time we were on a bus we got attacked by furies, and 2, because it's faster this way. I wanted something in the outskirts of Boston last time I went there, and the bus would take us there before heading into town. I really didn't want to travel back and forth from the city to the forest, too much of a waste of money. Annabeth blinked. Wow, your reasoning was pretty well thought out. Yeah, but you're still a miser, Clarice stated, grinning. Hey, I'm not a miser. I just don't like wasting money, that's all. Sure, Clarice said, rolling her eyes. Hey, I saw that. Just go get the tickets, Percy, Annabeth said, pushing Percy into the station and breaking up the fight that was just about to break out. Percy mumbled under his breath but walked away. Annabeth sighed. Why do you always have to piss him off? It's funny, Clarice replied with a smirk. Percy got the tickets, and the 3 campers were on the train in 5 minutes. Luckily, they hadn't missed it. Percy sat in front of Annabeth and Clarice as the train slowly began its journey. So we have 3 hours to kill. Any ideas? Percy asked his 2 friends. Well, I do have these, Clarice said, taking out a deck of cards. You up for a game of poker? Oh gods, Clarice, give it a rest, Annabeth said, taking out a thick book on architecture. There is no way anyone can beat you. You're the reigning champion of poker in your cabin. Seriously? Percy asked, blinking. I didn't take Clarice for the gambling type. We don't gamble with money, Clarice spoke up. We gamble with chores. The loser has to do the winner's chores, and if there are more than one loser, the work gets spread out among them. I see, Percy said, scratching his chin. He knew about poker but didn't really know how to play, so what are the rules? Well, Clarice explained the rule of poker to Percy with a hidden smirk. After one explanation. So basically it's a game that involves having lots of luck. My luck's level is 50, the ability to lie, my lie level is 9, and maintaining your cool all the time. Thank you, gamer's mind, Percy asked. Yup. Percy then grinned a vicious smile that sent a chill down Clarice's spine. Game on Wargirl. Clarice gulped as she started shuffling her deck. For some reason, the look Percy had on his face scared the shit out of her, but she refused to give up. After all, she was the queen of poker. She gave Percy his 2 cards and the game began. The moment Percy looked at his cards, all emotions melted off his face. He became like a doll, not one muscle moved. He opened his mouth. I raised 2 days' worth of chores. Clarice began to sweat. A few moments later. Ha 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 ha, Percy cackled out, throwing his head up in victory. I did it. Enjoy the 2 years' worth of chores, Clarice, old girl. The demigoddess in question had her head down on the ground as she cried tears of regret and lose. There, Clarice, I'm sure some of your siblings can help you with them. Annabeth tried to assure the girl, patting her on her back. She turned to Percy. Be a little more considerate, Percy. She is feeling bad enough as it is. I don't care. Ha. No chores for me, Percy said, holding his stomach as he laughed louder, attracting the attention of every person on the train, pissing them off. Shut up, kid, a rough male voice called out, causing Percy to blush and close his mouth. Sorry, the son of Poseidon replied. He then turned to Clarice, who was still crying. Hey, it's okay, Clarice, you don't have to do them all. Clarice looked up with hope in her eyes. Really? Nope, Percy shouted back as he laughed loudly. Shut up, kid, the same passenger as last time called out. Okay, sheesh, Percy said, finally quieting down. I don't get it, how come you're so good at this? Annabeth asked as a slowly recovering Clarice looked on with interest. Percy shrugged. Beginner's luck, I guess. Lie failed. Percy looked at the 2 questers in front of him and expected them to keep pushing him for more answers, but surprisingly, they didn't. They simply nodded their heads and kept quiet. Percy was kind of surprised. They knew he was lying but didn't push for an answer. Girls were so nice. If it was Luke or Grover, they would have hounded Percy until he gave them the truth. Girls, on the other hand, it seemed understood personal space and secrets. Percy didn't actually like lying to his friends, though he did have a high level in lying. He wanted to tell them the truth, but his trust was broken before. Luke was an example to him that your closest friends can and will betray you. Capitulo 139. Eventually, Annabeth bullied Percy into taking back a year of chores from Clarice's debt to him. while the demigoddess in question swore that she would one day beat Percy and make him do a year's worth of chores, something Percy highly doubted. The 3 hours passed by fairly quickly, with Annabeth engrossed in her book and Clarice and Percy having an I Spy contest. The three got off at Haymarket Station near the north end of Boston, and the three got into a cab that led them to downtown. "So where are we meeting your contact?" Annabeth asked. "A cafe called the Rabbit," Percy explained as the cab took a left entering afternoon traffic. "A cafe?" Clarice asked. "We are going to enter this super-secret society through a freaking cafe." "Hey, don't look at me, I didn't pick the place," Percy replied, putting his hands up. "Anything we should know before we go in?" Annabeth asked. "Biggie, the guy we are meeting in there, is an informant. He is kind of like me and can see people's powers. He knew I was a son of Poseidon the moment we met." Annabeth's eyes widened almost comically. "Are you serious? And here I was thinking your powers were unique." "Nope," Percy lied. "Lie success." "So he can sense us, big deal," Clara said. "Is he any good in a fight?" "I don't think so, but reminds me, don't piss anyone off, war girl," Percy said, turning to Clarice. "Why are you looking at me?" Clarice cried out in protest. "Because out of the three of us, you are the most likely to get us kicked out of there," Percy replied with Annabeth nodding her head. "You two are crazy," Clara said, crossing her hands, "and frankly, I am kind of insulted. What do you take me for, a mindless idiot filled with anger, always looking for a fight?" Percy and Annabeth shared a look before turning to Clarice and nodding their head. The demigoddess threw her hands up. "Oh, come on." The cab dropped them off at the cafe as the three got ready to step inside. "Remember, don't piss them off. Everyone in there is trained and dangerous," Percy repeated as Clarice and Annabeth nodded. They were all business now, and their complete focus was given to the task ahead. Percy stepped inside and looked around. Everyone in there was levels 20 to 30, with one rare case of a level 40 being tucked in the back away from view. This person must be trying to maintain a low profile, and Percy, for one, didn't want to disturb someone so powerful. He walked to the barista girl and ordered 3 cappuccinos. He then led Annabeth and Clarice to the back where, sure enough, was Biggie, the informant of Abyss Boston edition. The man was the same as before, with his huge-ass bald spot and tacky gold accessories. He wore a bright blue tracksuit this time, and as soon as Percy was in range, he looked up and smiled. "Well, well, well, if it isn't Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Looks like you managed to defeat the big bad demon after all," Biggie said, folding the newspaper he was reading. "What can I do you for?" Percy smiled. "Hello, Biggie, it's been a while." "Indeed it has," Biggie replied, taking a sip of his coffee. "Please sit down, you're friends as well. Let's see here, a daughter of Ares and a daughter of Athena, very, very, very impressive." Annabeth and Clarice stiffened, but didn't say anything or looked surprised. It was a good thing Percy told them about Biggie's powers beforehand, or this would have shocked them stiff. "So Percy has told you too about my powers, huh?" Biggie said, taking another sip out of his cup. "Well, no matter." He turned to Percy. I surprised you managed to kill the demon. I assume that you took the chains." "Yup, it wasn't easy, but I managed to kill it. Even got a sweet jacket out of the deal," Percy said, pointing at his black leather with a trident on the back. "I see, so where are the chains right now?" Percy smiled. "I gave them to a friend. She is currently using them to teach her husband the error of his ways." Biggie visually shivered. "Great. The most powerful chains in Greek mythology, and they are now being used to play slave and master." Annabeth looked surprised and hell as she looked at Percy with a look that said, "We are so going to talk about this." Percy nodded at her and turned to Biggie. Percy pushed Gamer's mind to its limits. Biggie had an int of 53 and a wise of 20, definitely not your average Joe. "I need information on Luke." Capitulo 140. "Luke, the son of Hermes that came with you last time, what about him?" "I want to know what he asked you," Percy said, crossing his arms. "What do you mean what he asked me? Last time I saw him, he was with you and the satyr." "Lie detected." Percy narrowed his eyes. "Don't even try to lie, Biggie, I know he came to you. He was far too interested in the assassins for hire in the Abyss. He wanted to hire them, and his only contact to the Abyss is you." Biggie smiled. "You're pretty smart, kid, but I'm not running a charity here. Last time I gave you information as a favor for Eddie, this time you're going to have to pay. How much? Biggie waved the question away with a hand. I don't need money, kid. What I want is information. Okay then, what do you want to know? Tell me what happened at your geeky camp. Luke told me you were attacked, but he didn't give any details. What do you want to know? Everything. Percy sighed and began narrating the story out for Biggie. He told him how he managed to rally up the campers and fight back against the invading monsters, and how he managed to destroy them all. He then told of how Hyperion decided to come crashing in spewing fire arrows out everywhere. And finally about how Percy cut a deal with the gods letting him bring the dead campers back to life. So it's all out war, huh? Biggie asked as Percy and the others received their coffee from the barista lady. Basically, Percy replied, taking a sip of his coffee, it's us against the Titans. A second Titan war, Biggie declared, and after a while of deep thinking spoke up. Before I tell you what you want to know, understand that I am neutral in all of this. I am just an informant. Bring me into your war, and I promise you I will make you regret it. Percy nodded and took another sip of his cup of coffee. He might just become addicted to this thing. Fine then, Biggie then took out a piece of paper and scribbled something down in it. Luke came in to find a place to buy weapons and recruit people. I unfortunately couldn't help him with the latter, so I sent him to a friend in Chicago, but I could help him out with the former. This, he slid the note to Percy, is the location of the warehouse I sent him to. He is going to there for only 1 day, meaning after this he will be in the wind. Good luck. Percy pocketed the note and nodded at Biggie. Annabeth and Clarice finished their cups of coffee, and the questers began to leave. Wait, Biggie called out, stopping them, if you go there. To the warehouse, I mean, you will be exposed to Abyss. The warehouse is basically a weapons market. It will have the attention of all the members of the Abyss. If you go there and cause a scene, which I am sure you will, this world will come to know about you. And once they do, you will become a part of Abyss, something you can't undo. Percy nodded. I got it. No, I don't think you do. As an informant, I can't play favorites. I have to give information freely. So if anyone comes asking about you, I will have to tell them all I know. That's ridiculous. What type of stupid law is that? Clarice asked, furious. Biggie narrowed his eyes. It's that same stupid law that allowed me to tell you all I know about Luke. So stop whining, the world's unfair, get used to it. Clarice was about to rebuttal before Percy held up a hand, shutting her up. He turned to Biggie. We'll be going now, Biggie. Thanks for the info. Biggie nodded. Anytime. The three questers walked out, and immediately Clarice began to complain. That's so not fair. He made you tell everything about what you did, and the moment anyone asks, he is willing to blurt everything out. What the hell? I thought he was a friend, Percy. Percy sighed. I never said he was a friend, he is just a contact. And it doesn't matter what he knows, Clarice, Annabeth said. He is clever and dangerous. Meaning next time we deal with him, we have to be very careful and not give anything away. Percy nodded. Annabeth's right, let's just move on for now. But how can we? Clarice asked, throwing her hands about. I mean, come on, I thought he was on outside. Maybe this should just be an example of what we should expect moving forward into Abyss, Annabeth said. Allies may become enemies in a split second. We are going to have to be very careful. Percy nodded. He was impressed with how quickly Annabeth was adapting to the situation. Right. I'm pissed too, Clarice, but right now there is nothing we can do. Let's just focus on getting to New York and finding this warehouse, Percy said, tacking the sheet of paper Biggie gave them. On it was 100 Neptune CT. Bronx, NY. Percy's eyebrow twitched. This must be a joke. Percy was very much aware of his dad's other name in Roman mythology, and this was just too much of a coincidence. Percy sighed. Well, at least he won't be forgetting this address anytime soon. What does it say? Annabeth asked. He gave it to her as he simply rubbed his temples. Annabeth read it and then began to laugh hysterically. What's so funny? Clarice asked. Annabeth gave her the paper, and immediately the daughter of Ares started to laugh as well. All right, I get it. Can we move on, please? Percy asked as he hailed them a cab. Why, of course, Percy, son of Neptune, Annabeth said, giggling. Oh, shut up, Annabeth, daughter of... Typical, everyone forgets about Minerva. Though it is understandable, Those Romans did deface Athena statue so much everyone can't even tell Minerva is Athena, Annabeth said as they got into a cab. Yeah, Percy replied as he thought over something before speaking up. Wait till you think there is a Roman camp. Capitulo 141. What do you mean? Annabeth asked. Well, we are Greek demigods, so do you think that there are Roman demigods out there somewhere? Well, if there are, they are doing an amazing job hiding away, Clarisse replied. I have never heard of any Roman demigods being found in recent camp history, or any Roman monsters for that matter. Aren't Roman monster basically ripped-off versions of Greek monsters? Percy asked. Ah, well, for the most part, yes, but there are some unique Roman monster out there. Really? Like what? Well, let's see. Annabeth then took on her thinking pose as she began to search her head for the information she needed. Well, there is the nope, that's Greek. The nope, that's Nordic. The kraken, no too vague, also has roots in Greek myths. Aha, Lemures. Those are basically ghosts, Clarisse said before thinking for a bit. What about fauns? Roman version of a satyr, Annabeth explained. Oh, I know, a caladrius. A what? Percy asked. A caladrius is a now white bird that can take away people's sickness and disperse it to the winds. It also can tell when someone is able to make a full recovery or not. So basically, the only original thing about Roman monsters is a bird that can heal people. Yeah. Lame, Percy replied. Well, I know one thing, if there was a Roman camp, they must be one of the most boring group of people on the face of the earth. Probably don't even know how to swing if the history books are right about their fear of water. Soon the cab brought them to the station again, where Percy got tickets for a train going to New York in the next minutes. So what's the plan here? Asked Clarisse. We going back to camp or going after Luke? Annabeth turned to Percy, who answered, We're going after Luke. We know where he is, we can't let a chance like this escape. Didn't Chiron say this was just a reconnaissance mission? Clarisse asked. Yeah, he did, but we now have the opportunity to get him ourselves. And I don't know about you, but I want some sweet revenge. Annabeth and Clarisse looked at each other before nodding. All right then, let's go catch ourselves a traitor. Percy smiled, and the three then waited for their train to arrive. Slowly, however, Percy began to notice something strange. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the train station was clearing out fast. Ah, guys, I think something is about to happen, Percy said as he reached into his pocket to make sure Riptide was still there. What do you mean? Clarisse asked as she took out a cylinder of what looked like perfume, which was actually her spear in disguise. Everyone is clearing out of the station. Fast, Percy commented. Annabeth took out her dagger and stepped back behind Percy and Clarisse. Soon the last of the mortals were gone, leaving the three questers alone in the middle of the big main platform of the station. Percy then felt something, a chill come up his spine. Warning, an enemy approaching from your right side. Percy turned to his right and narrowed his eyes. There, and sure enough he saw three people walk towards them. The one in the middle was a woman with white blonde hair and cold blue eyes wearing a light blue shirt with dark jeans. Around her was an aura of cold, the same aura Percy felt. She was also the same person Percy felt in the cafe. Seems they trailed them all the way here. To the left was a girl with strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes similar to the first girl. She wore a very form-fitting black dress, which showed her slender but well-built figure, and by her side was a large metal baseball bat. And the last person was a man who stood at 6 feet tall, half a foot taller than the girls, with broad shoulders and a square jaw. He wore winter clothes with a heavy coat and a beanie, but the strangest thing about him was the fact that he was currently riding a freaking reindeer. Annabeth and Clarisse turned out the enemy, and Percy observed them. First was the woman with white blonde hair. Elsa Arundel, Snow Queen. LV 40. HP 4, 500/4, 500. MP 5, 000/5, 000. Race human, clear-sighted, mutated. SDR 10. VIT 28. Dex 23. Int 34. Wise 21. Luke 13. Elsa at a young age was given power over ice, allowing her to freely control it. At first, she was unable to control it, but after help from her sister Anna, she has learned to cherish and control her powers. She now wishes to find the person did this to her and is willing to do anything to find said person. She wishes to stop Percy from traveling to New York at all costs. She is calm but afraid of failure. Then the one with strawberry blonde hair. Anna Arundel, ass kicker. LV 21. HP 1 500/1 500. MP 200/200. Race human, clear-sighted. SDR 25. VIT 24. Dex 20. Int 12. Wise 10. Luke 19. Anna is the younger sister of Elsa. Ever since a young age, she has reigned to become stronger to protect her sister from those that would seek to harm her. Soon, she became a martial arts master, having a level of mastery over several different styles of fighting, including karate, judo, and Krav Maga. She is now on a quest to find who experimented on her sister along with her boyfriend Kristoff. She wishes to stop Percy from traveling to New York at all costs. She is fully focused and is ready to fight. The blonde guy. Kristoff Kai, master of reindeers. LV 22. HP 1 550/1 550. MP 300/300. Race human, clear-sighted. SDR 30. VIT 29. Dex 16. Int 17. Wise 19. Luke 22. Kristoff Kai is a master of reindeers, giving him control over reindeers and the power to enhance himself with parts of a reindeer. His personal reindeer is Sven, who is, well, a reindeer. He is dating Anna Arundel and is currently helping her find the man who experimented on her sister. He wants to stop Percy from getting on the train to New York. He is currently hungry, but is also focused on the task at hand. And his freaking reindeer. Sven, reindeer extraordinaire. LV 10. HP 500/500. MP 20/20. Race reindeer. SDR 30. VIT 24. Dex 12. Int 3. Wise 2. Luke 1. Saved by Kristoff at a young age, Sven the reindeer has sworn his servitude and friendship to his human savior. He has become close friends with Anna and Elsa and is willing to disobey Kristoff if it means pleasing them. He is also very smart for a reindeer. He doesn't like Percy, smells too much like fish. He is hungry but is interested in a good fight. Percy sighed, read their bios, looks like trouble just found them again. What was with him and finding trouble in Boston? Did the city hate him or something? And what did the reindeer mean when it said he smelt like fish? The fuck? Capitulo 142. Percy spoke up. Clarice, the one riding the reindeer, is the strongest. I feel like he has some sort of connection with the stupid reindeer he is riding and will likely attack with it. You up for the challenge? The daughter of war smirked, reading her spear. Born ready. Right, Annabeth, the strawberry blonde girl, is a hand-to-hand specialist, but isn't very smart. Think you can trick her into hitting herself with her bat? Annabeth grinned. You're on. Percy smiled and turned to the three approaching them but spoke in a whisper. All right then, move when I say so. He then spoke loudly. So, Elsa, Anna, and Kristoff, what can I do for you guys? The three in front of him stopped approaching him for a split second, and in that second Percy attacked by breaking the ground with his earthquake fist, breaking the ground and sending pieces of rock everywhere. Now, Percy cried out as Clarice charged Kristoff, who managed to avoid the destroyed ground only to be trapped on one side of the station away from the others. Annabeth ran to Anna, who was recovering from almost being hit by a rock, leaving Elsa to face off against Percy. How did you know who we are? Elsa asked with narrowed eyes in a cold tone. Didn't you know? I have the powers of an informant, Percy said, reading Riptide, and you, my Snow Queen, are in way over your head. Elsa didn't smile, but instead raised a hand up, gathering ice around the palm of her hand. We shall see. Elsa sent a blast of ice out of her hand that took the form of sharp ice shards. Percy dodged them all, and with a snap of his finger, sent a fireball flying right at Elsa's face. The so-called Snow Queen brought up an ice shield just in time, while simultaneously sending several blasts of icy wind at Percy. The son of Poseidon dodged all of the strikes and charged at the woman. Something told him she didn't have much experience with close-quarter combat. Percy was proven right when instead of fighting him head-on, Elsa jumped back while sending blasts of ice at him. Percy once again danced through the ice beams, was soon stood a few feet in front of Elsa with his trademark grin on his face. "What's the matter, hot stuff?" Ran out of juice. Elsa was panting as she looked at Percy with a sneer. "Oh, I have not even begun yet." Just then, a shadow was cast around the room, covering Percy from head to toe. The son of Poseidon turned around and gulped, only to find a huge monster made out of ice and snow with big heavy limbs and sharp teeth and claws. "You didn't think I was just wasting all that ice I threw, did you?" Elsa, as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. "Percy Jackson meets Snowball. He likes chocolate and ripping trees out of the ground with his bare hands." Percy Elsa, but on his face was not fear like she hoped, but confusion. Can he even taste chocolate? And what type of stupid ass name if Snowball? Snowball. LV 15. HP 20. 000/20,000. MP 0/0. Race Ice Monster. SDR 43. VIT 21. Dex 24. Int 1. Wise 2. Luke 0. A monster created through the powers of Elsa, it is not very smart, but can obey simple orders and can also be controlled like a puppet. Kill to get 7,000 exp. Elsa groaned. "I named him when I was 12, all right." "Now shut up," she said just as Snowball smashed the spot Percy was standing in a few moments ago. Percy looked at the thing's HP. Snowball HP, 20,002,0000. "Easy enough," Percy commented as he summoned 2 fireballs, sending both right at Snowball's face. The frost monster put a hand up and blocked the fireballs as a little of the ice in its hand started to melt. Percy sighed. This was going to be a long battle. Annabeth hated this girl. She really wanted to kill Percy for even suggesting fighting her. Right now, the daughter of wisdom was running as fast as she could away from the crazy strawberry blonde, swinging the metal baseball bat. "What was it Percy said? Can you trick her into hitting herself with her bat?" Yeah, right. Easier said than done. But in the end, it was her fault for even accepting. Well, it was either that or fight the girl with freaking ice powers that just summoned a giant ice monster. "Stay still so I can hit you," Anna screamed out as she swung her bat at Annabeth, only to smash into one of the walls of the station. "I promise it won't hurt." "Hell no," Annabeth cried out as she ran even faster. "You're freaking crazy." "Crazy strong," Anna replied as she brought the bat down again, this time nearly hitting Annabeth, who just managed to dodge by jumping to the side. Annabeth rolled up and saw a chunk of stone next to her. She swung her foot and kicked the stone with all her strength, sending it flying into Anna's nose, breaking it with an audible crunch. Crunch! "Shit!" Anna cried out as she grabbed her nose with both hands, dropping her bat on the floor. Blood poured out freely as the girl tried to stop it with her fingers. Annabeth took this chance, whipped out her dagger and moving back a few steps to the left. "Need some help with that." "You snot-nosed brat," Anna cried out as she stopped her nose from bleeding by stuffing a napkin into her nose. "I'm going to make you hurt so bad." "Right," Annabeth said, taking another step to her left as Anna took up her metal bat. "I'm serious, I'm going to do nasty stuff to you." "Really? Like what?" Annabeth took a step to the left, which Anna mimicked, maintain the distance between them. "I'll break your nose." Getting revenge by doing the same thing they did to you, kind of a cliché. "I'll break your legs." To basic, Annabeth took another step to the left and Anna copied. I'll, Anna thought before smirking, "I'll cover you with reindeer spit. And believe me, those things are nasty. And then I'll make you watch the human centipede twice." Annabeth shivered at that. "Okay then, that's scary." She then held her dagger in a reverse grip. "So are you going to do something, or are you all just talk?" Anna smirked and raised her bat up and charged. "Oh yeah." But after her second step, she tripped on a crack on the ground, made by Percy's earthquake fist, and hit herself on the head with her bat, knocking her out. "Huh," Annabeth said with a smile. This was the reason she kept moving to the left. That was easy. Clarice was happy. No scratch that she was beyond happy, she was ecstatic. She lunged at the reindeer Sven and Kristoff with her spear, knocking them on the side for the second time in their fight. She then blocked Sven's kick with her spear shaft while dodging Kristoff's tackle. I'll give you one thing you two sure do know how to work together, but other than that you suck at fighting. Clarice mocked as she twirled her spear around her head before leveling it at her enemies. Yeah, we work better as a team, Kristoff said before he mounted Sven and held the reindeer by the horns. Perhaps you would like to see what we can really do. Oh, please, what you, Clarice began before shutting her mouth as he watched something impossible happen in front of her. Kristoff and Sven melded together and fused to from what looked like a giant hairy reindeer with human clothes standing on two very human legs. It looked at Clarice with puppyless eyes and growled. The daughter of Ares simply looked at the beast and replied, "Oh shit." Percy jumped away from another one of Snowball's ice breaths, causing all that turned next to it into ice. Percy panted. This was getting hard. Usually he could just bring out the gauntlet of Kefka and beat Snowball with a little backup from Zed or even Craig, but now he had to rely on only his skills, which were lacking when it came fighting giant ice monster that could regenerate very fast. Percy recalled every skill he knew, and only one came to mind: Death Touch. It would be a great way to try out his new skill, and if it doesn't work on this thing for some reason or the other, he would still have other ways to kill it. Percy readied himself as he put away Riptide, stitching each of his finger in anticipation for what he was about to do. He dashed forward and quickly became a blur due to his speed demon perk. In a few seconds he appeared right in front of Snowball's and pressed both hands open, palmed on the monster's stomach. The thing was cold to the touch, but Percy didn't care about that. He cared about one thing: Death Touch. Suddenly, a burst of energy exploded out of Percy's hands as he felt something even colder that Snowball's body travel through his veins and into the monster. His mana poured into Snowball, causing the monster to stop moving and just stare into Percy's eyes, and slowly its eyes became dead. Slowly the snowman became to fall apart into little pieces as it became nothing more than blocks of ice. Percy put down his hands and looked at the falling ice in shock. I did it. I actually did it. Percy was shocked beyond belief at what he did, but when turned to Elsa he found she looked even more shocked than he was. How did you do that? Percy was about to answer just as Annabeth showed up. You all right here, Percy? Percy turned to Elsa, who was still panting. Her MP was Elsa MP 1250/5000. She was exhausted right now, probably couldn't put up much of a fight now. Yeah, I good. Where is Clarice? Run for your lives, came a wild cry, causing everyone to turn and see Clarice running towards them, being chased by a giant reindeer. Percy spoke up. Clarice, what? No time to explain, just run, Clarice said, as she and the other turned and ran to the platform, leaving Elsa surprised, while the giant reindeer just continued the chase. Capitulo 143. What happened to the guy you were fighting? Percy asked as they ran to the second platform, catching sight of their train. That is that guy I was fighting, Clarice shouted back as they quickly boarded the train, just as Elsa riding on the giant reindeer appeared. Shit, Percy cursed. I'll hold them off, you two wait here, Percy said, and without even listening to what the other girls had to say, jumped off the train and brought his sword out. The reindeer continued its mad charge, and Percy quickly moved away from the train and his friends, drawing the reader to the center of the platform. Come and get me, Percy replied as he summoned a ball of fire in his right hand. No, Kristoff, Elsa replied on top of the reindeer. Don't get too close. He has a power that can kill with a single touch. I'll deal with him. The Snow Queen then dropped down, walking towards Percy as the reindeer stepped back, giving them more space to move. You fight me? Get real. You can barely move, Percy replied as he sent his fireball right at the white-haired female. Elsa dodged the attack and sent several ice spears at Percy, which the son of Poseidon managed to block with his blade. He didn't want to show most of his powers off right now, in case he was being watched by an Abyss agent, but he had a perfect opportunity to capture Elsa without hurting her. He used his shadow control and commanded Elsa's own shadow to wrap around her and tie her up like a mummified body. Percy smirked. Not so tough now, huh? Elsa looked at him with rage-filled eyes. You don't know what I am capable of, boy. Percy gulped as he suddenly got a flashback to Artemis, just as Elsa froze the shadow around her and broke the bonds that held her. Elsa then got up and waved her arms, forming a giant ice spear. "Eat this!" Elsa screamed before launching the spear at Percy. Percy, however, didn't try to dodge it or move away. He simply drew back a fist and shattered the spear with an earthquake punch. Elsa, however, smirked and waved her hands, causing a shattered shard of ice there to turn towards Percy and attack him. Percy activated Speed Demon and tried to move away, but he couldn't move his legs. He looked down, and there, sticking him to the ground, were ice shackles holding him down. Percy looked up. He couldn't give in. He wouldn't give in. He launched his mana outward to the ice shards around him and commanded the water in the ice to obey his will. Suddenly he could feel it. He could feel the ice around him. He could also feel Elsa's mana in the ice. He fought back, but ultimately Elsa's control over the ice was too strong, pushing past Percy's control. Marble skin, Percy though, and in a split second before he got pierced by the ice shards, his skin began as tough as stone as Percy put over 300 points of mana into the skill. Defense 5,500. 7,000 HP. Percy Jackson HP 1,803,300. Ping. You have gained a new skill. Ice Control LV1 0%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost 10 MP per foot of ice created. Max size 20 foot. Percy grunted as he used his minor ice control to push the shards of ice away from his body and break the ice shackles holding him place. Percy looked up at Elsa, who looked shocked once again by what he could do. "Why you can control ice. I felt you try, are you like me?" Percy was about to answer, but just the whistle broke out. The train was going to leave, and Percy needed to be on it. He used Speed Demon and dashed away from Elsa just as the train started to move out of the station. "No," Elsa cried out as she sent ice out to try and freeze the train track, only for Percy to use his own control over ice to deflect the ice by just a bit, missing the tracks completely. "Come back, I need answers." Ping. A skill has leveled up. Ice Control LV2 30%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost 10 MP per foot of ice created. Max size 25 foot. Percy didn't know what she meant, and frankly didn't really care. The train picked up more and more speed, tacking the three-quester out of Boston within the hour, taking them back to New York and to Luke. Percy looked to Clarice and Annabeth. "Are you two all right?" "Us, what about you?" Annabeth asked as she checked Percy's body for any wounds. "We saw you getting skewered like a pincushion." Percy shrugged. "The jacket protected me," he said, pointing to his black leather jacket. "It's made out of a monster with similar fur to the Nemean lion, very strong." "And what about your head and legs?" Clarice asked with narrowed eyes. "A spell I learned in the New York Natural History Museum. At their strange looks," Percy sighed. "Long story." "Well, we have all the time in the world," Annabeth said, leading them into a compartment and sitting down in the chair closest to the door. "So sit down and tell it." Percy sighed. He was going to get a major boost to his lying skill when he was done with this. An hour later. Your skill has leveled up. Lying LV10 0%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 50% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting LV5, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Percy sighed, closing the notification box in front of him. He told them a few things, like the fact he fought Electo there, who somehow managed to animate marble statue to life, and how he fought an army of the undead while going through the museum. They believed the marble statue thing, but was a bit skeptical about the whole horde of the undead thing, which was kind of silly when you think about it. Like, sure, a giant walking marble statue, totally believable, but a horde of undead? Nope, can't happen. Percy eventually convinced them otherwise, and told them that he learnt the marble skin spell from a scroll he found in Electo's person before she vanished into dust. When Annabeth asked to see the scroll, Percy just said that he didn't have it with him, but would be glad to show it to her once they get back. Annabeth accepted, which meant Percy now had time till they get back to camp to forge a scroll written in ancient Greek detailing the use of the marble skin spell. Yeah, no problem. Capitulo 144. Wouldn't it be amazing if Electo was still here? Annabeth commented, distracting Percy from his thoughts. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Why? Well, you said she animated an entire statue, right? Percy nodded. And she did it with runes. Another noob, so what I meant was if she was still alive, we could convince her to teach us how to do that. Just imagine it, all the statues in camp could be called upon to defend it in case another monster army decided to attack. Percy was stunned at that. Why didn't he ever think of that? He could get Electo to teach him all she knew. And not just her, Marchosia's too. Well, the things that won't cost a human soul anyway. He had so much on knowledge available to him, and he didn't even realize it. Percy felt like hitting himself in the head, but didn't want to cause a scene. At around 9 in the night, the train reached New York. Outside, Percy hailed them a cab and the three got in. Where to? The white-skinned, black-haired taxi driver asked them through the rear-view mirror. Oh, right, Percy said, as he reached into his pocket to take out the piece of paper that Biggie had given him, only to find a big hole in his pocket. Shit. What happened? Annabeth asked. There is a hole in my pocket. The note must have slipped right out of my pants during my fight with Elsa. Don't worry about it, Clara said before turning to the cab driver. Take us to the warehouse district in the Bronxes. We need to be at 100 Neptune CT, you know where that is. Yup, we'll be there in 5 minutes, the cab driver said, driving away. You memorized the address? Percy asked, impressed. Yup, Clara said. She then noticed Percy's and Annabeth's shocked look. What? It was important data. In war, not remembering things like that can get you killed. Annabeth and Percy shared and looked before sighing. That's good, Percy said. Annabeth nodded, continuing. We were afraid that you were a shape-shifting monster in disguise. Last thing we would need is that. Hey, Clarice cried out. The taxi took them to the warehouse district in the Bronx and stopped in front of a gated complex, inside which was filled with several different warehouses. All right, kids, end of the line, the cab driver stated. Is this the place? Percy asked as he and the others stepped out of the cab, paying the taxi driver. Not really, you see that road in there, he said, pointing to a road inside the complex, traveling parallel to the one they were on. That's Neptune Road. I can't go in because this place here is private land. I assume you kids are going to meet your parents here. Annabeth stepped up and waved her hands. Percy could feel the mist bend to her will as she spoke. You will not ask any more questions. You will go about your day normally and will forget you ever saw us, understood? The taxi driver nodded. Understood. He then turned the taxi around and, without another look or comment to them, drove away into the night, leaving the three kids alone. Damn, Percy said, watching the vanishing taillights. I have got to learn how to do that. So what's the plan on getting in? Clarice asked, turning to the high walls. Isn't it obvious? Percy asked as he walked up to the gate. We go in. And how are we going to go in? Clarice asked, pointing to the locked gate. It's locked. Percy nodded and grabbed the lock with his hand. He then challenged some of his earthquake powers into the lock, just enough to shatter it and leave the rest of the gate unharmed. Now it's unlocked. Clarice whistled. I have got to learn how to do that. Percy opened the gate slightly as the three snuck inside the private complex. They stuck to the shadows and before long found themselves in front of the warehouse they were looking for. Percy went next to the main door and held his hand up, stopping the other from moving. I'm going to try something. Wait for me to give the all clear. Annabeth and Clarice nodded, and Percy closed his eyes and thought out. Shadow spying. His mana leaped out of his body and went into the shadows inside the warehouse. And just like that, Percy could hear something. Are you sure they're going to come? Asked a familiar voice which Percy immediately recognized. Luke. Yes, I am sure, said a softer, masculine voice. In fact, they are already here. Percy's eyes shot up in surprise. He turned to Annabeth and Clarice. Get down. Suddenly, the walls of the warehouse bursted apart as a giant 12-foot-tall human crashed through. Percy and the other moved just in time to avoid getting crushed by the creature and rolled up to see just what caused all this damage. The creature was human, but the similarities stopped there. It stood 12 feet tall and naked, but strangely it had no genitalia or even nipples. Its mouth was wide and its teeth were blunt. It looked at Percy, and slowly it started to drool over itself as it licked its mouth. Guys, get up now, Percy said as he took out Riptide and the shield of Ares just as this thing came charging at them. It ran like a chicken, throwing its hand up in the air free while its legs rushed forward. Capitulo 145. The thing then reached for Percy. However, the son of Poseidon managed to dodge the slow monster's outstretched hand and managed to cut off few of its finger with riptide. "Ah!" the monster roared as it fell back on its behind, holding its hand in pain. Percy, however, wasn't in a very forgiving mood. He jumped up on top of the monster and pushed it down into the ground, earthquake fist. "You shouldn't have done that, Percy," Luke's voice called out. Percy turned, and standing in front of the broken wall of the warehouse was Luke, dressed in a black-on-black shirt and jeans with a blue jacket zipped up. "Luke," Percy growled, "what is that thing?" "That, Percy, is my trap for you," Luke explained, though judging by the look on Annabeth's face, she already knew what it is. Percy turned to Annabeth, who was literally shaking in fear. "Gee, Gergosa. It's a Gergosa." Percy snapped to the monster, as which was slowly getting up, and used observe on it. Gergosa. LV 41. HP 17, 300/18, 000. MP 0/0. Race Gergosa. SDR 50. VIT 27. Dex 12. Int 0. Wise 0. Luke 0. A monster used during the First Titan War as infantry, Gergosas are built to do one thing and one thing only: kill and eat all humans. They cannot feel pain or remorse. They are the perfect killing machines. Kill to get 18,000 exp. Percy started to sweat a little bit. It would be a tough battle fighting it, and Luke, maybe it would be best to bring out the gauntlet and get some help. Percy was about to move when a man dressed in a black suit with a top hat appeared next to Luke. The man was thin, almost unhealthy, his hair was very curly and his teeth were sharp like a shark's, and on top of his head was Kishan Argo, dealer. LV 53. "See, what did I tell you?" Argo spoke up. "Didn't I tell you they were here?" Luke nodded. "Yeah, you did." Luke then turned to Percy and narrowed his eyes. "You shouldn't have come, Percy." Percy frowned. "I'm guessing this is a trap." "Yeah, it is. I knew you would go to Biggie for information about me, so I used that opportunity to set a trap for you. Hopefully now you will learn to stay out of other people's business." "You are my business, Luke," Percy cried out. "No, right now that thing is your business." Argo pointed to the Gergosa, who was now up and fully healed as steam flowed out of its hand, reforming its cut-off fingers. Even its HP was full. Gergosa HP, 18,000/18000. Percy cursed himself for being so dumb as to not realize it was a trap. He moved back to Clarice and Annabeth, who were just as scared, but they hid it under their will to fight. "Do you know anything about this thing?" Percy asked Annabeth. "Anything at all?" "Its neck," Annabeth said after some thought. "The back of its neck if it's one weakness, or at least that's what the legends say." Percy nodded and walked forward. "Back of the neck, got it." Percy readied the sword just as the Gergosa charged at the three campers. Percy jumped away from the monster, and so did Annabeth, but Clarice tripped and fell down. The Gergosa then reached out and grabbed the demigoddess, crushing her in his grip. "AH!" she screamed as a snap broke out, indicating a broken rib. "Clarice!" Percy shouted as he activated Speed Demon and dashed at the monster's hand, cutting it off its wrist with his blade. Percy went to Clarice and helped pry the Gergosa's hand open, releasing the girl. "Are you all right?" Clarice coughed out blood. "I'll be fine." She then looked behind Percy as her eyes widened in fear. "Behind you." Percy turned just in time to see the Gergosa's head lung for them both. He moved, pushing Clarice away with one hand, just as the monster's mouth closed down on Percy. "Crun!" "Alert there, we go, another one done. Hope you like the inclusion of a Disney Princess Waha. I'm sorry if it just seemed a little bizarre I did that. I was just really bored, so I thought, what hell. Anyway, question. Is there a max for any of Percy's skills? Oh, I have been waiting for someone to ask me that since Chapter 1, the answer, there isn't. The skills that have a max level are max level, like Death Touch and his ancient Greek skills. But other things do not have a max level. Seems unfair? Hell yeah, it is. Is the Abyss the same as Tartarus? No, sure it may have the same nickname and all that, but it's more like an organization who just like having a cool-sounding name, that's all. Pause ability. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Don't want to make it seem too easy for Percy to win. Beta. Yes, okay, fine. I have swallowed my pride, though I have none, and got a beta. She should start baiting my work starting from the next chapter, and then edit everything else after that. Can Hades sense Percy controlling his domain? Well, not really. In this world, there are several L-metal users out there. The only reason Poseidon can sense Percy is because he is his son, and the amount of control Percy has over the shadows is laughable compared to Hades. Basically, Percy doesn't have high enough of level in shadow control to gain Hades's attention. Capitulo 146. Warning, the Gergosa has bitten you. Percy saw the message but ignored it. He was too busy moving. The second he pushed Clarus away, he realized what was about to happen. He put half his mana into his skin, activating his marble skin skill. His body immediately turned to a grayish-white as suddenly his body became harder. Defense 1175 x 55 VIT equals 64. 625 defense. The monster bit down on Percy's outstretched right hand, breaking into his skin. Crunch. Damage 63,000. Percy's grimaced as blood slowly oozed out of his arm, but luckily it was still attached to his body. The Gergosa's teeth, on the other hand, were a different matter. Its front few teeth were broken. It had after all tried to bite into an arm made of marble. Percy looked around. Clarus was looking at him with fear. Annabeth wasn't faring much better. I need to take this thing away from both of them, Percy realized as he pulled his right hand out of the monster's mouth, ripping out its broken teeth. Percy then grabbed its face with both hands and screamed, "ID create, empty." Suddenly, a pulse of energy was released, dragging both Percy and the Gergosa to a reddish pocket dimension where they were alone. Percy released the monster and brought both hands back before smashing both into its face with a roar, earthquake fists. The blows smashed into the monster's face, sending it flying back and away from Percy. It landed head over heels and face down on the floor. Percy panted. He had used half his mana and 200 extra in the span of a few seconds. He was allowed to be tired. But Percy couldn't just stop there. He took out Riptide and jumped on the monster's fallen form. He then plunged his blade into the monster's neck. Ah, the Gergosa's screech was horrible, but to Percy it was the sweet sound of victory. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Percy withdrew his sword and stabbed again, cutting deeper into the monster's neck. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. He didn't stop. Again and again, he swiped over its neck, cutting deeper and deeper until nothing was left but a mush of flesh and bone. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. The boxes kept coming, but Percy didn't stop until finally the monster started to disappear into a pile of golden dust. Percy fell to his knees. He was tired as hell, but he knew he couldn't stop, not yet anyway. Percy put away Riptide and got up. He looked around, and there, beneath all the golden dust, were few items Percy considered to be his loot. Cost $5,000/100D. Bottle of forest essence. Will allow the drinker a permanent +5 to all stats in the forest. Will also enhance the user's sense when in the forest. Percy put the bottle away for later use and put the money inside his inventory. He then put his hand up, ID escape. The sky then cracked open, revealing the night sky of New York. Percy looked and saw Clarus and Annabeth staring at him in surprise, with Luke and that creepy aggro guy looking just the same. Without another word, Percy dashed to the two demigoddesses and grabbed them before putting one hand up, shouting, ID create, empty. The two campers looked on in surprise at the sky as it changed into a reddish hue as all the noise from the city died out, leaving them alone. Percy, where are we? Annabeth asked as she looked around. What is this place? We don't have time for that, Annabeth, Percy said as he let go of both the demigoddesses walking away. "We need to move now." Clarice and Annabeth had questions, but understood the urgency of the matter and quickly nodded. "Where are we going?" Clarice asked as they walked away from the warehouse where they were ambushed. "Back to camp, this mission is a failure," Percy said as suddenly a drop box appeared in front of him. "Are you sure you want to abandon this quest? Find Luke and his army. Reward: 40,000 exp. 20,000. Failure: you will only find Luke next year. Yes, no." Percy sighed and pressed yes. His friends' lives were more important than a quest. He then quickened his pace before Annabeth spoke up. "Percy, are we really just leaving? We don't even know anything about what Luke or that guy is planning." "Well, that may be true, but we are going to need a better way to find out if they have more of those things. Well, I don't want to find out if they do." Clarice looked down sad. "If only we were stronger." "Oh, don't worry yourself too much, my dear. There is probably nothing you could have done either way, even if you were stronger." A cold and creepy voice called out. Percy froze. That voice, it belonged to Argo. Just then, the sky started to crack open, bringing Percy and the others out of the pocket dimension and into the real world. Percy looked behind them, and there, standing with a smirk on his face, was the skinny, sharp-toothed man known as Argo. "Ping. Argo's will has concurred yours. You were forcibly drawn out of your pocket dimension." Percy's eyes winded after reading that. He didn't even know that was possible. The last time someone's will had conquered his, it was freaking Artemis. Who the hell was this guy? Percy observed him. Kishan Argo, dealer. LV 53. HP 4, 000/4, 000. MP. Race human, clear-sighted. SDR 30. VIT 67. Dex 42. Int 61. Wise 59. Luke 2. The dealer is a man of mystery and class. He is known as the man who can get you anything, provided you can pay for it. An informant for the Abyss Argo has the knowledge to become an award-winning scientist, but rather chooses to use his talents in human experiment involving the supernatural. His latest experiments have been focused on clear-sighted humans and installing various powers into them. He wants to kill Percy. He feels bored. Percy closed the box and spoke. "I don't know how you did that, but dude, I sure am impressed." Argo smirked. "Well, coming from you, that is very high praise," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "No, you should be flattered, actually." Luke's voice cut in as the demigod stepped into Percy's line of sight. "He doesn't hand out compliments so easily. Even when I showed him my dad's flying shoes, the only thing he said was, 'Hey Luke, do you think it's a good idea to wear those shoes? They might piss off Zeus.' Didn't even care that I could fucking fly with them on." Percy frowned. "Yeah, well, sorry, I didn't think your stupid shoes were cool, asshole. I was too focused on finding out who was trying to start a war by framing me for stealing the Master Bolt." Capitulo 147. "You got skill, kid, I'll give you that," Argo said with a sadistic smile, "but you still can't compete with me." Percy smirked. "You sure about that?" Percy didn't reply for an answer as he blurred towards Argo. His fingers scraped the edge of the gauntlet before Argo managed to move away. He has great instincts, Percy thought, and soon the two were in a battle of keep away. Argo ran down the road with Percy just a few feet behind him. The man was fast, but not as fast as Percy. The demigod grunted and jumped over the man and brought down an earthquake knee to his face. Ding! The sound of hitting metal rung out as Argo stopped in his tracks, while Percy landed back a few feet holding his knee. His leg was numb, he couldn't feel shit, and Percy looked up and saw Argo's head covered with that black substance. "What the fuck are you?" Percy asked, standing up straight. The man smirked. "A god." Percy chuckled. "Yeah, well, so is my dad." "Oh yes, I know, but you see, with this," Argo motioned to the gauntlet, "even he will be nothing compared to me." Percy dashed forward and swung riptide at the man's head, not giving Argo the chance to put on the gauntlet. Argo blocked the strike with one black hand, but then noticed Percy's other hand reaching for the gauntlet of Kefka. Argo drew back his arm carrying the weapon and threw the gauntlet to the side before smashing his fist into Percy's stomach. Percy buckled at the punch and was thrown back. His dinner threatened to come out, but Percy held back the vomit. He looked up at Argo, and slowly his eyes turned yellow. My, how scary. Argo's eyes widened in surprise. No, if I lose control, I could hurt Annabeth and Clarice, Percy thought to himself, pushing down the anger and allowing Gamer's mind to work on clearing his head. His eyes slowly turned back to green, and he stood up. He brought up Riptide before throwing it aside. It couldn't cut his skin, but he did have an idea on what could. Oh, so this is going to be a fist fight? Nice choice. I haven't beaten someone to death in a long time. Argo smirked as he took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, turning his head back to normal before turning both his arms black. Let's rumble. Annabeth jumped to the side just as the blonde Jurgosa closed its giant mouth, where she stood just a second ago. The Daughter of Wisdom then turned around to see the hungry look the monster was sending her, a look she remembered seeing in the eyes of the monsters that tried to kill her and her friends. The Jurgosa turned its giant head towards Annabeth and crawled on its hands and feet towards Annabeth. The girl moved back, her legs shaking in fear. Just then the monster opened its mouth and lunged forward before a voice cried out. Annabeth, Clarice yelled out as the demigoddess jumped onto the Jurgosa's neck, plunging her spear to its hilt into the neck, before sending a large amount of electricity into it, causing its limbs to give out below it, paralyzing the monster. The Daughter of Ares got down from the human-looking creature before looking at Annabeth. Are you all right? I'll be fine, Annabeth said, looking at the Jurgosa slowly getting back to its knees, the effects of the electric shock already wearing off. We need to go now. Where did the one following you go? I lost him, Clarice said before a loud roar rang out, startling the two, but it looks like he found us. We need to hide inside there. Annabeth pointed to the warehouse from where the first Jurgosa came out of. Let's go then, Clarice said as she and Annabeth ran into the warehouse through the giant hole in the wall. Inside was a maze of shelves 30 feet tall with wooden boxes stacked inside them. Annabeth and Clarice ran deeper and deeper inside the warehouse before the maze ended, giving view to a large empty stretch of space with stalls littered everywhere. Stalls? Clarice asked. Why the hell are stalls here? Biggie did say this was a place where people in the abyss come to sell weapons, Annabeth answered as she looked around. The stalls looked like they had been checked vigorously, with banners torn and some stalls thrown to the side. Were they searching them for something? Well, this is a weapons auction. Maybe they wanted weapons, Annabeth said before noticing something strange. Something is wrong here. What? Where are all the people? Annabeth asked. There are stalls here, but no people. Maybe they left. Annabeth opened her mouth to argue back, but suddenly 2 very angry-sounding roared rang out, alerting them to the fact that the Jurgosa were now inside the warehouse. We can worry about this later. Right now, we need to survive. Clarice nodded and pointed to the top of the shelves. We need to get to high ground. If what you said was true, and based on how that thing reacted when I plunged my spear into it, their only weakness must be the back of their necks. Annabeth nodded, and soon the 2 demigoddesses climbed up the tall shelves. All the training on the climbing wall was really paying off. Clarice then led Annabeth around, jumping over the shelves and walkways searching for their enemies. Just then. Crash. There, Clarice whispered, pointing to where a shelf had just fallen over. Annabeth nodded as the 2 slowly walked over to where the disturbance was. There, just like Clarice guessed, was the red-haired Jurgosa. Clarice readied her spear before reading herself. She crouched down, and just as the Jurgosa passed below her, she jumped, plunging her spear into the monster's neck, sending several volts of electricity into the monster. Arghh! The Jurgosa yelled out in pain as it shook itself, sending Clarice flying away into a self before the Daughter of Ares fell down hard on the ground. Annabeth watched in horror as Clarice hit the floor. Luckily, nothing seemed to be broken, but Annabeth could see blood flowing from Clarice's temple. We need to treat her fast. She then turned to the Jurgosa, which was shaking its head, trying to shake away the pain. The monster then turned to Clarice's fallen form before slowly moving towards the demigoddess. Annabeth's eyes shot up in fear. She couldn't let her friend die. Suddenly her body moved. She ran forward before turning around to face the Jurgosa's back. The spear was still stuck inside its neck. If Annabeth could just grab it, she could perhaps kill that thing once and for all. The monster now stood on top of Clarice and slowly bent down to pick her up. Now! Annabeth thought, running towards the edge before jumping off with both hands stretched out. She grabbed onto the very end of Clarice's spear as her weight pulled the spear down, ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of the Jergosa's neck before falling down. Annabeth landed on her side and heard something crack inside her, probably a rib. She still had Clarice's spear in her hand, and on the tip was a huge hunk of the Jergosa's neck. Arghhh! The mutilated monster yelled as it fell to the side, knocking over another shelf to the ground before exploding into a cloud of smoke. Annabeth coughed out blood as she slowly pulled herself up, watching as the monster slowly disappeared into nothing. She got to her feet and slowly got up. Her ribs hurt, but she couldn't afford to stop. She reached into her backpack and pulled out an ambrosia square before swallowing it whole. Slowly, her ribs start to mend themselves enough for Annabeth to walk without too much discomfort. She then walked over to Clarice, who was still knocked out. I need to do something about that wound, Annabeth thought. She couldn't feed Clarice the ambrosia, the girl couldn't chew, and nectar didn't help physical wounds as much as cure exhaustion. Arghh! It was the roar of the blonde Jergosa from before. It was now inside the warehouse, and it was looking for them both. Seeing no other choice, Annabeth grabbed Clarice and slung her arm over her shoulder. She grabbed Clarice's body with one hand, then used the other to hold Clarice's spear. She then slowly dragged the demigoddess out of the warehouse, gritting her teeth at the weight of her friend. Clarice really needs to go on a diet. Argo blurred into motion, appearing in front of Percy, with two arms drawn back ready to pierce him through. Percy activated the speed demon perk in the last second, dodging Argo's attack, before sending an earthquake kick right into the man's stomach. Ding! Percy moved to side and ignored the pain he was feeling in his leg. He saw Argo hold his stomach with one hand as he laughed. Come now, Percy, don't you know by now that doesn't work on me? Percy didn't understand what was going on. Even if that man's skin was protected by that black substance, the vibrations his earthquake attacks sent out should be hurting his internal organs. Capitulo 148. Well, he is impressive, Argo said, rubbing his chin. To use your will to form a pocket dimension is something very difficult to do. Tell me, where did you learn to do that? In Kiss My Ass High School. Care to join? Luke laughed as Argo frowned at the insult. Soon, however, Luke's smile faded and he stopped laughing. Percy, come with us. You can help us save the demigods, Percy. Together. Oh, shut up already. Gods, it's always the same thing with you. Read my lips, dipshit. Fuck you and fuck Kronos. Agro chuckled. Kid's got balls, I'll give him that. The suited man then reached into his suit and pulled out two pink balls covered with red markings. He threw it into the sky, and they slowly transformed into two Jergosas, each 20 feet tall, one blonde with short hair, the other with long red hair. This wasn't good. They needed to get out of here, now. Percy needed to hold them off long enough for Annabeth and Clarice to run. Ping! Quest alert. Survive the ambush. Rewards. You live. 30,000. Skill disc LV2. Bonus. Make Argo and Luke run away. Reward. Weapon, light beam cannon. Failure. You die. Everyone you love will die. The earth will turn to dust. The moon will turn to cheese. Yes, no. Percy sighed, reading the quest. This thing was starting to bug him, but at least it had a sense of humor. He pressed yes and took out Riptide while turning to his friends. Guys, I'll hold them off. You two run. But Percy, Clarice began before Annabeth stopped her with one hand raised. He's right, Clarice. We need to get out of here. Percy can handle himself. Oh, but you two aren't going anywhere, Argo said in his soft and creepy voice. You two are going to be my new test subjects. Isn't that right, Luke? Argo said, turning to Luke, who simply nodded. That was the deal. Luke then took out a new bronze blade. His old one was cut in half thanks to Riptide. Luke, you aren't actually going to let him experiment on us, are you? Annabeth asked in a voice filled with fear. I made a promise, Annabeth, Luke said in a sorrow tone, one which I intend to keep. Annabeth looked at Luke with fear and anger in her eyes. Her worst nightmares were coming true. She didn't want to believe Luke was their enemy. She still held out hope that he wasn't, but seeing him right there in front of her promising a madman that he could do whatever he wanted to them, it was too much. Her anger slowly began to take over, pushing her fear aside. "Fine then," Annabeth said, drawing her dagger. "Bring it on." Argo giggled like a schoolgirl. "Oh, I like this one. Plenty of fighting spirit." Percy didn't like that man, not one bit. Before they could say anything else, though, the two Jurgoses charged Percy and his group with their mouth filled with drool, all the while eyeing them like chocolate treats. Percy dashed forward and jumped up, bringing Riptide down on the blonde one. But before it even reached it, something blurred collided with Percy, pushing him off course and into a building. Percy smashed into the wall, cracking it, and slowly the last of his marble skin defense points went away, leaving his skin vulnerable. Percy fell down, but managed to land on his feet before looking for who pushed him aside. In front of him, Luke was slowly approaching him with his blade in hand, doing his best to look intimidating. But after that time, he called Artemis a crazy bitch Percy doubted anything could ever come close. Percy smirked and readied his blade. "Let's see how much you have improved," Percy said as he got up. "If I recall correctly, last time I kicked your ass and broke your sword in half." Luke raised an eyebrow. "I didn't take you for a shit-taker, Percy. It doesn't really suit the whole hero thing you got going on." Percy scoffed at that. "Who the hell said I'm a hero? I sure didn't." "You save people, fight monsters, and kill demons. You're a freaking hero, Percy." Well, I suppose that does make me kind of like a hero, huh? So does that make you the villain?" Percy asked, tightening his grip. "If that is what I need to be, then yes, that is what I am." Percy groaned, but instead of replying, he dashed forward, striking out against Luke, sending him back with his ferocious strikes. "You still can't keep up with me, Luke," Percy called out as he swung Riptide at Luke's left ribs, only for the son of Hermes to move back just in the nick of time. Percy, however, kept the attack going, forcing Luke towards the main gate. Luke then slipped inside Percy's defense and grabbed Percy by his jacket. "Never underestimate me." He kneed Percy in the stomach and threw him back. Percy moved back, holding his stomach. Gamer's mind and body helped numb the pain, but Percy still felt uncomfortable. Percy spat out the extra saliva that was gathering in his mouth and readied his blade. Before Luke could even blink, Percy vanished, activating his speed demon perk. Just as Luke wondered where Percy was, he appeared right in front of Luke and kicked him in the shin with a mana-filled earthquake kick. "Cracked." Luke called out as he fell to his knees, holding his leg in pain. Percy stood and smirked. "I win, Luke." Luke looked up from his broken shin. "Are you sure?" Percy raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm sure." But just then, "Warning, attack from behind you." Percy threw himself to one side, just as a black fist found itself where Percy's heart was just moments ago. Percy got up and saw Argo there, helping Luke up with his palm completely covered in some kind of black ink. "Don't give him hints like that, Luke," Argo said, helping the demigod up. "It's almost like you don't want him to die." Percy looked back and saw that Clarice and Annabeth were still alive. That was good. But the Jurgoses from before were still attacking them. That was not so good. Something had to be done. Those two didn't look like they could last much longer. Percy turned to Argo and Luke. "Time to end this." Argo raised an eyebrow, but Percy didn't say anything else. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the gauntlet of Kefka and started to put it on. But suddenly Argo blurred into motion, snatching the gauntlet from Percy's hands before Percy even had a chance to react. "Where did you get this?" Argo screamed. "Where did you, a stupid little shit, get this gauntlet?" "Fuck, he knows what it is. But how?" Percy activated his speed demon perk and dashed forward. If Argo used the gauntlet, the chances of him surviving the night would go down to 0%. Argo tried to put the gauntlet on, but Percy swung Riptide at him, forcing the man to block the strike with his black palm. The sword struck the palm head-on, and a chime rang out. It sounded like metal had struck metal. It must have been some kind of spell Argo used, like Percy's marble skin. Percy grunted and kicked the man's shin with an earthquake stomp, but again his foot hit metal. His kick didn't do shit. Percy, however, didn't care about that. He moved to get the gauntlet back, only for Argo to back away a few feet back. Capitulo 149. You're probably wondering why you can't seem to hurt me with those vibrating attacks of yours, Argo said, smirking. Well, that answer is simple really, you see. Oh, do shut up, Percy said, interrupting him. Enough with the monologue. What are you, a Bond villain? Argo raised an eyebrow. Most people would be happy that their enemy is explaining their powers to them. Percy sighed. Yeah, okay, sure, it would be smart of me to listen to your explanation and then figure out a way to defeat you. But by the gods, your voice is so annoying. It's like my ears are going to rip themselves off my head just so that they don't have to listen to it anymore. Argo blinked at Percy and for a long time simply stared before saying, Has anyone ever told you that have a penchant for pissing people off? Percy shrugged. Deal with it. The demigod then sprinted and reappeared in front of Argo and sent a punch at the man's face. Argo blocked the strike with one hand, but just then Percy opened his other hand and sent out a blue fireball towards the man's head. Argo released Percy and moved back, batting the fireball away with his black hand, before suddenly, the shadows created by the fireball launched up from the ground and sliced into Argo's face. Shit, Argo cursed before he blurted back. His face had several cuts on it and blood slowly poured out of his wounds. I already know how to beat you, Percy said, lighting up 2 more fireballs. I just have to aim at the normal colored part of you. I thought you were a son of Poseidon. How the hell can you create fireballs and control shadows? I'm special, Percy replied before sending both fireballs at Argo. The blue flames lit up the night as Percy commanded the shadows under Argo's feet to attack him. The suited man started to swing his arms quickly, with his left taking care of the fireballs and his right cutting the tendrils of shadows that were coming out of the ground for him. So his black arms can nullify magic, Percy figured out. The fireballs weren't doing any harm to his clothes, which should at least be burnt when something so hot came near it, and furthermore the shadows that Argo cut looked like they were melting in his arms, something that Percy remembered his shadows doing only when he didn't have any more mana to power them with. Instead of attacking Argo, Percy dashed to his gauntlet with his ridiculously high speed. But just before his hands could even touch it, Argo swooped in and grabbed the thing before jumping away towards Luke. Get back here, you slutspawn, Percy cried out before dashing towards Argo. He managed to catch up to Argo just as they reached the warehouse. He grabbed Argo and reached for the gauntlet, but Argo threw him aside. Percy skidded across the ground and looked up just in time to see Argo put on the gauntlet. No, Percy cried out. Argo laughed as he moved his fingers, getting a feel for the weapon. With this I can rule the world, Argo roared out, holding the gauntlet up in the air. He then channeled mana into the gauntlet. Come out, my minions. Percy then watched as slowly smoke started to pour out of the gauntlet. A feeling of dread filled him as slowly the smoke turned solid, taking the form of 5 distinct forms. But before they could solidify, the gauntlet started to spark as a surge of electricity went out of it and into Argo. Argh! Argo cried out in pain and quickly took off the gauntlet and threw it aside, holding his left arm in pain. Percy grabbed the gauntlet and saw Argo's arm. It was black, and not black from his special skill, but black from getting burnt. His entire arm was smoking, as little pieces of skin was seen cut off in different places. What did that thing do to me? Argo screamed, doubt looking at Percy. You'll pay for this, brat. Percy narrowed his eyes before slowly putting the gauntlet on. He channeled his mana into it and prayed to his dad that it wouldn't shock him like it did Argo. Luckily, though, everything seemed normal as 5 smoky figures spread out of Percy's left arm. Zed, Craig, Alecto, Marchosias and Cerberus stood besides and behind Percy as they all brandished their weapons, or fangs and fists, at Argo. Try me, bitch, Percy said with narrowed eyes as he slowly reached into his pocket, pulling out an uncapped riptide. Argus' eyes widened in fear at the sight of the monsters at Percy's side. He looked at Percy and glared. Bloodlust detected, Argo. Percy sighed and pushed the box away. He then looked at Argo, red to fight the man to death, but just then Annabeth, who was dragging an unconscious Clarice on her back, came out of the warehouse, and right behind them was the blonde-haired Gergosa. Annabeth, Percy cried out before turning to his servants, help them. The 5 nodded, running to the demigoddess, but Marchosias reached there first as the winged wolf took a huge bite out of the Gergosa's feet. Percy then turned to Argo, behind whom was Luke. "Let's finish this," Percy said, reading his blade. They both were injured. This would be Percy's only chance at beating them. Luke smiled as he placed his hand on Argo's shoulder. "Maybe next time, kiddo." And just then the two vanished in a flash of light that nearly blinded Percy. The son of Poseidon blinked and soon realized her was now alone. "Shit," Percy cursed himself for letting them get away. He then ran to Annabeth and Clarisse as he took the daughter of war off Annabeth, holding her up with one arm. "Are you okay?" Annabeth nodded. "Broken rib, but I had some ambrosia, I'll live." Percy nodded and then looked at Clarisse, who was slowly bleeding out of her head, covering his black jacket in blood. "Shit," Percy cursed as he held her tighter. "What happened?" "She tried to attack one of them by jumping off a 30-foot shelf. She managed to hurt him, but she fell down pretty hard." Percy felt her ribs. Luckily, nothing was broken, but her left arm did feel fractured. "We need to get her somewhere safe now." "But what about—" Annabeth's words died in her mouth as she turned to the blind Gergosa, who was now nothing more than scraps of meat slowly dissolving in Cerberus's mouth. "Ping! You have leveled up." "Huh, how did that happen?" "Oh right, my servants took care of the Gergosa, sweet free exp." Percy Jackson. Health 2 600/2 600 plus 1000 equals 3600. Mana 1 475/1 475 plus 1000 equals 2475. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 19 Exp, 17,898 69000. Race Demigod. SDR 34. VIT 50, plus 5 equals 55. Dex 31, plus 5 equals 36. INT 34. WS 32. LUC 50. Points 51. Money 87, $597/466D. Ping. Quest completed. Survive the ambush. Rewards. You live. 30,000. Skill disc LV2. Bonus. Make Argo and Luke run away. And just like that, 3 objects spread and landed in front of Percy and Annabeth. One was a skill disc, and the other was a stack of cash held together by a band. The third, however, was a giant white cannon with black circuits carved along the weapon. Percy observed it. Light beam cannon. A cannon that uses light to form beams of energy. Light can be stored up inside the cannon like a solar panel and be used at any time, any place. Capitulo 150. Damage 4x number of minutes. It has collected solar energy. Warning: overcharging can cause a backlash from the weapon, which may hurt the user. Note: you will get plus 500 attack if you shout, "Super Beam Cannon," at the top of your voice when using this weapon. Percy read its info and was frankly impressed with the weapon. This would surely come in handy later. "Percy, what is that?" Annabeth asked as she slowly backed away from the 3 things that suddenly appeared out of thin air. It's a long story," Percy said as his monsters slowly walked back to Percy and Annabeth. The Daughter of Wisdom looked nervous seeing all of those monsters. After all, one was literally the guardian of the underworld, and the other was the personal servant of Hades himself. "Relax," Percy told Annabeth, who was reaching for her dagger. "They are on our side." Annabeth looked at Percy and then at the monsters in front of her before she narrowed her eyes at him. "Explain." Percy nodded. "I will, but right now we need to help Clarisse." Annabeth glared at Percy, but eventually sighed, nodding her head. Percy turned to Cerberus. "Cerberus, I need you to go back to the underworld and guard it like before." The 3-headed dog started to whine, and all 3 head began looking at Percy with what could only be described as the puppy dog eyes. Percy felt like his heart was going to melt the longer he looked into those 3 pairs of eyes. Any normal human would have just given in at that point, but luckily, Percy had Gamer's mind to keep in him check. "I'm sorry, buddy, but I made a deal with Persephone and Hades, but I promise I'll call you sometime and then we can play together, okay?" Percy said, causing Cerberus to lower its heads and whine even louder. "Oh gods, this was so difficult to do. I'm sorry, buddy, but I promise you I'll call you soon, okay? Every Sunday, I promise. The three-headed dog smiled at that and quickly nodded its heads before it jumped into the shadow of the warehouse, Shadow traveling to the underworld. Percy sighed. He so needed to get immune to those thrice-damned pleading eyes of Cerberus, or the dog was going to become his master instead of the other way around. He then turned to Clarice, who was slowly paling in complexion. "Can we get to camp in time to save her?" Percy asked Annabeth. "No, I don't think so. She's losing too much blood," Annabeth said, touching Clarice's skin. "She's also freezing." Percy nodded and then looked at Alecto, the only one who could fly her in time to save her life. "Alecto, do you think?" "Don't even ask me," Alecto said, crossing her arms. "I'm a good flyer and all, but if you want me to get somewhere fast, I'm going to have to fly recklessly, and who knows what type of damage that could do to her body." "She's right," Annabeth said, looking at Percy with hope slowly dying in her face. "We can't risk it." Percy looked at Clarice and held her tight. He needed to do something, anything. He was the reason she was even hurt. If he had tried to do this on his own, then maybe she wouldn't be hurt right now. If there was only a way he could transport her without anything happening to her body. Like a car that went supersonic or a pod that froze her body so that her life wouldn't be in immediate danger. Wait a second. "I got it," Percy yelled out, causing everyone to jump back a little from the enthusiasm. He lifted Clarice up bridal style and held her, calling out, "Inventory." The brown box appeared in front of him, and Percy increased the size of the box before sliding Clarice into the pocket space he used to store his items. Annabeth watched as Percy put Clarice somewhere. Soon she was gone, leaving a gob-smacked Annabeth and a smug-looking Percy. What did you do?" Annabeth asked as she waved her hand in the general direction that she saw Clarice disappear to. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Percy commented as he took his quest rewards from before, the skill disc, money and light beam cannon, and put them in this inventory. "It's one of my powers. Right now Clarice is being stored safely in a place that will keep her in stasis, until we reach camp, that is." "So she's safe?" Annabeth asked with relief shining on her face. Percy nodded. "She's safe. But we shouldn't waste time, we need to get back to camp right away." "Fine, but the moment we reach camp you're telling me what the hell is going on with you. How can you command these monsters? And how the hell can you move so fast? And where did you take that first Jergosa?" Percy held up a hand, calming Annabeth Dawn, who was panting due to lack of breath. "Relax, Annabeth, I'll tell everything. Just not now, okay?" Annabeth nodded. "Yeah, I got it." Percy nodded and turned to Alecto. "Think you can fly us both to camp?" The math teacher shook her head. "I'm a one-passenger kind of vehicle." "But I can," Marchosias cut in, turning all attention to her. "You can?" Percy asked with an eyebrow raised. Marchosias spread her wings wide before flapping them down hard, pushing out a gust of wind. "These aren't only for show, you know." Percy nodded and turned to Annabeth. "You up for riding on the back of a demon?" Annabeth looked at Marchosias and then Percy. "You sure it won't eat us?" Percy nodded. "I'm sure, and it is a she. And be warned, she is a very nosy person. Very annoying." Marchosias scoffed at that, but said nothing to defend herself. Percy dismissed the rest of his servants before going to where the last Jergosa was and collecting the 5,003 low-grade potions. He then mounted Marchosias, not that type of mounting, pervert, and helped Annabeth on. "You sure you can carry the both of us?" Percy asked. "I could always toss Annabeth into my inventory." "Hey. It would be nice to spend some alone time with you, master." Marchosias purred the last word out. "Okay, so you can fly us both. That's good to hear." Percy continued on, pretending he just didn't hear Marchosias purr. That coming from a giant wolf and not from a naked woman was far less sexy and far more disturbing. Fine," Marchosias said as she spread her wings before running forward and shooting into the sky. "HOOI shit," Annabeth yelled out as she grabbed Percy's weight, who in turn grabbed Marchosias' neck. "This is so cool," Percy cried out as Marchosias zoomed across the city skyline, giving a clear view of New York City. The lights reflected off the windows, making it look like they were flying through a tunnel of light. Percy smiled, and for a moment simply enjoyed the feeling of flying. For now, this single moment, everything was good. But just as that feeling came it went, as Marchosias soon flew past the city and towards camp. "Do you know where we are going?" Percy screamed louder than the roaring wind. "Of course I do. Don't you think that if I didn't I would ask you before we took off?" Marchosias yelled back. "Good point," Percy replied, as the three slowly made it onto Long Island. After a few minutes of flying at incredible speeds, they reached Montauk, and Marchosias landed right on the hill that lead to camp. Percy and Annabeth got of, and Percy turned to his servant. "Thanks, Marchosias. You really saved us a lot of time and energy." "You know there are other ways you can thank me," Marchosias said with a growl in her throat. She then exploded into shadows, but before she could take on her human form, Percy put her back into the gauntlet. Yeah, he really didn't want Annabeth to start freaking out when she saw Marchosias in her human form. "Well, at least we got here fast," Annabeth said as she climbed the hill. "Come on, we need to get Clarice to the med bay." "Right," Percy said as she opened up his inventory and slowly pulled Clarice out. He then held her carefully, walking towards camp. "Why did you take her out now? You could have done it inside and not have to carry so much weight." Capitulo 151. "I don't want others to know about my powers just yet, Annabeth," Percy spoke just as they reached the entrance to camp. "I trust you, but I don't trust everyone here." "Percy, you nearly died for these people. You went to the underworld for these people. How can you not trust them?" Because the first demigod from camp I trusted with my life was Luke." Annabeth stopped in her path just as they reached the big house. "Percy, I can't make excuses for Luke, but the rest of us won't betray you like he did, Percy. We wouldn't do that to you." Percy nodded as he walked up to the door. I know that, but I still can't bring myself to trust them. Maybe one day I can, but for now I want this to remain a secret." "Who else knows? About your powers, I mean." "Just you, my dad, and the Fates," Percy said as Annabeth opened the door for him. "Wow, ain't I special?" "Indeed you are, Annabeth, indeed you are." Percy brought Clarice to the second floor and put her on the first bed he found, while Annabeth called a child of Apollo to come and look at Clarice. Soon, they had her stabilized with a fresh supply of blood flowing through her. From what the Apollo kids were saying, she was going to be fine. Percy and Annabeth stayed at Clara's side, and soon Chiron came to join them. He was genuinely surprised to see the three campers again, and his face showed it. "I take it things didn't go too well." "Yeah, no shit," Percy commented, his eyes fixed on Clarice. "It was a trap. Luke was ready for us," Annabeth said before continuing in a low tone, "and he had Gergoses with him." Chiron looked shocked beyond belief. "What? How is that possible?" "We don't know," Annabeth replied, and slowly she began to fill Chiron in on everything that had happened to them on their quest. Percy sighed watching them and got up, heading out. Annabeth and Chiron didn't notice him leaving and continued to discuss on how Luke could have gotten his hands on a Gergosa. Percy walked out of the big house and quickly walked to one place that always calmed him down, the beach. Slowly, all the emotions that Percy had bottled up inside of himself had slowly started to leak out. He let Gamer's mind slip out, and slowly he started to feel everything he was hiding away. The anger, the guilt, the pain, and the regret. Olive pulled on his heartstrings, and slowly Percy felt the weight of the world on him. He reached the beach, and the sight of the waters in front of him made him relaxed. The pain was still there, but now it was manageable. He started to sort out what he felt. The anger was because of Luke. The very sight of the traitor just made him want to punch something. The guilt and regret was because he had brought two of his friends into danger. And the pain was because he couldn't do anything to make sure they didn't get hurt. It was pure luck they defeated the Gergosa and lived, and even then Clarice nearly died, and Annabeth was almost monster food. Percy sat down and watched the waves as slowly a tear flowed from his face. It was too much for him to take on alone. "Percy," a soft voice called out, grabbing Percy's attention. Percy wiped his tears and turned around, seeing Nina in her black apron, with soot spread across her face. She smiled at him as she sat down next to him, crossing her legs. "Nina, what are you doing here?" Percy asked the daughter of Hephaestus. "I was just in the armory when somebody came in and said that Clarice was in the med bay. Most of us stopped working and went to the big house to see her, but I noticed you walking in the other way. I just wanted to see what you were doing." "I see," Percy said, turning back to the sea. It was sweet that she cared so much, but then again, he didn't really feel like talking. Were you doing something? Nina asked. No, I was just, look, it's nothing. I just wanted to be alone, that's all. It didn't look like it was nothing. Kind of looked like you were about to eat a hot iron bar through your ear. Percy looked at her surprised. What? Nina burst into laughter. Oh, that face. Haha, clueless face is so cute. Percy grumbled, crazy Smith. Shut it, Waterboy. You know, for a Smith, you aren't very creative when it comes to nicknames. Yes, I am. Waterboy is a perfect nickname for you. Yeah, sure, I'm a son of Poseidon, so I'm Waterboy. Very clever. Oh, okay, then how about this? Bottles up his feelings, boy. What do you think? I don't bottle up, Percy started but stopped before looking down. Look, Nina, it's nothing. Not even worth mentioning. Somehow I find that hard to believe. Is it that obvious? Kind of, Nina replied as she looked at Percy, who moved to meet her eyes. What's wrong, Percy? It's everything. Clarice is in danger because of me. She got hurt because I brought her along. If I didn't, then it would be someone else in that hospital bed. Look, Percy, you can't just go fighting monsters on your own. You need backup. You need your friends. Not if I get strong enough. Not if I get so strong that no one I care about will ever be hurt again. Percy, then what? Huh? Percy looked puzzled and stared at Nina, who looked at Percy with a hard glare. What would you do after you become the strongest? Assume for a second you are the strongest, like no one can beat you, not the gods, not even the fates. Then what? Then, I don't know, Percy admitted after thinking. Percy, you can be a legend, but if there is no one with you as you do that, then there's no point in you doing anything. Power is necessary, Percy, but you need a reason for that power more than anything else. Percy looked at Nina and he spoke. Who are you? Nina titled her head and giggled. What do you mean, Percy? I'm me. Percy narrowed his eyes. No, you're not. He then saw the name and level hanging above this person's head for the first time. Hestia, goddess of the hearth. Elvie. Percy's eyes shot up and whispered, Hestia. Nina's face turned to one of shock and surprise before she smiled. Poseidon's children always were quick. She then exploded into a cloak of flames before reappearing in the form of an 8-year-old child with a brown-red Greek dress and brown hair. The thing that attracted Percy's attention, though, was her eyes, her fiery eyes. And this wasn't the kind of fire Percy saw in Ares's eyes. No, this was the warm and sweet, like the flames of a hearth. Why are you here? Percy quickly got over his surprise and finally managed to ask her. Because I could sense your anguish all the way from Olympus, Perseus, Hestia replied, as she turned to the sea enjoying the wind that blew through her curly locks. So, this is what? A social call? Percy asked as he slowly reached for Riptide. This woman, well, kid really, didn't seem like she meant to harm him, but he wanted to be ready in case anything happens. After all, for all he knew, she could explode in a fireball at any time just for fun. You will not need anaklusmos with me, Perseus. I mean no harm to you, Hestia said, closing her eyes, still enjoying the sea breeze. Yes, well, sorry if I don't take your word for it. The last goddess I met tried to pierce me with arrows, not to mention turn me into a deer. And that was the one that I got along with. Hestia giggled as Percy smiled, happy to hear the sound of her voice. In a single word, it was angelic. I assure you, Perseus, I came only to help you get over your feeling of depression. Basically, you're going to try and make me stop being such a little emo bitch. Hestia smiled. Well, when you put it like that. Percy sighed and took his hand away from his pocket. Fine, but why now? There have been plenty of times where I have been depressed before, plenty of time where I could have used the gods' help. Why have you only come now? I came because I was told to, Perseus. Please, it's Percy, and what do you mean told? Who told you to do this? Zeus. Hestia shook her head and looked at Percy with eyes wide open. The fates. Percy frowned. Great, what do they want now? They told me to talk to you, Percy, and help you get through your feelings. They told me that you had a very important role in the future, something they said they already told you about. Percy got a quick flashback to the time at the bus stand. He remembered the fates showing him an article on Kronos, giving him a clue behind who was behind all of this, warning him about war. Sigh, okay. Fine, I get it. But again, I don't know why they sent you here. I mean, isn't there something more valuable to do with your time? Hestia smiled. There is nothing more valuable to me than helping one of my nephews. For my Percy, family is everything. I thought family was Hera's domain. Hestia smiled. We share it, but while Hera looks after her close family members, I see all of them. Percy nodded, taking that new information in. So, are you done? Are you done doing what you came here to do? Because I feel much better, promise. Lie failed. Hestia smiled. You are a bad liar. Well, depends on the lie, really, Percy said, looking at the sea. A few moments passed where a silence fell between them. Percy felt awkward. He could talk to Nina. He knew her, but this goddess was a total stranger to him. Fine, might as well get this over with, Percy thought before he spoke. So you were saying something about power. Hestia smiled before speaking. I was an Olympian, Percy, the daughter of Kronos himself. My siblings were where you are right now. They each wanted revenge alone. That legend about them immediately becoming allies to defeat Kronos, that was just an exaggeration. In reality, it took years for us to even consider joining forces and fight as one. Zeus was just as powerful alone as he was with us, but you see, he never once won a battle when he was alone. Only with us, his siblings, did he even have a chance at beating Father. Capitulo 152. So you see, Percy, even legends need help sometimes. I know the pain you feel, the anguish, the guilt, but all of that blame is not on you. It is not your fault your friends are loyal to you, loyal enough to risk their lives. You are a leader. Whether you like or not, you are the leader of this camp, and right now war is coming to your doorsteps, and if you stand alone to fight it, you will die. Percy looked into Hestia's flaming eyes and tried to see whether she was lying. Which didn't work because, hello, she has freaking fire in her eyes. Percy sighed and looked away. Things were so much simpler when all I had to worry about was getting good grades, doing my homework, and making my mom proud. Would you rather fight monsters or do homework? Hestia asked with a childish smile that matched her form. Monsters, definitely monsters, Percy replied, causing Hestia to laugh. The two smiled, and soon Percy spoke again. So the fates wanted you to tell me that I'm supposed to lead the demigods, is that right? Hestia nodded. Well, that and cheering you up. After all, that is my duty on Olympus. So you're what? The official caretaker of the Olympians? Hestia giggled. Well, when you say it like that. Sigh, Percy laid back on the sand and looked up at the stars. I don't know who I can trust. I don't know if they would even listen to me, or if I even want to fight this war. I understand that as a demigod I am a part of this world, I get that I do, but I just don't want to fight in a war that could kill my friends. Now, when did I ever say you would have to fight a war? But you said. You can fight, Percy, that is if you want to. All the fates want you to do, Percy, is be the leader of the camp, protect the camp as best you can. Nothing more and nothing less. But what if I can't? Percy asked, looking at Hestia. You can, Hestia said as she slowly vanished by turning into flames. I believe you can. Percy watched as the wisps of fire slowly vanished, leaving him alone. Yeah, well, you're the only one. He stayed there for some time. He heard rattling on and on with no idea what he should do. He stayed there in that spot, looking at the sky for the entire night. When the rays of the morning sun hit his face, Percy knew it was time to move. He got up and dusted himself off before heading off to the big house. Inside, the med bay Claris's bed was surrounded by her siblings, most of whom Percy knew personally. He kicked their asses during their spars. Percy, you're here, Peter called out, causing everything to look at the son of Poseidon. Yeah, just needed some time to process this, Percy replied as he moved closer. Annabeth said you helped save her life, Matthew said as he got up, and before Percy could say anything, grabbed him in a big hug, crushing Percy. Thank you. It's nothing, Percy managed to say before slipping out of Matthew's bare hug. She wouldn't even be in this position and I hadn't brought her along for the quest. Hey, don't do that to yourself, Peter said, putting his hand on Percy's shoulder. Claris is the best fighter Ares' cabin has to offer. A couple of Ares' kids coughed. You know it's true. Anyway, as I was saying, if she couldn't come out of there unharmed, none of us could. So shut up, you're a hero, accept it and move on, or else I'll kick your ass. Percy smiled and nodded, and for the next hour, he and the rest of Ares' cabin talked as they waited for Claris to wake up. Eventually, however, the Apollo kids, who were working at the med bay, threw everyone out, saying they were disturbing the atmosphere. Percy went to the mess hall and grabbed a bite to eat and saw Nina, the real Nina, acting completely normal. After that, Percy went to his cabin and smiled the moment he stepped inside. It was good to be home. Percy put away the stuff in his backpack and took off his jacket, getting ready for a short nap. Gamer's body made it that he didn't need sleep, but having a nap is a nice thing to do once in a while. Just as Percy put away his jacket, he felt something in one of the pockets, something heavy. Percy carefully reached into the right side pockets and pulled out what looked to be a silver crescent moon. Percy quickly used Observe. Secure communications device. Capable of projecting images like a projector. It has a speaker and mic built into its sides with a lens and camera. This device is connected to its twin, which one can call using this device. Note, this device is secure and cannot be tracked by man or God. Percy raised an eyebrow at that. When did he even get something like that? Percy tried to search his memories for when he could have gotten this thing, and suddenly something stood out. Luke slipped inside Percy's defense and grabbed Percy by his jacket. Never underestimate me. He kneed Percy in the stomach and threw him back. Percy, though, as he looked at the crescent moon closely, right on top he could see a little depression, which meant that was the button he would need to press in order to turn this thing on. But why did he even give me this? What's the point? Percy knew he should just throw the device away, but his curiosity had awoken. He needed to know why Luke wanted to talk. Percy sighed, "Please don't explode or something." His Observe didn't show anything like that, but then again anything could happen. He pressed the button, and suddenly the crescent moon flew out of Percy's hand and started to hover in midair. A camera appeared on top, and out of the inside of the crescent shape came a lens which projected a big blue screen on Percy's wall. Percy watched as slowly the blue screen disappeared, replaced with Luke, whose entire body was being projected. "Oh, great," Percy thought before he spoke in a low tone. "Why did you put this thing in my jacket, Luke?" "I wanted to talk to you, Percy," Luke said, his voice coming out of the crescent moon's speaker. "I needed to talk to you." "Is it about how much you like kissing Kronos' ass? Because I don't want to hear it." "Percy, I'm being serious." "Oh, hi, being serious, I'm Percy. If that's all being serious, then I'm hanging up now." Percy moved to take out Riptide. "It's about the camp." And then he stopped. Percy looked up and glared. "Talk." "My decisions are my own. I chose to follow Kronos. And I wanted the camp to join me, and they would have if you weren't around." "Yeah, not really sorry about that. Get to your point." "My point is this. Since none of the campers joined us, they are now a liability, and Kronos doesn't like liabilities. Sooner or later, he is going to target camp, and I don't want that to happen. You betrayed us, Luke. You summoned monsters inside camp that killed so many, and then your Titan friends joined in the fun and... Look, I'm not saying I haven't made mistakes, okay? I know that. That is my burden to bear, but I cannot just sit by and watch as the only place I ever called home be burned down." Capitulo 153. "So all of a sudden you care about the campers?" Percy asked with narrowed eyes. "You set a Jurgosa on us, Luke." "No, wait, you set 3. Those things almost ate Annabeth and killed Clarice. You know those two, right? Seen them around camp sometime." "I couldn't do anything to have prevented that, Percy. Argo is a madman, a monster that experiments on people, and he just joined Kronos' side in all of this. I saw what he does, and it scared me. He joined on the condition that he could experiment on all the demigods we caught, and in that moment I knew I had to do something to save my family, even if they hate me for it. So yes, I let Argo do what he wanted to make him think I was on his side. And I knew that you would protect Clarice and Annabeth, Percy. That's why I didn't stop him." "So what, you want to be our spy?" Percy asked, crossing his arms. "Yes, I do." Percy narrowed his eyes. "You're fucking crazy, Luke." "I don't care what you think of me, Percy. I only care about one thing, helping my family." "You're not family anymore, Luke," Percy said as he moved to turn off the crescent moon. "Wait, before you decide anything, just think about my offer. Please, Percy." Percy pressed the off switch, and the current moon shut down, landing on Percy's open plan. The son of Poseidon looked at the device in his hands and wondered what he should do. "I'm too tired for this shit." Percy said as he put the crescent moon on his table before getting into his bed and falling asleep. Ping! You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy swiped the box away and got up. It was dark, but Percy saw several campers moving outside, meaning it was still early in the night. He got up and went to the mess hall where he grabbed some dinner. He began eating it and looked around at the campers next to him. They were all smiles and cheers. Clarice was already out of the med bay and eating with her brothers and sisters. Percy sighed as he thought over what had happened to him. He got a friend hurt, got advised by a goddess who is the shrink of the Olympians, almost got his most powerful weapon taken away from him, and the person who he hates the most just offered to be his spy. Percy sighed again. This was getting troublesome. In truth, Percy wanted to say yes to Luke right then and there, but he still didn't trust him. He doubted he could ever trust Luke again. But yet, if there was a chance for him to make sure his friends live through the war that is coming, then he needed to take it. Percy eyed the entire room. All the cabin members looked happy and content, and then his eyes fell on the hearth. Percy's eyes winded as he noticed Hestia there sitting right next to the fire, tending to it with a red-hot poker. She looked at him and smiled and pointed with the poker to the campers. Percy smiled back. Fine then, let's do it your way. Percy got up after he finished his food and quickly moved across the various cabin tables, talking to his friends, telling them to meet him after dinner. Later that night, Percy found himself in the war room just as slowly several demigods walked in. There was Clarice, who had a bandage across her head, Annabeth, Michael Yu, Chiron, and finally Nina, who closed the door behind her. "Hey, Percy," Michael said, waving to him, "so what did you want to talk about?" Percy nodded as they all stood around the giant table. "I called you all here today to tell you something. Something important." "Are you gay?" Clarice asked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. "No, Clarice, I'm not gay." Percy cried out, a small blush creeping up on his face, which he squashed with Gamer's mind. "Thank the gods," Nina whispered, and luckily no one heard her. "I called you all here today because I wanted to explain my powers, the things that I can do," Percy said, causing Annabeth to nod her head in understanding. "Wait, what do you mean, Percy?" Chiron asked. "I think he means the way he just magically made all those weapons appear that time Luke sent those monsters after us," Annabeth pitched in. "Yes, that," Percy said, pointing at Annabeth, "what she said. But the word around Olympus is that that power was given to you by your father, a gift," Chiron explained. "Well, it is a gift," Percy said, "but my dad didn't give it. And that's not the limit to what I can do." "So what can you do?" Michael asked with a raised eyebrow. "You might want to sit down for this." 3 weeks later, Percy sat on the fist of Zeus with a book on basic algebra open wide in front of him. He had a pen out and a blank notebook on the side, and his side as he took down notes. He really didn't like math. It involved him actually doing some work and not just memorizing information like in other subjects. Hence why he needs to fucking practice this shit. Percy threw his head up and stretched his neck. Sitting in one spot really hurt his neck. Above, the moon shined across the red sky as the noise of people running about in the forest surrounded him. He was in his ID, zombie, but this time he wasn't alone. "PERCY, help," Percy heard Michael's voice yell out. Percy smiled and threw his pen and book away before activating his speed and jumping towards where he heard Michael's voice from. Percy spread in a flash in front of the cabins where Annabeth, Clarice, Michael, and Nina were all fighting against a Legion zombie. The giant monster was covered with arrows and cuts, with half its face ripped open, but it didn't stop in attacking the demigods. Michael jumped from one of the Legion zombies' swings and saw Percy. "Great, you're here. We need help." Percy sighed as he gathered his mana. "You know, Michael, the point of the training was to make you all stronger. You can't do that if I always have to come in the last second and save you all." "Less talking, more killing," Clarice cried out as she slashed her spear through the Legion zombie's Achilles tendon, causing it to fall down. Nina then ran up to the monster and brought down a giant hammer right on top of the monster's right shoulder, shattering it into pieces, making its right arm unusable. All right, Percy said before pushing his mana out into the air, gathering all the moisture there. The moisture then condensed into a giant ball of water, which then transformed into a giant spear tip. He then froze the spear and launched the ice formation right into the zombie's head, ripping it off its neck. Ping! You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 2 950/2 950 plus 1000 equals 3950. Mana 1 600/1 600 plus 1000 equals 2600. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 20 Exp 107, 1000. Race Demigod. SDR 39. Vit 52, plus 6 equals 58. Dec 31, plus 6 equals 37. INT 34. WS 32. LUC 50. Points 56. Money 92. $677/466D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status demigod, giving Percy plus 6 VIT, plus 6 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Huh, that's a surprise, Percy thought as he closed the notification box and saw the Legion zombie vanish before his eyes. Lately he had been training like crazy. He improved a lot of his skills, especially his ice control, so it wasn't really all that surprising he would get a level up. The other demigods then put away their weapons before approaching the leftover loot. Capitulo 154. Michael took the potions to keep within the med bay, something which is used as a last resort to help the injured demigods. Clarice and Annabeth took the weapons from the zombies they killed before to store in the armory. And if any other items or crafting material appeared, Nina was usually the one who got it. Percy then split the money between them all before they all made their way back to the Fist of Zeus. You know, I still think it's unfair that the Fates gave you these powers, Michael said, looking at the 3 potions he had in his hands. I mean, come on. The power to create pocket dimensions to train in? So cool. Percy smiled. Yeah, I know. Percy then turned away and let the frown drop. He had told them the truth, kind of. He didn't exactly tell them everything. He just told them what they needed to know, or what he couldn't hide anymore. He told them that he had a power given to him by the Fates, and not his father like the rest of Olympus was made to believe. He didn't tell them about the whole gamer thing, because honestly he didn't have any way to prove it, and if he started to say things like, I see floating brown and blue boxes, or, I hear a ping sound in my head every time I train, then they would think he was batshit crazy. So yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. What he did tell them was that he had a power to create instant dungeons, and only that. He explained his inventory off as a storage ID, and the place he used to save Annabeth and Clarice was his ID, empty. Clarice instantly knew he was telling the truth, considering he saved her life using the very same powers. Annabeth, of course, had questions and kept bugging him about the things he could do, which resulted in several experiments which were a pain, but it did let him level up that skill by 3 levels. Michael didn't believe him, but after Percy took him into his ID, empty, he was singing a different tune. Chiron also had his doubts, but he did believe what Percy said, after a trip to the ID, empty world that is. And Nina? Well, Nina just stood there looking like she got hit over the head with a hammer. So far the ones Percy told this to were all his friends. He trusted them, and so they promised to never tell another soul about this, unless he wanted them to. This way, if Luke had any spies in camp, they wouldn't know about it. In the end, after a few days of talking and planning, and experimenting with Annabeth, they decided the best way to use Percy's power, to train. The zombie ID was the obvious choice, and so every 3 days Percy would take his friends into the dungeon where he would help them train, and in case they were in over their heads, come save them in the last moment. They quickly reached the Fist of Zeus, where Percy quickly gathered his book and threw them into the inventory before everyone grabbed his shoulder. He then focused. ID escape. Suddenly, the red sky cracked open before revealing the night sky and the noise of the insects living in the forest. "So what's next on the agenda?" Nina asked as she put her giant hammer across her back. "I think that's enough for today, don't you?" Michael asked, slumping beside the stone structure. "Yeah, most of you look like zombies," Percy said, grinning at their tired forms. "Yeah, well, that because unlike someone, we don't have unlimited stamina," Clarice shouted out, "or tired too." She was tired too as her voice came out as a low grumble instead. "I don't have unlimited stamina, I just have a lot," Percy said with a smile. "Percy, I have seen you beat children of Hermes with your speed and climb the climbing wall more time than I can count," Annabeth said with crossed arms. "Believe me, you have unlimited stamina." Percy grinned as Michael spoke up. "I don't know why you are complaining, though. Think of all the things you could do with that." Everyone looked at Michael with a confused look. And just then, they all understood what Michael meant as they all started to blush, Nina the brightest of them all. "Shut up, Michael," Percy yelled as he tried to punch Michael, only for the son of Apollo to jump away in time. "Don't hate me, Percy. I'm the son of the god of truth, I swear if you say that you have to always tell the truth one more time, I'm going to shove Clarice's spear where the sun doesn't shine. Actually, since I am the son of the sun god, there is no where the sun doesn't shine," Michael quipped as he jumped away from PERCY's reach. The archer was fast, but not fast enough as Percy caught him and began to strangle the demigod. "Wait, what?" Clarice spoke up. "Is that true?" Percy stopped his struggling and looked at Clarice before he turned to Michael. "I think he was joking," Percy said as he let Michael go, who was coughing. "Nope, completely serious." The rest looked at him with wide eyes as he continued. "Dad once said that if he wanted to, he could poop out sunshine. It's become kind of like a joke in the Apollo cabin, saying that only the ones that poop sunlight is the true son of Apollo." Percy and the others looked at Michael before they sighed. "No wonder you guys are so arrogant sometimes," Clara said, squinting. "You literally think that the sun comes out of your ass." Everyone chuckled at that before breaking to go their separate ways. Nina went to the forge to make use the materials they go from tonight's raid into weapons, while Clarice stored all the swords and spears they got. Annabeth went back to her cabin, while Michael went to the big house to store the potions. Percy went directly to the Poseidon cabin where he took a long hot bath and changed his clothes. And just as he was ready to go to bed, a knock came on his door. The son of Poseidon narrowed his eyes. It was half an hour to midnight. Who the hell could it be? He slowly walked towards the door before opening it slightly. Percy's eyes widened in surprise. "Dad." Capitulo 155. Poseidon stood just outside the cabin door wearing his blue Hawaiian shirt and khaki short shorts. The green-eyed god smiled. "I'm glad that word comes freely to you, Percy. I was afraid you still not have forgiven me for my actions in the past." Percy smirked. "You were just wondering whether I would hit you again." Poseidon nodded and smiled. "Yup, you got me. So are you going to punch me?" Percy chuckled. "Nope, I got over that. Anyway, come on in, it is your cabin after all." Percy stepped to the side and let his dad in. The god smiled and quickly sat down on the bed with Percy joining him. "I like what you have done with the place." "Yeah, I heard messy is the new clean," Percy said with a chuckle. "So what's up? I'm assuming this isn't just a casual visit." Poseidon's face turned serious as he nodded. "Yes, Percy, it often never is. It's about you, mother." Percy's smile dropped. "What happened to her?" "Nothing, Percy, but she is in trouble," Poseidon told Percy in a somber tone. "I need you to go to this address." Poseidon slipped Percy a piece of paper. "This is the new apartment I got for her." "Is this where she is?" Percy asked, memorizing the address before he got up and grabbed his black leather jacket and his armband of Cerberus. "Yes, right now she needs your help, Percy, and she needs it fast." "What happened to her?" Percy asked as he quickly walked to the door with his father following closely behind him. "The police are talking to her about Gabe's disappearance, and if you don't reach her in time, she might be arrested." Percy paused for a second before hitting himself in the face with the plan of his hand. His actions in the past was coming to get him. He shouldn't have lost control back then, but knowing that Gabe was hitting his mother caused him to snap. He never lost sleep over the action, but he did wonder what the results would be of his actions. Percy sighed before taking out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoning Marchoses, who appeared before them in her wolf form. "Hello, master, long time," Marchoses said before looking at Poseidon with narrowed eyes. "Hello, Poseidon." The god of the seas played, "My Minnie, what the hell are you doing here?" "What am I doing here? What are you doing here?" the demon wolf asked as she tried to charge Poseidon, who was already running away as fast as he can. "Stop, Marchoses," Percy called out just as the demon wolf was about to fly off chasing Poseidon. "We don't have time for this." "Tisk, fine," the demon said before lowering herself. "Get on." Percy quickly mounted her and they were off, flying towards New York City. "What was that back there?" "Oh, you didn't know. Your father was one of my friends back in the day." "Okay, and what exactly happened?" "Something I rather not talk about," Marchoses replied in a very loud grumble. "I'm assuming it didn't end well." "Very smart, master. Now shut up unless you want me to drop you." Percy gulped and nodded. Hell hath no fury as a woman scorned indeed. They quickly reached the address Percy memorized. It was just a few blocks away from Central Park, and Percy had Marchoses land right in the middle of the forest before dispelling her. Percy quickly walked out and reached the road his mom's new apartment was. It was a giant blue building, which looked like it was built in the Victorian era with gargoyles and the such plastered on every corner of the building. Percy entered the lobby and saw the post box for apartment 3B had the name, Sally Jackson, on it. Percy took the elevator to the third floor and got out. 3B's door was blue, exactly like something his mother would do. Everything was quiet, too quiet. Percy reached for Riptide and slowly approached the door. He then saw that the solid blue door was open, inside was dark, something was definitely wrong. Percy took out Riptide and uncapped the blade. He then slowly opened the door. The light from the corridor went into the dark living room, showing nothing moving inside. Percy took 2 steps in before channeling his mana into the shadows, activating his shadow control. Just then something moved in the back, something big. Percy charged and raised his blade, ARGH. "Surprise!" came a voice as the lights turned on, revealing the big thing to be Poseidon. "What the hell?" Percy cried out as he pulled Riptide back in the last moment. Poseidon jumped back, as well as behind Percy was a large amount of shadow spike ready to impale Poseidon. "Ah, Percy, since when can you control shadows?" Poseidon asked, eyeing the several shadow structure behind Percy. "Never mind that," Percy said, putting away Riptide and dissolving the shadows. "What the hell are you doing here? Where's Mom?" "Right here, sweetie," Percy heard his mom's voice call out. The demigod turned, and there standing by the light switches was his mom. "Mom, you're okay." Percy rushed his mother and grabbed her into a tight hug. "I thought something happened. Did the police ask you anything?" "I'm fine, Percy, and what's this about police?" "But Dad said," Percy turned to Poseidon, who was grinning. "What is going on?" "Well," Sally said, turning to the clock, which slowly moved to 12, "we just wanted you here. I asked your father to try and get you here, who forgot, by the way." Poseidon rubbed his neck. "Well, things kind of got complicated. You were supposed to take Percy around the city, spend time with him before you brought him here, Poseidon." I know, but something came up." "Like?" "A crazy shape-shifting ex-girlfriend." "Wait, can someone please tell me what's going on?" Percy cried out, bringing both adults' attention to him. "Right then, it's almost time," Sally said, as she turned away from Percy to the dining room table on which was a giant blue cake with a single candle on it. Sally lit the candle with a match before bringing the cake towards Percy. "Mom, what?" But just then the clock strung 12 and Percy heard it. Ping! "It's your 13th birthday. Congratulations, here are 2 presents. Level up. Percy Jackson. Health 3 300/3 300 plus 1000 equals 4300. Mana 1 725/1 725 plus 1000 equals 2725. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 21 Exp 0 73000. Race Demigod. SDR 39. VIT 52 plus 6 equals 58. Dex 31 plus 6 equals 37. INT 34. WS 32. Luke 50 plus 50 equals 100. Point 61. Money 92, $677/466D. New perk. Equus tamer user of this perk can control members of the Equus genus, like horses and zebras, with relative ease. This also includes magical beasts like unicorns and Pegasus. Percy blinked at this. Was today his birthday? Had he really forgotten? Percy looked at a calendar hanging across the room, and sure enough, today was the 18th. Capitulo 156. He then turned to his mother and father, who smiled at him. Percy then smiled back before blowing out the candle and bringing them both into a big hug. Thanks, you guys. They both hugged him back, Sally a little carefully in order to save the cake. They then sat down around the dining table while Sally took the cake into the kitchen, leaving father and son alone. So I'm guessing the whole Gabe thing was to get me here, Percy asked. Yup, Poseidon said with a smile. Wait, don't tell me you actually forgot your own birthday, Percy. I realize you have been busy, but your birthday does come once a year, you know. Percy smiled. Yeah, thanks, Dad, this means a lot. Just then Sally walked in with 3 plates with a big smile on her face. All right, you two, time for cake. Hell yeah, Percy cried out as he and his dad dug in. Oh, this is delicious, Sally, Poseidon exclaimed. Where did you get this? I made it myself, actually, Sally replied with a smile as she stared at the 2 green-eyed men eat their blue cake. Mom is the best baker in the world, Percy said with a mouth full of cake. Percy, chew your food before you speak, Sally calmly said. I have tasted a lot of cake before, but I do believe this is the best ever made by human hands. But why is it blue? I'm not complaining, but the color is odd, Poseidon said as he ate a huge chunk of it in one go. Oh, that's because Gabe said blue food doesn't exist, so Mom made it just to prove him wrong, Percy replied, munching on his cake. Yup, that's exactly why, Sally said with a smile before frowning. Though now that I think about it, where is Gabe? Percy looked down in guilt and fear. Poseidon noticed this before he spoke up. Believe me, Sally, he won't be bothering you much longer. Percy looked at his dad in confusion, but the god shook his head at Percy, telling him to keep quiet. What did you do to him, Poseidon? Sally asked. I may have thrown him on an uninhabited island, somewhere in the Indian Ocean. Poseidon. Sally, he was a cruel man, just seeing him revolted me, Poseidon said with a low growl, and I don't particularly like people hurting those I care for. Sally sighed. Fine, you gods and your vengeance. The looked sad, but at the same time a smile broke out. I kind of wanted to punish the man myself, though. Hee, sorry then, Poseidon said, scratching his neck. After they finished their meals, Sally pushed Poseidon and Percy out of the apartment and told them not to come home until morning. She said, You two are father and son, act like it. So the demigod and his godly parent went out into the warm New York night, the city that never sleeps. There were still cars out on the road with people walking around. Poseidon led Percy towards the park, where they sat down and began talking for a while. It was light-hearted stuff first, like about camp and training before Poseidon asked the question Percy was dreading. So what did you do to Gabe? Poseidon asked, making Percy feel cornered. Panic rose for a moment before Gamer's mind kicked in. There was no reason to live to his dad, none. If anything, his dad would understand more than anyone. Percy opened up his inventory and pulled out the trophy he got from killing his first human, Gabe's head. The moment Gabe's head came out of the inventory, it started to bleed out. It was still fresh. The look of fear and tears stains still remained on his face. Percy held it by its hair and gave it to Poseidon, whose face was motionless. The god of the sea grabbed the head and looked into what was Gabe's eyes. Mortal blood flew past the god's fingers, coating his hand with the crimson material. Poseidon then squeezed his hand and crushed the head into little pieces of gore that fell apart. He shook his hand clean and then snapped his fingers, causing the head to vanish into nothing, taking the blood with it. Percy spoke in a low tone. He was hurting Mom. He was hurting her because of me. I couldn't take it. I got the power to kill monsters, to cut them into nothing, and yet I couldn't do anything to help Mom. My emotions got the better of me and... Percy, however, was cut off by Poseidon, who grabbed his son into a hug. It's okay, Percy. It's all right. You did the right thing. But Dad, I killed a man, Percy replied with his voice cracking. Percy, compared to what kind of punishment I used to give out in ancient Greece, death is nothing. Besides, Poseidon said, breaking the huge with a smile on his face, you did what any good son would. Now stop crying, it's your birthday after all. Crying on your birthday is a big no-no. Percy chuckled, I'm not crying, Dad. You were about to cry. No, I wasn't. Suyur, Poseidon said with a grin. Oh gods, now I know how annoying I am, Percy said, throwing his arms up in frustration. Poseidon smiled as slowly the two fell into a comfortable silence. Percy then spoke up, this is a very strange birthday. Poseidon chuckled, not really. I spent my first 10 birthdays in my father's stomach, so I believe I have any story you might have beat. Percy raised an eyebrow, is that a challenge? Poseidon smirked, and if it is. Ping. Quest alert. Go on an awesome adventure on your birthday with your dad. Reward. 2000 XP. Failure. You will become depressed. Yes, no. Percy blinked and simply stared at the box in front of him. Poseidon then spoke up, is something wrong, Percy? Nothing, Percy stopped mid-sentence. He was getting ready to lie like he usually would have done, but his dad knows about his gaming powers, so Percy could finally talk freely about them to someone. Actually, I just got a new quest. Poseidon looked surprised, really, and what does it say? It's telling me to go on an adventure, Percy replied. I see, well, what are you waiting for? Poseidon asked with a smile as he stood up straight. Are you serious? Percy asked with happiness in his eyes. Well, of course I am, Poseidon replied. Now come on, I need to make up for 13 years of father-son bonding time after all. Percy grinned and quickly pressed yes, causing the screen to vanish. He got on his feet, so where to? Well, this is your quest, his dad replied. Don't you have, what's it called, an objective? Percy shrugged, sometimes. This time, however, it just says to go on an adventure with you. Poseidon rubbed his chin. Well, I'm sure we can find something to do. After all, this is New York. Trouble will surely come to find us. Percy smiled as the two began walking deeper into Central Park. But just then a thought struck Percy. It was a memory, a reminder, about something. Percy's gut then told him to check his inventory, and not one to question his instincts. Percy did just that. He stopped in his tracks, causing Poseidon to raise an eyebrow, but Percy didn't care. He checked his inventory from top to bottom looking for something, and then he found it. Percy smiled and quickly pulled a sheet of paper out. Scroll of hidden treasure. A scroll that leads to a dungeon, which is rumored to have hidden treasure in it. Somewhere in Central Park. What's that? Poseidon asked, taking the paper in Percy's hand. It's a treasure map I got from defeating my first Legion zombie. Poseidon looked confused before Percy spoke. It's kind of like a giant zombie monster thing. One of the first things that actually managed to scare the shit out of me. Poseidon nodded and began looking over the scroll before smiling. I think I know where this is. Seriously? Percy asked with eyes wide open, to which Poseidon simply nodded with a grin. The father and son duo then set out walking deeper and deeper into the park. Soon they reached the HAREM Mere, which was a big water body towards the north of the park. Its waters were calm, but just below the surface was a ton of garbage. Poseidon sighed seeing this. Stupid humans, the god said, snapping his fingers, causing his trident to appear out of thin air, always polluting the very things they need to live. Why, if Pan wasn't missing right now, he would be so very disappointed. Percy then watched as Poseidon dipped the very end of his weapon into the lake, causing a shockwave of energy to ripple out, spreading all over the lake. Suddenly the water became clearer. The garbage underneath vanished into nothing, leaving Percy speechless. What, how did you do that? Percy yelled out as he put his hand into the now crystal clear water. Capitulo 157. Ping. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy, however, ignored the message and quickly brought a hand full of water to his mouth, drinking it quickly. This is like the water you get in water bottles. Percy exclaimed, tasting the water. Poseidon frowned, only that good. He then took some himself and frowned, I'm losing my touch. How did you do that, Dad? Percy asked as they stood up straight. It's one of my powers, Percy, Poseidon said as he led them further north to the very edge of the small lake. You see, with my connection to the sea, I can impose my will onto other things and forcefully change the water into whatever I wish it to be. Percy raised an eyebrow. So can any god do that? Not really. Water is kind of my thing. I mean, if they wanted to, sure they could, but it would be nothing compared to the things I could do. Also, it would take a lot of concentration for them to do so. So, can a god, I don't know, push their will onto others and transform them into animals? Poseidon chuckled, I forget that you have met Artemis before, huh? Well, yes, gods can do that. It's one of the basic things one can do with their will. So is it like magic? Poseidon shrugged, kind of, if you think about it. It does mana, but think of it like this. If a person wants to travel the ocean, they use their ship, which is mana, but if they want, they could do the same by simply swimming, which is what a person's will is. So a person's will is just another type of mana. Yes and no. Agrathena would be so much better at this, but knowing that woman, she would confuse you before actually answering your question. Well, it's another type of energy, sure, but it's many powerful than mana. Mana, like a real boat, can do many things, but it does have limitations. Well, power, on the other hand, doesn't have any limitations. All you need is enough concentration and time to do what needs to be done. So can a human learn this skill? Percy asked with Argo in mind. Most definitely, but it is improbably difficult. Most human who do learn it often become recorded in time as legends. Achilles, Ulysses, Joan of Arc, King Arthur, even the original Perseus knew how to do so. Percy blinked, I see, so it can be learnt. Poseidon nodded. Well, for most humans its range is far more limited, but yes, it can be learnt. Could you teach me? Percy asked. Yes and no, Poseidon said with a casual tone. It can be learnt, but only by yourself. You see, each person has a different way of finding their willpower. For some, like me, it is their domain. My will is like a wave, crashing into all in its path. Zeus, on the other hand, has a will which electrifies people, not literally, but it makes them feel on edge. So, is it your aura? Percy asked. Yes, in one form. An aura is what all will you can't control. The things that just run wild is your aura. When you can control it, becomes your willpower. Percy nodded. So, willpower, huh? It's kind of a mouthful. Poseidon smiled, indeed, but if you wish, Apollo uses a different name for it. Really? Percy asked with a raised eyebrow. Yup, he discovered another word for it during his many travels across the world. In Rome, it is called autumn, in India it is called mantra. But what stuck out most to Apollo is what the Japanese called it, haki. Percy raised an eyebrow at the word before repeating it in his head, haki. He opened his mouth to speak, but Poseidon spoke up. Ah, here we are. Percy saw that they reached the northern edge of the lake, and right next to the water edge was a metal trapdoor. The trapdoor looked rusted and beat up, but the handle looked untouched. And right in the center of the metal door was a big blue delta symbol that glowed. Ping! You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth, Dungeon LV-25. Do you wish to enter? Yes, no. Or, do you wish to travel to another labyrinth location? Yes, no. Well, what do you know? An entrance to the labyrinth, Poseidon said as he pulled the trapdoor up, revealing a long dark drop-down with a rusted ladder to the side covered with cobwebs. Percy grimaced as he quickly pressed yes to enter the labyrinth. After you, Dad. Poseidon grumbled at Percy before he slowly descended down using the rusted ladder which groaned under his weight. You need to lose some weight, old man. I'll show you, old, Poseidon said, as he summoned a large ball of water from the lake which crashed into Percy, pushing him down the hole. F-U-U-U, Percy kept yelling as he fell faster and faster. Stupid old man, Percy screamed as panic took over, but luckily Gamer's mind kicked in just in time for Percy to make a plan. He put half his mana into Marble Skin and used the rest of his mana to collect all the water on his back and in the air to form a sphere of water in front of him. Just as he was done, he could see the bottom coming for him. Percy crossed his arms and braced for impact. Cracked. Percy shattered the ground as the sphere of water in front of him collapsed, instantly healing any wounds he would have gotten. He panted, his heart rate was still going a mile a minute. Percy looked up. "You fucking asshole." "Don't call me old," a cry came back. Percy squinted and could see his dad quickly climbing down with a big grin on his face. "Stupid old people, going senile in their old age," Percy muttered as he got up and slowly dried himself of the water on him. "I heard that." "So you're not going deaf, good," Percy said as finally Poseidon reached the ground. "You know I could have died." Poseidon waved the concern away. "I know what you can do, and a small fall like that won't kill you. Heck, it won't even kill a human. I fell nearly 50 feet. That's nothing. Hephaestus once fell all the way down from Olympus itself. He is a god. He did that when he was a baby. So, that just means he was a baby god." Poseidon smirked and ruffled Percy's hair. "Relax, kiddo, I'm there, right? I'll make sure nothing happens to you, promise." Percy frowned before nodding. "Yeah, okay." Poseidon's smile grew larger. "Besides, I just wanted to see how you would react in a situation like that." "So what is this kind of a test? And here I was thinking we were going to spend time bonding." "We are bonding, unless of course you want to bond by talking. I can do that to you know. I have had plenty of daughters before I know how to do small talk." Let's stick to the tests instead." The god chuckled again, making Percy smile. He couldn't help it, he just couldn't help it. His dad was with him, sure right now they were inside a giant maze inside of which are thousands upon thousands of monsters, but who the hell cares? Percy got to spend some time with his dad, and that was all that matters. "Want to make things interesting?" Poseidon asked Percy. "What's the bet?" "Impress me, and I'll give you something cool as a birthday gift." Percy smiled. "You are so on." And with that the father-son duo walked down the corridor in front of them. Quickly Percy meet the first monster. It was a bipedal fish with a trident by its side. The fish looked like it was tuna, with gray scales and red eyes. Fish Solider. LV 15. HP 800/800. MP 0/0. SDR 21. VIT 22. Dex 14. Int 2. Wise 8. Luke 2. The grunt of the Great Fish Army, this bipedal fish is a solider to the Great Fish Emperor, and is known to be very good with an iron trident. Kill to gain 100 exp. Percy smiled. "This is going to be easy." He then took out Riptide and charged the fish from behind, landing a critical strike on the fish, causing 4,250 damage. Percy smirked and collected the $20 left behind, and a copper-made trident left behind. Celestial Bronze Trident. A trident made out of pure celestial bronze, very rare and very effective. Attack 10x dex. Plus 50% to all celestial beings. Percy raised an eyebrow reading that. The thing he was holding was made out of pure celestial bronze, unlike the iron trident that the fish soldier was using. Something was off. It was almost like he got the best possible reward. Capitulo 158. Percy put away the trident and opened his status page, and there it was. Luke 50 plus 50 equals 100. The lucky day perk he had affected his luck status. Today was his birthday, giving him more luck, meaning all loot he would get would be amazingly rare and dead useful. "That was too easy," Poseidon said, crossing his hands. "Doesn't count." Percy frowned, moving to his dad, closing his status page. "You just don't want to admit how awesome I am." "Nope, you just attacked an opponent who had their back turned. Doesn't count." Percy sighed. "Fine." He then turned, and the two walked further down the corridor, which split in two. Above each tunnel was a board, Crab's Corner and Shark Sink. No prizes if you guessed what was in the end of each tunnel. "Which do you think is more dangerous?" Percy asked. "Crabs most definitely," Poseidon said, nodding his head. "Really, not sharks." "Sharks aren't really that vicious, Percy. They just have a bad name. I swear if I ever get my hands on Steven Spielberg. Anyway, yes, crabs are far more scarier than sharks, especially with those black beady eyes. Erg." Percy shrugged. "Crabs it is." They turned left and walked down as slowly the smell of salt filled the air. The tunnel opened up to what looked like an inside beach, complete with a fake wall painted like the horizon, sand, and a little bit of water. And sitting right next to the water and the sand was a huge cast of crabs. Red, brown, even some green ones. They all were soaking in the wet sand, and even from far away Percy could tell that these things were huge, almost 9 feet tall. Damn, looks like they got a real crab infestation on their hands, Poseidon joked, gaining a deadpanned look from Percy. What? I now know the pain of dad jokes, Percy said, as he took out Riptide and pulled out one of the blades he got from Hephaestus's forge in Boston. Anyway, just watch me and be ready to be amazed. Percy walked towards the water before activating his speed demon perk and blurring into the crowd of giant crabs. Percy managed to rip into 3 of them before the crabs even knew what hit them. He then summoned a wave of water into the beach, drenching himself and causing most of the crabs to come out of their sand holes. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy ignored the message as he froze the water in front of him, causing most of the crabs to freeze instantly. He turned to the rest that were alive and saw most of them carrying what looked like coral shaped into the form of a spear. Percy grinned. That's more like it. Crab Lancer. LV 18. HP 800/800. MP 0/0. SDR 11. VIT 32. Dex 29. Int 9. Wise 11. Luke 9. The spear-wielding specialist of the First Army, the Crab Squad can be called one of the best lines of defense and offense. With their high speed and teamwork, they build a wall trapping their enemies inside. Kill to gain 300 exp. The crabs all lined up one in front of another before leveling their claws at him, with Lance in tow. They then charged sideways with incredible speed, but Percy was ready for them. He quickly froze the moisture in the sand underneath the crabs, causing most of them to slip a little, breaking their defense. Percy channeled his earthquake power into his blades and swung them both downwards, breaking the floor, causing a huge fracture. Some crabs fell into the ground and got crushed, and the rest that lived quickly meet the business end of Percy's blades. In the end, there was nothing left. Percy stood alone on the battlefield with $700 in cash littered all over the place, 7,200 worth of exp, and a couple of celestial bronze lances. Celestial bronze lance. A lace made of celestial bronze, nearly indestructible. Attack 5x, SDR plus VIT. Well, that was fast, Poseidon said with an amazed look. You took care of all of them like they were nothing. Percy smirked. Yeah, I know, I'm awesome. And just then, ping! Congratulations! You have beaten the crab corner in less than 5 minutes. Enjoy your bonus matchup. Wait, what? What bonus matchup? Percy asked. But just then the artificial beach they were standing in started to rumble as out of the ground grew a huge armor-plated crab with an axe on its side, big enough to cut one of the crabs from before in half. GRAA, the crab roared out, and Percy sighed. Why me? Giant Crab Lancer. LV 30. HP 20 800/20 800. MP 0/0. SDR 67. VIT 32. Dex 10. Int 12. Wise 11. Luke 0. A monster that stands bigger than every other crab in the fish army, this monster has only one goal: to kill and rip apart its enemies. Its shell is made out of iron, and its axe is sharp enough to cut a hair in half and heavy enough to break the ground if dropped down. Kill to gain 30,000 exp. Percy pushed the box to the side and readied his blades. It was time he really cut loose. He quickly channeled his mana into the water around him in the fake beach. I got it! Poseidon yelled out as he jumped up and rammed his trident right into the monster's shell, shattering it into pieces. Smash! Percy looked at that and blinked. The pieces of the monster crab disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Since he hadn't technically fought it, there was not loot available and no exp to be gained. Percy turned to his dad. You fucking stole my kill. Oh, relax, it's not like you could have fought it off anyway, Poseidon said, looking around. I could have fought it, and won. Heck, I have fought meaner things than a giant crab. I once ripped apart the chimera into paste with just riptide. And what are you looking for? Poseidon stopped looking around and scratched his head with a smile. Sorry about that. I was just looking for some loot. Don't you usually get some? Percy sighed. There won't be any loot or experience points unless I fight it at least once. If not, my powers don't activate. Oh, sorry. Percy grumbled. Let's just get going. The two then walked out of Crab's Corner and into the tunnel which led to what looked like the armory for the fish army. Inside were swordfishes wearing European-style armor, standing on two legs. How about we do this one together? Poseidon said, reading his weapon. Percy smiled. Sure, why not? Poseidon smiled, and the two charged into the armory. The room was lined with racks of weapons and armor along the side. Percy grabbed a trident of the rack, and the two imploded the fish and sent him spinning through the room, alerting the rest of the sword fishes of their presence. Which side do you want? Poseidon asked, twirling his trident with one hand. Left. Then I'll take right. Percy nodded as slowly a small army of swordfish spread before them. However, the monster didn't even have time to speak before Percy and his dad were on them. They both were like waves crashing into the sea. Their weapons blurred through their enemies, craving them into dust. Poseidon turned to look at his son and smiled. He's strong. Stronger than any of his siblings before him was at his age. Percy grinned. He was having fun. His life was perfect, just like a video game. The throne room of the Fish King exploded inwards as several swordfish were sent flying through them before vanishing into golden dust. In the middle of the room was a giant throne who was facing away from the door. Percy and Poseidon calmly walked out of the opening in the wall. I totally killed that last one, Percy commented, twirling Riptide. What are you even saying? It's obvious that last kill belonged to me. I sent him through the doors, Poseidon said, waving his hands. Only because I beat him up for you beforehand. Oh, so you're saying I kicked his ass? No, what I'm saying is... Welcome, adventurers, interrupted a high-pitched voice from the throne in the center of the room. I see that you have come for my head. You must be talented. Shut up, Percy yelled at the throne before turning to his dad. Like I was saying, that was totally my kill. You stole it again. Poseidon threw his hands up. You know what, fine. The next big bad we find is all yours. Ahem, said the high-pitched voice. Do not interrupt me again, else you will find me very... Oh, shut up, Percy said, sending a wave of shadows at the chair, destroying it in a cloud of smoke. And flying across the air was a pink object screaming in a high-pitched voice. Holy shit! The pink form landed to the side, slowly stood up. Percy and his father turned to see a tiny pink shrimp coughing out dust with a giant golden crown on top of its small head, somehow made to stand up there without falling off. A shrimp, Percy raised an eyebrow. A fucking shrimp. I am not just any shrimp. The small pink thing yelled out. Am I the one true shrimp? I very being that will destroy humanity. I am King Charles the Bold, 321st in the line of shrimp kings, leader to the fish army and conqueror of the seas. Percy blinked before turning to his dad. Know this guy? Poseidon shook his head. No idea. Capitulo 159. Percy nodded. Right. He then began looking around. So where's the real boss of the dungeon? The shrimp growled or squeaked more likely. I am the boss. Yeah, fat chance, little dude. I am. Here, I'll prove it to you. Charlie then snapped his fingers, or flippers, and suddenly the entire throne room broke apart as water began flowing and flooding the entire room. Charlie laughed. Feast your eyes on my ultimate weapon. Come out gory. The floor broke apart as a giant 60-foot white whale exploded out in a pillar of water, taking everything with him higher and higher until it broke through the ceiling. Water from the lake above them flooded the throne room. Percy and Poseidon jumped into the stream of water flowing up and began swimming upwards, following the white whale. The father and son duo quickly reached the top and broke the surface, looking around to find Gory swimming around the lake with Charlie on its back. Percy sighed. Why do I always get the weird ones? He then pushed the water below him, hardening it enough to form a pseudo-platform for him to stand on, something which Poseidon was also doing. Percy quickly got his footing on the lake and then observed Gory. Gory. LV40. HP 40, 000/40, 000. MP 300/300. SDR 87. VIT 32. Dex 20. Int 12. Wise 11. Luke 12. The very thing that many see before they die, gory, is the reason the legend of Moby Dick even exists. It is no to kill without mercy and swallow ships whole. Beware this monster, do not engage if you fight it. Kill to gain 50,000 exp. I do not know how you two survived that flooding. No normal human can survive holding their breaths for so long, Charlie said, his squeaky voice barely audible because of the distance. Well, that might be because I'm a god, Poseidon said with a smile, and this young man here is my son, making him a demigod. Gee god, Charlie choked Poseidon. The sea god grinned, right in one. I see, Charlie said in low tone before smirking, so I have become such a threat to this world that the Olympians had to send a god to stop me? Wahaha, it matters not. Gory will swallow you both. Poseidon sighed, even narcissistic wasn't this hubris. Percy, this one's all yours. Got it, Percy said, as he poured his mana into the lake, forcing the water upwards towards Gory. The wave crashed into the whale, sending Charlie flying off towards Poseidon, who caught the shrimp with one hand. Percy then sent out his ice powers, freezing half the water around the whale, trapping it in one spot. Percy then reached into his inventory and pulled out a white cannon with black circuits spread around it. Light beam cannon. A cannon that uses light to form beams of energy. Light can be stored up inside the cannon like a solar panel and be used at any time, any place. Damage 4x number of minutes, it has collected solar energy. Warning, overcharging can cause a backlash from the weapon, which may hurt the user. Note, you will get plus 500 attack if you shout, Super Beam Cannon, at the top of your voice when using this weapon. Poseidon whistled, cool, what is that? Percy smirked, my secret weapon, a reward for saving my friends. He then aimed it at the giant white whale and smirked, pulling the trigger, Super Beam Cannon. The white cannon began heating up, the black circuits turned blue and, nothing. Percy looked at the cannon and then pressed the trigger again, and again nothing. Oh, come on, what is wrong with this thing? Is the safety on? Poseidon asked. There is no safety on this thing. Did you check? Yes, Percy looked over to the side, and there was a little switch turned towards, off, found it. Percy then aimed at Gory again, who was quite frankly curious on what such a little thing could do to him. Percy pulled the trigger, Super Beam Cannon. Boom! A bright blue and yellow beam of light shot out of the cannon, blinding Percy and blowing away Gory out of the lake. The giant whale flew out of the lake and into the trees. Percy's hands were numb and his ears didn't stop ringing. For a few seconds everything went dark, his head stopped spinning, and slowly Percy opened his eyes. The demigod shook his head and slowly looked around. He immediately looked to Gory. Gory HP, 24,624, 0000. Percy had charged the cannon for around 62 hours the past week, hence it caused 14,880 damage, along with the plus 500 for shouting are the attack before firing, resulting in 15,380 damage to the whale. Impressive, but not good enough. Percy put the cannon away and rubbed his numb hands. That was a lot of noise for so little damage. You okay, son? Poseidon shouted, but to Percy it just sounded like a whisper. I'm fine, Percy shouted, his hearing still not back to normal. The thing isn't dead, though. Percy then dashed across the surface of the lake, taking Riptide, and another spare celestial soared out. He reached Gory's down from, and before the Wal could recover, he began his attack. Stardust Wave, Percy yelled as his swords flashed, cutting into Gory. Soon blood poured freely out as Percy ripped into the still monster's insides. The whale tried to move and roll on top of Percy, but the moment it even tired to move, Percy dashed to the side, carving a giant opening by dragging his blade along the monster's body. He reached Gore's head and continued his attack, but before he could continue, a blast of water pushed him off the whale and into a tree. Percy threw away Riptide and used his free hand to grab a branch and pull himself up. He then turned his head and saw a very frightening sight. Gory was floating in mid-air, with a huge amount of water simply flowing around him, water which all came from the lake. Okay, now I'm impressed, Percy said, muttering. 45 strikes x 58 equals 2610. 2610 plus 37 equals 2647%. 2647% of 250 attack equals 6617 attack. Plus 70% bonus from sword mastery skill equals 6617, plus 4631 equals 11, 248 attack. Gory HP 13,371, 40000. Witness to my power, demigod, came the shrill of Charlie on top of Gory. Percy narrowed his eyes and focused, and there standing on top of the whale was the tiny orange shrimp who was waving around his arms. He was the one who was controlling the water. Percy ran to the edge of the lake, activating his domain bonus and Son of Poseidon title. He then looked to his dad. Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on him? Poseidon laid back against a tree and had his trident in fishing rod form. He shrugged. You looked like you could use a challenge. So you let him go, just like that. Capitulo 160. Poseidon shook his head. Of course not. He then took out a half-eaten Snickers bar. He also gave me this in exchange. Percy's eyes started to twitch. I swear, Dad, I am so going to. Stop ignoring me. Charlie shrieked before sending a stream of water at Percy. How simply sidestepped it before sending a bigger, faster blast of water at the Shrimp King, which sent the little tyrant off Gory's back and into the lake. Stupid little shit. I'm the son of Poseidon. Water is my speciality. Charlie swam up. Fine, then let me show you mine. The shrimp then started to glow green, and slowly so did Gory. The giant whale and the shrimp floated towards each other before they meet, halfway consumed by a bright light. Percy blinked, and there standing where Charlie and Gory were was a 16-foot-tall white shrimp with what looked like muscles on its flippers and blades for whiskers. It smirked. Impressed now? Its voice was rough, but it was obviously Charlie. Percy recognized the arrogance. Charlie the Shrimp King plus Gory. LV 50. HP 50. 000/50 000. MP 2200/2200. SDR 30. VIT 32. Dex 20. Int 54. Wise 11. Luke 2. The fused form of Charel the Shrimp and Gory. Formed out of an advanced magic, this monster is the best of both worlds, with Gory's body and Charlie's magic. Be warned that close combat can prove fatal as their combined body weight is 890 pounds. They might just sit on you. Kill to gain 60000 exp. Percy gulped. Well then, this just got interesting. Percy put away his blade as he walked on the surface of the lake towards the ripped white shrimp. Have you come to surrender, human? Because I will not accept. I rarely use this form, but when I do, I kill. Percy shook his head as he closed the distance between them. I don't want to quit, I just wanted to say something. The shrimp raised a hand, gathering water around him, as he narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the approaching Percy. What do you want to say? Percy stopped a few feet in front of the monster and extended his hand. Well done. You are pretty strong. Guess I was wrong about you not being the boss. The shrimp smirked as it grabbed Percy with one of its tentacles. So you finally learnt, huh? Oh, and one more thing. What? Death touch, Percy whispered as slowly as a burst of energy flowed through Percy's body. The cold energy flowed into Charlie's body. The shrimp gasped and tried to break loose, but Percy held on tight. Slowly, the white shrimp stopped moving as it exploded into 1,000,000 dust particles. Percy sighed. That skill gets easier to use every time. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 3 650/3, 650, plus 1000, equals 4650. Mana 1 900/1, 900, plus 1000, equals 2900. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 22, exp 3807, 6000. Race Demigod. SDR 39. VIT 52, plus 6 equals 58. Dex 31 plus 6 equals 37. INT 34. WS 32. LUC 50. POINTS 66. Money 92, $677/466D. Percy smiled and pushed the box away. Dad then approached him with a surprised look on his face. What was that last move? A spell I picked up, Death Touch, anything I touch dies. I hope you don't mean everything. No, I can only use it once, and on things less than 30 levels higher than me, not really useful on things too powerful, but for Charlie. Percy trailed off looking away to the sky where the sun was slowly rising. Poseidon walked right next to Percy and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. I have to go now, Percy. I used up all the time I had. I know, thanks, this was a pretty great birthday, Percy said as he turned to his dad, giving the man a huge which was returned. You are very much welcome, Percy. Poseidon broke the hug with a smile. And I must say tonight was pretty fun, haven't cut loose like that in decades. Quest completed. Go on an awesome adventure on your birthday with your dad. Reward. 2000 XP. Necklace of Poseidon. Poseidon then snapped his fingers and a necklace in the shape of a green trident spread. This is, Poseidon began. The necklace of Poseidon, Percy said, interrupting his dad. Yeah, how did you know? Oh, the game just said it was one of the rewards I would get for completing the quest. Amazing, even I didn't know what gift I wanted to give you. Your abilities are something else, Percy. Now back to the necklace. You see, this is a special necklace. It's made out of special stone formed deep in the heart of the heart. It is infused with the essence of the sea. Here, Poseidon put the necklace around Percy's neck, and the effect was instantaneous. Ping! Necklace of Poseidon obtained. Necklace of Poseidon. Permanent activation of Son of Poseidon activation, along with plus 1000 for water dungeon bonus. Percy smiled at the warmth he felt on his skin. The necklace power flowed through him, amplifying his own. This is amazing, Dad. Capitulo 161. Poseidon smiled. I know, right? Hee, I made this one myself, if you must know. Percy smiled back, but just then Poseidon's attention changed as the god looked behind Percy. What are those? Percy raised an eyebrow and turned. Floating on the water was a stack of dollar bills and a few drachma. Percy waved an arm and commanded the water to lift them up towards them. He collected the cash and coins, which came up to $10,000 and 222D, and just then a golden skill disc floated up with the number 10 on it, along with a blue book which read Binding Hands. Percy quickly put both away and turned to his dad, who smiled and said, I'm leaving now, Percy, but before I go I need to tell you something. Eyes narrowed and his voice turned firm. Do not trust fate. Right now they let you get away with whatever you want. This is the reason I could even spend any time with you, Percy. Understand that fate is not on your side, Percy. It is on no one's side but its own. Percy nodded. I know, Dad. I know they want something from me. And I know that one day I'm going to have to pay them back for this gift they have given me. I know you can't gain something without sacrificing something else. Poseidon nodded. Good. Then that's a load off my back. Poseidon smiled again as he slowly started to glow. Goodbye, Percy. Percy smiled, closing his eyes. Bye, Dad. His father vanished in flash of light, and once it was over, Percy opened his eyes and started to walk back to his mom's place. After all, the last thing he needed was someone to see him standing on water and think he was the next coming of Jesus or something. He snuck back inside without whacking his mom and quickly went into the kitchen to make breakfast. After a plate of eggs and a sausage, Percy turned on the TV and wondered what he should do that day. After all, today was his day. With the plus 50 boost to his Luke, anything was possible. Wait, isn't there something I wanted to do once I had a bonus in luck? Percy thought to himself as he rattled his mind for an answer. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He opened his inventory and pulled out the pot of chance, the loot he got a few weeks ago. Pot of chance. Test your luck by sticking your hand into this pot. If you are lucky, you might get something useful. If not, well, let's just hope you can matterbait with your other hand as well. Percy brown and black pot with question marks on it looked very promising, to say the least. It was plain looking. Percy didn't really expect some kind of legendary weapon or anything, as long as he still had his hand that was good enough for him. He put the pot on the table and got up. He then slowly lowered his left arm into the clay pot and ouch! Something bit his hand. Percy pulled his hand back, but whatever that bite him had a good hold of his hand. He pulled again and again until he broke open the pot, revealing what had bitten him. It was a dog that was 2 foot long with a white and black coat and brown spots spread all over. It had the brightest blue eyes and very sharp and white teeth that were now around Percy's finger. "What the fuck are you?" Percy asked, for which the dog only growled at him in a low rumble. Percy narrowed his eyes and observed the dog. Unnamed dog. LV1. HP 50/50. MP 10/10. Race Hellhound 1/2 plus Wolf 1/2. SDR 2. Vit 2. Dex 1. Int 1. Wise 2. Luke 4. A dog which is a mixture of a hellhound and a normal mundane wolf. It is strong and quick and very lucky. It is also known to be very hyperactive. He currently hates Percy, but thinks he tastes like bacon. He is very, very hungry. Just then the hellhound-wolf hybrid started to shiver before it peed right on Percy's shirt. The demigod sighed, "Why me?" Percy Jackson. Health 3 650/3 650 plus 1000 equals 4650. Mana 1 900/1 900 plus 1000 equals 2900. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 21, Exp 3807, 6000. Race Demigod. SDR 39, plus 20 equals 59. Vit 52, plus 6 plus 20 equals 78. Dex 31, plus 6 plus 20 equals 57. INT 34. WS 32. LUC 50. POINTS 66. Money 102, $677/688D. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 6 VIT, plus 6 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water and look cool. XXX. Percy sighed, "Yeah, okay, I don't like you." Woof. Percy, is that you? Sally Jackson walked in with a towel around her head, wearing a fresh set of clothes. "Hey, Mom," Percy waved to her as he held the wolf hybrid away from his body while he narrowed his eyes at the dog. "Meet Pea Stain." "What?" "That's this one's new name, Pea Stain." Percy pointed at the dog in his hand, who growled before trying, and failing to bite Percy's finger off. "Yep. "Oh, shut up, Pea Stain," Percy said, grumbling, just then. Ping. "Do you really want to name your dog Pea Stain?" "Yes, no." Percy sighed, he wasn't that cruel. He pressed no as his mother walked up to Percy and the dog before tacking him of Percy's hands. "Be careful, Mom, he's." The dog, instead of yelping or peeing on Sally, instead barked happily, wagging his tail. Percy narrowed his eyes. "He's extremely friendly." "Oh, how cute." Sally hugged the dog as she scratched behind his ears. "Where did you get him?" "Ah, Dad, he kind of gave him to me. Said it was a birthday gift," Percy stammered out. "Lie successful." "I see. Well, isn't that thoughtful of your father?" Sally said, putting the dog down before going into the kitchen to make breakfast. Although Pea Stain doesn't really seem like a nice name, Percy. "Any ideas on a name?" Percy asked as he tried to touch the dog, only for the little pup to snarl its teeth at Percy. "Yeah, okay, he really doesn't like me." "How about Leo?" Sally said as she tossed the pup a piece of bacon she had just heated up. Percy smiled. "Isn't that the name of your childhood dog?" "Yup," Sally said with a smile as she scratched the pup's head. "What do you think? You like that name?" Ping. "Do you really want to name your dog Leo?" "Yes, no." Percy smiled and pressed yes, as suddenly another profile popped up. "Congratulations, you got a new companion. Leah. LV1. HP 50/50. MP 10/10. Race Hellhound 1/2 plus Wolf 1/2. SDR 2. Vit 2. Dex 1. Int 1. Wise 2. Luke 4. Percy raised an eyebrow before sighing. Only he could get such a lame-ass companion. He closed the box and then looked at Leo, who was still whole-focused on his mom as she cooked some food for him. Well, it could be worse. Imagine if I had gotten a snake or something. So what's the plan, Percy? It is still your birthday, you know, Sally asked as she flipped a pancake. I don't really know. I feel like I should do something, but I don't really know what, Percy said as he took a piece of bacon and offered it to Leo, who promptly huffed at him, turning his head in disgust. Hee hee, Sally laughed. Guess he really doesn't like you. It's okay, give it time, Percy. Percy formed and took a bite out of the bacon in his hand. There must be something I can do to make him like me. Aha! Percy opened his status and pulled up one of his perks. Canady Tamer user of this perk can control members of the Canady family with relative ease. This also includes magical beasts like werewolves and hellhounds. Percy smirked before turning to Leo, who shivered looking at Percy. Leo, eat, Percy commanded, offering the bacon to Leo. The pup snarled, but it quickly ate the food offered, leaving nothing behind. See, what did I tell you? Sally said, and just then Leo walked up to Percy and barfed up the bacon he ate right on Percy's shoes. Percy shook in rage. I hate this dog. Leo looked up and smiled. Bark. Capitulo 162. After cleaning up the puke on his shoes, Percy left the apartment, giving Leo and his mom time to bond. He honestly didn't know what to do today. It was still his birthday, and the plus 50 to his luck wasn't something that will come till next year. He needed something to do, but what? Percy quickly found himself inside Central Park again, quickly walking towards the lake where he and his dad had their adventure last night. He sat down on a bench overlooking the lake and smiled. Seeing water instantly made him feel better. He took a deep breath and let it out. After spending a few minutes simply relaxing, Percy opened his inventory and pulled out a level 2 skill disc along with a level 10 skill disc. He used the level 2 on his observation skill. Observe LV12, 0%. By observing a target, one will get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats, info, their emotions, likes, dislikes, and will give their opinion of you. And then use the level 10 skill disc on critical strike. Critical strike, LV23, 0%. A precise strike that can cause 2500% damage to the target. Chance of success, Luke plus Dex. Percy smiled at this before reaching into his inventory and pulling out the skill book he got from yesterday's battle. Ping! You have obtained spell book. Binding Hands, do you wish to learn it? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, causing the book to vanish, allowing the knowledge to flow into him. He quickly processed the information before his eyes shoot up in surprise. This is amazing, Percy thought out just then. Ping! You have learnt the skill, Binding Hands. Binding Hands, LV Max. Allows user to bind an opponent's body, making it unmovable. Release is possible only when user deems it. Only allowed to bind a maximum of 5 people at a time. Time limit none. Cost 1000 mana. Percy read that thing. This is amazing. This has no time limit and no limit on who I could bind. Meaning gods were up for grabs. This was like my own magical chains of Hephaestus, and the cost of mana was extremely reasonable if not broken. Percy had wondered why he got only a spell book as a loot item from the dungeon even when having luck at 100. It seems this loot was more than meets the eye. Percy closed the box and quickly checked through his inventory again, looking for something to do. Maybe an item to play around with, or got it. Percy pulled out the HNI. HNI. A device used by the children of Hermes and few other campers. It allows access to the HNet, which will give you access to the world without worry of monsters finding out. The Hermes network interface was something Percy hadn't been using as of late. He didn't really pick up loot that was useless for him, like zombie bones or things like that, so he didn't really have much to sell. But with the amount of money he decided it was time for some shopping. Percy pulled out the piece of paper he always kept along with the HNI and attached the device on top of the paper. The cylinder started to blink as it started booting up. The paper then became stiff as a board and the page turned black. It turned on, showing 4 apps: Search, Maps, Online Market, and Iris Messaging. Percy clicked on Online Market and quickly began browsing through the page. Percy clicked on Enchanted Clothes and selected the first hoodie he saw. It was black and had a skull logo on it, and under the description was written, "Enchanted to protect from weather and sweat-proof." It seemed like some basic stuff, and so it was pretty cheap, just 5D. Percy went back to the menu and searched for the most expensive piece of enchanted armor, and what he got was a surprise. It was not just one piece, it was a whole set. The set consisted of a pair of gloves and shoes along with a shirt and a pair of pants. Each would have the basic enchantment of protection from weather and sweat-proof, but they also had more powerful stuff like. They were flame and waterproof. The shirt was enchanted by Hephaestus to become as hard as steel when mana was poured into it. The pants were flexible and enchanted to boost speed and agility. The shoes were blessed by Hermes himself for speed and stealth, and would not make a sound when sneaking up on someone. The gloves were designed to improve the user's strength, and when mana is put in, the gloves transformed into gauntlets. Percy was drooling. The best part, however, wasn't the enchantments, it was the fact that all of this were customizable. He could make it into anything he wanted, anything. The price, however, put a stop to his good mood. The entire thing costed 100,000D, that was a lot, even for Percy. It was time to move on. Percy eventually bought a pair of enchanted blue and black trainers for around 50D. Hephaestus brand shoes, blue. They are shoes made by a factory in Greece by little gnomes who are grossly underpaid. Enjoy them, you heartless monster. Enchanted to be tear-resistant and flame-proof. Durability, 2020. Percy was kind of put off by the description, but he ignored it for the most part and put the shoes on, which surprisingly fitted like a sock. He threw away his old shoes and turned off the HNI. The demigod then trekked around the park, testing out the new shoes. As Percy walked around, he looked at all the people there. They all looked so happy it kind of made him jealous. It was his birthday, but he didn't really have anyone special to spend it with. Sure, he had his mom and dad, but they didn't really count. The people in his life were great, no question about that. The demigods in camp would follow him anywhere, and he would go to hell and back for them, which he did. But despite all that, he never really had someone close. Someone he could talk to and trust completely. Percy sighed. "Fates, if you three are listening to this, can you hook me up?" Percy shook his head. "Yeah, right, like that's ever." Ping. Warning, a person is falling right on top of you. Percy blinked and looked up, and sure enough, a figure in a silver parka was falling down right on Percy. The demigod spread his arms out and grabbed the person and held the clothes. He then looked at the falling mystery and blinked. Artemis. The red-haired goddess was in her 12-year-old form with her bow in one hand and quiver strapped on her back. She looked surprised seeing Percy. "Perseus, what are you doing here?" "I live nearby, though if coming for a walk, what are you doing here?" "I was tracking a Lamia. Stupid bitch threw me off the bridge." Percy looked up and found a walkway right above him, and something was on top of it running away. "Shit, she's getting away." Percy let Artemis down. "Do need some help?" Artemis scoffed. "I'm the goddess of the hunt. I doubt I would need your help." Percy nodded. "Okay, but I'm still coming along." "Why?" "I'm bored." "And if I refuse?" "Then I'll use my ultimate trump card to convince you." Artemis raised an eyebrow while Percy smiled. "It's my birthday." The goddess of the hunt chuckled. "Fine, Perseus, you win. Come, I do not wish to lose sight of her. Try to keep up." She turned and ran towards the tree line, leaving a smirking Percy behind. Oh, she did not just tell me to keep up. Percy activated his speed demon perk and vanished, leaving nothing behind but dust. Artemis looked back and didn't see Percy there. She sighed. "Couldn't keep up, sad. Very well timed to focus on what in Hades?" Artemis looked to her left, and there, looking like he was taking a casual walk in the park, was PERCY. The demigod winked at the goddess before he sped up. Artemis narrowed her eyes. Oh, it is so on. The two ran faster and faster, trying to outdo each other. Just then the trees cleared out into a small clearing with trees stumps lying around. Percy jumped and took out Riptide. He landed on one of the tree stumps and looked ahead to the monster Artemis was tracking. It was big, around 20 feet long. Its top half was of a naked, beautiful blue-haired woman with blue eyes, and the bottom half was off a blue snake with a cross-check pattern on it. "Lamia." LV 25. HP 12 500/12 500. MP 200/200. STR 11. VIT 21. Dex 12. Int 31. Wise 20. Luke 2. Half woman, half snake. This creature of Greek myths originated from the first Lamia who was cursed by Hera into a monstrous form. There are many variations of a Lamia. This one specializes in magic. Kill to gain 10,000 exp. Percy smiled. This is going to be easy. I did not think hubris was a trait you possessed, Perseus. Artemis appeared next to him, drawing her arrow, taking aim. It's not Hanbury's if it's just a statement of talent, Percy replied. Capitulo 163. Artemis, the Lamies hissed out, the whore of the goddess. Percy grimaced. She's not very nice, is she? Artemis ignored Percy and focused only on the Lamia. Give up, monster. You cannot run away from me. Death is all that remains. But tell me where Chronos' force are, and I will spare your life. The Lamia spat on the ground and hissed. I would rather die than make a deal with the likeness of you. Percy grimaced. You should have not done that. Artemis let loose an arrow that the Lamia just managed to avoid with nothing but a scratch on her cheek. Percy dashed forward and swung Riptide down. The Lamia put both hands up and made a shield blocking the strike mid-swing. Percy grunted before he smirked and pushed his mana into the Lamia's shadow, forming spikes that impaled her snake tail. ARGH, the Lamia shouted as she put down the shield, allowing Artemis to shoot an arrow into her shoulder, pinning the monster to a nearby tree. You want to do the honors? Percy asked, stepping away from the monster. After this was her hunt, and he wasn't a kill stealer like his dad. Not yet, Artemis said, walking to the monster. This is your last chance, Lamia. Tell me what I want to know, and I will let you. ARKUM, the Lamia shouted, sending blast of green energy right at the goddess. Artemis? Percy yelled out as he saw the goddess fly across the clearing. Hibao, on the other hand, flew right into the Lamia's hand, who grabbed it with her tail. Percy glared at the monster as he put one hand up. Bind. Blue ribbons of mana flew out of Percy's hands, grabbing the Lamia and tying themselves around her. The monster struggled, but couldn't break free. It then snapped its fingers, disappearing in a flash of bright light. Percy cursed, but quickly moved and checked up on the downed goddess, who was grunting in pain. Are you okay, Artemis? Percy asked, kneeling next to the goddess, helping her up. I will be fine, Perseus. Artemis slowly got up with Percy's help and shook her head clear. Where is the Lamia? She teleported away, Percy said with a sigh. I did manage to bind her in one of my spells, however. She won't be able to escape anytime soon. How good is this spell of yours? Good enough. She also got hold of your bow. Artemis clicked her teeth. That bitch. Sigh, fine. First things first, we need to get my bow back. Ping. Quest alert. Find Artemis's bow. Reward. 2,000 XP. Lunch. Failure. Artemis will skin you, slowly. Yes, no. Percy looked stunned at the quest before pressing yes. Right, and how do we do that? The Lamia isn't powerful enough to teleport far. She is probably still here somewhere. We just need to find her. Right, so we need to find a 20-foot-long snake, who is right now tied up somewhere in Central Park. I realize this will be difficult and a long process. If you wish, you may leave. Like I said, I got nothing but time. And besides, if I just let you wander around Central Park, chances are you might kill someone. Artemis raised an eyebrow. What are you implying, boy? Percy gulped. I just meant that you might find something that would irritate you, and in that process, you might just want to do something about that, and in that doing something might involve killing something. Which right now seems to be me. Please don't kill me. Artemis smiled. Relax, Perseus, I am not going to kill you. Percy sighed in relief. But just then Artemis' smile turned into a grin, the evil kind. I'm just going to turn you into a deer. Percy's eyes shot up. Wait. Artemis snapped her fingers and... Ping. Artemis's had concurred yours, resulting in a forced transformation. Near the north entrance of the park, a 12-year-old girl in silver walked alongside a brown deer with big red horns. She smiled while the deer looked like it was growing. The two got many looks as they walked around the park, but people didn't really look too much into this. After all, this was New York. Shit like this was just a Monday for them. I hate you. Percy thought of causing Artemis to smile brighter. Oh, shut up. You look great as a deer. You have the shiniest coat I have ever seen on a deer, and those horns of yours look sharper than steel. This form really does suit you. You really think so? Well, my horns do look kind of badass and I do. Hey, stop doing that. Doing what? Distracting me. Well, I'm just speaking my mind. And besides, I had to turn you into a deer. Oh, really? And why is that? Well, I am Artemis. I can't be seen with a guy walking around Central Park like we were on some kind of date. First of all, who the hell would see us that something like that would even matter? And second off all, why do you think this is a date? This is not a date. I know I never said it was. You're the one who brought it up. I did not. Yeah, you did. You said, I can't be seen with a guy walking around like we were on some kind of date. See? Oh, you are really testing my patience here, Perseus. Oh, what are you going to do? Tell your daddy on me. Artemis's eyes twitched on the mention of Zeus. No, I'll turn you into a girl. The deer stopped in its track and looked at Artemis. You can't do that. Oh, I most certainly can, and I have. So what do you say, Percy? The deer looked at Artemis before bowing his head in defeat. I'll be good. Artemis grinned. You better. Now use your sense of smell and find my bow. Percy blinked. What? How do I do that? Artemis sighed. You are right now in the form of a white-tailed deer. They are mostly known for their amazing sense of smell and tracking abilities. So you know, smell and track. You have no idea how deers actually track, do you? Of course I do. Artemis crossed her arms, looking away from Percy. I just don't know how to teach one to smell. It just comes naturally to most. You don't ask a sea how it moves, do you? Or how a demigod know ancient Greek naturally. Just, do and stop asking stupid questions. Percy sighed. Why do I get the weird ones? What was that? Nothing. Percy turned away from Artemis and looked around the park. He stopped moving and took a deep breath, taking in various scents. Artemis' strangle smelt like vanilla and mint mixed together, so her bow should smell the same. Percy let the scents flow through him, and slowly he started to see the park through his nose. He could smell everyone and everything. The man with heavy cologne sitting to their right with his wife, who smelled of his cologne and mangoes. The dog standing few feet in front of him smelt like, well, a dog. And just as he started to process all this information, something stuck out. Percy's eyes shot open. This way. The deer then charged ahead, using a little bit of his speed demon perk to run faster. See, I knew you could do it, Artemis said as she ran right next to the deer. Soon the two came to a fountain surrounded by several people. Where is she, Percy? Capitulo 164. Percy, however, didn't answer and instead ran right to an ice cream salesman and stood in front of the man. The ice cream man looked alarmed that a deer was right now in front of him, but Percy didn't care as he started to sniff the ice cream box the man pushed around. Is she in there? Artemis asked, reaching for her daggers. I want it, Percy said, pointing to the ice cream box. Please. Artemis blinked. You want ice cream? Percy nodded. Yup. The money I smelt the ice cream, I haven't been able to think or focus on anything else. Perseus, you can't? Artemis started, but immediately stopped as Percy slowly started to look at the goddess with pleading eyes. I know what you're doing, Percuse, and it will not. Percy's eyes slowly started to gloss over as tears started to take over the corners. I have loved thousands of years, and I will not. Slowly a tear rolled down his cheek, and Artemis knew she lost. Ping! By making a desperate-looking face, you have gained a new skill. Puppy dog eyes, LV1 20%. You can use these eyes to guilt-trip people into doing what you want them to do. Success rate, Luke, % chance of success. Percy smiled as he licked a bowl of blueberry ice cream with his deer tongue. It felt strange eating with a different tongue, but Percy quickly got used to it. Artemis sat on a bench to his side, eating a vanilla-flavored ice cream bar. After this, can we please go back to searching for my symbol of power? Artemis asked, licking her cold treat. Sure we can, Percy said, looking at her. And why is it that most gods lose their symbols of power so easily? Like, don't you guys? Percy's ramblings stopped midway as he simply stared mouth open at Artemis, who was licking split ice cream off her fingers. The white sticky substance rolled between her fingers, coating them fully. Her tongue licked the cream clean off before she sucked the ice cream on the stick over and over again. "What's wrong, Percy?" Artemis asked, raising an eyebrow. "And nothing." Percy turned around and quickly began to finish his ice cream. He was so glad he was not human right now, otherwise she would notice the huge blush he had on his face right now. He finished his ice cream and threw the cup away into trash. "Let's go find your bow." The two began their search again, with Percy's nose taking the lead. But the image of Artemis licking ice cream off her hands kept distracting his concentration. Gamer's mind then kicked in and allowed him to focus on the task at hand, but slowly he got bored. "So why are you here all alone?" "What do you mean?" "Like I heard from several campers, you have like a team of all female hunters that you hunt with. So I was just wondering why they aren't here with you." "I gave them some time off. We recently have been trying to track the Titans and the Jurgosa, with no luck." "The Jurgosa, why them? Sure, the Titans are like Titans, but why Jurgosa?" "Because those things once almost wiped out the entire human race, Perseus. And the fact they are now alive and popping up all over the place is cause for concern. I understand that you have faced them before. Is that true?" "Yeah, my friends and I were on a quest to track Luke's movement inside Abyss. We thought he had him when he sprung his trap on us. I managed to take one down that tried to bite my arm off, and my friends took down another." "Then you understand why we need to get this Lamia, and fast. She has information on the traitor Luke and his companions. We get to talk, we get the first leg up in this war." Percy nodded and then quickly began his work again. His nose just then picked up something that smelt like wet rocks and scales. He looked up. "I think I got her scent." He then took them to a secluded part of the park, and soon they came upon Lamia still tied up with Artemis's bow in her hands. "Great, we found her. Can you please transform me back now?" Percy asked. Artemis transformed Percy back, who then quickly checked to make sure everything was back to where it was. After all the last time she transformed him back, she forgot about his clothes. Artemis kneeled down in front of the Lamia and narrowed her eyes. "Where is Luke?" "I don't know who it is you speak of, whore of Olympus." "You should not have said that." Percy focused on his mana around the Lamia and made her bounds tighter, squeezing the monster. "Argh," the monster roared in pain. "If you want him to stop, then answer my question, or else," Artemis said as she snatched her bow from the Lamia's grasp before aiming an arrow right next to the monster's throat. "Now tell me all you know." "Quest completed. Find Artemis's bow. Reward 2000 XP. Lunch." The monster narrowed her eyes. "He and Argo are SS searching for SS something." "What?" "A poison, SS something SS strong." "Why?" "I do not know. All I know is that, and the fact that they are looking for a way to gain more soldiers." Artemis started into the monster's eyes before nodding. "Okay then." Artemis then stood up and drew back her arrow. The Lamia's eyes widened in fear. "Wait, you SS said you would spare me if I told you all I know." "I never said that. I just said I won't prolong your suffering." Artemis let the arrow fly, causing the monster to explode in an explosion of dust, leaving behind some drachma, a leather skin pouch, and a fang. Lamia's fang. Consuming this will cure a person of any snake venom. Percy picked up the money and purse and gave them to Artemis. "Here, I don't really need these." The goddess looked at them strangely before accepting them. "Thank you, this is very good leather." Percy nodded as he put the FNAG away in his inventory when Artemis was not looking. "Those were very peculiar spoils of war. I have never seen someone get a bag before." Percy rubbed his neck. "Yeah, I know I'm a strange one. Anyway, what now?" "Now I leave. You have assisted me greatly today, Percuse, and for that I will always be grateful, but now I must." Groan. The sound came from Artemis's stomach. The goddess was now holding her stomach in guilt. Percy smiled. "Guess now it's time for lunch." "That is kind, Perseus, but I must." Groan. "Yeah, you're hungry," Percy said with a smile. "Come on, my treat." The goddess looked as if she wanted to argue, but Percy didn't really let her argue. He grabbed her arm and dragged her away from the park. "Where exactly are you taking me?" Artemis asked as they exited the park, walking into the city. "I have no idea," Percy said with a smile. "What are you hungry for?" This was your idea, so you decided. How about? Percy then turned a corner, and there stuck right between two huge building was a small pizzeria what smelt amazing. Percy took a deep breath and let it out. You up from some pizza? Artemis sighed. Sure, why not? They ordered several slices of pizza, vegetarian for Artemis and a meat lover's delight for Percy. They took their order to go as they munched on their lunch while taking a walk around Central Park once more. I forget how beautiful human civilization can be sometimes, Artemis said, looking at the birds in the trees and the dogs being walked around. Yeah, I know what you mean. You do. Well, so far the last 4 months has been kind of crazy. I found out I was a demigod, saved my mom from the underworld, battled monsters that are literally considered legends, and I even fought an Olympian, twice. Yes, well, I don't really consider our meeting a proper fight. It was more of me hitting you and you running away. Well, excuse me for not wanting to get my ass handed to me. Strange you seemed far more open to fight Ares than me. Any reason why? Percy shrugged. It's not because you're a woman if that's what you're thinking. I didn't really want to fight you, and I was kind of in a hurry back then, you know, with my friend's body decomposing every second I wasted and all. Also, I didn't really like Ares, so I took great pleasure in fighting him. What did you do to him? Every time we asked he shuts down, and Poseidon and Zeus snicker. Percy chuckled. Yeah, Dad would find it funny, but why Zeus? After all, I did shove the master bolt up Ares's behind. Gods, I hope he washed that thing before he used it. Just then the sky rumbled. Guess I'm supposed to take that as a yes then. Artemis stood shocked. Wait, you shoved the master bolt up Ares's ass? Percy nodded. Yup, and then I shoot one right up Main Street. You fired the master bolt, the most powerful weapon in Greek mythology, up Ares's ass? Percy nodded, causing Artemis to burst into laughter. No wonder he still uses that hemorrhoid pillow. Wait, he still used that? Percy asked, surprised. Of course he does. You shoot a lightning bolt up his ass. Even for a god, that's a little too much. Percy laughed with Artemis as they slowly reached the lake Percy and Poseidon fought on yesterday. They sat down on the same bench Percy sat on before and watched the ducks swim across the water. Capitulo 165. You know something, Perseus, you are a decent man, Artemis said, breaking the silence. Why, thanks you coming from you, that means a lot, Percy said sarcastically. I am serious, Perseus. You impressed me before with your loyalty to your friends, something which is rare. No, it's not. Why do you think so? Why do you think I was loyal to them? Because they were your friends. Percy nodded. Yeah, and more than that, they were my family, or the closest thing I had to one. And I wasn't the only on there who was loyal to them, they were also loyal to me. That may be true, Percy, but only you were willing to go to the underworld to bring them back. Do you really think they would do the same for you? Yes, I do. Artemis smiled, not a moment's hesitation. Good, that is good. Silence won again as the two simply enjoyed the sight and the weather. The sun was shining, lucky not to harshly to cause a heat stroke, but just warm enough to make everyone browsy with sleep. So what's your deal? Percy asked, breaking the silence again. What do you mean? Well, it's just that in camp everyone goes on, and one about how much you hate men, and how I was lucky you didn't get me, but, well, we just spent the after together, and you didn't really seem all that hateful. Artemis chuckled. Oh, don't be ridiculous. I don't blindly hate every man I see. I would have to certifiably insane if that was the case. You hated me when we first meet. You were my mission, and usually I would be sent to capture very bad men. Then why did you turn me into a deer, the first time I mean? You pissed me off, so forgive me for losing my temper and transforming you into a deer, okay? Artemis snapped, crossing her arms. It's I forgive you, Percy shot back, angering the goddess. Cheeky brat, Artemis said, punching Percy in the shoulder. Wow, that hurts. Percy grabbed his shoulder, rolling off the bench in pain. Damn that godly strength. Artemis chuckled. Oh, get up. I expect that man who fought one-on-one with Hyperion and survived to tell the tale be able to take a few hits now and then. Percy groaned as he got back on his seat. It still hurts. You want me to kiss it and make you feel better? Percy nodded, rolling his sleeve. Yes, please, he said smugly, daring her to do it. Artemis narrowed her eyes before turning away, causing Percy to grin. They stayed silent for some time before Percy asked, "So you're not a man-hatter, so why the rumors?" "It was what I did in the past mostly," Artemis said, looking at the sun though the leaf on the tree branch above them. "During ancient Greece, women were treated poorly." Percy nodded. "If even half of what I read is true, that's an understatement." Artemis nodded as well. "So you understand what I mean. Back then, women were nothing more than property to be used or traded. Married women were treated worse than trash, and if a man cheats on a woman, it is her fault for not satisfying him." Artemis's face turned cold as she clenched her arms in anger. "So you punished those who mistreated women?" Artemis nodded. "Correct. I protected those who couldn't protect themselves. Soon it became a legend that if you mistreat a woman, I would come to punish those responsible. So, sort of like a Greek boogeyman that targeted assholes and protected women." Artemis's cold features melted away as she laughed out. "Haha, yes, well, I suppose you are right, Perseus." Percy chuckled. "So you aren't much of a man-hater than you are the boogeyman, huh?" Artemis's laugh grew louder, something which made Percy happy to hear. After all, it sounded so beautiful even a tone-deaf man could appreciate it. "So? You know in ancient Greek legends how whenever a mortal assists a god in a task, they get a reward, right?" Artemis blinked before frowning and sighing. "All right, what do you want? You men are all the same, always wanting something or the other. Stupid boy." "I want you to call me Percy," the demigod said, surprising the goddess. "What?" "I want you to call me Percy. None of that Perseus bullshit." Artemis was understandable surprised at the request. "Is that all? You know you can ask for a lot more, right?" Percy waved her off. "Nee, you have nothing I want. Just call me Percy. For love of the gods, please call me Percy. Perseus makes me feel so old." Artemis smiled. "All right then, Percy." The demigod smiled at the goddess as the two slowly fell silent. The warm wind blew across their face as the sun warmed them both up. Their lunch made them feel sleepy as slowly they both drifted asleep. Percy didn't need sleep, but he still could fall asleep, and right now that's all he wanted to do. "Percy?" Percy heard his mom call him, startling him awake. Percy looked around and saw Artemis lifting her head off his shoulders, rubbing her eyes. One of her hands were interlocked with his, and Percy immediately pulled away before she realized what happened. He looked up and saw his mom there carrying Leo with one hand. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Percy asked as he and Artemis stood up. The sky was dark now, they must have been asleep for hours. "Leo wanted to go for a walk, so I took him out, and you weren't home yet, so I got worried," Sally said as she turned to Artemis with a smile and a bow. "Lady Artemis." "How did you know it was me?" Artemis asked, surprised. "You have a bow and you are wearing silver," Sally said with a smile. "Right, so you are Poseidon's lover, Percy's mother," Artemis said, nodding. "You have raised a very responsible son, madam. He is someone worth being friends with, and that's coming from me, so you know I mean it." Sally chuckled. "Well, I tried my best, but Percy got his heart from his father." "Bark," Leo barked, drawing all attention to him instead. "Yo, Leo," Percy said as he tried to scratch behind the dog's ear, hopeful he hated him a little less now. "Bark," Leo then tried to bite Percy's fingers off. "Guess it's going to take a little longer." "Is that your dog?" Artemis asked as she reached out to touch him. "Yeah, but be careful, Percy's words died in his mouth as Leo allowed Artemis to pet him. He ever looked like he was bloody, smiling. "Guess it's just me he hates." Sally chuckled. "Give it time, love, I'm sure he will come around." Percy sighed. Artemis stopped scratching Leo, which gained a moan of sadness from the dog. "All right, I have wasted enough time here." She turned to Leo, giving the dog a bright smile. "Bye, Leo." "Woof." She smiled at Sally. "Bye, madam," and then turned to Percy, who smiled at her. "See you, Percy." She then vanished in a flash of light. Percy and Sally had enough time to close there while Leo simply looked away. Percy then walked back home with his mom. Sally smiled. "So, Percy, huh?" "Not one word." "I don't need words," Sally said as she pulled out her phone with her free hand displaying a picture on screen. "All I need is this." Percy played as on the phone was a picture of Artemis and him, with the goddess sleeping on Percy's shoulder. They looked so peaceful with their hands interlocked together. If a stranger saw this, they would think this was a picture of a couple. Get rid of that right now. Percy yelled, trying to grab the phone only for Leo to bit into his arm. Ouch. Oh, my little boy is growing up so fast. Seducing virgin goddess. Next thing I know, I'll be a grandmother. Mom. What? She is the goddess of childbirth after all. They argued for a long time, all through summer actually. In the end, Sally didn't delete the photo, instead hiding somewhere Percy would never find it. What? You want me to tell you where? Hell, even I don't know where she put the thing. Capitulo 166. Percy let his mom take care of Leo, mostly because he didn't want to put up with the dog, but also to serve as protection for him mom. Leo would probably grow up pretty strong, and since he basically treated Percy's mother like a goddess, it would be the best bodyguard for her while Percy was away. He did, however, manage to train him a little. The Kennedy trainer perk allowed him to control and understand Leo to a certain degree. He couldn't communicate back with words, but he could send Leo commands mentally and send positive or negative emotions over. The two still hated each other, but they came to a neutral position. Percy didn't mess with Leo, and the half-hellhound wouldn't mess with him or pee on everything he owned. Percy eventually went back to camp and quickly began training his friends again. He gained another level before the summer was over, and several of his skills had leveled up as well. Percy Jackson. Health 40004000 plus 1000 equals 5000. Mana 2 025/2 025 plus 1000 equals 3025. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 23 Exp 8110 79000. Race Demigod. SDR 50, plus 20 equals 70. VIT 52, plus 6 plus 20 equals 78. Dex 35, plus 6 plus 20 equals 61. INT 34. WS 32. LUC 50. Point 60. Money 132, $677/888D. Percy used 4 points on his Dex and 7 stat points in SDR, and with a little bit of training, managed to bring the base stat of SDR to 50, giving him a new perk. Body Form allows user to focus all strength into one part of their body. The focused area will gain X4 power for a desired time. Cooldown will last for twice as long, and total strength will be reduced by half till full recovery. It was very useful. Percy tended to use the perk in short burst. Just before he landed a hit, he would activate this and deactivate it after the attack. That, along with his earthquake-style attacks, resulted in a devastating hand-to-hand combat provides. He had also trained and improved several of his skills. Ice Control LV6, 20%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost 20 MP per foot of ice created. Max size 85 foot. Smoke from LV5, 21%. Turns the user's body into smoke. Color depends on person. Cost 225 MP. Duration 1 minute 30 seconds. Archery LV76, 30%. You can shoot an arrow, it will hit something, maybe your intended target. Accuracy 76%. Earthquake Control LV10, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 850. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 25. Water Controlling LV20, 41%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 5 MP per minute. Special Attack Water Spikes damage, cost 100 MP. Special Defense Water Shield 80/80 durability, cost 60 MP. Special Control Blood, control cost 40 MP per minute. Can control those who are weaker than you. Special Control Moisture Control, cost same as Water Control, plus 10 MP. At the end of camp, Percy had gotten his camp necklace on which were 2 beads. One was a green trident showing his parentage, and the other was a red sword. When Percy asked Annabeth what it meant, she told him it was a sort of thank you gift from all the campers. A symbol of him going to the underworld to bring half of them back from the dead. Needless to say, Percy wore it with pride. At the end of summer, Percy went back to Yancey Academy for the 7th grade. In all honesty, he was glad to be doing something so normal again. The fact that his only job nowadays was studying and not going into the underworld and fighting monsters was relaxing. He could have done without all the homework, though. However, this time, when school started, Percy realized something. He understood every single thing in the book. Everything. Do you know what that's fucking like? All his life, he had been called an idiot, useless. His 5th grade teacher told him he wouldn't amount to anything, and for a time, he believed the bitch. But now with his int at 34, Percy realized right now he was the smartest person in class, and everyone knew it. During the first set of exams, Percy didn't just pass, he dominated. The highest scorer in the class used to be Han, the guy who taught Percy about the basics of video games, at around 80% or something. Percy got 100% in every single thing. The teacher, of course, thought he was teaching, so they made him take another test. He got 100% in that as well. It was honestly like a dream. The school even called his mom over and told her about how they had discovered a genius in Percy and how she should make him live up to his full potential. Sally did nothing but smile. She was proud of Percy, and that made Percy happier than ever. That was the whole reason he wanted to use the gamer ability for. At the end of the meeting, Sally asked Percy what he wanted to do, and the demigod, not wanting to disappoint his mother, agreed to skip ahead. 8th grade was strange to say the least for Percy. Most of the boys were looking at the girls all the time, and most of the girls were so wholly focused on their own looks they kind of reminded Percy of the Aphrodite kids. He kind of felt alienated at first, but eventually they accepted him into their group, and the demigod got along great with the older kids. And so the year went on. Percy gained 2 points in int by Christmas and also a few peculiar new skills. Scrints, LVX. A branch of knowledge that deals with the physical world. Physics, LV, 1 basic concepts of physical science. Chemistry, LV, 1 basic concepts of chemical science. Botany, LV, 1 basic concepts of science dealing with flora. Zoology, LV, 1 basic concepts of science dealing with fauna. Math, LVX. A branch of knowledge that deals with numbers. Algebra, LV, 1 a branch of math, where symbols are used to represent numbers and quantities. Geometry, LV1 a branch of math dealing with lines and structures and surfaces. Calculus, LV1, a branch of math that deals with integrals and differential equations. Applied math, LV1 math, that can be used in the real world. Percy didn't know what these were at first, but after a little research and questioning, he found out this was basically the starting of a knowledge tree. It would be commonly used in games in regard to skills, unlocking new ones after one masters an old skill. It seems Percy got the same deal, except it was for his studies and not his usual skills. Over the year, Percy learned a lot of things. He basically read through half of his school's library, making his English skill. Language, Modern English, LV 26, 90%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia, but with hard work, you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus 70% reading speed, and giving him 7 more points in int. INT 43. With all that knowledge, Percy started a side business in the school. He started touring. He didn't really charge money, he just did it to make more friends. Nancy was one of the few people he taught first, and soon more came from both the 8th and 7th grade. Soon, he had leveled up his teaching skills. Teaching, LV 25. You impart on your student a piece of what you know. Wise plus int %, how much the student understands. Plus 60% if their int is lower than yours. He also took a surprising interest into zoology, especially marine zoology, causing it to become a sub-skill. Zoology, LV, 2 basic concepts of science dealing with fauna. Marine zoology, LV, 3 basic concepts of science dealing with marine creatures. Percy also learnt other things over the year's time, and he learnt it from his servants. The idea of learning from his servants was an idea he got from something Annabeth said some time ago when they were in a cab going to the trap Luke set up for them. She mentioned how cool it would be if Electo could be used to teach others all she knew. And so Percy did just that. He learnt all he could from Alecto and Marchoses, and between the two, he learnt a lot. From Alecto, he learned how to form runes made out of his blood. They basically allowed him to do a lot of different things, from animating a statue to giving himself a temporary +5 SDR stat boost. He had to draw most of the runes using his own blood, and that cost him HP. Runes LV12, 21%. Symbols used to bend reality, depending on what the user wishes. Library of rune formulas. Animation spell animate an object. Cost 20 HP plus 20 MP per feet of object surface. Temporary boost a stat for 1 minute. Cost 10 HP plus 300 MP. Protection make an item protected from all harm, defense offered plus 1000 HP. Cost 1000 HP. Heal a person, restoration equals amount of HP used. Cost X HP plus 200 MP. Summon water summon large quantities of water. Cost 10 HP plus 100 MP per liter. He had practiced the runes day in and day out. He still had a lot to learn, and even his gamer skills wasn't helping in increasing the time it took for him to learn it all. Alecto once mentioned it took years for some to even know how to do a handful of runes. The fact PERCY knew 5 already was nothing short of amazing. From Marchoses, he had learnt demon spells. They were more like curses than spells, and by the time PERCY learnt the first one, he was shit scared of what he could now do. Demon spells, LV9, 42%. Spells made in the depths of hell. Library of demon spells. Revenge of the Dead curse causes the victim to be tormented by souls of the dead, either those he loved or those he hates. Cost 1000 MP plus 1 human soul. Bad luck curse destroys all luck a victim has for a desired period of time. Cost 750 MP per hour. Maggot infestation curse, wherever the curse hits will soon be infested with maggots. Cost 300 MP. Mind destruction curse destroys a victim's psyche. Cost 1 human soul. And these were the really friendly ones. Needless to say, they were not PERCY's all-time favorite skill. The curse that needed human souls were something he avoided on principle. In fact, the only reason he even learnt them was because Marchoses insisted that he needed to, something about a rite of passage or something. In the end, the only spell he was really good at was the bad luck curse, which he used often on people who pissed him off. Capitulo 167. But thankfully, his year at school wasn't always all studies and no play. Over the year, he had gained a sort of name for himself, the Nephilim, which basically meant people called him a half-angel and half-demon. This was because of the 2 different ways people thought of him. Usually, he acted like an angel from heaven, kind to teachers, helpful to fellow classmates, and all-around nice guy, but piss him off. One time, the PE teacher picked on a fat kid in PERCY's class and called him names, basically scaring the boy for life. PERCY didn't like that. He snuck into the teacher's room that night and stole every single pair of underwear the man had and burnt them all. He then replaced the underwear with ones that was filled with itching powder, and for weeks, the teacher didn't know why his privates kept itching. But PERCY wasn't done there, not by a long shot. He also burnt the man's Playboy collection and covered his sheets with poop he got from Leo. And to finish it all off, he snuck into his room again and shaved his head clean. The teacher quit the next day. And so the rumors began, piss PERCY Jackson off and you will see hell. But that teacher wasn't the only person PERCY targeted. There was this 9th grader that tried to bully PERCY, tried being the key word. After kicking his ass publicly, PERCY then threw him into the school's bio dump. The bully smelt like degrading plants for days. At the end of the academic year, PERCY found himself in his dorm room with his roommate, Chad. Chad was oriental-looking and loved anime, almost to the point of obsession. Along the year, PERCY was forced to watch several shows that the guy likes, and even though they were strange at first, H grew to like them. "So you going to the fair?" Chad asked, looking up from his manga. "Yeah, Nancy invited me," PERCY responded as he packed away the last of his clothes inside his suitcase. "Oh, Nancy, huh?" Chad asked, wiggling his eyebrows. "Shut up," PERCY said, throwing a pillow at the boy, who laughed it off. "You two should just kiss and get it over with. All that tension is going to." "There is no tension, thank you very much," PERCY yelled as his face started to heat up. "We are just good friends." "Sure man, whatever you say," Chad said, waving Percy off. The demigod scuffed and walked out of their room. Wear a condom, Chad shouted behind as Percy slammed the door shut. Percy sighed. Chad was kind of right in that regard, though. No, not the condom part, the tension part. Last year, Percy found out Nancy liked him through his observation skills, and that was why he became friends with the girl. But back then, he thought she liked him as a friend, but only recently he figured out how she really thought about him. She didn't just like him, she liked him. Over the year, Percy had to pretend he didn't know she liked him in that way. It got super awkward super fast because what exactly was he supposed to do? Oh, hey Nancy, look, I know you have a crush on me, but like I'm totally not interested. Nancy was sweet and all, and very, very cute, but she was mortal. And if Percy started dating her then, he would have to explain about him being a demigod, and that was another whole can of worms he didn't want to deal with right now. So he continued to just treat her as a friend. He made sure they were never alone by always inviting someone else to join them in conversations or tutoring classes. He felt like an idiot really. A super cute girl liked him, and he was doing his best to friendzone her. Stupid. Percy walked out of Yancey Academy and towards the town next to the school. Inside the small, quiet town was a huge carnival set up right next to Ocean, and that was where Percy agreed to meet Nancy. He quickly walked to the carnival and walked in, moving towards the big wheel where they agreed to meet. The carnival was filled with giant machines and games with bright lights set up all over the place. But Percy didn't really care for all of that. He ignored them all and kept moving forward until he reached the big wheel. Nancy wasn't all that hard to find. She wore a red skirt and a pink tank top with black heels. Her hair was straightened with freckles visible, but they didn't do anything to reduce her beauty. If anything, they enhanced it. She looked at Percy and smiled, and the son of Poseidon knew he was way out of his comfort zone right now. Right on time, Percy, Nancy said with a smile. I try, Percy shrugged before looking at the big wheel. You want to go on that first? Nancy shook her head. No, we'll do that later. Right now I'm really hungry. Food it is, Percy smiled as he led her to the food court he passed by. As they walked, Nancy slowly came closer to Percy, close enough that the son of Poseidon could feel her body giving off heat. She then quickly grabbed Percy's arm and locked it in place, making it impossible for him to escape. God damn, my arm hurts, Percy thought to himself as he took her to the food court. I have literally had a monster bite into it, and even then it didn't hurt this bad. Sure, okay, he was exaggerating, but Nancy still had a very strong grip on him. They reached the food court and got a couple of slices of pizza, 1 for Nancy and 3 for Percy. What? He was a growing boy. The two walked around the carnival, eating their food and simply enjoying the sights around them. Percy finished his slices first and even helped Nancy finish the rest of her food, so where to first? Nancy smirked. That, she pointed to a giant cranium shaker. You know that thing where 2 people are put into a small steel cage that is then used like a bloody slingshot, spinning so fast up is down and right is left? Yeah, that thing. Percy gulped. Sure. Nancy smirked. You scared? And no, it's just that thing looks old. Percy pointed to the rusted parts of the machine. We could just break off and fly across the sky. Nancy smirked. It's okay. I don't think God would be that cruel. Well, depends on which God, PERCY muttered. What? Nothing, let's just get this over with. Percy sulked the whole way there, something which Nancy found adorable. The line for the cranium shaker was short, something that pissed Percy off even more. Eventually it was their turn. The small metal carriage they were put into was rusted badly. Percy was shit scared. He really didn't want this thing to break off. Capitulo 168. He used blood control and made the blood inside his right index finger come out by cutting himself from the inside. He made the blood flow out to the surface of the carriage and created the protection rune on the surface of the carriage using 1000 MP. He then used the moisture in the air to form a water bubble that healed his cut before turning to smile at Nancy. You look better, she mentioned. Yeah, I just figured it was time to face my biggest fears in life. Being tossed around in a small metal cage. No, being stuck in a small metal cage with a beautiful girl, Percy spoke before he realized what he said. Shit, why did I do that? I am trying to make her not like me, not call her beautiful. Nancy, on the other hand, blushed and didn't say anything. The ride then started. Percy's carriage lifted itself up into the air and slowly started to spin itself head over heels. It wasn't bad at first, but then the carriage started to move around the main mast, spinning faster and faster. It spun to the left before coming to a jerking stop, which flipped the carriage, and then spun to the left. The thing basically treated them like a pair of nunchucks. Percy's head started to spin. "Get me off this crazy thing." Nancy, however, threw her hands up into the air and yelled out in joy. The ride lasted for a few minutes, but from Percy it was a lifetime. When they got off, Percy fell to his knees and panted. His food threatened to come out, but somehow Percy held true. Ping! "You now have motion sickness. Enjoy." Percy grumbled as he pushed the box away, getting on his feet. "Are you okay?" Nancy asked, standing next to him. "Water," Percy muttered as they walked to the canteen to get a glass of water. Percy downed the whole thing in one go, and instantly he felt better. "You shouldn't have eaten so much pizza," Nancy said with a smirk. "You shouldn't have insisted on riding that death machine." "Oh, stop whining. Okay, you know what you can choose is the next ride." Percy smiled. "Oh, you're going to regret that." For the next hour, the two pulled each other from one ride to the next. Eventually, they found themselves sitting inside a cart on the big wheel. Percy smiled as he saw the sun set across the sea. Nancy sat close to Percy, cuddling up next to him, shivering. "You cold?" Percy asked her. "Yeah, I knew I should have worn a jacket," Nancy muttered. Percy smiled as he took off his leather jacket, offering it to the girl. "Here, I'm good," Percy said with a smile. "You sure?" "Yeah, now take it before I change my mind." Nancy smiled and put on the offered jacket. She blinked. "Wow, this is warm. What's this made out of?" "A demon from hell," Percy thought. "Not sure, just leather, I think." Lie successful. Ping. Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. Lying LV14, 20%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 70% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Percy pushed the notification aside as he and Nancy sat in silence. "Today was fun," Nancy said first. "Yeah, thanks for inviting me." "Well, who else was I going to call?" "I don't know, Yanis." "Yana is great, well, you were my first friend here, Percy. You helped me out a lot. Who I was a year ago is so much different from who I am now. My parents ignore me less, my sister is less of a bitch to me, and for the first time ever, I feel happy as me. And that's all thanks to you, Percy." Nancy turned to Percy, who blushed. He felt himself heat up from the way she looked at him, with eyes filled with want and happiness. "I can't really take all the credit, Nancy, you." "Percy." "Yes." "I love you." Percy looked at the girl as she slowly leaned closer. Percy's brain screamed at him to move, to stop her. He knew he couldn't ever have a proper relationship with her. Even trying would result in nothing but drama. He started to panic, but he couldn't bring himself to look away from Nancy's eyes. Suddenly, blue turned to silver as another girl appeared in the place of Nancy. "Artemis?" Percy, though, as he tried to move away from the girl. He didn't understand why he was thinking of Artemis. He didn't get it. However, Nancy didn't let up. She moved forward until their faces were inches apart, and slowly she closed the distance. Percy was holding his breath when... Groan. Percy snapped his eyes open as he felt the entire big wheel shake. Nancy stopped as well, and the two turned to where the noise originated, only to see a giant monster standing right next to the wheel. And it wasn't just any monster. It was a Jergosa standing at 23 feet tall, and it was currently reaching for their pod. The Jergosa closed both hands around the pod and pulled it out of the big wheel. The metal bolts attaching the pod to the giant machine groaned, but quickly broke. The Jergosa brought the pod next to its face and tried to eat it whole. Cracked. The monster broke its teeth on the hood of the pod. It looked confused. It would usually eat right through metal. Inside the spear, the hood was covered with Percy's blood in the form of a protection rune. "What is that thing?" Nancy yelled out. "Wait, you can see that?" Percy asked, surprised. "Of course I can," Nancy said, but just then the Jergosa got bored of its toy. It drew back the pod and threw it into the ocean. "Hang on," Percy yelled out as the pod flew faster and faster across the air. The impact of the pod on the surface of the water would destroy the enchantment Percy put on it. They needed to escape. Percy pulled himself of the seat, fighting the G-force he felt. He drew back an arm. Earthquake from he thought, as he activated his earthquake powers and his body from perk. Body form activated, right arm. His arm glowed green as slowly every muscle in his arm grew larger and more prominent. Percy then smashed his arm right into the pod door, breaking it off. Boom! That was the sound of him breaking his own enchantment. He powered down and grabbed Nancy, and before the girl could even think, he held her tightly before jumping out of the pod. "Yaaaa," Nancy yelled out, panicking in Percy's arms, but the demigod had activated Gamer's mind, causing all distraction to disappear. Percy held her tightly and put his back to the water below. He then poured 500 MP into marble skin, turning his back into stone. Defense 500x78, VIT equals 39,000 defense. He grimaced as suddenly his world turned cold and wet. Damage 5,000 HP. Here's a helpful tip. If you think you can survive a fall by aiming for the water, you're an idiot. The water felt like cement when Percy's back hit it, but luckily for him, the damage wasn't too bad. Heck, the fall didn't even break his marble skin defense. And as soon he hit the water, his domain perk healed him up instantly. Percy quickly commanded the water to pull himself and Nancy and himself to the surface, where he made a frozen surface for them both. The girl was panting hard. Water had gotten into her nose, and so she started having a coughing fit. "You okay?" Percy asked, pulling the girl up onto the icy plain. "I think so. Where did this ice come from?" Nancy looked at ice underneath her feet as she slowly stood up. "No idea." Lie failed. Percy sighed because, like the box said, Nancy looked suspicious. She wasn't buying his excuse. "Look, I'll explain later, but for now we have to get away." The two turned, and sure enough, the Jergosa stood on the edge of the pier, looking at them with hunger in its eyes. It then took a step forward and jumped into the ocean. The water came up to its head at first, but as it moved deeper and deeper in the water, slowly began to take more and more of it. "Stupid thing," Percy whispered as he stood up with a smile, as the monster slowly moved towards them. "Percy, we need to go," Nancy yelled, terrified at the sight of the monster approaching them. "Relax, Nancy." "But Percy." Percy turned to the girl and smiled at her, cutting all off protest. His smile was warm and reassuring. "Trust me, Nancy, I got this." Nancy nodded, and Percy turned back to the monster. The now was in reach of them as it lifted its arm high into the air before bringing it down hard. Nancy bowed down with her hands crossed over her head in fear, but Percy smiled. Capitulo 169. The demigod lifted his hand up like he was about to catch the monster's hand, and suddenly out of the ocean rose a gigantic arm made out of water. It mirrored Percy's own moment as it closed itself around the Jergosa's hand. Percy then used his free hand to control the water around the Jergosa's body. He then closed it into a fist, causing the water to crush the Jergosa into little pieces of gore. Jergosa HP 101-8000. Percy raised an eyebrow at this. There was literally nothing above its neck left. Oh wait, the neck. Percy then sent a spike of ice right through the neck and head of the monster, causing it to vanish into nothing. Percy lifted the water up to collect the loot the monster drooped. $200 and a stuffed black dog carnival toy. Percy put the money away before handing the dog to Nancy, who was simply looking at Percy with awe. "Here, I got this for you," Percy smiled. "What the fuck is going on?" Nancy yelled out. Percy grimaced but chuckled. "I'll explain soon, just hold on for now." Hold on, the ice platform they were standing on started to move. Percy used his water control to do so, taking them back to land. Percy helped Nancy get off the icy platform, which Percy then destroyed with a flick of his writs. "Percy, what's going on? What was that thing?" "We need to get somewhere safe, Nancy. I'll explain then," Percy said, as he dragged Nancy back to Yancey Academy. Percy had plans upon plan made by the time they reached his dorm, and Nancy had questions upon questions ready to be asked. Percy threw open the door, startling Chad. The boy looked shocked first before he smiled. "You know girls aren't allowed in here, Percy." "Not now, Chad," Percy said as he grabbed his packed bag, turning to Nancy. Nancy, I know you have a lot of questions right now, and I promise you I will answer them all, but right now you are in danger, and it's because of me. So I need to get away from you as far as I can, got that? Perseus Jackson, you better answer my questions, or else I swear to God. Just then the door slammed open, startling the two mortals, but the lone demigods was on the move. Percy drew Riptide and was about to uncap it when he saw two blonde-haired girls walk in. Nina, Annabeth, what are you guys doing here? The daughter of Athena panted, we need to get you out. Oh, for the love of the gods, work on your stamina, Annabeth. Nina scowled before turning to Percy. We got news of someone planning on launching an attack on you. Looks like you handled it, though. Percy nodded. Yeah, I did. Was there any casualties? None, at least nothing was reported. I think the mist covered most of it up. News said it was freak accident and that the carriage was empty. Any witnesses? Percy turned to Nancy. Just her. Percy, what's going on? Who are the two blonde beauties? Chad asked, but no one really bothered to answer him. Yes, Percy, who are they? Nancy asked in a frosty tone. And how exactly do you know them? I said I would explain later, didn't I? Percy said, rubbing his neck. And who are you? Nina asked with narrowed eyes, causing Nancy to turn her attention to the Forge God's daughter. Nancy Bobofit, and you? Nina. No last name. You aren't worth wasting my breath over pronouncing my name. And you aren't worth the air you breath. Why, you little. Enough, Percy yelled, causing the two girls to stop arguing. Instead, they tried to each other with looks. Nancy, Percy turned to her, I promise I will explain everything to you, but right now I need to go. I promise I will tell you everything when I come back, but until then, please understand. Nancy looked like she wanted to argue, but she instead sighed and nodded. Percy smiled, and just then Nancy grabbed Percy's head and kissed him full on. Percy's eyes widened in shock while Annabeth gasped in surprise. Nina, on the other hand, turned from shocked to confused to enraged in a split second. Nancy broke the kiss slowly as a bride of saliva connected their lips. She licked her lips. You taste amazing. Haba haba haba, Percy stammered out, still in shock. This wasn't his first kiss, Marchosia's made sure of that, but this was the first time he kissed someone he knew and liked. Okay, we need to go now, Annabeth said, breaking Percy out of his state of confusion. All right, Percy turned to Nancy with now a big blush on his face. I'll see you around. Nancy nodded. She took off his jacket, which she was still wearing, and gave it back to him. Remember your promise, Percy. Percy nodded, putting his jacket on as Annabeth pulled him out. Nina glared at Nancy, who smirked back. Lightning passed between them as a gauntlet was thrown. Nancy 1, Nina 0. Percy and Annabeth walked out of the school quickly, with Nina just behind them. They quickly reached the main road and continued to town. How did you get here so fast? PERCY asked. We didn't. We got the warning about the attack a few hours ago. We took a bus over here. A few hours ago? Why didn't you Iris message me? We couldn't. Something was blocking the signal. Something powerful, Annabeth said as reached the outskirts of town. Okay, so what do we know so far? Somebody wanted you dead. Yeah, real short list that is, Nina added sarcastically. Right, so most probably Luke or Argo commissioned the hit on me, Percy said as they quickly reached the bus stop that would take them to New York, where they could then take a cab to camp. Yes, and those two are the only ones with the ability to create Jergosas right now. Okay, but how did they get it in here? I remember the attack. One moment it was all sunshine and rainbows, the next there was a giant naked man standing next to my pod. What were you doing in the carnival anyway? Nina asked. I was with a friend, Percy said. Right now Gamer's mind was working overtime to stop him from blushing like a tomato. The girl we just saw stuffing her face into yours, Nina asked with narrowed eyes. Yeah, oh look, our bus is here, Percy exclaimed as he and the other got on. He paid for their tickets and soon they were off. The three sat in the back away from prying eyes as Percy began speaking again. So, any idea on how the Jergosa suddenly appeared? Teleportation, Annabeth suggested. Percy nodded, possible. Invisibility cloak, Nina said. I would have heard its footsteps coming, so no. Maybe you were distracted, Nina frowned, crossing her arms. After all, I'm sure, if little Miss Puffy Lips was with you, that big wheel pod might have gotten very steamy. Percy couldn't hold the blush anymore. Nothing happened. Bullshit, why did she have your jacket? She was cold. Capitulo 170. Annabeth sighed and shook her head as the two demigods argued for a few minutes. Eventually, the settles on a "don't talk about it" policy, which both parties agreed upon. The time went by quickly for them all as they spent most of the bus ride talking about their summer and sharing stories. Annabeth had gone to see her dad during Christmas. They were on talking term, but yeah, things could have been better. Nina, on the other hand, had spent most of the year inside camp working away in the forge, and Percy could see she had grown visibly taller, and her arms were far more prominent. The bus drove all night long, and around midnight it reached in New York. They got off and quickly got a cab that took them to camp. During the car ride, Annabeth and Nina slowly fell asleep with them, leaning on Percy's shoulders, leaving the demigod awake and nervous. "Are they your sisters?" the cab driver asked. Percy looked at the rough-looking man and smiled. "Yeah, kind of." "Also girlfriends, eh? Ah, the kids these days and their wild relationships," driver said, chuckling. No, they aren't. We aren't." "Ha, relax, kid, just pulling your leg," the cabbie smiled. Percy smiled back, and slowly everything became silent. Ping! Warning, Titan ahead. Percy's eyes snapped up, and just as the box said, Hyperion stood right on the middle of the road in all his flaming glory. Percy moved. His instincts took over immediately as he grabbed Annabeth and Nina, kicking the taxi door open and dashing out using the speed demon perk. He put them on the side of the road before turning around to grab the driver. But just then, a spear made of fire pierced through the car, igniting the fuel inside. Boom! Percy was blown back a little because of the explosion, but he held on. The noise woke Nin and Annabeth up, who quickly came to his side. "Percy, what happened?" Nina asked as she took off her necklace, which had a mini hammer pendant that grew into her large weapon she preferred to use. "Hyperion," Percy said with narrowed eyes as slowly the Titan of the East walked slowly out of the flaming wreckage of their car. Annabeth started to shake. This was the same monster who killed her the first time, and she was not going to let it happen again. Percy took out Riptide and the Gauntlet of Kefka before equipping them both on. He then gathered mana around his hand and sent it out in the form of the bad luck curse. The curse flew in the form of a red beam, which Hyperion tried to deflect back with a wave of his hand. But fortunately, the curse contacted, as Percy could see the Titan's luck slowly go down to 0. Hyperion, Chronos Light. LV. HP. MT. Race Titan. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke Zira. The third most powerful Titan of all creation, Hyperion, if ferociously loyal to Chronos, who helped free him from his prison in Tartarus. Hyperion is known to be cruel and sadistic in his battles, as he likes to torture his enemies before killing them. He is a master at controlling fire. Like Selene Fire Cronus Thea. Dislikes, too many to count, Percy Jackson. He wants to kill Percy for cutting off his arm. He is very happy. What the fuck, Percy thought. His dislikes are too many to count, but I get a special mentions. But it was logical since Percy did cut the dude's right arm. So we meet again, Percy Jackson. Hyperion spat out the name like it was made of broccoli. Hey now, no need to sound so rude, Percy said, summoning his servant from the gauntlet, even going as far as to summon Cerberus back from the underworld, who appeared via shadow travel. Your pets didn't save your friends last time, Jackson, Hyperion said, eyes the monsters. Yeah, well, they and I are both a lot stronger now, Percy said, as he slowly approached Marchosias, who was growling at the Titan. Get the girls away from here as fast as you got it. Got it, the winged wolf responded. Percy then turned to the Titan and dashed forward along with the rest of the servants. Annabeth and Nina made to move forward, but before they could even move, Marchosias turned into her human form. This time, she still had her wings and grabbed the two demigoddess. They struggled, but before they knew it, they were already halfway to camp. Percy and Craig attacked Hyperion with their blades, causing the Titan to jump back and draw his own blade. Zed then jumped in and swung his huge blade down on the Titan who blocked it with his own blade. "We played this game before, boy, and I will beat you, just like I did last time." Hyperion then exploded out in flames, blasting Zed backwards, sword in hand. Luckily, he was still in one piece. "It is good they are gone. After all, it is only you I am after," Hyperion said with a snarl. "I'm guessing you were the one who transported that Jurgosa into the carnival," Percy said, eyeing the Titan. "You guessed right, demigod. Is it because of the whole me cutting off your arm thing?" The Titan roared in displeasure as he charged Percy. "I'm guessing it's because I cut off your arm." Cerberus intercepted the running Titan, who summoned a flaming shield to stop the monster. The three-headed dog burnt itself, but managed to push Hyperion back where Craig was waiting for him. The Knight of the Damned finally managed to wound the Titan by cutting into his side, drawing blood. Capitulo 171. "You insolent brat," Hyperion yelled out as he blasted Craig point-blank with a beam of fire, but that was just a distraction. Percy charged ahead and swung at Hyperion from the right, hoping to catch him off guard. But the Titan was anything but. His stump of a right arm exploded out in flames, taking the form of a flaming sword that blocked Riptide. Percy let go of the handle from the sheer heat alone, but instead of moving back, he moved forward with open palms. What the Hyperion began, but stopped seeing blood runes carved on the palm of Percy's hands. They were runes used to summon water, and right as they were inches from Hyperion's face, Percy activated them. WSH. The water threw Hyperion off balance, dosing the Titan with 20 liters of water that cost him 200 HP and 2,000 mana. Percy HP 4,725,000. MP 1025/3/025. Hyperion wasn't getting up as the water affected him badly, especially 20 liters right to the face. Percy panted as Alecto pulled him to his feet. "You used too much mana in that last one." "I need take him down," Percy said, as he recalled Zed back inside. The three-headed dog went back to guarding the underworld, and Alecto grabbed Percy as they flew quickly in order to catch up with the winged demon and her two passengers. They eventually reached the border to the camp where Alecto spoke. "Something is off." "What's wrong?" Percy raised an eyebrow. "The barrier, it's weakened," Alecto said, as she slowly descended to the bottom of the hill leading to camp. Percy recalled Alecto, and just then Marchosias stepped into view, still in her human form, with a smirk on her face. "Are they safe?" Percy asked as he walked to the border, the demon following closely next to him. "They are." "Why is the barrier weak?" "I don't know, but if I had to guess, I would say something is wrong with the source of the barrier's power." Percy's eyes widened in horror as he ran ahead, recalling Marchosias into the gauntlet. He reached Thalia's tree and found half of camp surrounding it. Annabeth walked out of the group with tears in her eyes. "Percy, it's Thalia's tree. It's dying." XXX. The camp is in chaos that night. However, Percy and the other head counselors quickly managed to get everyone to calm down and established some sort of order to the chaos. A patrol system was set up fast. The barrier couldn't be relied on. They needed a way to make sure monsters didn't attack them. Percy had summoned Zed, Craig, and Alecto, and ordered the three to help secure the camp's boundaries and make sure no monster even thinks of entering the place. As soon as that was done, Percy and the rest of the head counselors gathered in their war room where Chiron and Mr. D were waiting for them. They sat down in their respective seats to plan what to do next. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Mr. D said. "We get the campers out of this place, move them somewhere safer like Hawaii." "You just want to go to Hawaii," Percy said, crossing his arms. The Olympian shrugged and snapped his finger, causing a can of Diet Coke to appear. "We need to make the tree healthy again," Annabeth said, drawing everyone's attention to her. "The Apollo campers are already on it," Lee Fletcher, a young man of 15 with spiky black hair, deep blue eyes, and present head counselor of Apollo Cabin, stated. "What can you tell us about what caused the tree to weaken?" Chiron asked. "Well, basically it's been poisoned. In the center of the trunk, you can see something green and acidic pour out of the tree. The way the tree bark is dying around it also supports the poison theory." "Have you identified which poison?" Chiron asked. "Sadly, no." "Can't you do something to heal it, though?" asked Silena Beauregard, a young teen of 14 with blue eyes and black hair, and also the head counselor of Aphrodite Cabin. Nothing specific without knowing what we are trying to cure. That's like blindfolding a doctor and asking him out to pick random pills to cure a problem he doesn't know his patient has. Percy nodded. Okay, that makes sense, but what about the potions I get for you guys? The ones Michael brings back. Lee shook his head. Yeah, those don't work either. They slow the poison down for a few seconds, but then it's back. Percy cursed under his breath. Maybe a better grade of potion would do the trick. Look, whatever is happening, we need to stop it. Charles, the head of Hephaestus' house, spoke up. Is there anything your dad has that can cure the tree? Well, not really. If there was something, we would know about it, Lee said before standing up. Look, if you guys will excuse me, I need to get back to the others. The longer time I waste, the less chance we have at saving the tree. Chiron nodded. Understood, Lee, go on. After the son of Apollo left, Chiron began again. Either way, if this goes on, we need contingency plans, several of them. And what do you suggest, Chiron? Mr. D asked, sipping his drink. Take all the kids to Olympus, perhaps. The Olympian spoke in a very mocking tone, laughing at his own jab. Percy raised an eyebrow. Yeah, why not? I'm sure our parents won't mind. At least for some time, until we can restore the barrier again. Mr. D blinked. I was joking, Peter Johnson. It's Percy Jackson, the son of Poseidon cut in with a glare, and I wasn't joking. I am dead serious here. All we ask is a few days on Olympus. The gods will never allow it, Jackson. And why not? We're their kids. At least 3 of them have more than 10 kids living in camp right now, and the only ones who don't have children are Hera, Artemis, and Zeus, all of whom would probably not object to us being there. Hell, don't you want your kid to live? Percy was now standing up with anger in his eyes as he started down the wine god opposite to him. Castor, son of the wine god himself, looked to his father for an answer. Mr. D narrowed his eyes as he put away his drink. Listen to me very closely, boy. We are immortal beings, symbols of the very domains we control, and the only way we can maintain our power is by following the ancient rules. If we break them, it won't just be your lives on the line, it will be everyone's. Capitulo 172. Percy started into the man's purple eyes, and for the first time the drunk looked the part of a god. His presence was imposing. Percy knew this argument was his lose. Isn't there anything you can do? Percy asked finally. No, Mr. D said, taking a swing from his chalice. If there was, we would do it. So we can't expect help from the gods then? Yes. Percy got up and walked to the door. Where are you going, Percy? Chiron asked, his face filled with concern, as was some of the other demigods. I'm going to see whether I can help the Apollo cabin members out. I learned a healing rune over the year. It could be useful for them. And with that, Percy left, slamming the door behind him. Outside the big house, the cold night air hit him hard. Percy took it all in before walking towards Thalia's tree. The tree was surrounded by several Apollo campers that were conducting experiment on it. Most collected samples and left to figure out what was causing all of this, while some tried a variety of spells to heal it. Percy walked up to Michael, who stood next to the tree with Percy's staff of healing. Any good news, Mitchell? Percy asked Michael, who smiled. Good to see you, man, Michael said, giving Percy a hug. And no, nothing works on this thing, nothing. Percy nodded to the staff. Not even that. Actually, it helps, but after a few seconds the tree is back to its poisoned state. Percy nodded as he bent down to get a good look at the infected area in the tree. It was just like Lee described it, green in the center with the wood rotting around it. Percy used Observe. Elder snake poison. Poison obtained from an elder snake found deep inside Taurus itself. It is known to be one of the most deadly poisons in the world, with virtually no weakness from its poison. Cause -100 HP per minute. Percy sighed. You got something? Michael asked. Elder snake poison, Percy said as he got up. At least that's what I think it is. Michael raised an eyebrow. Because of your sensory powers. Percy nodded. Yeah, it feels scales, like a snake, and very, very dark. The kind of darkness that I find stains monsters that have been to Tartarus. Also, it's so strong enough it's melting a protection made by the gods themselves, so we have snake plus Tartarus powerful. Answer is Elder snake poison, Michael concluded, looking amazed. That's amazing. Thanks. Wait, no, that's not amazing. Elder snake poisons has virtually no cure. There is nothing we can do. Isn't there something in Greek legends that could help us? Michael shook his head. No. The only one that could even possibly help us right now is my dad, and he can't really interfere because of the ancient laws. Yeah, I got it, Percy sighed. If only he had something in hand that could save the tree. Something powerful, something. Wait, did he? But before Percy could think further on that subject, a voice called out, "Monster!" Percy and Michael turned and looked into the forest, and sure enough, charging towards them were two very big monsters. Percy blinked. Is that a robot bull? Charging right past several demigods heading straight into camp was a pair of bronze bulls. They stood at over 20 feet tall with red eyes and smoke coming out of their nostrils. Percy could see gears underneath their surface as a molten hot core roared inside all that metal. Caucus bull. LV 20. HP 15, 000/15, 000. MP 0/0. SDR 42. VIT 32. Dex 21. Int 2. Wise 1. Luke 0. The Caucus bull was made by Hephaestus and given to King Aetes as a gift. Jason faced 3 beasts in battle and domesticated them, using them to plow a field. Needless to say, the bulls were very humiliated. Kill to gain 15000 exp. Percy took out Riptide and activated the runes he carved on the palm of his hands, summoning a liter of water that he lifted into the air. One of the bulls was almost to the tree when Percy moved. He sent the water in front of the bull and froze it onto the ground. The bull didn't have enough time to stop and so skidded forward where Percy was ready for him. Earthquake from. Percy drew back his left hand and channeled his earthquake powers and body form into that arm. Body form activated, left arm. Percy then jumped and slammed his fist right between the bull's head, destroying the metal plates on top, along with the machinery underneath. Damage 800, attack x4 from body form equals 3200 attack. Critical strike, 2500% of 3200 attack equals 80,000 attack. The bull exploded outwards. Its part were being broken from the inside out as a shock wave flew out from Percy's fist, breaking the ground underneath his fist. The ground began to sink downwards as Percy jumped away, deactivating his powers. He looked up to find the second bull run right past the barrier and Michael, throwing the demigod to the side with its horns. Michael, Percy dashed over to his friend and checked on his health, giving the bull enough time to go right into camp. Percy, however, didn't care about that, instead choosing to look at his friend's injuries. Michael was bleeding profusely from the gut. Percy didn't have time to go get ambrosia from the big house. He put his hand on the wound, applying pressure on it. He then controlled the blood in his own body to cut itself out, forming the healing runes across Michael's body. Please work, Percy told himself as he began charging up the runes. He had only ever used the runes to heal himself as a test subject, even though it is meant to heal others and not oneself. Percy focused, and slowly the runes began to shine bright blue as slowly but surely Michael's wounds began to close themselves up. Percy sighed. He looked at Michael's health bar and saw he had stabilized. Percy's health went down by 500 points, but that didn't really matter. Percy HP 4,500 5000. Percy used the Staff of Healing to fix Michiel up to a stable condition before he used his Speed Demon perk to dash into camp. He followed the noise and quickly found the bull near the campfire pit. Most of the campers were running away from the thing, but one stood their ground. Percy watched Clarice as she fought the Caucus bull with nothing but a spear and shield. The daughter of Ares had gotten better at handling the spear and used this new skill of hers to shove the weapon through the bull's neck before electrocuting it with the spear's special properties. ARR, the bull roared as it shook its head, throwing Clarice to one side. Percy dashed to the side, catching the demigoddess before she hit the ground before putting her to the side. You've gotten better at using that. Yeah, I have, Clarice said, eyeing her spear, still embedded inside the bull, who was now looking at Percy, and Clarice getting ready to rush them. Need help? Nope, Clara said, walking towards the bull who puffed smoke at her. You sure? Yup, Clarice then dashed towards the bull who charged forward. It opened its mouth and released a blast of fire. Clarice jumped to the side, trying to avoid all the flames, but knew there was some that was about to hit her. She closed her eyes, waiting for the pain, only it didn't come. She opened her eyes and saw a wall of shadows appear in front of her, protecting her from the fire. She looked at Percy and nodded. He dropped the wall of shadows and Clarice ran. The bull looked surprised to see the demigoddess still alive, but before it could do anything, Clarice slid under its neck, grabbed her spear handle, and pushed it deeper inside, cutting off its neck. Capitulo 173. The bull's head exploded as it slowly fell to the side, allowing Clarice to stand up and remove the spear from its neck. The demigoddess panted as Percy walked up to her. Anyone hurt? No, but these things always hunt in pairs. Where's the other one? I got it, Michael's hurt, but I managed to stabilize his health before I came for this one. Clarice nodded. Good. She looked around and sighed. Gods, this is a fucking mess. The rest of the night was spent taking the heavy metal bull away from the campfire ground. Percy helped out with that. He was technically the strongest demigod there, so he was stuck with the heavy lifting. Michael managed to make a full recovery by morning and meet up with Percy later to give him what the first Calcus bull left behind as loot. It was 300, a celestial bronze ingot, which was new, and a map, this time showing directions to one of Hephaestus's secret forges located in Montana. This one had the symbol of an ox next to it, which means that it probably has a giant robot bull hidden somewhere. It was a few days later when Percy found himself near the campfire again, with a fully healed Michael sitting next to him. All I'm saying is you need a cooler name for your attacks, you know, Michael said, pointing a finger at Percy. Like Destruction Punch or Breaker Fist, not Earthquake Form, that's just so lame. Percy sighed as he looked through his item list. Why exactly do you want me to have a nickname for all of my attacks? Because it would sound cooler. Earthquake Punch is cool. To you maybe, but as an attack it just sounds so lame. Percy ignored Mitchell as he continued to look through his item list. From the moment that he had seen the description about what the venom was, something had been bugging him. He didn't know what, but whenever he got feelings like this, it usually meant something was up, something big. Just then he noticed it, the very thing he got from hunting that Lamia with Artemis on his birthday nearly a year ago. Lamia's fang. Consuming this will cure a person of any snake venom. If this thing could really do that, then Percy already had the solution for the tree problem. Percy grinned as he got up, startling Michael. Where are you going? The son of Apollo asked. Bathroom, Percy replied as he walked towards the big house, leaving Michael behind. I know you're lying, Percy, Michael shouted back. Fine, I lied. I'm actually going to bed night. That's also a lie, Michael shot back, but Percy ignored him as he made his way towards the big house. As he approached the building, he noticed Chiron standing outside with Mr. D and a man who looked like a walking mummy. Percy quickly moved to the shadows as he quietly moved closer. There wasn't much shade near the big house, so he had to get created. Percy closed his eyes and activated his shadow spy skill. Shadow spying, LV1, 90%. You can use send your mana to infected another person's shadow. For a certain time, you will be able to hear whatever the person say and hears. Mana 10 MP, every minute it is in use. Limit 12 hours. Percy rarely ever used the skill, usually for eavesdropping on teachers and such, but now he used it to spy on Chiron's conversation with the others. I am telling you, Lord Dionysus, I did not poison the tree, Chiron protested loudly. And I believe you, Chiron, but Father doesn't. He think you are a spy working for Kronos. But I am not. I know, old friend, Dionysus interrupted, but Father's orders are final. He has ordered you gone and has ordered Tantalus here to replace you. Percy's eyes shot up in surprise. He wanted to jump out right now and call bullshit on the whole situation, but luckily he used Gamer's mind to maintain his cool and waited the conversation out. Dionysus, the children. We'll be fine, I swear it on the sinks. Thunder rumbled, signaling the legitimacy of the god's oath. Now leave before Zeus forces me to make you leave. And be safe, do you have anywhere to go? My cousins, Chiron said after a few seconds. They should be able to help me until this is all over. Then go. Goodbye, Lord Dionysus, remember your promise. Always. Percy heard the clicking of Chiron's feet as he walked away. The demigod wanted to jump out and see his teacher one last time, but he knew he had to wait. Tantalus, go inside and make yourself comfortable. I just need a quick drink and then I will join you. Of course, my lord. The thin man had a frail voice to match, like he hadn't had anything to drink in a long time. Percy heard the door slam shut and decided to move, slowly sneaking away when suddenly, "Where do you think you are going, Peter Johnson?" "Well, shit," Percy cursed. "I knew I should have leveled up my sneaking ability." Percy sighed as he walked out of the shadows facing Dionysus with a hard look. Why? Chiron is the son of Kronos. This surprised Percy, but luckily Gamer's mind helped him process this. After all, everyone was related to everyone in the Greek pantheon. Zeus believes this attack on camp, the poisoning of the tree, was done by Chiron. Percy raised an eyebrow. Is Zeus a fool? The sky rumbled, but Percy didn't really care as he carried on. Chiron loves this camp. He cares for us all, even more than some of our parents do. Why would Zeus ever think that? Mr. D shrugged. I don't know, Peter. But what I do know is that we have a spy amongst our midsts. How? Campers do patrol the borders at night. The only way anyone could have attacked the tree is if they knew when the patrol timing were, something only a few handful of people here know. Like me, Chiron, and the head counselors. Percy frowned. He didn't like the sound of that. They might not be as close as Percy is to Michael or Nina, but the head counselors and the son of Poseidon had nothing but respect and liking for each other. If one of them was a spy, this is something he would have to look into. Now I think it is time you went to bed, Peter, and do not mention a word about the spy to anyone, understood? Understood. Oh, and I found a cure, by the way, Percy said, pulling out the Lamia fang, tossing it to the god who caught it. Lamia fang can cure any snake poison. The god nodded, sure, but these are only effective on a man, not a tree. Percy blinked. Wait. Percy observed the fang again. Lamia's fang. Consuming this will cure a person of any snake venom. Shit, Percy cursed, throwing his hands up. I can't believe this. Fucked over by a technicality. It's just one word, person. Just one word and everything gets fucked up. Dionysus smiled as he threw the fang back to Percy, who quickly put it away. It still matters. Its magic is tuned for humans, not Tress. Wait, isn't Thalia, the one inside the tree, human? Dionysus nodded. Yes, but she is dead and the tree is the living one. Don't think too hard on this. Go to bed, Perseus. We have a long summer ahead of us. Percy clammed down, sighing. Right, night, Mr. D. Percy turned away from the god, walking to his cabin. He suddenly stopped halfway as his eyes shot up. Wait, he called me Perseus. The next week went by quickly for Percy and the rest of camp. Tantalus was a very cruel and nasty camp worker. He was also the dumbass who tried to steal an apple of immortality from the gods and got sent to Hades for his trouble. Capitulo 174. He was a son of Zeus, hence why he acted like he had to stick up his ass all the time. Percy didn't like the guy, and he didn't like Percy either. They would constantly get into fights, with the end result being Percy insulting the man, causing him to get lunch cleaning duty. Percy didn't complain while being punished. No, that would make Tantalus happy. Instead, he shut up and did his chores, and soon time went on. It seemed the Colchis bulls managed to get past Zed, and the others the first time because they weren't paying attention. Luckily, that didn't happen again. A bonus from having his servant protect the camp was the fact that he still got exp and loot from them. After a week of non-stop fighting, Percy gained enough to level up along with a lot of loot. Percy Jackson. Health 4350-4350. Plus 1000 equals 5350. Mana 2, 150/2, 150. Plus 1000 equals 3150. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 24, exp 10,110, 79000. Race Demigod. SDR 50, plus 20 equals 70. Vit 52, plus 6 plus 20 equals 78. Dex 35, plus 6 plus 20 equals 61. INT 43. WS 32. LUC 50. POINTS 65. Money 142. $577/1, 088D. Money gained as loot 10,200D. Health potions 30 low grade, 12 medium grade. Weapon 20 sword, 32 spears, 21 shields. Percy gave most of the potions to the Apollo cabin, and all of the weapons were stored in the weapons shack. Percy also finally drank the essence of forest he got from the Jergosa incident a year ago. After learning from Annabeth that what he had in hand was an elixir of sorts, he downed the bottle in one go. You have consumed the bottle of forest essence. Every time you enter a forest, you will gain +5 to all stats as a domain effect. The effect was basically like his water body bonus, except it was a lot less powerful. You have entered a forest. +5 to all stats. It was after one of the Capture the Flag games, which Percy was forbidden from playing thanks to Tantalus, that Mr. D finally decided to do something about the tree. They were right now around the campfire with the whole camp amid celebrations. Listen all, Mr. D spoke, calling everyone's attention to him. The gods have decided on a quest to save Thalia's tree. Murmurs spread through the campers, but Percy didn't speak. They have decided for a quest to be given to find and retrieve the golden fleece of legend to heal the tree and improve the strength of the barrier. Again, people started to talk. Most looked at Percy thinking he was the one going to be selected, but Dionysus spoke again. And we have selected Clarisse LaRue to go on this journey. The camp burst into cheers or boos. Clarisse still had a reputation of a bully. The daughter of Ares looked surprised as she stood up and spoke. Why me? Tantalus stood up and smiled. The way you took care of the Colchis bull impressed the gods, Clarisse. They have, in their infinite wisdom, decided to give you this quest, you and no one else. He narrowed his eyes at Percy. Wait, does that mean I have to do this alone? That's crazy, Peter, one of Clarisse's brothers, yelled out along with the rest of Ares' cabin. They believed in their sister, but they weren't delusional. Silence, Tantalus said, shutting everyone up. The gods have decided, and you, as their children, will obey. Clarisse LaRue has proven herself in battle and hence has been given this honor. She will get the fleece and she will save the camp. Isn't that right, Ms. LaRue? Clarisse blinked. Yeah, sure. But where exactly is the golden fleece anyway? Somewhere in the Sea of Monsters, Mr. D said, taking a sip from his bottle of Coke. Clarisse's face remained cool, but those who knew her well, they could tell she was panicking on the inside. Percy was the same. He knew Clarisse was probably the most skilled demigod they had, second only to a few people. But he also knew her limits, and traveling to the Sea of Monsters was basically suicidal. Now everyone go back to your cabins. Tantalus coughed, gaining everyone's attention. Clarisse, come with us. It is time for you to receive your quest from the oracle. The daughter of Ares nodded as she walked away. The rest of camp went to their cabins, but a few remained. Percy, Nina, Annabeth, and Michael snuck off to Percy's cabin, where Percy pulled them into an empty ID before they snuck into the big house from the empty dimension. They went to the attic, and Percy pulled them out into the real world again, startling Clarisse, who stood right next to the mummified remains of the oracle. Shit, Clarisse said, startled. What the fuck are you guys doing here? We snuck in, Annabeth said, making sure the attic door is locked tight so that Mr. D and Tantalus, who were both right below them, couldn't come up. You know, for emotional support, Michael said, giving a big smile. How did you sneak past Mr. D? Clarisse hissed out. We used the empty dimensions that Percy can make in order to sneak in. We managed to get here through that place, and then he pulled us into the real world, Annabeth explained. That's amazing, Clarisse admitted before frowning. Wait, is that how you always seem to be able to sneak past every enemy and capture the flag? That's not important right now, Percy said, rubbing his neck. Did you get your quest? Oh no, you don't, Mr. Cheater. From now on you are banned from playing any capture the flag games, Clarisse hissed out. Well, except for the ones with the hunters, Nina said. The other looked at her before evil smiles spread across their faces. Percy blinked, clueless. Guys, what's going on? We'll explain later, Annabeth said before turning to Clarisse. You got a quest. The daughter of Ares sighed. Yeah, You shall sail the iron ships with warriors of bone. You shall find what you seek and make it your own. But despair for your life entombed within stone, and fail without friends to fly home alone. Okay, good news, you're definitely going to find the fleece, Percy said. Bad news is that I am totally going to die if I do this alone, Clarisse remarked. Why do the gods want me to do this alone? It makes no sense. Michael shrugged. Who knows, the gods are always such cunts. The other blinked at him. What? It's true. Percy sighed. And you always tell the truth. Michael laughed while Percy continued. Okay, so it says that you will sail in an iron ship with warriors of bone. Maybe it's something the camp has, Annabeth said. Like a gift from the gods, and you will be served by. Skeletons, Nina offered. Right, so that's done. What's next? And but despair for your life entombed within stone, Michael said. Clarisse glared at him. Maybe avoid that one. The daughter of Ares sighed. What really has me bothered is the part that says I'll fail without friends, meaning I need people with me. Percy nodded. Okay, then we'll come with you. Capitulo 175. But Percy Tan. Not right away, Percy interrupted. You go ahead first and then we will sneak out of camp and catch up with you. And how are we going to get to her? Nina asked. Percy shrugged. We'll figure it out somehow. But for now that's the plan. Any objections? They shook their heads. Good. Now we need to get going. And with that they all left via Percy's pocket dimension, and no one was any wiser. Well, no one except Mr. D, who had a big smile on his face. Percy dropped each one back in their own cabins before he went back to his own. He opened the cabin door and walked in. He sighed, taking off his leather jacket, putting it on his bed. You know, you really must be more alert of your surroundings. Percy moved before the voice finished speaking. He jumped across the bed and threw punch to where he heard the voice. Body form activated, right arm. The punch hit the figure's open palm. Percy rolled to the side and sent a kick at said person's head, which they also blocked. Percy opened his palm and sent a blast of ice right into where the person's face would be. Suddenly, Percy felt himself being thrown out of his window, crashing through, rolling outside. The demigod quickly got to his feet and opened his inventory, putting on the gauntlet of Kefka. Percy took out Riptide and turned to his cabin door, which slowly opened, revealing the person who he attacked. Artemis, Percy blinked at the silver-eyed goddess. What are you doing here? The goddess of the hunt smiled. Meet me at the Fist of Zeus, we have much to discuss. Before Percy could answer, she disappeared in a blur of speed. She didn't teleport, she just ran that fast. Percy could keep up a little, but not by much. Percy sighed. He got his jacket and quickly formed an ice wall in his now damaged windowsill. It was going to be a pain in the ass to replace that. Percy snuck into the forest like he had done many times before and walked to the Fist of Zeus. Artemis sat on top the rock figure, crossed-legged, as she sharpened several of her arrows. She looked oddly at peace, sitting on the rough surface as she glowed from the moonlight falling on her. She looked up and smiled at Percy. You took longer than I thought. Well, I just wanted time to wonder if this was a prank or something. Artemis chuckled as she put away her arrows with a snap of her finger. I assure you I am not trying to prank you. I, on the other hand, just might, said a new voice. Percy turned, and out of the tree line walked a man with salt and pepper hair and blue eyes. He wore running short with a t-shirt saying New York Marathon, and on his face was a familiar grin. You're late, Artemis told the newcomer with narrowed eyes. She then turned to Percy. Percy this is. Hermes, Luke's dad, Percy said, looking at man. How did you? Oh right, you have the ability to sense people out, Hermes said, grinning. You probably recognized my power from the Hermes cabin, right? No, Percy said, surprising the god of thieves. It's that stupid grin you have on. Every single Hermes kid I ever met has the same bloody grin. That and your name and title is floating right above your head. Hermes, messenger of the gods. LV. HP. MT. Race Olympian. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. Son of Zeus and Maya, this god is known for many different achievements in life even before he became a god. He has a variety of different domains under his belt and is known to be a jack of all trades. He loves all his children dearly and is always looking out for them however he can. Likes his children, his family, his job, and the human race. Dislikes Titan's hubris, not being able to be there for his kids, and broccoli. Thinks Percy is an okay guy, hopes Percy will be able to bring Luke back. He feels hopeful. Percy was surprised reading Hermes's profile. He loved his children and he hated not being there for them. And this was the guy Luke had a problem with. Haha, I see, Hermes said, rubbing his neck, still grinning. Well, my kids do get their good looks from me. So what exactly do you guys want from me? Percy asked. I'm guessing this isn't just a social visit. Not exactly, but it is nice seeing you again, Percy. How long has it been? A year, Artemis asked, getting off the rock structure, standing straight. Yeah, almost a year, Percy smiled. Wow, Hermes said, blinking. I didn't think I would ever see the day where the man-hater Artemis would be making small talk with a man. Artemis shot the god of thieves a glare which immediately shut him up. She sighed and turned to Percy. Her face turned stone cold, and Percy got serious as well. It's about the quest Clarice LaRue is going on. Percy nodded. Yeah, what about it? We, Hermes started, the gods that is, want your friends to join her. Percy looked taken back. He was surprised, and his brain suddenly started thinking of different reason as to why this was asked before Gamer's mind activated, allowing Percy to form a path of questioning. Okay, first off, all I thought you guys were the ones who wanted her to go alone. A trick to make the spy think she would be alone, Artemis said. Zeus is concerned about the spy in your midst. He wants your friends to sneak on board Clarice's ship just after she leaves and help her on this quest. That way the spy will have no idea about the extra people Clarice has helping her. Percy nodded. Okay, that sounds great and all, but something has been bothering me. You said my friends and not me. Don't you guys want me go with them? Hermes cleared his throat, drawing attention to him. Well, no, you have another job. What kind of job? Artemis narrowed her eyes. Jurgosa. What about them? We got intel that the Titan army has a Jurgosa creation site just off the coast of the Bahamas. It's an island called Nassau. It borders on the Sea of Monsters, but is mostly unaffected. Somewhere on that island, a madman named Argo Kishin is creating Jurgosas. We need you to stop him. Is this a solo assignment? Yes, it is. The goddess of the hunt paused before speaking. Do you accept? Ping. Quest alert. Summer quest. Find and destroy Argo's base of operation in Nassau. Survive the encounter. Don't let a single Jurgosa get off that island. Reward. 200,000 exp. Failure. Your death. Camp is destroyed. Yes, no. Percy read the failure options and sighed. Always the same thing. For once, can't something nice happens if I fail? Like I get a slice of pizza or something? He pressed the yes button and looked to Artemis and Hermes. I accept. The goddess and the god nodded. Hermes looked at his watch. Damn, look at the time. I need to leave right now. He snapped his finger, and 3 yellow bags and 1 blue bag appeared in front of Percy. Use this during your journey. The yellow ones are for the others while the black one is for you. And with that, he flashed away. Percy closed and opened his eyes, finding himself alone with Artemis once more. So how have you been? Good, the hunters and I have been busy. There has been a lot of monster activities lately. Most go to join the Titans while the rest simply wish to kill and eat all demigods, like usual. I see, so anything exciting happened to you? Exciting, like what? I don't know. Meet any cool people. Did you travel? What do gods do anyway? Capitulo 176. Artemis shrugged as she sat down on the fist of Zeus. Nothing much. It depends on the god. If you mean Hermes, then he spends most of his time doing his duties as the messenger of the gods. But on the other hand, there are gods like my brother who don't give 2 shits about their jobs and are more focused on getting laid or partying. Percy nodded as he sat next to Artemis, looking at the stars. A god partying, wonder what's that like? Not that fun, really. It's loud, annoying, and very boring. I thought that the Olympians had the best parties. Well, yes, but I'm not much of a party-going god. I like my peace and quiet. I see. Well, I kind of get what you mean. The last party I went to was a mess. Percy said, remembering that time in Boston right after he defeated Marchosias. He used the mist to look like a 21-year-old to sneak into a club with Grover, Edward, and Luke. Wait, you went to a party? Percy looked like a deer caught in a set of high beams. Yeah. Aren't you a little young for that sort of thing? Yeah. So how did you use the mist, didn't you? Yeah. Artemis shook her head. Irresponsible boy, she muttered, causing Percy to look away in embarrassment. So did you like it? Percy remembered the night. First, he was confused by all the people there, and then came Atalia Ander. She taught him how to dance, gave him the confidence to even touch her before kissing him silly. Oh, and there was also that minor kidnapping incident, but that didn't ruin the night for him. Percy smiled, remembering the feeling of the woman's lips on his. Her soft auburn hair matched her red dress and her eyes shined like... Wait, she had black hair. Percy blinked as slowly the mental image he had of Atalia changed to one of Artemis. Percy shook his head clear and turned to the goddess who was still looking at him. So, how exactly am I supposed to get to Nassau? Artemis looked confused at the change of questioning but shrugged. We got that covered, she said, getting of the fist of Zeus. Tomorrow night, right after Claris leaves and your friends sneak aboard a ship will come to get you. It will be bright orange with sails of red, and on its flag would be a Jolly Roger with a Cyclops' skull instead of a human's. The captain of the ship is an old friend of Hermes and will help you in your journey. Percy lifted an eyebrow. The way she said friend meant there was a lot she was not telling him. So who is this guy? Artemis smirked. I'll let that be a surprise for you. Wait, I know him. If you know your Greek mythology, you will instantly know who I mean. Wait, this guy is part of Greek myth. Percy blinked. You're not sending me along with some kind of nutcase, are you? Why do you think he will be a nutcase? Is he from ancient Greece? Yes. The he is a nutcase. Percy, I am from ancient Greece. You're a god doesn't count. Chiron is from ancient Greece. He also doesn't count. Then who does count? Monsters who like to eat demigods, and people like Tantalus. Artemis nodded. Yes, Tantalus is very unique. You mean he's batshit crazy? Artemis chuckled. Yes, he is crazy. Percy smiled. So, you want to get dinner or something? Percy, it is the middle of the night, and you had dinner just an hour ago. I can always use a snack now and then, Percy said, shrugging. Well. Artemis smiled but shook her head. No, Percy, I must get going. The hunt needs me. We are tracking something important, something very powerful. If we don't get to it first, it could mean the end of us all. Damn, why is it always world-ending consequences with you all? Percy commented, remembering what Mr. D said about why the gods couldn't help out the camp. All right, fine, some other time then. Artemis nodded. Some other time. She then flashed away, leaving Percy alone in the forest. Percy's heart dropped a little the moment the moon goddess was gone. Everything became dull, and maybe it had something to do with her being the goddess of the moon or something, but the forest became darker now that she had gone. The demigod sighed as he took the bag Hermes gave him and put them in his inventory. Well, if I am already out here, might as well get some training done. He sat down on the fist of Zeus and opened his skill list, looking for skills to train in. His ID Create skill caught his eye, and to be more exact, it was the dungeon he never used, Goblin Camp. ID Create, LV 14, 75%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. Monster dungeon, Goblin Camp. Percy shrugged his shoulder and put a hand up in the air, palm open. ID Creator, Goblin Camp. The entire world flashed red, and suddenly the landscape shifted. Percy was startled, but the change was over before it even began with him, now suddenly no longer sitting down, but standing in the middle of a large plain of grass with a tree line in front of him. Well, this is certainly a first, Percy said as he took out his gauntlet and riptide. His dimensional power had literally changed the world, something that had never been done before. One of two things has happened. One, the world changed, which seems unlikely, or two, I was pulled somewhere else, like a pocket dimension of sorts. Percy took the second option as the more likely option and soon realized something was different in this world. He looked up to the sky. It was not red, not like before, it was blue, and hanging in the blue sky was 3 moons. Percy blinked. Well, shit. Percy put a hand up, ID escape. He felt a blast of energy go out, but nothing happened. Percy blinked before trying again. ID escape. Still nothing. ID escape. ID escape. ID escape. The world didn't change back, and instead a box opened up in front of him. Ping! You cannot leave until you have defeated at the least 20 opponents. Percy blinked. The rules are changing. Maybe this was how it was supposed to be. After all, Percy never did immediately back out of an ID before now, so he wouldn't really know the limits. Percy gripped his blade tightly and activated his marble skin technique, just in case something happens. Marble skin 1500 MP x 78 equals 117,000 defense. Percy's mana regeneration rate was at 25% per 1 minute, meaning he would get all his mana back quickly. He closed the boxes in front of him and set out into the forest. You have entered a forest. +5 to all stats. The trees were enormous, as their branches looked as thick as Percy's waist. The demigod slowly moved deeper and deeper inside when suddenly. Warning, attack from behind. Percy moved before even reading the message. He dived to the right as a rock flew past where his head was a few moments ago. Percy rolled to the side and summoned a fireball in his hand, launching it at where he saw the rock fly from. ARGH, a figure fell from a tree with its face on fire. It landed on its neck with an audible crack as suddenly it stopped screaming. Percy carefully walked over to the fallen being. It was green and had very little armor on. He then observed it. Goblin soldier. LV 15. HP 800. MP 00. SDR 4. Vit 12. Dex 16. Int 3. Wise 2. Luke 1. A grunt of the goblin army, used as scouts and even cannon fodder. There is nothing special about this goblin. Kill to gain 80 exp. The goblin wasn't really worth much, barely on par with the fish soldiers he faced off with his dad. As the goblin vanished from sight, it left behind what looked like a made-at-home slingshot and 20 bucks. Percy sighed, putting the money away before continuing into the forest. Capitulo 177. Just then another 2 goblins rushed him from behind. Percy didn't even look back as he sent mana into their shadows, turning it into a huge spike that then impaled them. They slowly disappeared into nothing, leaving behind cash and a very crude-looking blade that Percy didn't even bother picking up. I need some movement, Percy told himself, jumping onto a tree branch. Luckily, his dex stats level was enough for him to not immediately fall down, though he still wobbled a little. Note to self: improve on dex. Percy jumped from branch to branch and soon came upon a group of goblins hidden out in one of the trees, unaware Percy had even found them. Percy smirked and quickly used his shadow's control and impaled a tendril of shadow right through their heads, causing them to burst into sand instantly. This is too easy, Percy thought to himself as he ran across the forest, killing of squads of goblins left, right, and center. Soon he had killed 20 of them and could escape the ID, but he decided not to. After all, this new dungeon didn't really seem like too much of a threat. Percy found himself going deeper and deeper into the forest as goblins attacked him more frequently. Soon the forest cleared up, revealing a giant clearing in which stood an army of goblins. There were hundreds of the little green things spread out all over the place. Percy gulped. This might be more difficult than I thought. Percy pounded mana into his gauntlet and summoned his servants. However, instead of all of them being summoned, only Marchoses appeared. Percy blinked before realizing why this was so. He had left Cerberus in the underworld, and the rest were guarding camp right now, meaning he would have to fight this one alone, well, him and a demon from hell, that is. Hello, master, Marchoses grumbled out in her wolf form as she looked at the goblin camp in front of them. What trouble you gotten into this time? No trouble, I'm just practicing in my new instant dungeon, Percy said as he moved deeper inside the forest so he wouldn't be spotted by any goblins in the camp. I see. The wolf looked up at the sky before turning to Percy. You know, you never did explain to me what exactly your ability consists of. What do you mean? Percy asked. Marchoses narrowed her eyes. I am not a fool master, so do not treat me like one. Your powers are strange, it's not set in one particular category like my demon powers of Greek magic. Somehow you have been able to learn both. It is also as if you have the power to adapt to the any power offered. And then there is also this realm, Marchoses said, pointing to the sky. This place is alive. Your power has created a whole world, so tell me, what are you? Percy was nervous, but Gamer's mind helped him keep his cool. I'll tell you one day, Marchoses, maybe. I'm sorry if you don't like it, tough luck there for you. The wolf chuckled, or did something that sounded like a chuckle. You certainly are a strange one. Fine, keep your secrets for now, but remember I was known as the demon of knowledge for a reason. I will find out what you are hiding. It narrowed its eyes at him, and when that day comes you will tell me everything. Percy nodded, turning to the camp. So there is basically a camp of tiny goblins ahead of us. Probably a few hundred in number, but they are very weak. Where are the others? Cerberus is in the underworld, and the others are outside the ID right now and can't enter to help us. Huh, so we're on our own. Yup. Good, the wolf bared her fangs. It's been so long since I last went hunting. Get on my back, Marchoses said, lowering herself down next to Percy. You sure? Percy asked, blinking. Yes, let's make an entrance, she replied, causing Percy to smirk. The goblins inside the camp were busy preparing for their upcoming battle with their humans' enemies. They moved quickly, getting all their jobs done on time so as to remain on schedule, because not being on schedule would mean they were delayed, and if they were delayed, their boss would be pissed, and no one wanted that. Aroo! A wolf's howl rang out into the night. A few goblins bothered to look for the source while the rest ignored it, not realizing by ignoring that sound they were causing their own deaths. Out of the forest, a big black blur sped out with white wings, pushing it into the air higher and higher, until it flew above the entire camp. Marchoses dropped Percy mid-air as she flew to the edge of the camp and landed on a crate. She looked at all the goblins around her and smirked. Toxic wave! The wolf changed into green gas, infecting all the goblins around before reforming elsewhere, leaving behind a trail of poisoned and dying victims. Percy found himself falling down faster and faster. He drew both of his fists back and channeled his mana and body form perk. Body form activated, left and right arms. Double giga impact, Percy roared out as he channeled earthquake and body from into his arms. He hit the ground with a huge boom, forming a crater, blowing away chunks of rocks all over the place. Goblins were thrown all over the place, with some being instantly crushed by the flying rocks. Percy got up and looked around. The crater he made was a good 24 feet wide and 8 feet deep. Percy pulled his arms out of the ground, grunting as he got up. That landing was a killer on the knees. The name Michael's influence, his constant nagging, finally convinced Percy to name his attacks. And if Percy was being honest with himself, it did sound super cool when saying it out loud before punching something. Suddenly, a few goblins looked down from the edge of the crater. Percy made eye contact with them, and before they could even move away, he was already on top of them. He punched one's head clean off with his earthquake first, before taking out Riptide and impaling its pen tip into the skull of another goblin. Percy pulled Riptide out and uncapped it, turning to the large amount of goblins surrounding him. Well, Percy asked with a savage smile, who wants some? The goblins charged, and Percy leapt into battle. Riptide flew, cutting goblins down quicker than they could even blink. Percy let himself go as the rush of war filled his very being. There was a part of him that loved this, the helplessness the goblins had in their eyes, that feeling of total victory over one's opponent. Percy loved it. Maybe it was because of Gamer's mind, or because of the fact that these goblins aren't actually real, but something in Percy considered them less than human. Gamer's mind told him they were nothing more than people to kill, and by killing become stronger. Maybe at one point Percy would have had a moral problem with the way he acts to the monsters, but that time had long since passed. Water from the air flew out, acting as a whip, grabbing goblins and holding them still for PERCY to attack. Shadows moved out of ground as they killed their owners, and fireballs flew as they burnt pieces of their victims. Percy's smile grew more and more feral as he slowly felt bliss settle in. He was fully focused as the only task ahead, and that was killing as many goblins as he could. Soon the numbers became too much for him as he quickly jumped back into the crater, allowing goblins to follow in after him. Percy froze the top layer of the crater, causing it to become slippery. The goblins slid down, and Percy picked them off one by one. Their bodies went away one by one as more and more golden dust gathered underneath his feet until he found himself ankle-deep in golden dust. Warning: powerful individual approaching. Capitulo 178. "So you are the one invading my camp," said a rough, grumbling voice. Percy turned to look at who said that, and standing at the very edge of the crater was a being that stood at 14 feet tall with horns protruding out of his head. He had black skin with red highlight and long white hair. He wore a chest piece with a dragon's face on it, along with a red cape flowing behind him. His arms were bare, showing off his muscles and many scars, and on his back was a giant spear that had orange highlights going through the center. The figure glared at Percy, who glared back. "Who the fuck are you?" Percy asked. "I'm the fucking Goblin King," the man roared out, jumping down and past the icy slope of the crater, landing right next to Percy. His eyes drilled holes into the demigod, who wasn't faced. "Bloodlust detected. Origin right in front of you." "You're not the Goblin King, David Bowie is. You look like a reject from a Japanese role-playing game." "I don't know who the fuck you're, Brad, and I don't care," the beast snarled as it reached back and drew its spear. "I'm just going to enjoy seeing you die." "Dude, so many people have said that to me. I'm starting to think that might be my actual name." "Well, I promise to deliver," the goblin said with narrowed eyes. Percy chuckled and opened his mouth to reply when suddenly a fist crashed into him, sending him flying out of the crater. Percy skidded across the ground and crashed into a box of fruits before stopping. Percy looked up and grunted through the pain. That punch had a monstrous amount of energy behind it. Luckily for Percy, he still had marble skin active. Defense left 73,000 defense. That attack caused 44,000 damage. Percy realized as he looked at the monster from before slowly approach him with a smile on its face. Percy quickly used Observe. "Goblin King. LV. HP. MP. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke." The king of all goblins is known for many things. Weakness is not one of them. He is far more powerful than his weak subordinates and uses his strength to rule with an iron fist. His can kill a man with a single punch, and he is known to possess several different skills for battle. Kill to gain 90,000 exp. Percy gulped as sweat slowly started to form on his forehead. He closed the observation box and looked to the Goblin King. "Why are you smiling?" the Goblin King asked with a frown. "I have never known someone to be happy when facing death." Percy was taken back. He didn't even realize he was doing it, but the monster was right. He was smiling and smiling like crazy. "I don't know why," Percy said before immediately shaking his head. "No, that's wrong. I do know why. It's simple, really. I haven't had a good fight in a long time." The Culcus bulls were easy for Percy, laughably so. He didn't even have to use half the skills he had in his arsenal. It had been a long time since he last got a challenge. Titans like Hyperion didn't count since Percy could never actually beat him, just hold him off. But the monster standing in front of him? Oh, it would be difficult, but he loved a challenge. Percy grinned. "This is going to be fun." The Goblin King glared at Percy before he started to grin as well. He leveled his spear down. "You better give me a workout, kid." He then twisted the handle on the spear, causing the blade on top to explode outwards, transforming into a giant spearhead made out of fire. "Or I'm going to burn you." The Goblin King and Percy moved at the same time, charging forward with their own battle cries. Their weapons swung towards their opponent, and as the two weapons clashed, a shockwave of fire and steam spread across the campsite. Percy was thrown back by the Goblin King's pure strength. The demigod landed on his feet a few meters away, with sweat covering his skin. The weapon the Goblin King had was powerful and scorching hot to the touch. Riptide was still cooling down from the few seconds the two weapons touched. Percy looked up and saw the Goblin King charged him with his fire spear lowered down. Percy tightened his grip on Riptide, cracking the leather, and dashed forward, meeting the monster halfway. The goblin swiped his spear towards, aiming for Percy's neck. Moments before the blade touched his skin, Percy activated his smoke form, exploding into blue and green smoke. The blade went through him, and Percy reformed, engaging the goblin ruler in battler. Percy struck the spear's metal body, deflecting every swipe the Goblin King made. Metal rang on metal as Percy moved slowly into the Goblin King's defense. The vibrations from the clashing weapons suddenly stopped as Percy slipped under on of the spear's wide slashes and aimed a swing at the monster face. Riptide was inches from the monster neck when suddenly a strong blast of wind shoving Percy a good few feet away and ripping Riptide away from his hands. Percy landed on his back, but quickly got back up to see the Goblin King smirk. "So you're just all talk, huh?" The Goblin King commented as he swung his giant fire spear over his head with one hand. "I thought you might have been able to touch me at the very least." Percy could feel fear creep in, but Gamer's mind quickly crushed that. "Don't worry, Mr. Tall. Dark and ugly, I'm full of surprises." "Somehow I doubt that very much, Shrimp." "Bite me, bitch," Percy roared as he charged the monster head-on. The Goblin King swung the spear towards Percy, intending to cleave him in half. Percy jumped over the fiery spear in the last moment. He could feel the flames on his back as he landed inside the monster's defense. Percy cocked back a hand, channeling earthquake energy and body form into the fist. Body from activated, right fist. Giga burst! Percy threw his right fist into the Goblin King's stomach, causing a shockwave to explode outwards. Boom! A sharp pain followed by numbness took over Percy's hand. The demigod looked up and saw the Goblin King smile down at him. His punch had no effect. He pulled back his arm and jumped away before the Goblin King would react, landing a few feet away and shook his hand. Defense left 72,000 defense. That thing even took some of my marble skin defense away. What the hell are you made off? Percy yelled, trying to regain feeling in his fist. Capitulo 179. Pure muscle, brat, the Goblin King grinned at Demigod. He patted his chest piece. "It's made out of galvron, very hard to come by and very hard to create. But if you get one made, then it's next to indestructible." "Nothing is ever indestructible," Percy replied as he finally got back feeling in his arm. "Next to indestructible," the Goblin King said, growling. "The only thing that could destroy his thing is an attack from the gods themselves." Percy smiled. "Then it's a good thing I'm half god." Percy charged his fist with his earthquake control and smashed into the ground, breaking it in half. The Goblin King lost his balance, and Percy moved quickly, activating the Speed Demon perk. He dashed right into the Goblin King's defense and activated his body form perk and earthquake powers in his leg. Body from activated, right leg. Giga kick! Percy yelled out as he snapped his leg, sending it right into the goblin's head, throwing the monster backwards. Damage 800, attack x4 from body form, equals 3,200 attack. Critical strike, 2,500% of 3,200 attack, equals 80,000 attack. The Goblin King crashed into the ground, sliding across the ground and right into a nearby tent, causing it to collapse down on him. Percy lowered his leg and watched as slowly the monster pulled itself out of the wreckage. "Well, fuck me sideways, you might give me a challenge yet beat," the Goblin King said as he moved out of the collapsed tent and spat out a wad of blood. "What's your name, kid?" "Jackson, Percy Jackson," Percy said, taking out Riptide, which magically came back into his pocket like usual. "Well, now I know what to write in your tombstone," the Goblin King said, smirking as he spun his fiery spear. "And what's yours?" Percy asked, uncapping Riptide. "I doubt it's actually Goblin King." "Defeat me and I'll tell you," the Goblin King said, smirking. "Asshole, fine be that way," Percy smiled. "'Kay, got it? Timmy." "Who's Timmy?" "You are. That's what I decided I'm going to call you from now on." "But that's not my name." "Well, it is now." The Goblin King started at Percy before sighing and pinching his nose. "Has anyone ever told you that you're extremely annoying?" "Some," Percy said, charging forward, bringing Riptide up and slashing across the monster's giant chest piece. Riptide didn't even scratch its surface before Percy had to move away lest he got impaled by Timmy's spear. The demigod spun on one foot and kicked across the monster's face with body form and earthquake control. Body from activated, left leg. Giga kick, Percy stopped as Timmy caught his leg with one hand. The goblin looked at Percy and smirked before squeezing his foot. The pain came, but Percy quickly activated his smoke form again, causing his leg to easily slip out of the monster's grasp. I need time to think, Percy thought as he floated away from the battle towards the forest. Get back here, brat! The Goblin King yelled out as he raised an arm, suddenly summoning a gust of wind that somehow grabbed Percy's smoke body and confined him into a small sphere of hard air. You're not going anywhere. I need to get out of this thing before my time limit is up, Percy said, as his gamer's mind worked overtime to reduce his panic levels. If he transformed back into a human while in this bubble of hard air, he would be reduced to red paste. Percy went through his list of powers, and something stood out to him. Percy looked at the Goblin King and saw him smile as he still had one hand out closed in a fist. His fiery spear glowed behind him, forming very solid-looking shadows underneath. Percy had never tried this before, use magic while in this form, but he had no choice. He pushed his mana out, and strangely, it flowed much more freely. The mana went into the shadow underneath the Goblin King as Percy activated his shadow control abilities. Shadow control, Percy thought out as suddenly the shadows underneath Timmy turned into thorns ripping into the monster's feet. Ah! Timmy yelled out as his concentrations wavered, and Percy used this chance to escape. He bursted out of the hard air sphere just in time as his smoke form timer ran out, making him forcefully back into his human form. Percy landed kneeling and turned around to see Timmy blowing on his feet to reduce the pain. Percy sent a blast of ice shards at Timmy's chest, which harmlessly shattered on impact. Figures! Percy sighed and dashed into the forest with the Goblin King following suit. You have entered a forest. +5 to all stats. Percy quickly climbed a tree and ran further into the forest as he began to form a plan. Factors to consider: he can control wind and is also fire-proof from the fact he can even hold that hot spear. He can also take a punch, and his HP bar must be huge judging from the fact that he is still standing from that last attack. Percy formed a plan as suddenly. Warning, attack from above. Percy didn't even bother looking up as he simply moved to the side, narrowing, avoiding a ball of wind that destroyed the tree he was running on. Percy blocked his eyes as splinters flew everywhere, some bouncing harmlessly off his hard body. The demigod looked, and as his eye went wide in disbelief. Standing high above him on nothing was Timmy, smirking his ass off, holding his fiery spear in one hand. Capitulo 180. Okay, so he can form those hard air structures from before to stand on? Pretty clever, Percy thought to himself as he smiled. It's going to be so fun kicking his ass. Damn, and here I thought I got rid of you once and for all, the Goblin King, aka Timmy, said as his smirk changed to a frown. You cut my fucking feet, asshole. Percy shrugged. Sorry man, promise I won't do it again, Percy said as he jumped toward another tree, running away as fast as he can. Oh no you don't, Timmy yelled out as he charged ahead, sending blast after blast of concentrated balls of air towards Percy. The demigod used his area-sense skill to avoid most attacks as slowly the trees gave way to a large plain. Percy couldn't turn back, so he jumped forward and ran towards the center where Timmy waited for him. You can't escape me, Jackson. I know this place like the back of my hand. Percy nodded. Yeah, I imagine you must have spent many nights coming out here to shit behind a bush or something. Timmy growled, fucking brat. He twisted the handle on his spear, and suddenly the weapon grew bigger and bigger. Timmy raised it above his head and brought it down in a huge arc. Die. The fire from the spear flew out into the form of a bird, moving faster and faster towards the son of Poseidon. Percy dashed to the side and expected to clear the area of the attack, but when he looked back, he saw the firebird following him. Well shit, Percy thought out as he ran in circles to avoid the fiery attack, but it didn't look like it would stop or run out of power. Percy knew he couldn't keep this up forever. His stamina was not unlimited. Percy turned towards Timmy and ran. The Goblin King raised an eyebrow before suddenly breaking into a panic. Don't bring that thing towards me, you asshole. The monster snapped his fingers and sent blast of wind towards Percy. Percy could barely see the outline of the wind attack coming towards him, but he could guess when it would hit him. He waited until the last moment before jumping as high as he can, clearing the gust of wind, which then crashed into the firebird, causing an explosion that sent Percy flying forward. The demigod rolled and got on his feet again in one motion. Percy looked at his remaining defense. Defense left 63,000 defense. Being so close to the explosion cost him a lot of defense, but luckily he still had enough. Timmy smiled at Percy and quickly brought his now normal-looking spear up. "You up for another round, brat?" Percy narrowed his eyes as he took out Riptide in its pen form. "You talk too much." The Goblin King grinned and dashed forward. Percy moved forward in his normal speed. He opened up his inventory and pulled out a celestial bronze lance he got on his birthday. He leveled the lance down and activated his speed perk. Timmy swung towards, sending a blast of wind towards Percy. The demigod jumped and brought his spear down on the ground and used it as a pole vault to launch himself over Timmy. The blast of wind knocked the lance to side as Percy landed on Timmy's head. The demigod then trusted Riptide into the monster's eye, blinding him. "Arghh!" The Goblin King yelled out in pain as he grabbed Percy's body and threw him away. The Goblin King held his eye as he felt the liquid remains of his eyes pour down his face, with Riptide still embedded inside. Percy landed on the other side and turned just in time to avoid a thrust from Timmy's spear. Percy moved to the left and right, avoiding every thrust as slowly Timmy drew closer and closer. Percy avoided a thrust to his chest when the Goblin King grabbed his jacket with his left and pulled the demigod up. Percy hung 7 feet off the ground as Timmy brought Percy to eye level. "You are nothing," he growled out, looking at Percy with his remaining eye. "You are worse than nothing." Percy grabbed the monster's arm and tried to break free, but his grip was too strong. The demigod then drew back his left fist and tried to punch Timmy's face with his Giga strike, activating his body form and earthquake powers, only to have the goblin grab Percy's hand and squeeze. "Arghh!" Percy yelled out in shock as the monster crushed his fist along with the gauntlet of Kefka, breaking the metal armor into pieces. "Marble skin defense broken." Percy ignored the message and focused on escaping. His right hand reached over to Riptide, and he pulled the pen out of the eye socket, uncapping it. The sword grew, and Percy swung the blade, cutting into the Goblin King's thick rits. Blood flew, but the strike lacked momentum, and so did not quite sever the rits from the hand. "Fuck!" Timmy roared as he threw Percy to the side, holding his injured wrist. Percy moved back and quickly inspected the gauntlet. Its lower half was broken, with everything above the wrist still intact. Hopefully, it would still work. "I'm going to kill you," the Goblin King shouted as he lifted both arms, summoning gales of wind towards himself. The winds began to pour out of the forest, breaking branches, sending them flying towards the field. Percy jumped to the left and pushed himself to the side of a giant branch that tried to impale him. He turned to see the Goblin King and a sight of pure power. The wind around him took the form of a powerful hurricane with Timmy right in the center of it. The Goblin King's single eye glowed blue with power as the hurricane around him acted as a vacuum, sucking everything towards him. Percy felt his own feet being dragged inside. He knew he couldn't maintain his stance like this. Percy moved away from the storm, pushing his legs to the limit, trying to fight the winds. Capitulo 181. "Where do you think you're going?" Timmy said, summoning a blast of wind that blasted Percy off his feet and towards the hurricane. Percy felt like a leaf being thrown in a blender as his body was spun around the chaotic winds. His eyes closed down from the swift winds around him as different objects hit him again and again. A branch pierced his left leg as rocks battered his body. Percy HP 4505-350. The Goblin King sent a ball of hard wind right at Percy that dislocated his right shoulder. Ping! Warning, you have dislocated your right shoulder. 20 to dex and 50% effectiveness for sword skills and archery. Percy felt pain pour out of his shoulder as he opened his eyes, looking for the half-blind opponent. The demigod of Poseidon spotted the goblin floating in the middle of the hurricane with a barrier of wind surrounding him that pushed away all stray debris. "And now you die." He raised a hand, and suddenly all the air around Percy flowed away. Vacuum sphere. Percy felt his face and lips dry up and strain as all the air around him was sucked away. Percy clutched his throat, gasping, but no air came. No, no way, this is not how I go, Percy thought to himself as his mind worked on how to get out of this. He couldn't move, he was completely at the Goblin King's mercy. He tried to move by kicking his legs, but that didn't do shit. Percy looked at his opponent as slowly his eyes started to close. No, no. Percy exploded into his smoke form as he tried to escape, but his body couldn't move. There was no air for him to move through. His essence simply floated around. Percy changed back as slowly blood started to leak out and float in front of him. The blood floated down slowly and away from Percy. Is this the last thing I'm ever going to see? The blood was thick, so very thick and red. It floated slowly away, its surface shined like silk, like red silky hair, like Artemis's hair. Why am I thinking of her now? Percy wondered as he smiled. It doesn't matter. In the end, nothing ever matters. It's sad I have to die alone, Percy said with tears forming in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spoke though nothing was heard. I don't want to go. Then live, a familiar voice spoke in his head. Percy's eyes narrowed as suddenly a thought entered his head. Using his last grain of strength, he pulled both hands up and poured mana out. He didn't care how much he used or where it went, he just threw it out there until it connected with his own blood. Gotcha! Percy controlled the blood and brought it towards his right hand, forming the rune for the water summoning spell. Percy's right exploded with water as he snapped his left hand, summoning a fireball. The fire glowed bright blue as it burnt, using Percy's mana instead of air. Percy brought both hands together, and the water instantly evaporated on contact, releasing steam that Percy breathed in greedily. Percy's eyes snapped to the side as an explosion rocked him in his vacuum sphere. He looked down and saw Timmy fighting with what looked like a black shadow. Marchojas, Percy realized this as his chance. He brought out more water from his hands and used it to form a water sphere around himself. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP, plus 1,000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon, plus 2,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP, plus 1,000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon, plus 2,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Once inside it, he could finally breathe again, activating his water breathing perk. Percy felt his shoulder fix itself and his legs slowly heal up again. Percy HP 7,357,350. You are cured of dislocated shoulder. All stats and skills are restored to normal. Percy focused as he brought more water out from his palms, slowly draining all of his mana. The water sphere grew bigger and bigger, and then Percy threw his hands apart. Argh. The water ripped apart the vacuum sphere, allowing Percy to escape. As he fell down, he realized the Goblin King and Marchojas were fighting right below him. Marchojas? Percy yelled out, tacking Riptide out of his pocket. The demon looked up at the sound of her master and saw him fall down towards her. The wolf smiled and looked to the black-skinned goblin. Looks like my master has some unfinished business with me, goblin. What? The Goblin King yelled as he turned around, just in time to see a flash of bronze cut through both of his horns. Percy landed hard on the ground, breaking it under his weight. Defense from Marble Skin, 4,200. Percy had poured 72 MP into his Marble Skin in the last moment, bringing his defense to 5976, which got reduced to 4,200. Percy looked at the Goblin King and jumped forward with Riptide as he swung his blade up. The Goblin King blocked, and the two began their dance once again, with sparks flying everywhere as slowly Riptide cut away at Timmy's weapon. It might have been magic, but it was still ordinary metal. Percy swung his blade with all his might, and suddenly the crack on the spear grew bigger. Cracked and shattered in half. The part with the blade flew behind Percy, while the other flew towards the forest. Percy saw his chance and swung his Riptide across the goblin's legs, cutting across his knees. He then drew back an arm and charged it up. Body form activated, right arm. And Percy launched it right into the monster's left kneecap. Creak. Damage 800, attack x4 from body form equals 3,200 attack. Critical strike, 2,500% of 3,200 attack, equals 80,000 attack. The leg bent backwards as Percy shattered Timmy's left knee, sending the monster to the ground. Percy jumped on the monster's chest and grabbed his neck with his left and punched with his right fist, still empowered. Capitulo 182. Ah! Percy yelled as he brought down a rain of punches down on top of the Goblin King's chest piece. Boom! 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 Mini explosions flew out of the monster's chest as Percy kept punching and punching. His battle cry was heard above the booms from his fist's impacts as slowly more and more of the Galvron armor was chipped away. The demigod punched the same spot of the chest plate again, and again, cracking the ground underneath the Goblin King, who coughed out blood every time a fist landed on his chest. Ping! The sound rang out, but Percy ignored it fully. The only thing on his mind was living. Percy drew back his fist high into the air. He looked at the goblin underneath him as slowly everything else simply faded away. He swung his fist downwards with everything he had. Cracked! The black metal of the chest piece bent inwards in the form of a fist. The ground underneath the Goblin King broke into spider webs as pace of the ground flew all over the place. The ground itself roared as it slowly began to shake. Percy panted as he lifted his hands up. Blood flowed freely from his knuckles, drenched the broken metal armor. "What are you?" The Goblin King choked out through the blood in his throat. "I am Perseus Jackson, the son of Poseidon." "A demigod, no wonder," Timmy said with his eyes slowly losing focus. "You are half a god. I never really stood a chance, did I? It wasn't a question." Percy nodded, looking at the one-eyed monster. "No, you didn't." The Goblin King looked at Percy with sadness in his eye, but a smile on his face. "Well, at least I finally got that match I always wanted." Percy nodded, and slowly the Goblin King disintegrated away into golden dust. Ping! "Congratulations, you have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 4650, 4650. Plus 1,000 equals 5,650. Mana 2, 300/2, 300, plus 1,000, equals 3,300. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 25 x 40, 6,710, 80, 1,000. Race Demigod. SDR 50, plus 20 equals 70. VIT 52, plus 7 plus 20 equals 79. Dex 35, plus 7 plus 20 equals 62. INT 43. WS 32. LUC 50. Point 70. Money 142, $637/1, 088D. Percy then looked at the other notification he got during his battle. Earthquake Control, LV 11, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 900. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 26. And underneath that, congratulations, you have obtained a new technique for earthquake control. Earth Mover. By pushing your earthquake mana into the ground, you may cause tremors by becoming the focal point of the own earthquake. Affects whole areas resulting in varying levels of damage, max 2,000 attack. Just as Percy finished reading and dismissing those two boxes. Ping! Perk Chimera's blood has activated. Which trait of the Goblin King do you wish for? Immunity to fire. Goblin's growth. Wind's blessing. Percy blinked. This hadn't happened in a long time. Maybe it was just specific monsters that activated the Chimera's blood perk. Percy pushed the question aside and looked at his options. The first one was obvious and kind of basic. Percy pressed the second option. Goblin's growth. When paired up with puberty, status will allow for user to grow to their nature prime faster and will help in obtaining muscle mass quicker. Positive results quicker growth rate and bigger body size. Negative results increase in all hormones, resulting in an increased sex drive that will cloud your thoughts. Percy blinked. The negative results were surprising to say the least. It would be useful though. Percy shook his head and turned to the next option. Wind's blessing. Will allow you to receive plus 1,000 HP and plus 1000 MP when you are surrounded by wind. The demigod shrugged. It wasn't really all that special, though if he paired this up with his water's domain blessing, he would gain an additional of plus 3000 HP MP. Which was impressive, but at the same time, kind of lame. Percy closed the box and looked at the goblin's growth again. From the three options, that seems like the best to choose, but if he did then, he would have to deal with the extra sex drive. Maybe Gamer's mind would take care of it, or maybe not. One problem at a time, Percy told himself as he pressed Goblin's Growth twice. Are you sure you want to learn Goblin's Growth for your Chimera's Blood perk? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and suddenly his body flashed gold as he felt his body tighten up before relaxing. Percy moved an arm around trying to see whether he felt any different. Maybe I need to wait till I gain the puberty status. Percy shrugged and closed the boxes in front of him. He turned to his side and saw Marchosias walk up to him. Thanks, he told the demon wolf. The wolf nodded. It's okay, master. It is my job after all. Percy nodded, but either way, thanks. Percy then turned to the loot left behind and saw 4 things left behind for him. The first was $80,000, which was a lot more than he got from fighting off Cerberus. Then came an amulet. It was a dark blue stone shaped like an egg as big as a raisin, and around it were golden lines that surrounded and caged the stone. Amulet of Hasses. Gives plus 20% for all wind-based attacks. Plus 3% to health regeneration. Percy shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't really something suited for him, but at the same time, the plus 3% HP regeneration would be very useful. He put the chain around his neck and looked to the other 2 loot items. The first one looked like a pin in the form of a dragon. It was black and red with silver lining it. Capitulo 183. Pin of Protections. Gives a boost of plus 50 durability to any object it is attached to. This is useful, Percy said before putting the pin on his jacket's collar. What does it do? It gives a boot to my defense, Marchosias. You know what, we need a nickname for you, something shorter than Marchosias. The wolf looked amused. Any suggestions? Percy scratched his chin. How about Mary? After the stupid virgin, fuck no. Maryland. No way. Maidlin. Shove it up your ass if you like it so much. Then what about Marcia? The blue-eyed wolf blinked. That's actually pretty good. You sound surprised, Percy said with a grin. I'm great at making nicknames, you know. The wolf sighed. I'm not going to even address that. She then turned to the last loot item. Now what is that? Percy looked at the last loot item, which was a big black chest piece, the exact one that Timmy wore. It had an impression of Percy's fist right in the center and looked bigger than his entire upper body. Galvron chest piece. A piece of armor that is made out of Galvron and is considered nearly indestructible. Plus 20% to MP. Plus 10% to HP. Plus 70% to Elvish magic. Durability, 720-800. Note, this is a one-time loot given for the first ever clearing of the Goblin Camp ID. Percy picked up the chest plate, and instead of it being heavy, it was light, incredibly light. It was lighter than leather armor the campers wore during a Capture the Flag game. Is that Galvron? Marcia asked, sniffing the metal. That's incredibly rare. Percy nodded. Yeah, but it doesn't exactly fit me now, does it? The wolf nodded. Indeed, especially with that hand print there. You need to have it ray forged. Know any good forgers? Don't you literally have a cabin filled with children of the forge god? Percy blinked. That could work. Percy put the chest piece away in his inventory and put Marcia back into the gauntlet, which luckily still worked. Percy walked to the goblin main campsite and quickly took all the loot there. 2,000. 120D. 32 low-grade potions. 13 swords. 12 shields. Along the way, he also grabbed the broken piece of the Goblin King's weapon. The spear was broken, but the blade still looked like it functioned. Spear of Defier broken. A spear enchanted with the ability to create flames hot enough to melt steel. The blade can expand in size and increase in the flame's intensity. Cost of fire 300 MP. Damage 5x vid attack. After putting the broken weapon away, Percy looked to his gauntlet and poured mana into it. Once again, he found himself in a well of gray souls with all those he had defeated looking at him. Percy turned to his latest victim and pulled his soul out. The gauntlet glowed as it expelled a big cloud of smoke outwards. The cloud then condensed into the form of the Goblin King, who stood with nothing on but a pair of pants and his red cape. His eye was now fixed, and he used both to look at Percy. The 14-foot-tall being looked at Percy before bowing, "Master." Percy smiled and desummoned Timmy. He then put his hand up, "ID escape." The three-mooned sky cracked open and gave way to a sky with a single moon. Percy sighed as he found himself back home. He felt safe again. For a moment there, it seemed he might actually die, that his life was forfeit to the Goblin King's power. The demigod looked to the moon and smiled as he wondered, why did I hear Artemis's voice back then? The next day found Percy inside his cabin, sitting on his bed with Annabeth, Nina, Michael, and Clarissa standing in front of him. He just finished telling them what the gods wanted them to do. "I'm just glad I don't have to do this alone," Clarice said, smiling. "Come on, Clarice, you really think we would let you sail into the sea of monsters alone?" asked Michael with a check smile. "Well, I might, but the other might not." "Shut it, flute boy." Now, no need to fight," Percy said, calming them down. "You guys will have plenty of time to do that later." "What do you mean, you guys?" Annabeth asked, catching the words used. Nina blinked. "Yeah, Percy, aren't you coming with?" Percy sighed and shook his head. "No, I'm not." "What?" they all screamed together. Percy sighed. "I have another quest assigned to me." "What is it?" Nina asked curiously. It involved Argo and Gergoses. Clarice's face turned into that of rage, while Annabeth looked indifferent. But Percy could see fear and cold fury there just below the surface. "What about them?" Clarice asked through gritted teeth. "There is apparently some kind of Gergosa factory near the Sea of Monsters. It's run by Argo." "So the gods want you to find and destroy it?" Nina asked, to which Percy nodded. "Well, shit," Michael cursed. "This is bad." "Why so?" Percy asked. "You are probably the best shot we had at finding the fleece and coming back home alive," Michael explained. "Without you." "Relax, Mitchell, you'll do fine." "Yeah, easy for you to say, mister. I can kill giant metal robotic bulls with one punch." Percy smiled. He got off his bed and placed both hands on Michael. He looked at the son of Apollo right in the eye and said, "Michael, you're a son of Apollo, so you know I mean it when I say that I believe in you, all of you. If anyone is qualified to get the fleece back, it's you guys." The black-haired and brown-eyed boy looked at his friend and smiled. "Damn straight." Clarice smirked. "Didn't know you needed Percy to hold you hand, flute boy." "Hey, Clarice, why don't you shove your spear up your ass and go fuck yourself?" "Why, you little." The two began to fight as the rest simply looked on. "I'm going to have to make them stop from now on, don't I?" Annabeth asked, sighing. "Yup," Percy said, smiling. After the fight was done, Percy pulled out 3 yellow bags that Hermes supplied and gave them to the others. They then took off to go to their respective cabins to prepare for tonight, which was when Clarice was expected to leave. Percy wanted to ask Nina's help in fixing the Galvron armor, but seeing as they didn't have enough time, Percy decided to skip it for a later date. After all, something like reforging armor would take a long time to do. Percy spent the rest of the day preparing for the quest ahead. He stocked up on food from the mess hall, storing up to a month's worth of food. Needless to say, the harpies and nature spirits there did not like him stealing food. Luckily, Percy managed to zip away before they could even get to him. Inside the black bag Hermes had given him was $300 in cash, something which is insignificant compared to the amount of money he now had. He also got several sets of clothes, with even a pirate costume packed in there for some goddamn reason. There was also a bottle of spray on glue. Can of glue. Spray this on anything and watch as anything that comes to contact with its surface be attached for the next 24 hours. A map of Nassau and a bottle of what looked like pills, blue oval-shaped pills. Bottle of multivitamins. Vitamins which bring the user to their normal status, giving them a shot of adrenaline in the process. Plus 100% restoration of bodily functions. Capitulo 184. Warning, do not take more than 5 pills a day. Doing so may result to heart attacks, strokes, liver failure, or even death. Percy shrugged. At least it wasn't Viagra. Percy put all the materials he got into his inventory and put the bag away, no need to carry extra weight. Percy turned to his windowsill and saw his enchanted sapling growing there. It was the prize he got when he won against Craig well over a year ago. The plant had silver leaves and 3 red berries growing on it. Percy had watered it every day, and when he was away from camp, he asked Nina or Clarice to take care of it for him, and now it was ready. Percy plucked 1 red berry and observed it. Berry from the enchanted bush. Consumption will give a permanent plus 200 MP boost. Percy smiled and bit into the red round berry. The berry flavor exploded in Percy's mouth as the demigod tasted a mixture of strawberry and blueberry, something very unique. It was slightly bitter, but soon the taste was overpowered by a large amount of energy flowing into Percy from the fruit. Percy's eyes glowed green as he quickly swallowed the whole thing in one go, as its juices flowed down his throat. Ping! You have gained plus 200 MP permanently. Percy closed the box and quickly picked the second berry and ate it as well. The taste of the second berry overwhelmed the first as a fresh burst of energy took over Percy's body. Ping! You have gained plus 200 MP permanently. Percy then put the last berry inside his inventory, saving it for an emergency. The son of Poseidon then walked out of his cabin towards the edge of the forest. He passed by the big house and waved to Mr. D, who was sitting on the porch. The god of wine nodded to Percy before returning to his magazine, which was titled Olympus Daily. Percy walked out of the camp and past Thalia's tree. The tree was looking worse now. The poison had spread throughout the middle of the trunk, and now most of the wood there was gray. The green venom of the elder snake hadn't moved much, partly to the continuous use of the staff of healing on the tree by Michael. The staff didn't help much, but at least the poison was now contained. Percy walked further away and down the hill until the forest gave out, showing the route to the main road. Percy stopped and looked up. Come on out, guys. Zed, Alecto, and Craig dropped from trees and bowed to Percy. They had been standing out here guarding the camp since day 1, and due to their added protection monsters, didn't even try and approach camp anymore. This was a good thing for the camp, but it also meant PERCY couldn't get a steady stream of exp from his servant defeating the monsters. Craig, you're coming with me, Percy said, pulling out the gauntlet of Kefka and putting it on. We have a mission. What about us, Master? Alectos asked, pointing to her and Zed. You and Zed stay here and continue to protect camp. Percy desummoned Craig and put the gauntlet away. I am going on a quest right now, and it will be on the sea. Zed will probably sink due to his heavy blade and armor. Hey, don't diss the blade, Zed yelled out but was promptly ignored. And I need you, Percy motioned to Alecto, to stay here and keep an eye on Zed. Hey, Zed yelled out again, and again he was ignored. I'll keep him on a tight leash, Master, Alecto assured Percy, making the demigod smile. Percy left, leaving Alecto to pull Zed away by the ear. Percy then walked back into camp and towards the arena, might as well get some training done right. But as Percy passed the climbing wall, a voice called out to him. Hey Percy, what up? Percy turned and saw Mitchell run up to him with a smile. What's up, Michael? Percy asked. Forget something back at my cabin. No, not that, Michael shook his head. I wanted to know whether you're free right now. I don't really have anything important to do, Percy said, shrugging his shoulders. I just was heading to the arena to get more training done. Okay, so nothing important, Michael said as a big smile took over his face. Then follow me. Percy raised an eyebrow. What for? Michael pulled him away. Just shut up and follow me. Percy shrugged and let the son of Apollo pull him along as they made way to the Hermes cabin. Why are we here? Travis and Connor are watching a movie, Michael explained, and they wanted all the boys to come. Just the boys? Yup. Inside the Hermes cabin was packed with male campers who were around 12 years old, with a few being older than Percy. Percy noticed that all Ares, Hermes, and Apollo male campers were present, with a few guys from other cabins littered all over the place, with most sitting on the beds, while a few sat on the floor. Just then Travis spoke up. Hey Michael, I see you got Percy. Great, means that we can start, Travis said with a grin. Start what? Percy asked, looking at the Stoll brothers who were standing in front of a projector screen. Travis here managed to sneak in a few things, Connor explained, motioning to the projector and a DVD player that was attached to it. So we decided to invite all the guys to watch a movie. Why not call the girls? Percy asked as Michael and him sat on the floor. Because this isn't the kind of movie you see with a girl, Percy, Travis said, as his grin grew wider, reminding Percy of Hermes's similar smile. What movie is it? Travis went to a secret panel in the floorboards and pulled out a DVD and showed it to everyone. Percy looked at the cover, confused. What the hell is American Pie? Oh, it's not just American Pie, my friend, Travis said, holding the DVD higher. It's American Pie Beta House. The rest of the male campers cheered, while Percy simply looked on, confused. Travis put in the DVD and played the movie. Midnight. Percy and Michael stood in front of the beach, waiting for the rest of their friends to arrive. So that was, Michael began. Interesting, Percy replied as he looked at the waves hitting the shore. Yup, interesting, Michael nodded. Did you like it? It was interesting. Very interesting, Michael nodded again as he looked straight ahead at the sea. Did you like it? Percy asked. Me? Oh yeah, I did. It was interesting. Capitulo 185. Interesting, Michael agreed. The two boys stood in silence as time went by. Michael then spoke up. Was that your first time seeing boobs? Percy raised an eyebrow at Michael before shaking his head. Nope. Images of his very first encounter with Marcia popped up in his mind. God, that demon had a nice rack on her. Michael nodded. Me neither. I saw my first pain when I was 10, nice structure, very firm. Really? Where did you see them? In camp. How? I don't really want to talk about it. Why? It involves doing things which I am not proud of, Michael admitted. Percy stared at him until the son of Apollo sighed. I may have tried to spy on the Aphrodite girls when they were taking a shower. Percy narrowed his eyes and... Ping. Lie detected. Ping. Due to constant use, your skill has leveled up. Lie detection, LV3, 22%. You can detect lies said to you, 20% chance of success. You're lying, Percy whispered. No, I am not, Michael shouted back. You are totally lying right now, Percy smiled. A son of Apollo caught lying, who knew that was even possible. Shut up, Percy. Percy laughed as Michael became red in the face. Ha ha ha. Dude, shut up. Okay, Percy put her hand up, slowly reining his laughter in. Okay, fine. So tell me, when did you actually see your first pair of boobs? Michael sighed. It was during the movie, wasn't it? Michael nodded. Yeah. Percy patted Michael's shoulder. It's okay, man, there's no shame in that. Michael sighed again and turned to Percy. When did you see yours? Percy blinked. Oh, right, well, it was this monster I had to fight during the quest to save my mom. It wanted to possess me and tried to distract me by transforming into a bombshell of a woman. Luckily, I managed to fight her off. Michael nodded. Sweet, so who was she? Remember that wolf that serves me? Percy said, making Michael nod. That's her. Michael blinked. Wait, that thing, the winged wolf, can transform into a woman? Percy nodded. A sexy woman? Percy nodded again. And you basically control her. And again Percy nodded. You son of a bitch. Mitchell, keep it down, Percy hissed. Oh fuck no, you basically got a sex slave on hand, Michael gasped. Have you made her? No, fuck no, god damn it, Michael, no, Percy yelled loudly. Dude, that sick man. Well, I'm sorry, but you know, if you're told somebody basically has a slave that is incredibly sexy, you would think they were using that slave for a less than honorable purposes. Percy blinked. I never thought of it like that. Never thought of what? Asked a voice. The two boys turned and Annabeth and Nina walked up to them with their yellow bags slung behind. Nothing at all, Michella replied quickly before elbowing Percy. Right, Percy. Percy blinked before quickly nodding as well. Right, nothing at all. Nina and Annabeth looked at them funny before shrugging. The boys sighed in relief before sharing a look that basically said, we never speak of this again. Anyway, Clarice just left from camp. Nina spoke as she looked at her watch. She should be here in 5 minutes. Did she mention where she would be getting a ship from? Percy asked as Michael also put on his yellow backpack and waited. She said it was somewhere north, Annabeth replied. Apparently her dad Iris messaged her and told her where to find the ship. We were right, by the way. Apparently the ship is being run by the undead. Zombies, Michael squeaked. Zombies, Nina nodded. Why is it always bloody zombies? Michael threw his hand up in the air. Anyway, when's your ride coming? Annabeth asked, turning to Percy. Well, if what the gods told me is right, then my ride should be here right after you guys leave, Percy replied. You still don't know who's going to take you? Nina asked. No idea, Percy replied. Hopefully it isn't anyone too crazy. If they are part of Greek mythology, then I recommend you don't hold your breath, Annabeth replied. The 4 friends waited for a minute and a half when a whistle sound screeched through. They all turned just in time to see a black iron-clad steamship sail towards them. Clarice could be seen standing in front of the ship, waving to them as the ship came closer to shore. Ah, how are we going to get onto the ship? Michael asked. Percy stepped up and placed a hand inside the water. He focused and drew upon his ice control power. Slowly, ice began to form on the surface of the water around Percy's hand. Percy opened his eyes and directed the ice outwards, forming a thick ice walkway going directly towards the ship. Huh, neat, Nina said as they began walking on the ice walkway towards the steamboat. When Percy got closer, he noticed that the ship was rusted near the edges and looked kind of beaten down. It honestly didn't look like it could sail to New York, let alone to the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. A ladder was dropped down the side of the ship as all 3 demigods climbed up. There Percy saw several dead-looking soldiers managing positions all over the ship. One which was decorated like a general manned the wheel with one dressed like a lieutenant at his side. There were 3 zombie sailors lifting up the anchor, while another looked like he was charting the course. Welcome to the CSS Birmingham, Clara said, motioning her arms out. Okay, this ship is the second most scariest place I have ever been to, Michael said, looking around. Is it because of the zombies? Clarice asked sarcastically. No, it's because of color of the ship. Of course it's because of the fucking zombies. Wait second, what's the first? Nina asked. Percy's ID worlds, Michael replied. Yeah, well, get used to it, Michael, Annabeth said as she looked around. This is what we are going to be sailing in. Capitulo 186. Percy walked over to the zombie plotting the course and frowned. That's wrong, Percy said, grabbing the map from the zombie's hand along with the astrolabe, a lens attached to a big circular disc with several measurements on it. Excuse me, the zombie said, but I do believe I am the sailing master on this ship, and I am completely incompetent. This isn't the tool you need, by the way, Percy said, throwing the astrolabe to the side before picking up a sextant that was lying next to the captain's zombie. This is what you need. The son of the sea god then began using the navigational tool and rewrote the entire map, plotting the right course to the Sea of Monsters. All the knowledge of the sea flowed into him like second nature, and in a way it was. Percy understood everything, the currents, the wind patterns, where to go and what to avoid. Damn, he thought, I would have made a hell of a sailor. Here, Percy said, tossing the map to Clarice, follow the instructions I wrote down. Percy, Annabeth said, looking at the map, these are amazing. How do you know all of this? Percy shrugged, son of the sea god. This quest is going to hell to finish without you, Clarice commented, tucking away the map. You sure you can't come with us? Sadly I can't, Percy said, walking to the side of the ship. But if you guys need my help, just Iris message me. You bet, buddy, and when I do, please come and get me off this zombie-filled boat ride, Michael said, eyeing the crew. Why are they all dressed up as soldiers? It's because they all died during the Civil War, Clarice explained as she told the captain to set sail. Wait, these aren't just normal zombies but soldier zombies. Yup. Were they at least part of the Union? Nope. Michael turned just in time to Percy jump off the side of the ship and land on the icy walkway below. Percy, don't leave me. The son of Apollo tried to jump off as well, but Clarice dragged him inside by the collar. They are all zombies. Confederate, probably racist zombies. Percy chuckled as he walked back to shore. He waved them goodbye as the iron ship sailed away in a puff of smoke. Michael's cries of help soon died out in a few minutes, leaving Percy all alone on the beach. Percy sighed and looked at the time. He really needed to get a watch. Time moved on as Percy waited and waited. He was thinking of Iris messaging Hermes to ask where his ride was when suddenly an Iris message literally popped up in front of him. "Percy, are you there?" Hermes's voice and face came through the rainbow message. "Yeah, I'm here," Percy replied back, "and I'm standing here all alone." Hermes nodded as he scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, about that. See, the thing is, the ones who were meant to pick you up got into a kind of situation." "What kind of situation?" "The kind that involves a giant 50-foot wide octopus." "They were attacked by the Kraken," Percy shouted out. No, Hermes replied quickly, "just a giant octopus. No big deal, but they are going to be late." "Where are they now?" Just off the coast, probably just 15 kicks to the southeast," Hermes said. "Why do you want to know?" "I'm going to go help them," Percy said, canceling the message before Hermes could reply. He hardened the surface of the water until it was strong enough to take his weight, and then began to run, activating his demon speed perk. He ran at around 80 km/h, which was the fastest he had gone. He slowly pushed himself further and further until he could feel his shoes heat up from the friction. "Shit, don't think about that." Percy scolded himself, but ignored the heat in his shoes and continued forward. In around 15 minutes, he saw a pink object just below the horizon. As Percy came closer and closer, he recognized that it was in fact a giant pink octopus, and it had its tentacle wrapped around an orange-colored, ship with red sails and a jolly Raj flying above. "That's the boat," Percy realized as he quickly ran towards the ship and beast. As Percy came closer, he drew Riptide from his pocket and the gauntlet of Kefka from his inventory. He put the gauntlet on and readied his blade. He was around 30 feet away when he used water to send him flying through the air like a cannonball. "Argh!" Percy roared out as he slashed into one of the octopus's tentacles, causing the giant sea creature to bellow in pain. Riptide cut the tentacle halfway through when it got stuck. There was too much meat to cut through, and Percy didn't have a big enough sword. "I so regret not bringing Zed with me." Percy used his legs to pull Riptide out of the tentacle and landed on the wooden deck of the ship. Wood. Since when are ships these days made of wood? Percy pushed that question aside and turned to the giant octopus. "Dave the octopus. LV 23. HP 15,451, 8000. MP 0. SDR 52. VIT 44. Dex 21. Int 8. Wise 2. Luke 5. Dave is a giant octopus that was always made fun of by his friends for being so big, so he is considered a very lonely creature of the sea. He likes to play with whales and other large creatures, but in the end, he is alone. Right now, he is attacking a ship because they woke him up. Kill to gain 20,000 exp. "You know, good stinking human, I'll eat you all." The octopus roared out as it moves its tentacles around while the crew of the ship attacked it with their weapons. "Wait, did that thing just talk?" Percy blinked when suddenly it hit him. "No, it didn't talk, I can understand it. He was the son of Poseidon after all." "Hey, you there, stop!" Percy yelled, attracting the crew's and the Dave's attention. "Stop fighting for 1 second." Dave the octopus looked at Percy before slowly moving its tentacles. The ship's crew also stopped attacking the octopus and looked at Percy with a look of surprise and shock. "You can understand me." Percy nodded as he tossed Riptide aside and held his hands up. "Yeah, I can." "Are you a water spirit?" "Something like that," Percy replied. "Look, I know you're kind of pissed and all, and I did just try to cut off one of your arms, but you could please stop attacking the crew." "Why should I?" Dave roared out, startling the crew. "Wait," Percy yelled, stopping the crew from moving. "Let me handle this." He turned to the giant octopus again. "I know you're pissed, and you have every right to be, but could you settle this later? I really need these guys to kind of save the lives of my friends." "Humph," the giant octopus humphed, "and why should I do anything you say?" Percy sighed. He really didn't want to threaten Dave. It seemed like a nice guy, a nice octopus, but some people never change. So Percy poured his bloodlust outwards and looked at the octopus right in the eyes. "If you don't leave right now, I'll turn you into a popsicle." Percy then used his ice control to freeze the water near the octopus. Daves looked at Percy with eyes filled with fear. "You don't have the strength." Capitulo 187. Percy smiled as he froze even more of the water, with some of the ice creeping onto Dave's body and slowly biting into his suckers. "Try me." Dave narrowed his eyes. "You think a little bit of ice scares me? I'll fucking squash you like a bug." Percy sighed. "Worth a shot." He then launched himself at Dave with his right hand drawn back. He charged up his hand and punched the octopus right between the eyes. Giga impact. Dave's body was ripped off the ship as he flew back 20 feet into the ocean. Some wood was broken off as well, but luckily, the hull wasn't damaged. Percy landed on the deck of the orange ship and sighed. The quest hadn't even began and already he was fighting monsters. "Well, now who exactly might you be?" a voice asked, drawing Percy's attention. The demigod looked and saw the crew of the ship slowly surround him. With more time to properly look at them, he realized that they were all dressed like sailors for the age of explorers. Most had some form of leather on them, be it from vests or boots, along with very light clothes. Thyr's skin was bronze, probably due to the days spent sailing under the sun, and most of them had a weapon of some sort. Most of the crew looked well over 50, with only a few younger men among them. "My name is Percy Jackson. You guys were supposed to pick me up," the son of Poseidon explained, eyeing the men around him. They didn't look like they were proper sailors. If anything, they looked more like pirates. "Ah, so you're the little one Hermes wanted us to bring aboard," said a manly voice. PERCY's eyes winded as he recognized ancient Greek being spoken with his mind, automatically understanding it. "Who are you?" Percy replied back in the dead language, not really knowing how he could speak it. "I'm surprised Hermes didn't tell you who I am," said the voice coming from behind the group of men around Percy. "Usually he is more than happy to show me off to everyone." "Well, they said they wanted it to be a surprise," Percy replied back as he tried to look through the people around him and find the mysterious man talking to him. "Well then, move aside, men. Let the boy see who is to be his captain," said the voice in English. The crew in front of Percy moved aside, making a pathway. Slowly a man walked through the path. His hair was long and brown with a receding hairline. His eyes were dirty blue, and on his face was that oh-so-familiar smirk that every child of Hermes had on. The man wore a black long coat with gold trimmings, which hugged him tightly, showing off his thin frame. On his side was a Greek-style sword similar to Percy's own, except his was pure white. Percy gasped when he saw the man's name and level. "Ah, so you recognize me," the captain said with a smile. "I must admit that's fast, even for a demigod." "Why, you're—" "Yes, I know," the man's smirk grew bigger. "But since you can't seem to bring yourself to say it, allow me to introduce myself. I am Odysseus, former king of Ithaca, hero of the Trojan War and grandson of Hermes. That last part I was forced to always say by the god of thieves himself." You are supposed to be dead," Percy finally managed to say, looking at the man who was one of the first legendary heroes of humanity. "So are the Greek gods," Odysseus replied with a smile. "Now tell me, little one, who are you?" Percy gulped as used gamer's mind to calm himself. I'm Percy, Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon." The legendary hero of Greek myth nodded. "Hello, Percy, and welcome to my ship, the Ascension." Capitulo 188. You have slept in a bed, or something. HP and MP have been restored 75% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Sunlight can in through the window and hit Percy's eyes, waking the son of Poseidon up. Percy rubbed his eyes and yawned and slowly looked around. He found himself in a hammock with several sailors sleeping near him. They smelt like rotten eggs and burnt rum. Percy sighed as he wiggled out of his hammock and got down. The sailors' quarters was dirty and filled with the personal items of various crew members. Percy stretched and closed the message box he received before going back on deck. Outside on the deck, people were already hard at work. Percy looked around and saw a few of the crew tending to the broken parts of the ship, fixing what they could in time to set sail. "Finally awake, are you?" asked a stranger's smooth voice. Percy turned at there. Standing by the edge of the boat was a man with a very thin frame and long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. "Ah, yeah, I am," Percy replied, looking at the man closely. The blonde man looked European and had a slight French accent in his tone. His shirt was white and very baggy, like something that was made in the 1600s. "Good, that is good," the French-accented man said, giving Percy a wide smile. "My name is Mark de Davy, but please call me Mark." "Hi Mark, I'm Percy. Jackson, yes, I am very much aware of you are Mr. Jackson," Mark said with a smile as he walked over to the side to pick up a plank of wood. "You made quite an impression yesterday." Oh yeah," Percy said, remembering the deal with the giant octopus. "Yeah, I suppose that would leave an impression." "Indeed it would," Mark said, as he then began to hammer the plank of wood in place over the damaged area along the side of the ship. "Need some help with that?" Percy asked. "No, it is fine. After all, this is my job," Mark replied before looking over Percy's shoulder, "though I do think you will be getting your own assignment soon enough." "Ah, you are up, I see," a voice spoke in ancient Greek. Percy turned and looked up to the upper deck and found Odysseus looking down at him. The captain was wearing the same black captain's coat with gold trimming, and on his side was his white blade. The son of the sea nodded, "That I am captain," Percy replied in flawless ancient Greek. "So have you ever been on a ship before, lad?" Odysseus asked, switching back to English. "No, not really." "Really?" Odysseus said, raising an eyebrow. "You're the son of Poseidon and you have never been on a ship before." Percy shrugged as he waved bye to Mark and walked up the stairs to the upper deck. "I just never got the chance." "Pity that," Odysseus said as he took a swing from a mug on hand. Percy quickly then used observe on the living legend. Odysseus, hero of the Trojan War. LV. HP. MT. Race human immortal. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. It's Odysseus fucking Odysseus. Open fucking Wikipedia and check for him yourself, you lazy asshole. Fine. Odysseus was the king of Ithaca before he was called to fight in the Trojan War. After the war, he spent 10 years at sea and eventually came back to his homeland of Ithaca. A lot of shit happened along the way, and if you want to know about all of that, read a fucking book. Likes, no-legged adventures, fried fish. Dislikes, Poseidon, Cyclops, husbands, and seagulls. They shit on everything. Thinks Percy is an okay kid, doesn't really hate him. Feeling super hungover. Percy was happy to hear that Odysseus didn't hate him for being the son of Poseidon. It would be unfortunate to have the guy who's going to take you on his ship hate you. "Is that rum?" Percy asked, as the sweet alcoholic smell hit him as soon as he came a few feet next to the man. "Yup," the captain said, taking another swing. "Is it really a great idea to be drinking so early in the morning?" Odysseus looked up from his mug and smiled. "Do you know how to swim, Percy?" the captain asked. "Yeah, I do," Percy replied, raising an eyebrow. "Why?" "No particular reason," the Greek hero replied, taking another sip of his rum. "But why did you even ask?" "Because of that," Odysseus pointed over Percy's shoulder. The demigod turned just in time to see a wooden pole smack into his stomach, throwing him overboard. Percy fell into the sea, with the water breaking his landing. He quickly swam back up and used the water to raise himself back onto the ship. "Ha ha," Odysseus pointed and laughed. "That was bloody hilarious." "A warning would have been nice," Percy yelled as he inspected his clothes, which were already dry. "Well, it would, but I didn't feel like it." "And why's that?" "Because you commented about my rum," the former king of Ithaca said with a shrug and a sip of his drink. Capitulo 189. "And it's your fault for not realizing where you were standing," said a gruff voice. Percy turned to see a big man with strong arms and a big gut walk towards them. He wore a black button-up shirt with red flowers printed on it and a pair of white slacks. The shirt was left open, showing off his big gut and hairy chest, but underneath all that Percy could see the muscular body of a sailor. Galen, quartermaster. LV 73. HP 5000/500. MP 1 200/1 200. Race human, partial immortal. SDR 104. VIT 72. Dex 41. Int 32. Wise 55. Luke 18. The quartermaster of the Ascension and the right-hand man of Odysseus himself, Galen has made a name for himself in the sailing world. Known by many names, the Caller the Spawn, or even Tom. Galen is known worldwide for his temper, but also his heart. Likes his crew and captain. Dislikes demigods. He hates Percy already, must be a new record or something. He is feeling angry and frustrated. "Ah, Galen, meet Percy," Odysseus said as the large man walked up to the captain. The hero of Troy was big, but this man dwarfed even him. "Percy, this is Galen, my second in command, the ship's quartermaster." Percy nodded, extending his arm out for a handshake. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Galen." The big man looked at the hand and humphed, dismissing Percy. "There's that hate for demigods I heard so much about," though Percy, as Galen turned to Odysseus, "Captain, I need your permission to increase the number of work hours for the sailors." "Really?" the captain asked with a raised eyebrow. "Aren't we already working them to the bone?" "It's not enough," Galen said, crossing his arms over his wide chest. "If we want to get to Nassau in 3 days' time, we need them to work longer." Odysseus smiled. "Well, we won't need to, know that Percy's here," Odysseus said, looking at the son of Poseidon. Percy looked at the hero of Troy with his mouth wide open. "What?" Galen scoffed. The stupid brat wouldn't know the difference between an anchor hitch and a cleat hitch. Percy narrowed his eyes. "Actually, I do know the difference, asshole." Galen glared. "What you call me, punk?" "You heard me, dickwipe." "All right, enough," Odysseus yelled. "I will not have anyone fighting on my ship, understood? Galen, Percy is a guest and you will treat as such." The quartermaster of the ship huffed but nodded. "Understood, sir." He saluted the captain and walked away, going down to the depths of the ship to wake up the rest of the crew, leaving Percy and the hero of Troy alone again. "What's his problem?" Percy asked, crossing his arms and frowning. "You should really ask him that question," Odysseus replied, fishing the rest of his rum before sighing. "We are always out of rum." "You sure it's a good idea for you to?" Percy started to speak, but stopped when Odysseus narrowed his eyes at him. "Ah, I mean, what a nice view," Percy whistled, looking out at the sea. "Just beautiful." "Huh, you learn fast, kid. Anyway, now let's teach you how to use your bloody powers to give us a lift." Odysseus walked to the stairs and turned. "Well, you coming or what?" "Aye, aye, Captain," Percy saluted, following the Greek hero towards the bow of the ship. The bow was carved the form of a giant dragon whose wings projected downwards, making it look like it was ascending upwards, hence the name, Ascension. The head of the dragon was large and stood at the very tip of the bow and was wide enough for a person to stand. Odysseus pointed to the platform. "Get on." "Ah, okay," Percy replied, confused, before getting on top of the dragon's head. He looked ahead at the sea as the sound of water hitting the boat dominated his sense of hearing. Percy slowly felt himself being drawn to the ocean, like a bird being drawn to the air or a fish to the sea. "You can feel it, can't you?" Odysseus said, leaning back on the side of the ship. "The call of the sea." Percy nodded. "I've felt it before, at different times. Sometimes it was weak, other time it was barely there, but now it's so loud I think I'm going to go deaf." "The more deeper into the sea you are, the louder the call will be," the Greek hero said, looking out into the ocean. "Therein lies your power, Percy. You have an inbuilt connection to the sea and everything in it. Your power, little one, is the sea itself. Now you need to access this power and use it to get us a boost in sailing." "How do I do that?" "Simple, the call pulls you in, you have to pull back." "But how?" "Just close your eyes and relax, it'll come to you. It always does." Percy raised an eyebrow at the last sentence and did what the captain said. He closed his eyes and focused. Gamer's mind cleared his head and allowed his to focus clearly on the task at hand. Slowly, Percy felt the pull drag him closer and closer to the edge of the bow. Each step he took was a battle he lost against the call of the sea, but at the very last moment he got hold of it. It felt like a rope of water tied to his chest, and the moment Percy figured out what it felt like, he could control it. Percy pulled the rope of water, and suddenly, ping! Percy opened his eyes, and in front of him was a notification he had never seen. You have accessed the power of the sea. You may now control it to varying degrees and also may control vessels or any other items on the sea with great precision. Percy could feel power flowing through him from the rope of water, and through that he could control everything in the sea. He could feel the scenes of the ship he was on. It felt incomplete. It felt like a shoe with its laces untied, so Percy pushed and felt the laces tying themselves. Mana 3003, 700. Well, isn't this a surprise? The captain said, causing Percy to look back. The deck of the ship suddenly, the ship seemed to spring to life as ropes and different parts of the ship began to move on their own. The sails were quickly opened out while the anchor seemed to pull itself up with no help. All the broken parts the crew had been trying to fix repaired themselves, restoring the ship to its full function. The ropes then began tying themselves away while Percy looked on in surprise. Did I do that? Percy asked the stupid question on his mind. Yes, you did. Though it was a lot quicker than most children of Poseidon, Odysseus admitted with a smile. Now use your control to give a little starting push, will you? Percy nodded and turned back to the sea. With the sails now open, the boat began moving forward with it slowly gaining speed. Percy focused on his connection to the sea and searched for the boat's essence again. The moment he found it, Percy commanded the ship to charge ahead, and suddenly a huge drain of mana hit him. Mana 1345, 3700. Percy felt the ship jerk forward, pushing him backwards, where Odysseus caught him by the collar, preventing his fall. Careful there, little one, the hero said, helping Percy to his feet. That always has a bit of kick to it. Percy nodded and watched as the ascension slowly moved faster and faster. The sails were battered by the winds as the ship sailed quicker than any normal sailing ship. I don't know how long this speed is going to last, Percy admitted. Doesn't matter, for now we need to focus on getting your strength up. I still remember how this used to tire out other children of Poseidon, Odysseus said, walking to the stairs leading to the upper deck. Come, let's get some food in you. The upper deck had a door which led to a hallway. To the right was a huge dining hall with a kitchen to the side, while the left had a door leading to the captain's quarters. Percy and Odysseus walked into the dinner and sat down on a bench. Odysseus put 2 fingers up and motioned to the chef behind the kitchen counter. So how long do you think we will be at sea for? Percy asked as a tall man in a chef's uniform walked over with 2 bowls of soup. I think with your added boost we might take 1 day and 12, maybe 15 hours to reach Nassau, Odysseus said, grabbing a bowl and digging into the soup. Capitulo 190. Really, that's pretty quick. Yes, well, when a child of Poseidon sails on a boat, the sea god tends to be very cooperative with the winds, Odysseus said before turning to the chef. Thanks for the food, Zeph. The blonde-haired chef nodded and walked away, leaving Percy to observe what food he got. Tomato soup. It's tomato soup, best eaten with bread. It is very good for health and it is highly recommended for men with problem in bed. Consume to gain plus 5% of your total MP back. Percy shrugged and quickly drank the soup in one swoop. It tasted all right. Percy didn't really mind the metallic aftertaste. Damn, little one, you drank that quickly, Odysseus exclaimed, looking at Percy with a grin. Must have been very hungry, huh? Percy smiled, and the two began talking as Odysseus got Percy another bowl of soup to have. The son of Poseidon spent the entire day just sitting and talking with the living legend, as the man told stories about all the things he had been through. Did you know Blackbeard? Yes, that Blackbeard was actually Odysseus. The other guy, Edward Teach, just kind of took on the identity after Odysseus and his crew got bored. Soon, however, Percy came to the question that had been bothering him the whole day. Why don't you hate me? Odysseus looked surprised. Blunt, ain't ya? It's a curse. No, that's a good thing, really. It's simple, really. I don't blame you for your father's faults, Odysseus smiled. I actually knew quite a few children of Poseidon in my time. They were all very nice, unlike you, Dad. Percy smiled. Yeah, he's kind of a tool. Suddenly, the sea started to shake as water hit the boat, harshly shaking it roughly. Sorry, Dad, Percy replied, causing the waters to return to normal. Haha, never seen a child of Poseidon so openly flip their dad the finger. I like you even more, lad. Odysseus' smile grew wider. So any other questions? How are you still alive? Percy asked. Odysseus looked up from his newly filled cup of rum and smiled. Never give up, do you? Percy smiled and shook his head. Right, Odysseus sighed, putting down his mug. Well, it all began after my death. Your son Telegonus, the one you had with Circe. The king nodded. Aye, not a bad way to go if I do say so myself. After then, however, I was taken to the underworld, like any other soul, and was sent off to Elysium. I didn't stay there for long, though. You chose rebirth. Ha ha ha, Odysseus hit the table in laughter again and again. No chance in Hades I would ever chose that. What type of idiot do you think I am? Being forced to forget everything I am and have accomplished just to get a shot at the Isle of the Blessed. No way. Plus, who wants to sit on their ass for the rest of eternity? Percy nodded. Yeah, guess that would be kind of boring. So I escaped. I just walked right out of the underworld, past Cerberus, and bribed Charon to bring me back to the land of the living, Odysseus said with a grin, chugging down some rum. He then turned to Percy, who simply looking at Odysseus with a neutral mask. Then what happened? The son of Poseidon asked. Wait, back up. I just told you I snuck out of Hades and basically bribed my way to immortality, and all you have to say is, then what happened? Percy shrugged. Well, it is impressive, I guess. It's just that I literally did the same thing last year, Suo. PFFT. Odysseus spat out his mouth full of rum right on Percy's face. What the fuck? You did what? How old are you? 13. Percy rubbed his face clean, cringing at the smell of rum. The alcohol brought flashbacks to Saturday nights with Gabe. Not a good place to be. So you were 12 when you walked out of the underworld? Yup. Hades had my mom as prisoner, so I went in, tied him up using the chains of Hephaestus, and gave him to Persephone to torture. The goddess was so grateful she freed my mom, and I just kind of left. Oh, and then I came back to the underworld and saved the souls of my 36 demigod friends and threatened Charon to ferry me across the Styx. The hero of Troy blinked once, twice. How did you threaten Charon? He asked in ancient Greek. I used Zeus's lightning bolt. The captain blinked again before getting up and grabbing another mug full of rum. He sat back down and chugged the enter mug down before narrowing his eyes at PERCY. Whole story. Now, don't skip any details. And so, they spent the rest of the day swapping stories. Percy told the living legend everything he had done in his time as a demigod, and Odysseus always tried to one-up Percy with a heroic tale of his own. Later at night, Percy walked down to the sailors' common quarters, and the entire place was changed. All the hammocks were pushed to the side, and a ring bordered with rope was cleared out in the center of the room. The entire crew was here, each having a cup of rum and a plate of hot food to eat. Percy, down here. Percy turned to see Mark waving to him. Percy waved back and walked over to the Frenchman. Hey Mark, Percy said, what's going on? Oh, it's fight night, Mark explained as he took a swing of his mug. What's that? It is essentially a night where we all get into a big fight and people bet on who's going to win. It's one of the few entertaining things we can do while out at sea. Wow, you guys must get really bored out here, huh? Percy said, looking around at the huge gathering. Yeah, we don't really get to have much to do these days, Mark explained with a shrug, so we got to find ways to entertain ourselves. Just then the crowd parted away and Galen, the grumpy quartermaster who hated Percy for no goddamn reason, walked into the ring. All right, lads, you all know what time it is, Galen roared out. Fight night, the crew shouted back, raising their mugs high in the air. Percy looked around as slowly everyone came around the ring. Now who's going to be tonight's first match? Galen asked as two men walked in. They both were dressed like English sailors and had swords on their side. As soon as they walked in, however, they took off all weapons and their shirts. All right, you two, you know the rules, Galen yelled out as he walked out of the ring. No killing and no weapons, anything else goes. Now, begin. As soon as Galen gave the signal, the two men charged at each other. They pounded on each, fists hit on skin as the men hit the other until they drew blood. The fists flew not with speed, but with power, as each blow gave off the very distinct sound of flesh slapping on flesh. Percy watched as the two men hit each other until finally one remained standing. His face was bloodied and his fists were covered with the blood of his enemy, but he was still standing. Capitulo 191. Galen walked into the ring and raised the winner's hand up in triumph. The winner, William. The crowd burst into cheers for the victor as the loser was dragged out and thrown to a hamper to sleep his wounds off. The winner walked around a lot, enjoying the crowd cheering him on. Suddenly, however, he sneezed, and out of his nose came a wad of glitter and smoke. The crew laughed it off and acted like everything was all right, but Percy was confused. He turned to Mark. "Hi, Mark, what's wrong with that guy?" The Frenchman looked. "Oh, William, nothing much. He just had unprotected sex with a unicorn, that's all." Percy looked surprised and wanted to ask more questions, but before he could, Galen spoke up. "Now who want to go next?" Percy smirked and turned to Mark. "Think I should give it a try?" The Frenchman looked at Percy and sighed. "If you are an idiot, sure, why not?" Percy shrugged. He had been meaning for a good fight. He raised his hand up. "I want a fight." The crowd went silent as Percy took off his jacket and shirt, walking into the ring. Galen narrowed his eyes at Percy before smiling. "Okay, then, brat." He turned to the crowd. "Anyone want to teach this little shit stain some manners?" "He's just a kid," somebody from the crowd yelled out. "That's not what your mother said," Percy replied, sending a ripple of laughter through the crew. Slowly, a sailor walked into the ring, the same one who called Percy a kid. He was skinny and well-built. His skin shined with a healthy tan as the man had already taken his shirt off. Galen smirked. "Good a challenger. All right, brat, you ready?" Galen asked Percy, who nodded. "Are you ready, Fiaser?" The tanned man nodded as the two came to the center of the ring while Galen walked out. "Okay then, begin." As soon as Galen spoke, Fiaser charged forward. He reached Percy in a flash and drew his fist back. He launched it at Percy's face, but before the fist could even connect, Percy moved to the side and activated his body form. Body form activated, right arm. And sent a gut-wrenching punch into Fisher's stomach, causing the sailor to fall over the side, holding his stomach in pain. The crowd went silent as slowly they took in what they just saw. Nobody spoke until Mark stood up and yelled, "Fuck yeah, Percy." The crew exploded into cheer as they dragged Fiaser away, leaving Percy alone in the ring. Galen walked in and raised Percy's hand. "The winner, Percy Jackson." The crowd cheered on louder as slowly they began to chant, "Percy, Percy, Percy." "Now who wants a piece of this?" Galen asked, and suddenly plenty of people were lining up to fight Percy. The next match was with a red-head man that lasted just as long as match Percy had he always ended with one attack. And after winning 2 more matches after that, it seemed Percy was on a winning streak. All right, settle down," Galen yelled as the crew grew quiet. "The brat got some pretty easy wins so far. After all, he was facing you losers." The crew booed as Galen chucked, "But let's see how the son of Poseidon deals with a real challenge me." Galen took of his black and red flower print shirt and threw it to the side. "Why do you want to fight me?" Percy asked as the two slowly circled each other. "You piss me off, kid," Galen replied as he cracked his knuckles. "Oh yeah, now I remember." Percy stopped as the two eyed each other up and down. "What is going on over here?" Odysseus' voice roared out as he walked out from the crowd to the edge of the fighting ring. Galen froze the moment he saw the captain. Sir, we were just." "Can it Tom?" Odysseus roared out, causing the big man to flinch. "Why do they call you Tom?" Percy asked in a whisper. Glenn sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's a long story." "Quite," Odysseus snapped, causing Percy and Galen to flinch. He glared at the two. "I know what's going on here. You're all trying to gang up on the kid, am I right?" "It's not like that, boss," Galen began. "Shut it," Odysseus said, causing the man to flinch again. "He is a kid, and I don't care how tough he is, you can't just put him in a ring and punch him around. Do you all remember the last time we got a son of Poseidon in danger?" The captain looked at everyone there as slowly several men put down their heads in shame. "Captain, it's all right. Dad knows I can," Percy began. "That's not the point, Percy." Odysseus cut him off. "I only have one thing to say to you all." The people looked to Odysseus with a hint of fear on their eyes. The captain glared at their scared faces before the glare turned into a big smile. "I have 20 drachma on Galen." The crew burst into cheer again, and quickly they all placed their bets. Percy blinked. "What the hell?" just then. "Warning, a fist is coming for." Before Percy could even respond, a fist connected with his stomach, throwing him to the edge of the ring and across the wooden floor. Fuck, Percy coughed out as he felt his breathing strained. He stood up quickly and looked at his health. Percy HP, 5,555,650. That last punch got 100 of his health points, something he couldn't afford to happen continuously. Percy looked at Galen, who was smirking in triumph at Percy's fallen form. That was a fucking cheap shot, asshole. All's fair in love and war, brat. Galen smirked as Percy spat out gold of his blood and quickly got up to his feet. He wiped the blood from his mouth and then put his hands up like a boxer ready to move. Nice form, kid, Galen smirked as he dashed forward with his right hand drawn back. Percy waited until the huge man was almost on top of him before he activated his speed demon perk to move under Galen's oncoming fist and launch his left hand into the quartermaster's ribcage. Body form activated, left fist. Giga impact. Galen was sent flying away as a gust of air blew away from where Percy's first made impact. The tall man was thrown right into the crowd around causing 5 sailors to fall down under his weight. Slowly, the giant of a man got back to his feet and walked back into the ring. He held his side in pain and glared at Percy. Percy smiled back. I kind of expected more from you, old man. Capitulo 192. Galen glared at Percy like he was the devil, until slowly the glare turned into a smile. I'm going to enjoy this. Percy smiled, and the two charged each other. Galen smacked Percy across the face, while Percy punched the man's stomach with just his normal strength to make the fight last longer. Galen punched Percy's shoulder, but the demigod was faster as he grabbed the man's fist with his right and kneed the man in the ribs. Galen fell to his knees, holding his ribs, while Percy kicked the man across the face, sending him backwards. Galen eventually got back on his feet and charged Percy again with his right fist drawn back. The son of Poseidon waited until the man was on top of him again before activated his speed perk and moving behind Galen. He drew back his fist and activated his powers. Body form activated, right fist, and launched it at Galen's side. Giga impact? The fist flew straight at Galen's side as it impacted with a crunch. Percy's eyes winded as he quickly jumped back, holding his now broken wrist. Percy winced at the sight of the now broken wrist and looked up at Galen, who simply smiled back. How did you do that? Percy asked as he held his broken wrist. Do what? Galen asked, smirking. Move that fast. Percy narrowed his eyes, remembering that moment. Galen simply twisted his body. He wasn't faster than Percy, he just moved. And he didn't just stop Percy's first, he caught it and twisted the fist with a simple sleight of hand and nothing else. It's called skill, kid, Galen said with his smirk turning to a smile, something you don't seem to have. Oh really? Percy narrowed his eyes and charged forward. Kids these days, so rash, Galen commented as he blocked Percy's right kick with one hand and with the other sent Percy flying away. The son of the sea god quickly got back up and growled. He couldn't understand it, he just didn't get why he was so outmatched. Every time he fought someone barehanded, he had won. Every opponent he fought with his fists weren't actually skilled. And then Percy realized most of the time he had just used brute strength to overcome his opponents, and if things got tough, he would just use one of his other powers. But now, for the first time, it was a battle not about different techniques or powers, but about one's skill. Percy took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Galen noticed Percy's shoulders became less stiff as slowly the demigod opened his eyes and his blue-green eyes shined brightly. Huh, guess the kid has an idea, Galen thought to himself as he got ready for the next spar. Okay, my advantage is my speed and strength, Percy thought as slowly his right wrist healed itself with high incredible healing rate. His advantage is his skill and size. Frontal attack won't cut it, I need to hide my true intentions. The crew around them were cheering loudly as slowly Percy channeled all the voice and distractions out. Only Galen remained. Percy moved, putting one foot in front of the other. He pushed himself up and swung his leg in a wide arc, trying to catch Galen in the face. The quartermaster caught Percy's leg with one hand and then swung the boy downwards into the ground. Percy extended his left arm and pushed himself off the ground before impact, and with his free leg back kicked Galen in the face, which the quartermaster again blocked. Percy somersaulted away and landed a few feet away. Before he could catch his breath, Galen was on him. The giant man moved quickly, and his hits were precise as every strike aimed to damage and/or weaken Percy. His arms moved quickly and like lightning, moving out to strike and then being drawn back in a flash. Fortunately for Percy, he was very good at dodging attacks. Percy moved back until he hit the ring rope and then jumped to the side to continue avoiding Galen's strikes. Soon, however, Galen came right on top of him and swung his giant legs at Percy's neck. The son of Poseidon jumped up and grabbed the extended leg for supporting, sending a kick of his own at Galen's face. Body form activated, right leg. The kick connected with Galen's jaw and broke it with a crack. Blood spilled out everywhere as a loose tooth flew out of Galen's mouth and to the ground. Percy moved back, but Galen wasn't giving up. The quartermaster grabbed Percy before the demigod could move and brought him to eye level. "Good night, brat," Galen growled out as he smashed Percy into the ground. Percy's head wrung out in pain. "You have gained the temporary status, knocked out." That was the last thing Percy saw as slowly everything went dark. Hours later, Percy woke up and shook his head clear as slowly his surrounding became clear. He found himself in the middle of the sailors' quarters, and all around him people were up and celebrating with drinks and laughter. "Ah, Percy, you are up," Mark spoke up from the group of partiers. He helped Percy to his feet and patted the demigod on his back. "I must say, Percy, you put on quite the show." "Gee, thanks," Percy sighed as he rubbed his shoulder. He winced as he quickly realized his right wrist was still healing. Percy used Observe on it, and a status notification opened up. Broken wrist 1 HRS till fully healed. 5 stats in SDR Dex. 40% less efficiency in swordsmanship and archery. "Still swore, eh?" Mark asked, passing Percy a mug of rum. "Here, this should help." "Thanks, but I'm underage," Percy said, putting the mug down. Capitulo 193. "Well, doesn't really matter if you're underage over here," Mark said, grinning. "None of us really care. Go on, have a drink. Live a little." Percy smiled but shook his head. "Nah, my mom would kill me if she found out." "Oh, shut up and drink," Galen called out as he walked over to Percy and Mark. He smiled at Percy. "You did good, kid. I haven't had a fight that good since 1944. Percy frowned. "You still took in a cheap shot, asshole." Galen threw his head and laughed. "H, that I did." "Come on, Percy," Mark said, pulling Percy towards the huge party going on. "Let's get drunk." "How about I just watch you get drunk?" Percy asked as Mark and Galen pulled him towards the partying people. Every crew member there patted Percy on the back, congratulating him on a well-fought match, while one shoved another mug of rum into Percy's arms. "Drink up, lad. These guys don't give up unless you're drunk enough to kiss a fish that looks like your lover," Galen said, smacking Percy on the back. "But I can't really." "Oh, shut up," Mark yelled out as he took the mug from Percy and pushed it onto his lips. He titled the drink and forced it into Percy's mouth. "Chug, chug, chug," the rest of the crew yelled out as Percy was force-fed the rest of the drink. The mug was soon empty as Mark threw it to the side, helping Percy saute on his feet. "It's good, isn't it?" "My throat kind of burns," Percy coughed out. "Yeah, it does that. You'll get used to it, though," Galen said, smiling. He gave PERCY another mug and lifted his own. "To Percy Jackson, to only one of you useless lot to actually give me a fight." The rest of the crew cheered and lifted their own mugs up. Percy smiled, and this time didn't hesitate to drink down his own mug of rum. Ping! You have obtained a new skill. Drinking alcohol, LV1 83%. You will black out after drinking too much. Amount of alcohol needed to black out depends on drink. 10% alcohol tolerance. Percy shrugged. After all, he had weirded skills. He pushed the notification away and enjoyed the rest of the night, simply eating and drinking with the rest of the crew, who he was quickly becoming close friends with. The rum flowed freely, and the food was very heavy. Percy's throat was burning, but luckily Gamer's body and Gamer's mind helped him curb the effects of alcohol until he had won too many drinks, and then this message appears. "You are drunk, night-night." And after that, Percy blacked out. The last thing he remembered was vomiting all over Odysseus's coat. Morning. Percy's blinked slowly as he pulled himself up. "You have slept on a very uncomfortable surface. HP and MP have been restored 50% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Skill leveled up. Drinking alcohol, LV3 3%. You will black out after drinking too much. Amount of alcohol needed to black out depends on drink. 20% alcohol tolerance. Percy closed the boxes on instinct with his right hand and noticed that his wrist was all healed now. His head was clear and his body felt rejuvenated. He smiled at the lack of a hangover as he realized his gamer powers must have healed him as he slept. Sleeping did cure all ailment and negative status effects, which definitely included being hungover. Percy looked around and found himself on the floor of the sailors' quarters, underneath a hammock occupied by Mark, who was drooling everywhere. Percy felt disgusted as he got up and walked out of the area. He went to the deck and quickly moved towards the edge of the boat. The sea air comforted him as Percy took a deep breath and let himself relax, thinking about what he was going to do. He needed to get to Nassau quickly. If what Odysseus said was true, then he would reach Nassau by nightfall, giving him plenty of time to search for Argo's base and destroy it. "You're up early," a grumbling Galen spoke up as H walked up to Percy. "Yeah, it's a habit," Percy said as the quartermaster leaned up against the railing and picked. "That bad?" "Worse," Galen replied, wiping his mouth, and turned to Percy. "You're not too hungover, are you?" Percy shook his head. "I'm not hungover at all." "What?" Galen looked shocked. "Yeah, it's a gift. I can't get a hangover," PERCY replied with a shrug. "You son of a bitch," Galen shouted. "You fucking cunt. Do you know what I would do for something like that? All times in my life that would have been amazing if I was just not hungover." Galen shouted and suddenly held his head, hissing in pain. "Headache?" PERCY asked with a smirk. "Yeah," Galen replied back as he visibly calmed down. He looked out into the sea and sighed. "Sorry for you know. Hating my guts the moment you saw me?" Percy smiled. "It's okay. I piss a lot of people off at first sight. It's actually a very big problem." Galen smirked. "Well, either way, I'm sorry, kid. It's just that. Well, you're a child of Poseidon, and this crew and Poseidon don't really get along." "Yeah, I know," Percy replied. "We have had children of Poseidon be on board before," Galen explained, "mostly just to try and get back in Poseidon's good graces, and all of them have been kind of dicks. Arrogant, annoying, and fucking dicks. They treated Odysseus all right, but to them we were basically their servants." "You don't hold back, huh?" Galen smirked. "Nope. So when you came on board, I thought it would be the same thing all over again. So yeah, I'm sorry." Percy smiled. "Apology accepted. But you know there is something you can do to make it up to me." "What do you need, kids?" "Can you teach me how to fight?" PERCY asked, putting on his serious face. "You can already handle yourself pretty well, kid," Galen said, pointing to his wounded jaw. "You're pretty strong." Capitulo 194. "Yeah, but you completely outmaneuvered me. I got in a couple of lucky shots, but..." "Well, that's because of experience, kid. I've been alive for a long time. I just kind of picked up my own fight style." Percy blinked. "Wait, how old are you?" "Huh, somewhere around 3,000, 4,000 years old. Why?" "Wait, you're an immortal." "Keep it down, will you? Some of us aren't immune to hangovers," Galen hissed as he healed his head in pain. "Sorry," Percy whispered. "It's okay, but yeah, everyone on the crew is immortal. Didn't you know?" "Well, I knew Odysseus was immortal, but not all of you." Percy recalled his observation of Galen and remembered seeing immortal next to human, but he was distracted at the time, so it didn't really register until now. "Yeah, well, it's a funny story that. After Odysseus left the underworld, he was confronted by Hermes and Athena. They were pissed, but Odysseus always was their favorite. Athena loved his craving from new and exciting thing, and Hermes was his grandfather. They granted him partial immortality and gave his this ship." Galen knocked on the accession. "What's partial immortality?" Percy asked. "It's temporary immortality. It basically means that you live forever unless someone or something can kill you. So while a full immortal like a god or titan could reform later, a partial immortal can't." "I see," Percy said. "So everyone here has partial immortality." "Yup. Anyway, so Odysseus then set sail forever looking for adventure and knowledge," Galen continued as a smile creeped on his face. He eventually found me, and I joined on as his first crewmate. Soon more and more people joined up, each from different time period. Your friend Mark? He's from the era of the French Revolution. Our chef Zed is probably the youngest member, born in the 1950s, while others are from ancient Egypt or even from Iceland. Percy whistled. So basically you guys just do whatever you want. Yup, Galen smiled. The gods own Odysseus for popularizing the story of the Greeks for the entire world to remember. It was his story that basically made everyone acknowledge the Greeks as the best at the time. So the gods just let you do what we want. We are basically like the hunters of Artemis, but with more freedom. Percy raised an eyebrow. Artemis's hunters have partial immortality as well. Galen nodded. Yup. Anyway, I need to go to bed, kids. Still have a nasty headache. Good night. Percy smiled, watching the giant man wobble back to the sailors' quarters. You do realize the sun is coming up, right? Bite me, kid, Galen shouted back as he went inside to sleep. Percy smiled and turned back to look at the sun's rays slowly coming up the horizon. Percy smiled and looked across the sky. The stars were slowly fading away to nothing, but the moon was still hanging in the sky. It was a crescent moon, and though the sun was coming up, the moon was still clearly seen. I wonder what you're doing right now, Artemis, Percy whispered as he looked down at the sea and smiled. Nothing much, Percy. What are you doing? Percy jumped in surprise and fell overboard, crashing into the waters below. He quickly gathered his senses and pulled himself up back on the ship with the help of the water. He got on again, and there, standing where he was and laughing his ass off, was the red-haired goddess of the hunt. Artemis, what are you doing here? Percy hissed as he got back on the ship and allowed his powers to automatically dry himself. Oh, I just came to see how you were doing, Percy. Artemis smiled as she looked around. I haven't seen the ship in a long time. Yeah, well, I'm doing fine, I guess, until you nearly gave me a fucking heart attack. Oh, calm down, Artemis said, chuckling. You are acting like her when she fails to seduce Zeus. Percy looked away and huffed. Well, thank you very much. Oh, are you going to pout now? Artemis asked, leaning back against the ship's railing. Percy grumbled and sighed, giving up on his anger. So what's new with you? Nothing really. The hunt is currently tracking down something powerful, something which if we fail to get would mean the fall of Olympus. Yeah, I remember. Artemis nodded. Yes, well, we haven't really made progress, but luckily neither have the Titans. What are you looking for anyway? I can't say. Can't or won't? Can't. Strict orders from Zeus himself. We need to keep this information secret for as long as possible. Why? Don't the one group of people we don't want to know already know? Yes, but we know that they know, and if we say that we know that they know, then they know that we know that they know. You just got very confusing all of a sudden, Percy said as his stomach grumbled. Time for breakfast. Artemis nodded. Yes, it is getting late, I suppose. How are you even here anyway? Don't you have to chart the moon around or something? Percy asked, curious to know more about Artemis. Well, yes, but right now is the time between morning and night when Apollo takes over and I can stop. It's still a bit early, so I don't have to go back to my hunters, yet so I spend this free time doing whatever I want. Capitulo 195. And you chose to spend it with me, Percy grinned. I feel so special. Artemis huffed. Don't get any ideas, boy. You are on a very important mission, and I just wanted to make sure you didn't screw up already. Percy sighed. Can't you just admit you came because you like talking to me? I mean, it wouldn't be lie or anything if you did admit that. I don't. Fine, you are very interesting to talk to. You just might be one of the few people I have left to call friend. Don't you have an entire group of girls you lead? Yes, but I look at them more as my daughters than my friends. I do consider my lieutenant as a friend, but she still sees me as he mistress first before anything else. Plus with the unofficial title I hold. The man-hater one. Yes, that. It's just difficult to get along with anyone. Percy smiled. Well, I'm honored. He bowed low, my lady. Artemis rolled her eyes but laughed at Percy's action. Just then her stomach rumbled loudly, causing the goddess to hold it and blush. Percy smiled. Breakfast time. Percy, it's okay. I'm a god. I can go for a few minutes without food. I usually go to my hunter's camp and cook food with them. Oh, shut up, Artemis. Percy said as he grabbed the goddess by the hand and dragged her to the upper deck. "Besides, you owe me dinner." "That's dinner, this is breakfast." Percy shrugged. "It's a meal, isn't it?" He walked into the kitchen and saw it empty. "I don't think your cook is awake right now," Artemis said. "Nee, it's okay, I got this," Percy replied as he found a seat next to a window and motioned for Artemis to sit next to him. "Percy, I really must go," Artemis replied as she sat down on the seat opposite to Percy. "And yet you sat down," Percy said with a smile, opening his inventory. He had stored plenty of food from camp over the days, and all of it was hot and freshly made since it was stored in his inventory. Percy pulled out a plate of pancakes and some waffles and laid it out. There, the food of the gods. "Where did you get that from?" Artemis questioned as she took the plate of waffles for herself. "Magic," Percy said, wiggling his eyebrows. Artemis rolled her eyes and looked at her plate. "Where's the fork?" "You're a goddess of the hunt, and you need a fork." "I may be a goddess of the wild, but I'm also civilized." Artemis snapped her fingers, causing 2 silver forks to appear in hand. "Cool," Percy said as he took one from Artemis. "Is this real silver?" "Yes, it is," Artemis turning to her food. Percy smiled and pulled out a jar of maple syrup from his inventory, pouring it all over his pancakes. The two then ate in silence as they relished every single bite of their food. "This is so good," Artemis said as she poured more maple syrup onto her food. "Thanks, my mom made it," Percy replied as he finished the second pancake. "Your mom's a good cook," Artemis said as she quickly finished her plate of food. "Oh Zeus, that was good." Percy smiled as he finished his own food. "So what now?" "I have to leave, I suppose. The hunters will be getting up any time now." "Well, bye," Percy waved. Artemis chuckled. "Bye, Percy, thanks for breakfast." "See you around, Artemis," Percy replied as she snapped her fingers, disappearing in a flash of light. "Show off," Percy grumbled, and just then a note appeared in front of him in another flash of light. Percy took the note and opened it. It read, "I'm not a show-off." "Okay, now you are definitely a show-off," Percy replied with a big smile. Afternoon. Percy stood once again at the very tip of the ship to give it a boost in speed. Odysseus and the rest of the crew stood behind him as Percy lifted his hands up and slowly made a connection with the sea once again. The rope of water connecting him to the sea pulled him forwards, but Percy was used to it now. He pulled back, commanding the ship forward, which slowly drained him of his mana. Percy relaxed and slowly opened his eyes. He was about to disconnect from the sea when suddenly a feeling of fear ran through him. "Help us." Percy's eyes winded as the fear filled his very being up. Something out there in the sea was calling for help. It was calling for him. Percy turned to Odysseus. "Something out there is in danger, Captain." The hero raised an eyebrow. "Really? How do you know?" "Through my connection with the sea," Percy explained as he pointed towards the north. "It came somewhere over there. If we stray from the course, it will take longer to reach Nashu, you know," Odysseus said with a calculating eyes. "It's okay," Percy looked right at the hero's eyes. "Something out there asked for my help, and I intended to help it. It could be a trap." "The amount of fear I felt can't be faked," Percy replied back harshly. "We need to help it." Odysseus and Percy started each other down until the captain smiled. "You have a big soft spot, kid. Careful now, or that might be the end of you." Percy nodded. "I will be." "All right, everyone, you heard the boy. Turn this boat around towards the east. We have somebody to save." Percy moved as he helped the crew move the ship. Luckily, the boost he gave to the ship still was in effect, allowing them to reach their destination in an hour. "Where are we now, Captain?" Galen asked as he stood next to Odysseus and Percy near the front of the ship. "Well, according to my kin's sense of directions," Odysseus wet his finger and raised it into the air, "we must be somewhere off the Gulf of Mexico." He then turned to Percy. "So this is where you got the cry for help?" Percy nodded. "Yeah, it should be here somewhere." Percy closed his eyes, concentrating on his connection with the sea. He pulled on it until he felt the fear once again. "Somebody please help me." Percy's eyes shot open. Before it was us. Not it was me. Percy knew he was running out of time, and without a second, though, he dived into the water, swimming downwards. Capitulo 196. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. Plus 1000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2000 MP. Percy ignored the box and quickly commanded the water to pull him downwards. He swam down faster than a missile. 100 meters, Percy told himself. That was how deep he was. He didn't know how he knew it, he just did. The fishes and all other creatures of the sea around him moved away, giving Percy plenty of space to move as fast as he could. 200 meters. Percy pushed himself as his muscles began to strain, but the water healed them instantly, causing Percy to become even stronger. 400 meters. By now Percy's connection with the sea grew stronger. He could feel the water all around him. The sea creature's presence shined like a light bulb in the dark. 500 meters. All the sea creatures slowly started to thin out. Most couldn't swim this deep. Help! The voice was becoming softer, like a life from it was gone. 700 meters. It started to become darker now. Percy's breathing became more rapid as his body struggled to get used to the pressure. 800 meters. Percy's eyes slowly started to adjust again. Help! The voice faded even more. Percy could now feel the creature dying. 950 meters. Percy gritted his teeth. His body felt like it was moving through jelly, but Percy kept pushing forward. Held. 1100 meters. Percy could feel he was close. He searched with his connection to the sea and felt for the cry of help calling out to him. It was very quiet now, almost silent, but it was still there. Percy moved, and soon the darkness of the deep spread out, revealing a figure floating in the ocean. As Percy approached, he could make out more and more, and for a moment he couldn't believe what he saw. Beautiful was all Percy could think the moment he laid eyes on her. She had hair redder than blood with a seashell thread plaited into her hair. Her scales were bright green, and around her neck was a necklaces of pearls and shells. The beautiful creature had a bra made out of seaweed strung over her breasts, hiding what it could of her impressive bust. She's a mermaid, Percy quickly realized. He looked at her closely and found that she wasn't moving. It didn't even look like she was breathing. The mermaid had gills along her neck, and they weren't moving. Percy quickly approached her and found her skin cold to the touch. Her skin was a hue of blue, a color Percy assumed a mermaid shouldn't naturally be. He quickly used Observe on the creature. Mira, mermaid of Atlantis. LV 18. HP 101000. MP 303000. Race mermaid. SDR 12. VIT 34. Dex 11. Int 53. Wise 43. Luke 21. The daughter of Triton, Mira is considered very magically gifted and is known to be very rebellious. She often loses her temper at other people, and her attitude has caused her number of friends to be limited. She recently went out on an adventure with her friends, but due to a series of unfortunate events is now hurt badly. Likes jellyfish tentacles, her father books and poetry. Dislikes the color red, paintings and authority figures. She called out to Percy for help. She really want you to save her ass. She feels afraid of the fact that she might die. Percy noticed her health was low, very low. Something was wrong with her. Something was killing her. Percy wrapped his hands around her body in order to move her, and suddenly something poked him. Percy slowly moved her body sideways and found a piece of red bone immed into Mira's back. Percy could feel evil pour out of the red bone. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. It was like a piece of the underworld was here on Earth, powerful and very deadly. Fang of Genango. A fang of the legendary monster of the deep. Its poisonous nature will bring death with the slightest touch. Effect causes minus 100 HP damage per minute. Percy was surprised. If this thing caused minus 100 HP damage per minute, then she should have been dead in 10 minutes. The personal bio does, however, say she was good with magic, so maybe she's cast a spell on herself. Percy ignored the lingering questions as he slowly manipulated the water to pull out the fang from out of Mir. The red bone was difficult to move, but with a little prodding, Percy managed to pull it out completely. He quickly opened his inventory and shoved the red bone in there for later use. After all, that kind of poison could be useful. Percy used blood control to stop the bleeding and quickly drew his own blood to form a healing rune around the affected area. Percy poured 1000 HP and 200 MP into the rune, restoring Mira to full health. Slowly, the mermaid's skin turned back to normal as her gills started to function again. She started to slowly open her eyes, looking directly at Percy. "Daddy," she asked in a weak voice. "I'm not your dad, Mira, but I'm going to make sure you're safe," Percy said in a soft tone, giving her the best smile he could. "You're in danger," Mira said in her weak tone. "It's coming for you." "What are you talking about, Mira?" "It's a trap," Mira spoke out as slowly she closed her eyes again and drifted to unconsciousness. Capitulo 197. Percy looked at Mira's body before sighing. Of course it was a trap. It's always a trap. But by who? Just then something happened. Suddenly the water became cold, colder than ice. Percy could feel something from deep below him slowly rise up. Percy couldn't feel it. It didn't feel natural. Percy could sense every creature in the sea, but this felt wrong, like an area of the sea that just didn't exist, and it was now swimming right for him. Percy quickly opened his inventory and shoved Mira inside. She would be too much of a distraction. Percy closed the inventory and began to swim back up to the surface. Whatever was coming for him felt powerful and dangerous. Percy knew he had every advantage right now being in the sea, but still something made him scared. He didn't want to see what was coming for him. Percy swam upwards, pushing the water below him, rocketing towards the surface. 950 meters. Percy could feel the coldness of the deep catch up to him. 800 meters. Slowly the water became thicker and more difficult to move in. 750 meters. Percy could feel the cold reach his ankles and slowly climb upwards. Percy kicked harder, allowing himself to outrun the coldness. His heart started to pound itself faster and faster. He couldn't hear anything other than his own heartbeat. Ping! Skill leveled up. Swimming, LV16, 80%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer 8 miles an hour. Not now, Percy yelled at the notification, pushing it away. His swimming skill wasn't really useful. His water control was the reason he could move up so quickly, but anything helps. 650 meters. Just then something grabbed Percy's by the hip. The son of the sea god looked down and saw a giant tentacle grab on top him. Percy commanded the water around him to push the limb off, but it didn't obey. Percy slowly started to feel suffocated. It was like the water was fighting back against him. Ping! The water is being controlled by a more powerful water being. Your water breathing skill had been neutralized. Percy's brains started to panic over time. He tugged and pulled, trying to free himself, but nothing worked. His mind was going crazy. He trashed around trying to wiggle out until Gamer's mind finally kicked in. Percy stopped moving as slowly he was being dragged deeper into the ocean. Percy calmed himself and quickly thought up a plan. He opened his eyes and pulled on the darkness all around him, using his shadow control to cut off the tentacle around him. ARGH! A roar came out from underneath the depths of the sea as Percy freed himself, swimming upwards. Percy dodged and swam around several tentacles coming up to try and grab him. Percy moved the shadows to intercept and cut all of them before they could even reach him, and when Percy was far enough, his water-breathing skill came back to him. 500 meters. Percy could see light at the end of a very long tunnel, but the son of Poseidon didn't give up. He swam faster and faster as slowly the tentacles grew in number. Suddenly, one of them managed to avoid the shadows completely and wrapped itself around PERCY's chest. Percy made to cut it off using his ice control when suddenly he felt something being injected into him from the tentacle. PERCY yelled out in pain as he formed an ice sword, cutting the tentacles away. Percy looked and saw a big red bone now embedded into Percy's side. He could feel the poison spread and knew what to do. He pulled the fang out and summoned a ball of fire in his hand. The fire fed of his mana as it continuously evaporated the water near it, causing steam to instantly form. Percy pressed the fire up against his skin, cauterizing the wound, allowing it to heal. The coldness from before had now finally caught up to Percy. He could feel it right in front of him. He was outside its field of influence, so he could still breath, but Percy could still feel its power. Percy raised his flame higher, as the light produced shined on the creature, revealing its true form. It was big, bigger than anything Percy ever fought. It was 80 feet long. Percy could barely see its end. Its body was covered with gray scales, with crying faces carved into each one. Its triangular face was covered with red eyeballs which were of hate and suffering. Its body was covered with tentacles along the back, the same ones that tried to grab Percy before. Its underside was lined with lobster claws as big as Percy's whole body, and its mouth had 8 pincers around it, opening and closing in anticipation. But by far the worst was its tail, which was covered in spikes. And on that spike was the embedded bodies of 3 different mermaids, each mutilated beyond recognition. Percy looked into its eyes as slowly he felt his very soul shiver in fear. Its tentacles reached around Percy, cutting off all escape route. Percy was stuck. It looked at Percy with its numerous unwavering red eyes, and Percy looked back. The monster opened its 8 pincers, revealing a fleshly mouth underneath. "Now you shall die, Greek." Percy quickly observed the monster. Xuanhuan, servant of Cthulhu. LV. HP. MP. Race extraterrestrial demon. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. Not much is known about this monster other than its loyalty and servitude to the great evil Cthulhu. It is known as the guardian of the key of the watery gates and is known to dwell in the depths of Eastern Ocean. Likes Cthulhu and the enslavement of mankind. Dislikes sunlight and the elder gods. He wants to eat Percy to strike out against the Greek pantheon. Endless hunger. Fear struck his heart. Percy didn't know who this creature was. It wasn't Greek or Roman. He couldn't sense it. It felt like a creature made out of nothing. A creature of the void. Percy looked into its eyes once again as slowly the cold began to take over, extinguishing the fire burning on the palm of his hand. Capitulo 198. Percy poured mana into the flames, but the light kept dying out. The creature in front of him was somehow shutting off the light. Percy knew he didn't have much time left. He closed his eyes and gathered all the shadows around him while he bombarded the monster with a huge fist made out of ice. Percy's HP, 6,657,650. MP 4, 800/5, 700. Percy quickly used the shadows he gathered and changed it into a drill, sending it through the tentacles, blocking his escaping route. ARGH? The monster roared as the drill tore through the tentacles above Percy, giving the son of Poseidon a chance to escape. The monster of the deep reached out to grab Percy with its remaining limbs, but Percy managed to dodge it at every turn as he swam higher and higher towards the ocean's surface. The monster roared at it, swam faster and faster, until it appeared in front of Percy, cutting him off from his escape route. Percy clicked his teeth in disappointment and quickly drew out Riptide and swung towards an approaching tentacle. The metal struck the skin of the monster, but didn't even scratch it as Percy's blade rang out in protest, causing Percy to be smacked to the side. Percy lost Riptide as he was sent through the water like a bullet. "What the hell did I do to you?" Percy roared out as he formed trident out of ice, launching it at the monster. "I do not answer to you, Greek god," the demon roared out, surprising Percy as it swatted the trident away. "Your life is meaningless. It is but a pawn in the great scheme." Percy grunted his teeth as he pushed himself away, just as the monster launched its tentacles, trying once again to capture him. "I can't get close," Percy told himself. "The closer I get, the less I can breath. And Riptide, if basically useless, for some reason." Percy pushed away, swimming as fast he can away from the monster. "If I can just hit him once with something long range, then." "Wait, did he call me a god?" "Yo, squid face," Percy roared out, turning back towards the monster. "Did you just call me a god?" "My name is Xuanhuan, you pathetic god." "And yes, I did, though you may not be an actual god, you pathetic belief of humanity." "Well, squid face, sorry to break it to you, but I'm not a god, just a demigod." "What? But I can sense you power. You have the essence of the sea in you." "Ah yeah, I'm a demigod of Poseidon, being part of the sea is kind of my thing. The monster growled and threw its tentacles up. I told that pathetic mermaid to call forth her father, not a useless demigod. The next time I see her, I'll make sure to make the torture last longer. She will scream my name like her sisters did. Percy narrowed his eyes. It may have been the Poseidon in him, or maybe his own sense of moral. But seeing such a creature like a mermaid be assaulted by a monster like this pissed Percy off. He looked at Monster's spiky tail, and there were the skewer remains of the dead mermaids. Percy wanted to run before, but now he was pissed. The monster was still cursing up a storm when Percy opened up his inventory and pulled out the one long-range weapon he had. Light beam cannon. A cannon that uses light to form beams of energy. Light can be stored up inside the cannon like a solar panel and be used at any time, any place. Damage 4x number of minutes, it has collected solar energy. Warning, overcharging can cause a backlash from the weapon, which may hurt the user. Note, you will get plus 500 attack if you shout, Super Beam Cannon, at the top of your voice when using this weapon. Percy placed the cannon on his shoulder and made sure it was on before he aimed at the monster with his finger on the trigger. Hey squid face. I told you my name is Super Beam Cannon, Percy yelled, pressing the trigger. Boom. Water was pushed aside as beam of bright blue and yellow cut through the ocean, smashing right into Xuanhuan's head. Percy was blinded by the light and was pushed back by the cannon's kick, but held on tight. His fingers turned white as slowly Percy was pushed deeper underwater as the beam continued tearing into Xuanhuan. Capitulo 199. Finally, the beam stopped as Percy finally let go of the weapon. He put the weapon to the side just as a box opened up in front of him. Bonus damage for hitting a monster of darkness with a light-based attack. 40% more damage. 40% more damage of 627,680 attack. Equals 878,752 attack. Percy smiled. He had left his cannon on the roof of his cabin, and there it remained for the rest of the year. Every day it soaked up sunlight, and when Percy left for the quest, he took his cannon with him. And now all of that was paying off big time. Percy looked for Xuanhuan's remains to spit on when slowly a figure came down towards Percy. The demigod's eyes widened in shock and his belief as the monster of the deep slowly swam closer and closer towards Percy. Half of its head was blown away, revealing the brain and flesh hidden underneath. Its blood spread out like poison, sending chills down Percy's spine. It didn't say a word, it didn't speak. Its remaining red eyes locked onto Percy as slowly the darkness around it grew large enough to block out the light from above. Percy snapped his fingers, summoning his flame once more before launching it at the monster. Xuanhuan smacked the simple fireball away with one of its tentacles and rushed towards Percy. The son of Poseidon moved to the side, but the monster was on top of him already. It grabbed Percy with one tentacle and threw Percy further down into the sea. Percy gritted his teeth as water rushed past him. He felt himself being sent deeper and deeper. 1050 meters, Percy realized as slowly he began to slow down. 2,000 meters, Percy told himself as he slowly came back to a halt. Percy tried to get ready to fight back, but before he could move a muscle, Xuanhuan was on top of him already. He used one tentacle to grab each of Percy's limbs and pulled, stretching the young boy to his limits. You hairless apes have become arrogant in the ages past, Xuanhuan roared out through his remaining mouth. There was a time where you wouldn't even be able to touch us, let alone harm any of us. We have let you live for far too long. Percy fought through the pain as the monster pulled Percy's limbs. Soon, his water-breathing skill became neutralized, being so close to the monster, and panic began to set in. Lucky Gamer's mind activated just in time, allowing Percy to focus. The son of Poseidon opened his eyes and poured his mana out into the water. His control over the water was varying. It didn't feel right. It felt like swimming through soil cement. But all Percy needed was a good hold on it, and the moment the mana was spread out evenly, Percy transformed all the water around the monster's head into ice, freezing it into one solid ice cube. What? It began before the ice cut it off mid-sentence. Percy freed himself from the now non-responsive tentacles and quickly swam away. He had a few minutes to think of something new. The monster would soon be breaking out of the ice. Percy's MP, 2,700, 5,700. Percy thought, quickly pushing his brain to the limits, and just then an idea popped into his head. It could control water, weak to ice, and has a gaping wound in its head. Percy smiled and quickly poured his mana into his arms, channeling his earthquake powers and activating his body form for his entire body. A sea-green aura began forming around Percy as slowly every muscles grew just a little bit large and more pronounced. His clothes became tighter as Percy's entire body was covered with a green aura. Percy's HP, 6,050, 7,650. MP, 2,910, 5,700. His mana was regenerating at around 25% every minute. That was a lot, and Percy knew it. He would need only 4 minutes to reach full mana, but he would need every second he got. Suddenly, the cracking of ice rang out. The frozen block of ice around the head of the Xuanhuan began to crack, but Percy was already moving. He pushed the water under his feet forward, which launched him right towards the monster's belly. Percy pulled his arms to his side and lowered his chin. His entire body hit the monster's underside, breaking a few of its huge lobster claws in the process. Percy's HP, 5,450, 7,650. MP, 2,810, 5,700. Percy's attack caused Xuanhuan to spiral upwards as a shockwave of energy went through it, but Percy wasn't done. With body form still active, he pushed against the water again and followed Xuanhuan. Capitulo 200. He drew back his fist and launched it into the same spot he struck before sending a shockwave through the monster's body. Percy used the water around him and pushed himself and Xuanhuan further and further upwards, and he punched the creature again and again and again. Percy's HP, 5,550, 7,650. MP, C2030, 5,700. Each shockwave from his attacks rippled through the sea as the monster was pushed further and further upwards. Slowly, however, Percy's water-breathing skill started to get affected. He knew he had to end this now. He drew back his right leg and sent a kick right into the monster, breaking its hard underbelly and drawing blood out. Critical strike. Damage 900x, 4 times more from body form, equals 3,600 attack. Critical strike, 2,500% of 3,600 attack, equals 90,000 attack. The ice around Xuanhuan's head shattered as it was launched upwards like a rocket. Percy followed it as fast as he could, pushing himself faster than ever before. He could feel the water apart in front of him and push him forward. It was almost like the sea wanted him to go faster. 500 meters. Percy told himself as he released his body form perk, causing his strength to be reduced, as was the negative effects of using said perk. Body form allows user to focus all strength into one part of their body. The focused area will gain X4 power for a desired time. Cooldown will last for twice as long, and total strength will be reduced by half till full recovery. SDR 50 plus 20 equals 70. 35 cost of perk equals 35. Time till full strength regained 2 minutes 30 seconds. Percy looked up and saw Xuanhuan slow down as the creature regained control of its body. Begone, wreathed ape. The monster roared as it charged at Percy, swiping the demigod to the side with a swing of its huge tentacles. Percy was sent through the water a good 20 feet until he regained his balance. He looked up and saw the giant monster charging at him with its 8 pincers open slowly. Percy watched as the monster revealed its 4 rows of jagged teeth lined up along the entrance of its mouth. It rammed into Percy and nearly swallowed him whole, but the demigod stretched his limbs to the limit as he caught onto the edge of the monster's mouth, holding on to dear life as Xuanhuan swam faster and faster, trying to shake Percy's grip and swallow the demigod whole. Percy's fingers turned white as he strained to not get eaten. He looked into the jaws of the monster and saw nothing but death. An unearthly glow of red shined from deep within, showing Percy the remains of hair and limbs wedged in between the teeth of the monster. Nausea flowed through Percy, vomit threatened to spill, knew whose flesh that was. He wasn't a fool. Xuanhuan had eaten Mira's friends, and their remains were now hanging off the end of the monster's tail. Dread flowed through Percy as slowly the monster stopped moving altogether. It shook its head violently and spat Percy out into the water. It narrowed its remaining many red eyes at Percy before slowly gathering all the water around and launching it at Percy. The son of Poseidon's eyes winded as a literal whirlpool of water was sent his way. Percy moved to the side as fast as he could but still got caught in the very edge of the whirlpool. Percy could feel his powers over water weaken. The whirlpool was contaminated with Xuanhuan's presence. Percy could feel it. The demigod caught his throat as slowly his lungs emptied out. His body was being flung all over the places as slowly he was pushed towards the center of the whirlpool. Percy's head was spinning, but Gamer's mind already had a plan. Percy pushed his mana outwards and froze the water around him into a sphere of ice. It was 20 inches thick, and Percy was inside surrounded by the water he couldn't breathe. Just then he clicked both fingers and both light up with 2 blue fireballs that burned the water into vapor, reducing the water level and allowing Percy to breathing again. The demigod felt his bonus from the water around him go away as slowly his health and mana returned to normal. Percy's HP, 5,655,650. MP, 1,753,700. Percy figured Xuanhuan's powers only worked on water, like his used to before he learnt how to control blood and other things, so if he transformed water into something else, like vapor, then that should take away the monster's control over it. Percy knew it was a long shot, but he didn't have a choice. But he knew it would work. After all, he did the same thing a few days ago to counter Timmy's vacuum sphere. Percy could feel the ice sphere he was in being pushed deeper and deeper into the sea. 600 meters, Percy cursed. After all, that the thing simply brought Percy further down without even trying. Percy looked to the top of the sphere and could see light slowly seep in. The ice was thinning out now. The heat from Percy's fire and the constant bombardment of water from the outside chipped away at it until there was barely a sliver of it protecting Percy from the unbreathable water outside. Slowly, however, the light died out as a shadow fell over in the form of Xuanhuan. Percy gulped. Fear took over as he looked at the shadow. He didn't want to leave the ice sphere. It was safer than out there. For the first time, Percy felt afraid of the water. Gamer's mind calmed him down, but Percy still felt hopeless. His one plan failed. He wasn't used to fighting underwater, though he was of the sea. Percy felt all hope leave him as a shadow of a large tentacle wrapped itself around Percy's ice sphere, pulling it out of the whirlpool. Percy fell on his back as slowly his sphere was brought towards the monster of the deep. The sound of tentacle tighten, its grip on the capsule roared like an avalanche inside Percy's head. The son of Poseidon felt hopeless. He knew he didn't have a chance. He probably never did. This thing, it was too much. The shadow of the beast grew larger as slowly Percy realized just how beyond him this creature was. Its blood still stuck to his right leg, and he could feel its darkness. This being was not a monster he was meant to fight. He knew that now. Capitulo 201. The tentacle squeezed, forming cracks along the wall of the sphere, letting water inside. As Percy's was once again drenched, a message came up. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. Plus 1,000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 MP. Percy's eyes shot open as he looked to his HP and MP again. Percy's HP, 7,650, 7,650. MP, 3,755,700. A smile spread across his face as once again hope filled his heart. He closed the box and looked the giant shadow falling on him. He hadn't faced anything like this before. He probably wasn't ever meant to face anything like this at all. The monster was frightening and nearly indestructible. Without knowing how much HP it has left, Percy could even be sure he was harming the thing. It would have 200 HP LFE or 2 million HP. But with all that said, Percy understood one thing: Either way, only one of them was going out of this alive, and it wasn't going to be Xuanhuan. The tentacle broke open the ice sphere as Percy took a deep breath and swam away from the closing limb. Percy swam to the left before he moved upwards. There was only one way he could win, and that was with light. But first, he needed a distraction. Percy poured 1,000 mana straight into his ice control, as he formed several spheres of ice around him, before throwing each one in a different direction. Ping! Ice control, LV8 10%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost 10 MP per foot of ice created. Max size 95 foot. Hiding will not spare you from me, demigod. Xuanhuan roared as it stretched all its tentacles, trying to grab each one and crushing it to find Percy. The demigod in question, however, wasn't in any of the ice spheres. He had opened up his inventory and pulled out something he had been saving for over a year, just in case a situation like this ever arises. Ring of Invisibility. The wearer of this ring is given invisibility for 1 whole day. Time remaining 24 hours. Percy had never used his ring, Grover hadn't either, and had taken his with him while Luke had used his to sneak into camp. Percy had slipped on the ring and was currently swimming towards the sea's surface. It was at 50 meters depth that Xuanhuan had finished breaking through every ice sphere. It looked confused before slowly all of its eyes turned to the surface as it began searching for disturbances in the water. Percy's had almost reached the surface when Xuanhuan let out an earth-shattering roar. Guess he figured out he got tricked, Percy thought to himself as he quickly swam towards the ascension. Once near the boat, he used his water powers and rocketed out of the sea, landing right on the deck of the ship. The crew was visibly startled as a loud noise rang out as if something landed on the ship. They all drew their blades, but Percy quickly took of his invisibility ring, showing himself to the crew. "It's okay, it's just me." "Took you long enough, lad," Galen spoke up, grinning. "Most of us, though, you drowned." The crew burst into laughter at the quartermaster's jest. "I almost did," Percy replied with a serious look that shut everyone up. "What do you mean?" Odyssey called out as slowly the drunk sailor personnel went away, replaced by the legendary hero of Troy. "Something down there set a trap for Triton, only I showed up instead. I don't know what it is, but we need to go now." Odysseus didn't argue. He turned and yelled, "Move it, all of you. Time is of the X's." "Sir, yes, sir." The crew all replied at once as they exploded into movement. Percy had never seen such a large group of people move in such perfect harmony. They moved like people who had been doing the same job for years, which they had. Soon the sails were down and the boat started moving again. Percy turned to the sea and looked over the edge of the boat. The water slowly became darker. Even from here, Percy could tell the water was getting colder. The monster was coming. Xuanhuan was coming for him. "Odysseus, we aren't going to make it." Percy yelled out as he searched in his inventory for something that could be used against the monster. "We'll make it, kid." Odysseus yelled out as he took off High Captain's jacket, revealing a worn-out Greek-style leather armor underneath. "Galen, take the wheel." Aye, Captain." The large man saluted, taking over control of the ship, steering them away. "What exactly is coming for us?" Odysseus asked as he took out his pure white blade, searching the sea's surface for the monster. "I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's big, scary, and unkillable." "Nothing is unkillable." I shot a beam of sunlight directly at its face, and the monster simply came out of that with nothing but a hole in its head. Capitulo 202. Odysseus raised an eyebrow. "If it has a hole in its head, how can it still move?" "I don't know," Percy yelled out. "No matter what I do, I can't seem to slow it down." "Well, then let's see what I can do," Odysseus said with a reassuring smile, holding up his white blade. "I don't think blade will be effective against this thing." "Why is that?" "Riptide didn't even scratch its skin." "Well, this blade is special." Odysseus pointed to his blade. "It can cut through anything." Percy looked at the blade. It was white with black leather around the handle, serving as a grip. Its blade was leaf-shaped, and its crossguard was forged in the form of a T, probably to catch the opponent's weapon. "Use breath." The weapon of Odysseus. It is made out of cyclops bone and is tempered with the blood of Argo, Odysseus' loyal dog. Damage 9,000 attack. "Holy shit," Percy exclaimed. I think you might just be able to kill this thing. Odysseus nodded as he turned to the sailors. Ready your weapons, men. Looks like we might have a fight on our hands. Sir, yes, sir. The crew roared out as each went to different corners of the ship. PERCY watched in amazement as parts of the ship was opened up, revealing secret storage space where there were tons of weapons. Percy couldn't even fathom how many hiding spaces there were. Some were in the stairs, while others were built into the every wood lining of the ship. The crew took out various weapons from each time period. Mark had a small rapier on his left with a submachine gun slung across his neck. William had a musket, along with a handgun, while Galen took out a set of knuckle busters. Ping! You can use body form again. Percy closed the box and looked around. You guys are well equipped. Well, we do run into the occasional trouble, Odysseus commented. We like to be ready. Just then Percy's area sense acted up. Warning, a very pissed off great old one is on your tail. The ship was moving fast, especially with Percy's blessing, but the demigod knew it was nothing compared to the speed at which Xuanhuan could travel. Soon, a figure emerged from the sea right in front of them. The water moved to the side as the head of Xuanhuan revealed itself to Odysseus and his crew. Xuanhuan, Odysseus whispered in horror as slowly his hands started to shake. You that thing? Percy asked as his head began to think of ways to kill, or at least distract the thing long enough for the ship to escape. It's not supposed to exist, Odysseus muttered as he took in a big gulp of spit. Not here, not now. Can we beat it? Number but we can try. Odysseus' face turned from fear to excitement. I have always wanted to fight a great old one, now I can. He turned to his people. Ready men. Sir, yes, sir. Percy could see fear, but none let it be heard. Odysseus turned to the monster in question and lifted his blade. Bring it on, sunshine. I'll kill you all. Xuanhuan roared as it sent a huge tidal wave right at the ship. Your turn, Percy, Odysseus yelled out. Yes, Captain. Percy stepped forward, freezing the water with a flick of the wrist. He then jumped forward and punched the solid mass of ice with his fist. Giga impact. The ice shattered and blew back, pleating the sea monster behind. Percy landed on the surface of the water and allowed himself to be partly submerged in the sea. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. Plus 1,000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 MP. Percy's HP. 7,650, 7,650. MP, 3,255,700. Aim your weapons, men, Odysseus yelled out as all those who had ranged weapons took at the monster. Foolish humans, Xuanhuan roared out, your pathetic weapon cannot harm me. Fire, Odysseus roared out as bullets began riddle the surface of Xuanhuan's scales. Capitulo 203. Fools, Xuanhuan roared as it ignored the gunfire, choosing instead to swim closer towards the ship. He's coming closer, Percy yelled out. Oliver, take aim, Odysseus yelled out. On top of the crow's nest, a figure dressed in green holding a bow and arrow aimed at Xuanhuan. Fire at will. The green archer let the arrow loose, and in mid-flight the tip ignited on fire. Xuanhuan swung its tentacle to knock the arrow out of the way, but the moment the arrow made contact with its scales, the entire monster exploded into flames. What did you do? Percy yelled out as the monster roared and thrashed around in pain. The bullets were actually pellets filled with crude oil, highly flammable. Odysseus explained as the giant monster swam down into the sea to put the fire out. Percy jumped onto the ship. Do you guys have any more? Yeah, but not much, Mark replied as a few sailors brought a barrel of oil out from the kitchen. Percy nodded. This should be enough. Percy opened his inventory and took out his gauntlet of Kefka. What's that? Odysseus asked curiously. Back up, Percy told him as he raised his gauntlet high into the air, summoning forth Marchoses, Timmy the Goblin King, and Craig the Damned Knight. 3 separate clouds of smoke poured out of the gauntlet. One took form of a giant wolf with white wings, the other of a knight fully decked out in black armor, and the last of a 14-foot-tall, horned, black-skinned goblin. "Master," all three bowed together, drawing looks from the crew, especially Odysseus. "All right, you guys, listen up, we have a fight on our hands, a big one." "Who did you piss off this time?" Marcia the wolf asked as she looked around, "and why are we on a boat?" "We are on Odysseus' boat, and we are currently taking on some creature named Janango." "Janango? Fucking Janango, you pissed off a great old one." "I'm my defense, he came after me." "Are you fucking crazy?" Marcia roared. "No, don't answer that, I already know you are crazy because who else would piss off Janango in the middle of the fucking ocean?" "Look, you can scream all you want later, but right now we need to fight," Percy stated with a serious look. Marcia looked at him and sighed, bowing her head in acceptance. "Craig and Timmy." The toe in question turned to Percy. "We three are going to fight that thing head-on. Marcia, I need you to carry this barrel," Percy pointed to the barrel of crude oil, "and when the chance comes, drop on Janango." "The barrel is too big for my jaws," Marcia said, looking at it. "It would be difficult to both fly and carry this thing." "I'll do it," Odysseus said, coming forward. "You okay with this?" Percy asked. "Sure, I've never flown on a giant wolf before," Odysseus said with a grin. "It'll be fun." Percy looked surprised. "Ah, well, it's nice to see you're up for the challenge, Odysseus, but I wasn't asking you." Percy turned to Marcia. "You okay with flying, Odysseus?" The wolf smirked at the Greek hero. "Yeah, won't be a problem." Soon the team was ready, and just time as Janango chose that moment to attack. It struck the bottom of the ship with its tentacles wrapping it around the wooden ship. "Déjà vu," Odysseus said, turning to his men. "All right, men, give it hell." "Why, the men roared in approval as Odysseus got on top of Marcia and flew into the sky with the barrel of crude oil. Percy and his other land-bound servants helped the sailors cut off the tentacles by either cutting through or, in Craig's case, hitting it with a sword until it's reduced to paste. Timmy used his control over the winds to cut into the tentacles, ripping them apart, while Percy froze and smashed his way through them all. "ARGH?" Percy heard a sailor scream out in pain. Percy turned to find Mark stuck with one of Janango's many fangs. Percy ran to his side and pulled the fang out while cauterizing the wound as best he can. He then drew and quick healing ruin on top of the wound and healed the man, giving up 300 HP. "Demigod?" Janango roared out. Percy got up from his injured friend's side and turned to see the beast from the depth look right at him. It opened its many pincers in a snarl. "You have made a grave and powerful enemy today, demigod." "Yeah, well, stick it up, you ass sunshine," Percy cursed as he slowly walked away from the crew to the bow of the ship to get away from the crew and keep Janango's attention focused on him. "I will destroy you," the monster roared out as it opened its mouth, spraying some sort of liquid at Percy. But moment before the liquid struck Percy, the demigod exploded into smoke, letting the liquid pass right through him and melt the top layer of wood of the boat. "Where did you go?" Janango roared, looking sideways. "I know this trick, demigod. You teleported away to Seer as a distraction. I will not fall for it." "Teleport?" Percy wondered, still in his smoke form. "Whatever, don't need to look a gift in the mouth." Percy moved quickly before the monster could notice and reformed right in front of its face. Before it noticed him, Percy jumped on Janango's head and activated both Speed Demon and Body from perks. Body form activated, left and right arms. Percy moved quickly and with his hands blinded the monster, one red eye at a time. Percy moved quickly across its black head. Every attack he made launched, spraying blood and gore everywhere. The monster didn't realize what was happening until Percy had destroyed 4 of its remaining eyes. "NOOO," it roared as it tried to shaft Percy of its head. The demigod dropped down and plunged his hand into Janango's empty eye socket and used it as a grip to hold on. Blood exploded outwards, covering Percy head to toe in blood. "I'm not letting go you yet, asshole." Percy then formed several ice spears and manipulated to blind a few more of the monster's many eyes before finally his grip failed, which sent him flying away into the side of the boat. Percy coughed out blood, the monster's not his own, and turned to the sky. "Now. Be ready," Odysseus roared from the sky as he dropped the barrel of crude oil from high up. Janango shook its head, trying to recover from the pain it was feeling. It opened its remaining eyes and looked at Percy. "I will have you ripped from existence for this." Every version of you, every being that met you, I will have them all killed. Capítulo 204. You can't even protect yourself. Percy narrowed his eyes at the monster. How do you think you will be able to kill me? I may not be able to, but my master will avenge me. Percy narrowed his eyes. Who is you master? The monster didn't speak for a long time until, you will know. Crash. There was the sound of the barrel breaking open on top of Xuanhuan's head. Xuanhuan's remaining eyes widened in horror as it immediately realized what he was covered with. He tried to escape, but Percy didn't skip a beat as the demigod immediately froze over the surface of the sea around the ship. Percy's HP, 5,355,650. MP, 453,700. The ice was thick. Xuanhuan couldn't escape back into the water quick enough. It turned to Percy, who stood right in front of him with his right hand open outwards. Who are you? It asked, finally asking for Percy's name. Nobody. Percy snapped his finger, summoning with the last of his magic 4 powerful fireballs. He sent them all at the monster. 2 were blocked by Xuanhuan's tentacles, but the other 2 landed true and set the monster's head on fire. Argchh, it roared out as it tried to douse the flames. Help me, Master Cthulhu, help you, minion. Percy fell to one leg as exhaustion finally took over. He felt his bones creak as he looked up to see Xuanhuan's body burn. The monster continued to roar in pain, but just then an odd feeling hit Percy. Something is interfering with the weather. What is going on here? Odysseus asked as he and Marcia flew across the sky, avoiding dark clouds. Something is interfering, Marcia said in a tone filled with fear and anger. Something bad. Slowly the winds started picking up as the bright sun was covered with dark clouds. The blue was replaced with black as the sea became more and more violent. The roars of the burning monster were overpowered by the roars of the sea as suddenly. Cracked. The ice preventing the monster from escaping back into the sea broke in half. Thank you, Master. The monster roared as it leapt into the water, dousing the flames. Percy's eyes widened in shock. This can't be happening. What is going on here? Slowly, the ocean became more and more violent as it started to bombard the ship with heavy winds. Percy held on to the railing and managed to not fall over, but something was seriously wrong. I need to get the sea under control, Percy told himself as he closed his eyes, trying to connect with the sea to bring it under his control again. Percy quickly found the rope of water connecting him to the sea, and he pulled on it. He ordered the sea to stop, but there was something there, something preventing him from gaining control. Percy turned his mind's eye towards that something and searched with his powers as his guide, and he found something. The first thing was bigger than him. While Percy felt like a piece of rope, this thing was as big as a ship. And the ship felt like Xuanhuan. This made sense now. The monster's connection was much larger than Percy's, much larger. But as Percy kept pushing, he felt something else, something more. Warning, your mind is being pressurized. -1,000 per second. Percy felt something huge, bigger than him, than Xuanhuan and everything. This being felt cold and calm. It was bigger than a ship, than a city, than country. Percy's mind felt overwhelmed as he saw the object in the form of a planet, an entire planet. Its precise dwarfed his own as slowly Percy was mesmerized by it. Who are you? Percy asked as he fell to the ground in amazement. He waited and waited but received no answer. The son of the sea god opened his eyes and looked to the sea. He could feel the warm blood flowing down his nose. His brain hurt even thinking about the enormity of what he felt, but he had to know, he deserved to know. Warning, your mind is being pressurized, -1,000 per second. Percy closed his eyes and felt the planet's influence slowly die away. The entire planet was dissolving into nothing. Percy took his tiny connection to the sea and used it to communicate with the planet. Who are you? The planet moved as slowly it rotated towards Percy, revealing a face on the other side. PERCY's brain couldn't comprehend what he just saw. He didn't understand it at all. The face was too big to see, too complex to understand. But when it spoke, it uttered only one word, CTHULHU. Percy snapped his eyes open and fell to the ground in pain. His ear rang out in pain as blood poured out of them. Warning, your mind is being pressurized, -1,000 per second. Boss, are you okay? Timmy asked, kneeling to help him up. I'm fine, Percy replied, holding his head. I just need some rest. Percy's HP, 655, 650. MP, 925, 3700. Your eyes, Craig said. Shit, he's right, you have blood coming from your eyes as well, boss, Timmy said as Percy slowly wiped away the blood. 7 seconds, Percy had simply been in contact with that thing for only 7 seconds and he nearly died. Capitulo 205. Where's Xuanhuan? Percy asked as he saw Marcia and Odysseus slowly come down from the sky. We haven't seen him, boss, Timmy replied. I think he's hiding underwater. Percy nodded. Yeah, I think so. Percy turned to the sea and watched as the water and the sky slowly climbed back down. Percy could feel the outside influence die away. This was his chance to kill Xuanhuan. Percy turned to Odysseus and Marcia and waved them over. They waved back and quickly landed on the ship. Odysseus got off the wolf and smiled. Well, now what? Destroy! Xuanhuan bursted out of the sea, roaring out as it launched one of its tail spikes right at Percy. The son of Poseidon tried to move using his speed but fell over. He was still weakened from his interaction with Cthulhu. He tried to use smoke form, but he was out of mana. The spike came closer. Craig and Timmy jumped in the way, but the spike just went through them, turning them into smoke. It was a few feet away from Percy. The demigod put his hands up in defense. He didn't want to die, not now, not like this. His eyes were squeezed shut when suddenly. SLC Chinke. Percy opened his eyes and found himself unharmed. But in front of him stood Odysseus with the spike lodged between his ribs. Odysseus, Percy yelled out as he caught the man before he fell to the ground. I'm all right, little one, he said in a weak smile. I shall live yet. Keep quiet, Percy said as he looked over the man's wound. Oh gods, it's WNet through you body. Haha, that bad, huh? Odysseus asked, looking at his shoulder and gawking at it. Oh gods, it's worse. Percy turned to the monster of the sea who had already gone underwater. Percy narrowed his eyes in rage, but he didn't have time for that. He needed to look after Odysseus. Percy turned to Odysseus's wound and used Observe on the spike. Xuanhuan's spike. Causes minus 1000 HP damage per minute. Causes death. Poisonous in nature, will continue to cause erosion in victim until death. Percy's eyes widened in shock. Odysseus, it's bad. The Greek hero smiled. I figured. It's fine, kid, it's okay. Percy looked at the man and shook his head. No, it's not. If this is my time, then so be it, Odysseus said with a smile. The crew slowly gathered around with many openly crying tears for their fallen captain. Now guys, don't cry. Percy felt tears threaten to cloud his eyes, but Gamer's mind refused. Percy refused. Anger grew in Percy, but again, Percy didn't let it take over. Doing so would activate Libete. Percy lifted Odysseus up. I'm not letting you die, he said as he opened his inventory. It is the will of the fates, Odysseus replied, sounding more and more weaker already. Fuck the fates, Percy replied as he slowly put Odysseus away inside his inventory, keeping him in a form of status. Where is Odysseus? Galen asked with his jaw hanging low. Safe, Percy said, turning to the sea. He won't die until I take him out of where I stored him. Right now he is between death and life. As Galen and the crew slowly came to terms with this news, Percy walked to the edge of the boat and got on top. Where are you going? Galen asked. Percy lifted his left hand up and called back Marcia and put the gauntlet away. I'm going to kill the son of a bitch once and for all. Galen nodded and threw something at Percy. The son of Poseidon reacted quickly and caught the object and found it to be Odysseus' blade, breath. He dropped it when he saved your life, G. Allen explained with a hard look taking over his face. It is charmed to cut through anything. Use it to kill the son of a bitch who did this. Percy nodded and unsheathed the blade. He threw the sheath to the side and dropped down into the ocean. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. plus 1000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon, plus 2000 MP. Percy's HP, 2650, 7650. MP, 2455,700. Percy swam down quickly. 300 meters. Percy felt around for the monster, only feeling nothing but the thought and feeling of normal sea creatures. Ping! Water controlling LV21, 41%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 5 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes 350 damage, cost 100 MP. Special defense water shield, 100 durability, cost 50 MP. Special control blood, control cost 30 MP per minute. Can control those who are weaker than you. Special control moisture control, cost same as water control, plus 10 MP. 600 meters. Percy felt it. It was deep inside, but it was there. Xuanhuan ran back to the very bottom of the sea, which is where Percy was going to follow. Capitulo 206. 800 meters. Light once again died off, but Percy could see clearly as day. 1500 meters. Xuanhuan felt even further away than before. It seemed that Percy misjudges the actual depth of the ocean. 2000 meters. 3000 meters. 4000 meters. At 4,500 meters, Percy could see the bottom of the ocean, and there sitting in a cave was Xuanhuan. It immediately sensed Percy, demigod. I'm going to kill you. Percy roared out as he sent a blast of ice at the monster, piercing one of its tentacles. The monster roared as it sent a blast of water right at Percy, who easily managed to avoid the attack, sending a large ice trident at the monster, piercing it into the ground. I shall eat you whole, demigod. Xuanhuan roared out as he launched spikes at Percy, who avoided them with ease. The demigod swam towards the monster and avoided all of its remaining tentacles. Percy swam to the top of the cave and punched it with his giga impact, causing it to collapse on top of Xuanhuan, pinning the monster down. DMMIGODDD? The monster roared, but Percy paid it no mind. The son of Poseidon swam in front of the monster and simply looked at the monster face. The thing had only 3 working eyes left. Percy had destroyed the rest. The hole to the side of its head was broken in deeper, and Percy could see the edges were infected. It had a few tentacles remaining with a huge hole present in its bottom. Beg, Percy said as he lifted you breath up. Beg for you life. Beg like those mermaids probably did when you tortured them. You know not who you fight with, demigod. The monster roared out, I beg to no one. Then beg to you, master, to come save you again, Percy said as he allowed his bloodlust to seep into this voice. Beg and I'll spare you. You do not yet understand who you fight, do you, demigod? I am. The monster stopped mid-sentence as Percy slammed a fist right in its hard shell. It used its remaining eyes and looked at Percy, really looked for the first time, and slowly something dawned on the creature. You are not the son of Triton, are you? I am the son of Poseidon, not Triton. The monster started to panic, but in a last-ditch attempt to wrap its tentacles around Percy's legs and pulled the demigod towards him. He pushed Percy downwards and waited for him to drown, as being this close to him would automatically cancel his powers. Percy waited for it to come, the suffocation, the desperation, but it never did. He blinked, he was right under Xuanhuan's eyes, and yet he could breathe just fine. He smiled, he didn't know why, but the monster couldn't affect him anymore. Percy sung you breath and cut off the tentacle holding him down. What? The monster roared as one of its last tentacles were cut off. How are you still alive? I don't know, Percy simply replied, as he formed several stakes made out of ice and plunged it into the monster's back. Argh, the monster roared out in pain. It tried to get away, to crawl away, but it was pinned down. It doesn't really matter. Percy dashed forward and placed the tip of the blade near the hole made by his cannon. I'm going to end you right here and now. The monster's eyes twitched, its pincers started to move without any control. Cthulhu will avenge my death. He will. Beg, Percy whispered as he pierced one of the monster's pincers before ripping it out with his bare hands. Argh, the monster roared in pain. It looked up at Percy. You are making a mistake. Beg, Percy gathered all the water around him. Strangely enough, the water around the monster wasn't resisting anymore. He could control it easily. He used the water and pierced all of Janango's remaining eyes, causing the monster to become totally blind. "Stop. Beg. I'm sorry. I said beg. I begging you please don't kill me." Percy narrowed his eyes and the monster, as a cruel smile slowly spread across his face. "Burn in the underworld, monster." Percy plunged the white blade into the monster's brain and pushed until it was hilt deep inside. Percy channeled his earthquake vibrations into the sword and pushed the blade inside deeper. Earth mover. Percy unleashed his new technique, causing the entire area around the monster to collapse in on itself. Percy took the blade out and swam away just as the last of the ground gave way and collapsed onto of the monster. Percy saw it slowly disintegrate into nothing, leaving Percy all alone in the bottom of the sea. Percy panted, "It's over, it's finally over." Ping! Your skill has leveled up. Bloodlust, LV8 90%. You scare the shit out of your enemies. 50% chance of working. 30% scary. Percy pushed the notification aside when suddenly a bright light shined from the collapsed cave. Percy squinted his eyes, but eventually they adjusted and saw the light coming in the form of a door. Percy could feel the door pull him closer. It was calling out to him. Percy tightened his hold on the blade, but cautiously swam towards the white door, and the moment he reached out to touch it, he was enveloped in a flash of light. Unknown location. Percy opened his eyes and found himself in middle of a marble room. The room had no windows or doors and was bare except for Greek pillars lining the corners. Percy looked at them all in wonder until he noticed the giant golden spinning wheel located in the center of the room. The son of Poseidon walked up to the wheel and looked at it closely. Etched into the very gold were pictures depicting the life of a man. The man was moving from first being baby to an adult to an old man and then a ghost. Then the picture changed. This time it was a woman. She was born a baby, became a teenage, and then died abruptly. Percy then looked at the yarn produces. The giant wheel priced hundreds of strings in every spin, and each glowed a different unique color. There were some with a solid color, while others were mixed. Some looked like they were the twin of another, while some stood out unique amongst all its companions. "I see you have made yourself familiar with my work already, Percy," said a gentle and familiar voice. Percy turned to the voice and found an old woman wearing gray sitting in front of all the threads being made. She smiled at Percy as the demigod face went from happy to surprise. "Lady Clotho." "Indeed, Perseus." The Fate nodded as she stood up from her spot near the threads, walking up to Percy. "I imagine you are wondering why you are here." "Yeah," Percy said, looking around. "For starters, where the hell am I?" "My domain," Clotho said, gesturing to the room. "A place where no one can access without my permission. A place with no entrances or exits that I don't create. A place locked outside of space and time." "Thought you lived in a cave with your sisters." "We do, but this is where I come to do my work in peace. Spending eternity with your siblings can be difficult. This is what's the phrase, my little hole in the ground." Capitulo 207. "So, why am I here?" Percy asked. "Not that I'm complaining or anything, it's just that I was in the middle of something." "Yes, that is why I have called for you," Clotho said, walking up to Percy. "The creature you faced, do you know who it was?" Percy looked at the Fate. Her eyes were black and filled with little blue thread crisscrossed through them. It was something old, something very, very powerful and very old. And it served something even more powerful. Clotho nodded. "Indeed, the being you speak of is called Cthulhu. You have had a run-in with him, I believe." Percy nodded. "Yeah, I kinda got the full-on experience." The power you felt, Percy, was not of a simple god, but of a being that is beyond our world, beyond our comprehension. "Percus, I have called you here to warn you." Clotho turned serious. "Never ever face one of them, ever again in combat. You got lucky this time. It was a being that was weak, still bound by our laws of physics, something that can be killed. The only reason you could breath underwater near it at the end was because you drank some of its blood, making you immune to its powers. But if you ever encounter one of them again, turn away and run." Percy raised an eyebrow. How powerful can they even be? Clotho sighed. You do not understand, that is understandable. Humans aren't supposed to understand these things. Clotho tapped her chin before smiling. Maybe I can help. The fate stretched her right index finger, and a golden energy ball appeared on the tip. She approached Percy, who backed away wary of the ball. Relax, Perseus, Clotho said. I mean you no harm and never will. The demigod sighed and nodded as Clotho pressed the ball of energy between his eyes. Ping! You have obtained, temporarily, the ability to see deities' true forms without exploding. Percy blinked and pushed the notification away. So you gave me the ability to see people true forms, why? For this, Clotho said as slowly her enter being started to glow. Do not close your eyes, Perseus, she said as his body exploded in blue and gold. The old woman from before was gone, replaced by a young maiden wearing a blue Greek robe partial, covering her chest, allowing one breast to be exposed. Her hands were covered with golden threads wound together to make thick bracelets, and on her head was a crown made of sapphires. Percy looked at the goddess in wonder as the power he felt coming off her filled his very being. The longer he looked, the more her felt he wasn't seeing. Slowly, though, the image of Clotho's physical form was replaced by something else, something bigger. Slowly, life itself presented was shown to Percy. Like a thread being spun, man's life was twisted and made whole. Percy saw the human races, he saw the world, the galaxy, and slowly nothing. Percy blinked. It was too much, all that knowledge, the knowledge of what was to come, what has happened, all of it was right there in front of him. The demigod looked again, and suddenly his own image was shown. It was him as a baby, him as a child. The battle he waged against the Minotaur was clearly seen, his fight with Marchosias. Luke betraying him, the camp dying. Artemis and him sitting together in the park on his birthday. Sally smiled at him when he came home while Leo pissed on his leg. He saw himself fighting zombies, skeletons, and goblins, and then boarding Odysseus' ship. And then the pictures changed, morphed into things he didn't recognize. He saw himself fight a man, no, not a man, a titan. He saw himself holding up the sky with blood leaking from his legs. He saw himself fighting on a giant floating city with Luke as the two fought back to back against someone. And finally, he saw himself being kissed by Artemis. Enough, Clotho said as she returned back to looking like a hag. Percy blinked, his brain felt like it was on fire. All that was burned into his head. It lasted for a second, but Percy could clearly remember what had happened. That was your true form? Percy asked after his mind slowly recovered. Capitulo 208. Yes, it was, Clotho explained, summoning a glass of ambrosia and giving it to Percy. It showed you your future or possible future. Percy graciously accepted and drank it all in one swing. Why did you want me to see that? A deity's cure from Percy is a representation of who they are, Clotho explained. It is what they are. You saw my part of fate, I weave the lives of man, I make their threads, so that is what you saw. And I wanted you to see that because I need you to understand, as hard as it was for you to see my true form, it would be equally hard for me to gaze upon the forms of beings like Cthulhu. Percy's eyes widened in shock. Why you mean? Cthulhu and beings like him, the elder gods, are far more powerful than any deity on earth. But you're all gods, all of you. How can anyone be stronger than you? There are many things in the universe that are stronger than us, Percy, Clotho said, looking at the giant spinning wheel, and one of them are the elder gods. So do you understand, Percy? If you ever encounter one of their kinds ever again, run. Percy nodded. Yeah, okay, no problem. I'll never fight an elder god ever again. Actually, the monster you fought was just a servant of an elder god known as a great old one. Percy blinked. Yeah, okay, this just got confusing, he sighed, rubbing his temples. I need a vacation. Clotho smiled. Well, you still have a quest to do, young Percy. Percy sighed. Yeah, don't remind me. So how do I get out of this place anyway? I shall send you back, Clotho said before suddenly a thought struck her. Oh wait, I nearly forgot to give you this. She snapped her hands and summoned a big ball of blue energy. Wow, Percy said, mesmerized by the ball of energy. What's that? The experience points you gained from killing Janango. Clotho then launched the ball right at Percy. The blue energy filled Percy up and then. Ping! You have gained 230,000 exp. Ping! 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 You have leveled up 3 times. Percy Jackson. Health 5550, 5550. Plus 1000 equals 6550. Mana 3150, 3150. Plus 1000 equals 4150. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 28, Exp 27,710, 87,000. Race Demigod. SDR 50, plus 20 equals 70. VIT 52, plus 7 plus 20 equals 79. Dex 35, plus 7 plus 20 equals 62. INT 43. WS 32. LUC 50. PONTS 85. Money 224, $637/1, 208D. Percy smiled, sweet. Indeed, but that is not all, Clotho said, snapping her fingers, summoning a golden seed in the palm of her hand. Here, eat this. Percy narrowed his eyes and tried to observe the seed, but the info box came out as expected. SNKDGOE. SDHWOJ, EFNRUGT, RJJ. Complete garbage. Percy sighed and took the seed, swallowing it in one go. The seed sent out a jolt of power throughout Percy's body. Congratulations! You have obtained an update to your powers thanks to the amazing Clotho. You have unlocked Perk Tree. Perk Tree allows you to pick and choose specific additions to your perks. For example, would be adding extra speed to your Speed Demon perk or cutting down the recovery time of your body from perk. You can use stat points to buy perk instead of investing in stats. Please note that in perks gained from stats, in order to increase the number of perk add-ons, you must have a higher level in the stat. Percy blinked. This is so cool, but why now? You need the extra support, Percy, Clotho said, turning back to her spinning wheel, for what is to come. And what is to come? You guys still haven't given me a clear answer to why you have given me these powers, Percy said, closing the box. And I'm not an idiot. I know it's not just to destroy Chronos. You want something from me. What is it? Clotho smiled. You aren't an idiot, Percy. I never thought you were. There's a greater reason for why we gave you this power, true, but right now, as you are, you do not need to know why. One day, I promise you, I will tell you all that you need to know, but for now, leave. You have a quest to get back to. Percy narrowed his eyes but finally gave in. He turned around and a door suddenly appeared waiting for him. Percy began to walk towards the door when Clotho spoke up again. Wait, Percy. Capitulo 209. What? Percy asked. Clotho snapped her finger and Percy's inventory automatically opened up, tossing out his gauntlet of Kefka. The armor floated to the Fate's open arm before exploding into tiny pieces. What the hell are you doing? Percy yelled as he ran towards Clotho. He fell to his knees and held the broken piece of the weapon in his hands. Why did you do that? Relax, Percy, it isn't broken, Clotho said. Percy looked up and saw the blue gem that was fixed in the back of the gauntlet in Clotho's hand. This, she wiggled the gem, is the true power of the gauntlet. The tear of the chameleon god crystallized and enhanced. Chameleon god? Percy asked. Just a nickname we Greek have for the Christian god, you know, because he is always changing his mind, Cloth explained as she pressed the stone up against Percy's forehead. Percy blinked. The stone was cold, colder than the marble under his feet. Slowly Clotho pushed and Percy felt the stone being inserted into his skull. There was no pain, no discomfort. The stone simply locked itself into Percy's forehead. What did you do? Percy asked as he formed a layer of ice under him and looked at his reflection. The stone was now embedded into his skin. It looked like a third eye had been vertically inserted into his skin. I improved your connection with the stone, Percy, Cloth explained as he snapped her finger, causing Percy's body to automatically pull itself up. You will find your connection with you servants far more powerful now. Percy touched the stone on his head and flinched, feeling the cold mineral next to his arm skin. Is there any way to I don't know, hide it. It's going to be difficult to explain this one to my friends. Clotho smiled and snapped her finger, causing the stone to disappear completely. It is hidden. It will only show itself if you wish it. Percy looked at the ice mirror and smiled, seeing his normal face again. Sweet. And one more thing, Perseus, Clotho said with narrowed eyes. Percy gulped. She used his full name. That was never a good sign. You must not use the power of the crystal to bind Xuanhuan. Percy looked surprised. Really, but why not? Because if you do that will give you a direct connection to the elder gods and the great old ones. You will be highlighted as a target, and believe me, that is the last thing you want happening. Do you understand? Percy gulped again at Clotho's scary demeanor, but nodded. Got it. No using the crystal to bind god-like beings. Good. Oh, and you will find I added an extra feature into the gem, something of my own design, Clotho explained with a prideful smile. Now I believe it is time for you to leave Percy. You sure? Like you don't have any other weapons of mine you want to destroy, and then insert into me for your own sick experiment? Well, there was this one thing I wanted to try. It involves riptide and you genitals, if you want. The Fates didn't even finish her sentence when Percy activated his powers, zooming away from her, and through the door, leaving the Fate alone. Works every time. Bottom of the sea. Percy found himself back at the cave where Xuanhuan met its end. He swam to the rocks and dug through them looking for any loot left behind. He used his water control and easily got the rocks away from the cave and found 4 very amazing loot items. Treasure chest. Map to secret Hephaestus Forge of the Rooster. Skill book, Water Storm. Skill disc level 20. The treasure chest was huge, 5 by 6 feet. It was wooden and its lock was rusted shut. Percy used water control and lifted the heavy chest up and slid it into his inventory before pocketing his map book and skill disc. Percy was amazed at that last one. He had never gotten a skill disc that powerful before. Just as Percy was ready to swim away, though, he noticed something. There was something else stuck underneath the treasure chest, a silver piece of paper, and on that paper was directions for creating a monster out of water. Page of the Necronomicon. A page belonging to the legendary book of evil, the Necronomicon. This one gives clear instruction to forming your very own monster of the sea. Ingredients: 1 human soul to permanently bind the creature. X amount of water to form the being. Blood of the creator. 10,000 mana. Percy blinked. This was very powerful and very deadly. He could feel the power and darkness flow out of the silver page. Percy carefully took the page and put it into his inventory and vowed never to use the spell on the page ever, not that he could even if he wanted to. Percy swam back up and saw the Ascension waiting for him. Galen helped him on board as quickly Percy dried himself off. Is it gone? Galen asked. Yeah, it's gone, Percy replied, nodding, causing a sigh of relief to travel through the crew. And the captain? Galen asked, causing everyone to worry. The fear of battle had passed, and now everyone was worrying over the fate to the legendary hero of Greece. He's alive, but if you want him to stay that way, we need the Golden Fleece, Percy said, causing the entire crew to grin. Oh great, we have to go see Polyphemus again. This is going to be such a pain in the ass, Mark yelled out as many crew members nodded along. And we still have your mission to finish, Galen said, sighing. It is important. The fate of Olympus rests on its completion. Not necessarily, Percy said with a smile. Remember my friends who were going on another quest without me? Their quest is to retrieve the Golden Fleece and bring it back to Camp Half-Blood. The barrier around the camp is slowly dying, so the gods sent them to find and bring the fleece back. And you believe your friends can bring the fleece back to camp? William asked, raising an eyebrow. Mark turned to his fellow sailor. Will, you're being a dick right now. Stop being a dick. I believe in my friends, Percy spoke up. They can bring the fleece back in time. So right now we need to focus on getting to Nassau as fast as we possibly can. Right, Galen stepped up. All right, man, you heard the son of Poseidon. Hop to it. Get those sails up. I want this ship running at full speed in 10 minutes. The crew saluted the quartermaster as everyone ran to do their respective jobs. Percy turned to Galen. How long till we reach Nassau? Less than a day, Galen looked to the sky. Probably by tomorrow afternoon if you give us another speed boost. Capitulo 210. Percy nodded. Okay then, the son of Poseidon turned to the horizon. Onwards to Nassau. Onwards. Later at night. Percy stood at the bow of the ship, pushing it forward with his water control skills. The rest of the crew were already asleep, but Percy chose to stay up and sail the ship himself to make up for lost time. After all, he didn't really need the sleep. The demigod let out a sigh. It had been a long day. He reflected on all that happened today and realized that today was probably the closest he had been to death. And for a guy who literally gets into life or death situations every other day, that's saying something. Percy opened his inventory and looked at Odysseus frozen in status. The man had saved his life. It was Percy's turn to repay the favor. Percy then took out the skill book he got and learnt the skill. Water storm, LV1, 0%. Forms a storm by drawing water from all available sources. 100 mana per 10 liters of water used. Damage depends on the affected area. Percy smiled and then took out his skill disc. He already knew what skill to invest in. Ping. Physical endurance, LV38, 20%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 52% less damage from physical attacks. Percy hadn't used skill discs on this particular skill before because he was more focused on attack than defense. But the last battle he fought made him realize that still had a long way to go, and maybe now was the time to invest. Percy then closed that and opened up his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 5550, 5550. Plus 1000 equals 6550. Mana 3150, 3150. Plus 1000 equals 4150. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 28, Exp 27,710, 87,000. Race Demigod. SDR 50, plus 20 equals 70. VIT 52, plus 7 plus 20 equals 79. Dex 35, plus 7 plus 20 equals 62. INT 43. WS 32. LUC 50. PONTS 85. Money 224, $637/1, 208D. Percy hadn't spent a single stat point of his in a year. He had focused mostly on trying to level a stat up the old-fashioned way. But right now, due to the nature of the quest, it would seem that Percy didn't really have much of a choice. If there was even a chance that he might encounter something like Genango again, while fighting Argo, he needed to be ready. First thing Percy did was put in 7 points in int, raising it to 50. INT 50. And ping. You have achieved 50 stat points in INT. You have gained a new perk. Telekinesis, the physic ability to move objects with your mind. Range 30 feet. Max weight 50 pounds. Percy was surprised at the perk he had received. Sure, there had been plenty of people who claimed that the smarter one gets the higher chance one would have for getting psychic powers. But to actually receive it, though, it honestly felt like some next stage of evolution shit. Percy closed the new perk box and started allotting more stat points. He put 15 points in Dex, raising one of his weakest stats up to 50. Dex 50, plus 7 plus 20 equals 77. Ping. You have achieved 50 stat points in Dex. You have gained a new perk. Please choose from one of the 2 perks. Acrobat's Helm turns your body into that of a very flexible acrobat. Causes your ligaments to stretch to various degrees without snapping, allowing for a wide range of movements. 8 Eyesight gives user incredibly eyesight that is nearly 4 times better than normal human eyes. Gives proper definitions to user, allowing for amazing accuracy, night vision, and perception. PERCY groaned. This was a tough one. On one hand, if he had Acrobat's Helm, his skill with a blade would skyrocket. He could move quicker, not wasting a single move. But 8 Eyesight would allow him the one thing he never got, aim. It was a sore topic for Percy. After all his training with a bow and arrow, he still wasn't good enough to actually use the weapon in battle. But with this, Percy sighed. Why couldn't all of this be simpler? He then got an idea. Percy took out a single drachma. Heads I pick Eyesight, tails I pick Acrobat, Percy told himself, tossing the coin up. The coin landed on the floor, head side up. Percy shrugged and put the coin away. He then selected 8 Eyesight as his perk, and the moment he did, the world changed. Suddenly, everything became clearer. Percy could see the very swirls in the wood of the tree. He could see drops of water flying out of the sea as the water crashed on the boat. He could see further into the horizon than ever before. And when Percy looked at his own hands, he could see his fingerprints even when his arms were far away from his face. Everything was seen by Percy's eyes, so much information was being processed all at once, but Gamer's mind could handle the stress. Capítulo 211. Percy closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting go of the energy of the perk. He slowly felt his eyesight return back to normal, and when Percy opened his eyes again, everything was back to the way he normally saw them. Maybe this would be a skill he could use only in a fight. Percy then decided to try out his newest power, the perk tree. Percy opened up his perks and pressed on body from, and a new box opened up. It was a tree chart of his perk with around 10 extra add-ons next to it. There were 3 main branches. Base 5x, 6x, 8x, 10x. Base increasing base strength, hard as diamonds, or bulk up. Base time limit reduce, time limit reduce, time limit reduce. Percy got the gist of the add-ons just by reading their names. The first option on every branch was lit up, meaning Percy could buy them. He first clicked on 5x. Pine. Do you wish to buy this add-on for 1 stat point? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and immediately felt a rush of power enter him. He looked at the body form perk and saw that the description had changed. Body form allows user to focus all their strength in one part of their body. The focused area will gain x5 power for a desired time period. Cooldown will last twice as long and total strength will be reduced by half till then. Percy smiled and then selected his next add-on, time limit reduce. He paid another states point and bought the add-on, changing the perk once again. Body form allows user to focus all their strength in one part of their body. The focused area will gain x5 power for a desired time period. Cooldown will last 1-3 as long and total strength will be reduced by half till then. Percy then tried to buy another add-on to his perk, but when he went to the menu, all of the options were blacked out. Percy pressed on one of the add-ons and a message popped up. Note, you can only add 2 additions to every status perk every 10 level of said perk. Percy clicked his teeth. That meant he would have to raise his strength to 60 if he wanted to buy 2 more additions to his perk. Percy sighed and closed the box, opening up the perk tree for Speed Demon, the other perk he always used. Here the add-ons were arranged differently. Instead of several branches, there was just one going straight up. There were around 10 of them, and every one of them were about increasing his speed. Percy bought the first 2 options, changing his prec. Speed Demon allows user to travel at unbelievable speeds at the cost of 200 HP per minute. Can be improved on with training. At present speed is 310 miles an hour, 500 km. Percy then closed the box and his stats. He wanted to get used to his 2 new perks before buying add-ons for them. After all, a skill like 8 eyesight needed getting used to, and any addition to that would only make it even more difficult to master. Percy looked up and sighed. Yeah, today was a long day, and to think it all started because a mermaid was attacked by a demon from another dimension. Wait, am I forgetting something again? Percy's eyes shot up. Mira. Percy quickly opened up his inventory and found the mermaid still there in staties. He quickly took the mermaid out of the inventory and put on the ground next to him. Why do I keep forgetting about people? Percy asked himself as Mira slowly came to. One of these days, I swear, I think I might forget my one name if I'm not too careful. The red-haired busty mermaid slowly opened her eyes and looked at Percy. The demigod smiled. Hey, it's okay, you're all right now. She blinked once, twice, and then suddenly her eyes shot open. Get away from me, she yelled out, surprising Percy. The mermaid got up and drew back her fist, throwing it right into Percy's face, breaking his nose. Shit, Percy exclaimed, holding his face as blood dripped down from his nose. Why the fuck do I always get the fucking crazy ones? Capítulo 212. Percy let out a sigh. I am so sorry, Mira apologized once again from inside her tank. Percy had made it out of ice and water from the sea. After the mermaid had calmed down, he had explained what had happened, and the mermaid had been apologizing to him continuously since then. I told you it's fine, Mira, Percy reassured her again. See, it's already healed. The demigod pointed at his nose, which looked as if it had never seen a scratch. Yes, that is true, but I still hurt you, my prince, please forgive me. Mira bowed again. Relax, Mira, you reacted on instinct. It's understandable. Percy then raised an eyebrow. But why exactly did you call me prince? Mira blinked. Well, you are a son of Poseidon, yes. Yeah, but how did you know that? I can sense the sea in you, and it is a much stronger connection than mine or my siblings, so you must be a son of Poseidon. Percy looked impressed. Wow, you're pretty smart, huh? Mira blushed. But still, why do you call me prince? Well, my lord, every child of Poseidon is considered as a prince of the seas. Hence, it is the duty of every subject of the sea to call you as such. Percy whistled. Damn, I didn't know that. But either way, don't call me prince or your highness. I don't like the whole title thing. Kinda makes me sound like Ares. Mira blinked. But your highness. Percy, my name is Percy, the son of Poseidon interrupted. And besides, I really haven't done anything to deserve to be called a prince. Mira shook her head. That's not true, you saved me. Percy smiled. Yeah, I suppose I did. How, if you don't mind me asking, how did you get there? Mira's face shifted to one of sadness and pain. Percy regretted the moment he asked her that question. Oh, you stupid motherfucker, Percy cursed at himself. Hey, I'm sorry, you don't have to, I didn't realize. No, it's okay, Myra said as tears welled up in her eyes. It was my idea, my fault. Tyr didn't want to go, none of them did, but I insisted and I should have just stayed home. Tears flowed freely from the mermaid's face. Percy didn't know why, but he felt heartbroken to see them. The demigod climbed into the tank and pulled the mermaid close. It's okay, you're all right now. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 HP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. Plus 1,000 MP due to Necklace of Poseidon. Plus 2,000 MP. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Mira's tear rolled down her cheek and floated in the water, slowly transforming into small piece of crystals. Percy's eyes widened in shock. He didn't know mermaids cried tears made out of freaking crystals. It's not your fault, Mira, Percy assured the mermaid, holding her tight. The only one to blame is that monster. It's dead, right? You killed it. Percy nodded. Yeah, it's gone. The redhead nodded, and slowly she fell asleep in Percy's arms. The demigod and the mermaid floated in the water as neither moved. She was exhausted, and Percy didn't feel like waking her up by moving away. His arms were becoming numb while holding her, but the way she shivered made him realize that she needed it. Percy sighed. Why did I have to remind her? Percy looked up to the sky and saw the moon overhead. Artemis would be flying it right now, Percy realized. I wonder whether she can see me. Percy's thought began running all over the place, but they came back to one thing, the vision he saw from looking into Clotho's true form. The visions were clear in his head. Percy doubted he could ever forget them. Him fighting a titan, and someone he didn't recognize, which meant he probably pissed someone else off too. Then there was that image of him holding up the sky, which was a scary thought in itself. Annabeth had told him about Atlas, and the fact that if any mortal even tried such a feat, they would die immediately. Then there was the image of him fighting on top of a floating city next to Luke, and that part scared him a little. Last year, Luke wanted to work with Percy to protect the camp, but that was right after their fight at the warehouse district when Clarice almost died, so Percy wasn't in a forgiving mood. This vision, though, made him wonder, did I actually do the right thing? He didn't want to think about it too much. After all, Clotho did say those images were of possible futures, not the future. Capitulo 213. And then there was the image of him kissing Artemis? Yeah, not even going to touch on that. Percy tried to not think about it, but the more he tired, the more he thought about it, especially the part where she kissed him. Percy shook his head as blood was slowly rushing to his face. He really didn't need to think about this now. Soon, however, the feeling of floating in water got to Percy. There was something about it that just made him feel good. Felt as if he was in a state of bliss. His control over the ship slowly went away as the boat slowed down to a halt. His eyes started to get heavy, and slowly he drifted off to sleep. You have slept in water. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Is he sleeping next to a mermaid? Percy's eyes shot open, hearing the voices. He was still in the tank holding Mira close, and all around them were the members of the crew. Percy found Mira snuggled up against his chest as she murmured in her sleep. "Oh shit!" Percy slowly moved the mermaid aside and pulled himself out of the tank. He looked up at the crew still staring at him. This is so not what it looks like. His third day on the sea and he has already screwed a mermaid, Mark said with a grin. "You're my hero, Percy. All hail the Playboy Perseus." "Get some, kid," William yelled out as the rest of the crew cheered on. "Guys, I'm telling you it's not like that," Percy tried to explain as he climbed out of the tank. "Sure, it's not like we caught you guys sleeping together on the first day," shouted a crew member called Frank. "Fuck off, Frank," Percy shouted back. "Relax, Percy, we're just messing with you," Mark said, pulling Percy into a headlock. "My little boy, all grown up. Why, it was just yesterday when he was still a virgin." "Damn lucky brat, his first time got to be with a mermaid," someone else from the crew shouted as Percy pulled his head out of the headlock. "For fuck's sake, guys, I'm telling you the truth. She just needed someone to talk to, and I juice. Spent the whole night talking, sure. That's why we found you two snuggled up together like lovers," William commented, causing the Enter crew to burst into laughter again. "Knock it off, lads," Galen came in shouting at the crew. "Have some respect, this kid saved our lives yesterday." Percy smiled, "Thanks, Galen." The large man nodded and pulled Percy close. "Kid, as your friend, I feel like I must warn you, mermaids are very territorial. Once she marks you as her own, there is no going back. Also wear a condom, always wear a condom." Percy face-palmed, "Not you too." "Percy, is that you?" Mira's voice called out from inside the tank. Instantly, all the sailors shut their mouth and watched the mermaid pull herself to the edge of the tank. "Wow," Mark exclaimed, "so beautiful." "Her voice," a crew member who looked like he was from Siberia exclaimed with tears in his eyes. "It sounds like a melody from heaven." Percy looked confused and looked around. "Why are all of you just staring at her like that? If you stare any harder, you might end up making holes in her." "They cannot hear my voice, Percy," Mira explained. "All they hear is my voice singing." "Why can I? Right, son of Poseidon thing, forgot about that." Percy scratched his head. "What is she saying?" Galen asked, or a better question, who is she? "Oh right, I haven't introduced you guys yet." Percy walked in front of the tank. "This is Mira. I saved her yesterday from being eaten by the giant lobster yesterday. Remember I told Odysseus about a mermaid? Well, this is her." "Wow," Mark slowly approached the tank, "so beautiful." Mark tried to touch the tank, but Mira jerked back in fear. "Wow, maybe you shouldn't go near her just yet, Mark," Percy exclaimed, pulling Mark back up. "She isn't used to other people, not after what happened." "We should get her something to eat," Galen said. "Zeph, cook her something up." The blonde chef raised an eyebrow. "What does she like to eat?" Percy turned to the mermaid. "You hungry?" Mira looked at all the men looking at her. She felt nervous but managed to nod. "I like seaweed." Percy raised an eyebrow at that. He turned to Zeph. "She likes seaweed." One plate of fried seaweed coming right up. Mira kept fighting around, looking at all the sailors around her. Galen noticed this quickly. "Lads, we are making her uncomfortable. Let's step aside for now. Let Percy deal with her for now." The crew nodded and quickly went off their own separate ways. Percy stayed with Galen just behind him. "Take care of her, Percy. She looks like she might faint at any moment." Percy nodded. "I will. By the way, how long do you think it will take to reach Nassau?" The man looked at the sun. "Well, according to the sun, it might take us an hour or so to get there." Percy looked surprised. "Really?" "No, you idiot. Who the fuck can tell locations based on the position of the sun? What do I look like, a god of navigation? I'll have to check the maps you made to give you a real answer. Though I'm surprised you can't sense where we are." Percy frowned. "I can, but I can only tell that we are somewhere past the coast of South Carolina, but before Miami. Maybe my connection with the sea isn't good enough to give an exact location."